realm of Naruto, what significance does a Blackbeard template hold for me? This wretched system, one that I wouldn't even bestow upon a dog. I desire it. I do not wish for a dog, but I crave the system, which is utterly enticing. Hibaki exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I shall undoubtedly claim the title of Pirate King." Chapter 1. This system seems rather peculiar. In the village of Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Hisashi, entrust Kakashi to me, and I shall forge him into the sharpest weapon of Konoha, Shimura Danzo declared, suppressing the encroaching smoke with a gloomy countenance. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hisashi, leisurely flicked the ash from his pipe, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 graduation applications on the desk. "No," he outright refused. "Kakashi is not suited for the route. I have other plans for him. Hisashi. However, I can provide you with someone else." Without allowing Danzo to finish, the third Hokage swiftly interrupted him. "Who?" The third Hokage picked up one of the graduation applications from the desk, locating the name inscribed upon it. "Might Guy. He has just applied for graduation today. A mere 7 years old, and exceptionally gifted in taijutsu." Danzo squinted, a glint of cold light flashing in his eye as he pondered, then incredulously exclaimed, "Is he not the useless child who cannot perform any ninjutsu? Are you jesting with me, Hisashi? What use do I have for such a waste?" Danzo had thoroughly investigated the student records of Kakashi's cohort, so when the third Hokage mentioned Might Guy's name, the image of the green-haired watermelon head who perpetually circled Konoha sprang to mind. "Danzo, you are being excessively harsh. Regardless, he is a budding talent who inherits the will of fire." The third Hokage shook his head, setting down Might Guy's graduation application. He then picked up another graduation application, scrutinized it briefly, and handed it to Danzo. "Since you disdain Might Guy, let me transfer Hibaki to you. This child has also applied for graduation and excels even more in taijutsu." "Hibaki." Danzo accepted the application from his friend. "Are you referring to that boy who constantly exclaims, 'Ha ha ha,' dreaming of becoming a Sea King pirate?" "It's Pirate King," Sarutobi Hisashi corrected. "Hisashi." Danzo, somewhat exasperated, crumpled the graduation application in his hands and tossed it into the corner. "Such an imbecile is even worse than the previous waste. I seek a genius ninja capable of executing tasks flawlessly, not the 3 fools of Konoha. Hand Kakashi over to me." "Impossible. Abandon that notion." Before Danzo could finish, the third Hokage interrupted him once more. "I shall never relinquish Kakashi to you, Hisashi," Danzo bellowed. "Enough, Danzo," the third Hokage shouted back with equal fervor. "Humph, Hisashi, you will come to regret this." "Danzo, I am the Hokage." With a resounding slam, Danzo stormed out. Sarutobi Hisashi shook his head in exasperation, taking a few deep puffs from his pipe. "Sigh, this Hibaki. How can he be such an anomaly despite being educated under the same will of fire? He does not aspire to be Hokage nor an exceptional ninja. What grandeur lies in the dream of becoming Pirate King?" The third Hokage had yet to comprehend this conundrum and occasionally doubted his own capabilities. "Forget it. Let's see what the children are up to." In the hours of the tiger, snake, and horse, telescope technique, within the crystal ball to his right, figures began to materialize. "Is that Might Guy? Truly a diligent child. The Uchiha child. Is she fond of that girl with purple camouflage on her face? Although she may be a bit blunt, her disposition is not at all Uchiha, making her a potential bridge for communication between our village and the Uchiha. Asuma? That is the girl from the Yuhi family? Quite impressive. This lad has discerning taste." A look of satisfaction spread across Sarutobi Hisashi's face. In the next moment, the third Hokage's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Hibaki." He beheld a tall, handsome youth among his peers, who was laughing uproariously with his mouth agape, casting his head back in boisterous mirth. "Ha ha 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 ha. I shall surely become the Pirate King. Dream shout Jia 1. Dream shout 10,000 times. The most powerful Pirate King system is being activated. 1-2. Gazing at the system panel before him, Hibaki felt a surge of elation. This wretched system is finally on the verge of activation. He had grown utterly weary of its activation method. Indeed, he is a time traveler who, 8 years ago, directly transmigrated into the body of a newborn infant. He is known as Hisaki in the world of Naruto, devoid of a surname. His father was a commoner shinobi from Konoha, who perished during the Second Shinobi World War. His mother succumbed to illness shortly after giving birth to him. Thus, Hisaki was raised in the Konoha orphanage. His parents were honored in the heavens, their powers boundless. 3 years ago, the system arrived. However, as a denizen of the ninja world, He found himself bound to the most formidable one-piece system. Yet the most frustrating part was that the system had not yet activated. To trigger it, he must publicly shout, "I shall become the Pirate King," like Blackbeard a staggering 10,000 times, astonishing the audience with his declarations. Only then would the system activate. Thus, one of the three foolish ones of Konoha was born. At long last, the day has come for the system to finally activate. 99100. The strongest Pirate King system has been successfully activated. Host: Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, setting sail today. Indeed, the awakening was of the Blackbeard template, with a monstrous physique and the powers of the Dark fruit and the Quake fruit. Hisaki suppressed his excitement and continued to gaze downward. Bounty 0. Devil fruit? None. Armament haki? None. Observation haki? None. Conqueror's haki? None. Skills? None. Hisaki's heart, once aflame with enthusiasm, gradually sank as he stared blankly at the activated system panel. Wait a moment? Is the system mocking me? It's either 0 or nothing. What use is this activated system? Hisaki roared furiously in his mind. For 3 years, in his quest to activate the system, he had laughed maniacally like a fool, proclaiming to anyone he met that he would become the Pirate King. He had become the foremost of Konoha's 3 fools, and yet, the activation yielded only solitude. Hisaki was inwardly distraught, striving to calm his tone as he attempted to communicate with the system. System, I am in Konoha, named Hisaki, not in the Grand Line and certainly not Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Can you perhaps provide me with a strongest ninja system instead? However, the system panel remained unresponsive. A strongest Shinigami system would suffice. Hisaki's tone inadvertently rose. Still, there was no response. Hisaki lamented, "This is it. It's over. The system is incommunicable. What a waste. Just destroy it." Hisaki fell into despair, his heart ashen. Detecting severe damage to the host's body, the system grants a repair function. The host's lost physical talents have been restored. The host's 2 lost hearts have been repaired. Ah! A surge of strength coursed through Hisaki's entire being, his heart beating like a drum, every bone and muscle rejoicing in exuberance. This sensation of empowerment was unexpectedly delightful. Chapter 2. Something's off with this group of classmates. Class 1 to 3. Ha ha ha. The Pirate King. I've definitely decided. Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, and others were utterly stunned. Why all of a sudden did Kurosaki lose his mind? Before them stood a robust young man with short hair and a strikingly handsome face, tilting his head back, mouth agape in exaggerated laughter. With fervor and excitement radiating from his expression, he declared his dreams aloud. Yet, before long, his countenance began to deteriorate, morphing into a twisted grimace. Soon after, his face turned ashen, filled with despair. Astonishingly, he then reverted to a serene expression. "Hey, Kurosaki, did you just mess your pants?" Asuma exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he hurriedly grabbed Korone's hand, pulling away from Kurosaki with a hint of distaste. "Impossible." Kurosaki wouldn't soil himself. "He must be constipated." A boy sporting goggles retorted, leaping forward to counter the claim. Uchiha Obito's face was a mixture of turmoil, ultimately appearing as if he had resigned himself to a grim fate. He reached for his waist, producing a shuriken. "Kurosaki, as your best friend, I wouldn't mind assisting you with that. I'll never turn my back on you, but you owe me a new shuriken." Though reluctant to part with his only shuriken, he was willing to sacrifice it for the sake of friendship. "No way." Asuma pointed at Kurosaki's face. "Look at that blissful expression. Something must have happened. No, there's no scent. It must have gone back." Obito attempted to defend Kurosaki's dignity, but the more he tried to defend, the more it deteriorated. Meanwhile, Might Guy, who was performing push-ups in a handstand, jumped up with excitement. "Truly, you are my lifelong rival. Your will is as unyielding as rock. Kurosaki, let us do 800 sets of push-ups and hone that iron rod in your belly into a needle." Guy extended his thumb, flashing a bright smile with his gleaming tiger teeth, inviting Kurosaki. Hearing the absurd remarks from these 3 Korone no Hara Rin, and Kato Shizen wished they could bury their heads in their desks. The chubby boy in the back row, indulging in snacks, nearly spewed them out in disgust. The pineapple-haired boy nearby tightly covered his ears, fearing that listening to their banter would diminish his intelligence. The expressions of the rest of the class varied widely. Kurosaki, pulling his attention back from the system panel, felt a vain throb on his forehead. "What the hell? Asuma, do you believe I beat you to a pulp? Uchiha idiot, Do you wish to be the first to experience 1,000 years of death? I wouldn't mind you being the first. And you green river turtle. What nonsense about grinding an iron rod into a needle? Are your heads filled with nonsense? You three idiots. Seeking death. Come and fight, Kurosaki shouted. Charging at the three. Are you trying to kill someone? Oh, well, don't hit my face. Asuma yelped. Haha, Kurosaki. Let us have a fateful duel. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Ahem. The voice of teacher Yahima echoed from outside the classroom. Kurosaki, Might Guy, step outside. Outside the training ground. Hey, Obito. Why haven't you submitted your graduation application? Kurosaki remarked. Both Kai and I have submitted ours. You're the only one left among the Konoha 3. A boy with pure white eyes quipped at Uchiha Obito. Damn it, Hinata Takuma. What are you so smug about? You haven't dared to submit your application either. Obito shot back, his temper flaring. Hinata Takuma smirked. Humph. Under my white eyes, graduating is a piece of cake. Unlike you fool. Who can't even open your eyes. Seemingly struck a nerve. Obito exploded. You bastard. Today, I will teach you a lesson you won't forget. He rolled up his sleeves. Ready to duel Hinata Takuma. Obito, Kurosaki, and Kai are about to take the exam. Nohara Rin gently pulled the furious Obito back. He looked at the cute girl with purple camouflage on her face, and his anger instantly dissipated. Just wait. I'll get back at you, he threatened, shaking his fist at Hinata Takuma. Ignoring Obito's threats, Takuma turned his white eyes toward Kurosaki and Might Guy in the training field. I wonder if these two can really pass the graduation assessment. But Kurosaki's chakra is indeed immense. Is he a monster? He observed with bulging veins on his temples, gazing at Kurosaki as if witnessing a blazing inferno. In the training field, Kurosaki, Kai, the teacher won't go easy on you. If you want to back out, now's your chance. Yahima, a man in his 30s with a plain appearance and short hair, wearing a green chinin vest, mockingly warned. Teacher, I will not give up. The fire of my youth has already ignited, Might Guy declared, his eyes seemingly ablaze, fists clenched before his chest, embodying an indomitable spirit. Kurosaki's lips twitched as he calmly replied, Teacher, I am prepared. Excellent. I admire your fighting spirit. Kai, you go first. If you can endure for 1 minute under my hand, I'll allow you to graduate early. Yahima pointed, signaling Might Guy to step forward. Kai, unleash your youth. Kurosaki gave a thumbs up to Might Guy. Oh, Might Guy responded with a thumbs up and his dazzling tiger teeth. Kurosaki skillfully leaped back a few paces, positioning himself at the edge of the training ground, away from the two. As he watched the two in the center, Kurosaki fell into deep contemplation. It is now the 44th year of Konoha, barely 4 years since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. However, this fleeting peace would not last long. Kurosaki understood well that, in 3 years, a greater conflict would arise. This time, Konoha would find itself besieged, facing assaults from the 4 major ninja villages. He did not seek fame on the battlefield. He only wished to survive the meat grinder of the Third Shinobi World War. There was no escaping the impending conflict. Well-versed in the narrative of Naruto, Kurosaki knew how brutal future wars would be, and how scarce manpower would become in Konoha. Most of the children in his class would perish, including Nohara Rin, a medical ninja. Even the 7-year-old Uchiha Shisui was dispatched to the battlefield. Yet, life in the ninja academy was excessively comfortable, and the knowledge Kurosaki could acquire was dwindling. Lacking any family heirloom ninjutsu to practice, it would be wiser to graduate early and swiftly accumulate experience and strength. Chapter 3. The dreams of humanity never end. The graduation assessment commenced. In the center of the training ground, Yahima and Might Guy formed opposing seals. Teacher, I'm going in, Might Guy declared, adopting an offensive stance. Bring it on. With a whoosh, Might Guy vanished from sight. So fast, Yahima-Yuhei's pupils constricted, instantly becoming serious. In the next moment, Guy's figure appeared above Yahima-Yuhei. Here comes my strike. Guy executed a powerful kick, accompanied by a furious gust, descending with ferocity. Yahima-Yuhei crossed his arms above his head, bracing himself against Guy's onslaught. Bang! A tremendous force surged forth, causing his feet to sink into the solid ground. Such immense strength. Yahima felt a twinge of astonishment. Although he was aware of Might Guy's extraordinary prowess in taijutsu, he never anticipated it would reach such heights. Moreover, he sensed that Guy's legs were exceptionally solid, as if they were reinforced with something. Unfazed by the blocked kick, Might Guy swiftly adjusted his stance, launching a barrage of punches, kicks, elbows, and knees toward Yahima-Yohei, each strike landing with the weight of a sledgehammer. Yet, Yahima managed to deflect each of these attacks. Realizing his efforts were in vain, Guy abruptly backflipped away. "Teacher, I'm ready to unleash my full potential." With that, he rolled up his pant legs and unfastened the weights strapped to his legs. Boom! The two weights crashed down into the earth, creating two deep craters, sending dust swirling into the air. Underneath his thick eyebrows, Might Guy's eyes gleamed with increasing determination. Outside the training grounds, the onlookers were left slack-jawed. "Are you kidding me? He was wearing weights. Is he still a student of the Ninja Academy? Has Guy truly become this formidable? If it were me, could I even perceive Guy's attacks? No wonder he applied for graduation. With such fierce kicks, it seems no one within the academy could withstand them." Within the training arena, the clash of Might Guy and Yahima-Yohei strikes unfolded at a dizzying pace. Lacking talent in ninjutsu and being utterly devoid of genjutsu skills, Might Guy devoted all his energy to mastering taijutsu. His fists and feet were his sole weapons. "Is this all you've got, Guy?" Yahima-Yohei lifted his leg for a side kick, pushing back Might Guy. Although he was merely a teacher at the academy, he was a seasoned shinin. Even if taijutsu was not his forte, he would not be outmatched by a mere 7-year-old boy. Guy crossed his arms, successfully blocking Yahima's powerful kick, yet his body slid back several paces. This isn't over yet. Guy's fighting spirit remained undiminished. With that, he began to sprint around Yahima at an astonishing speed, creating the illusion of multiple images. He sought to uncover a weakness in Yahima's defense. In the blink of an eye, Guy darted behind Yahima. Konoha Hurricane, he soared into the air, spinning as he aimed a kick at Yahima's shoulder. Bam! Guy made contact with Yahima's shoulder. No way. Did he actually land a hit on Yahima-sensei? Could the teacher be defeated? The crowd outside the training ground erupted in astonishment. How is this possible? Hiese Chinin, how could he be so easily overcome? Nara Ovals remarked in a voice neither too loud nor too soft. Indeed, Yahima-Yohei was sent flying, bursting into a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a wooden log. It was a substitution technique. As Guy landed, he barely had time to process the surprise before he felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. He swiftly rolled forward and turned, narrowly avoiding a shuriken aimed at his back. That was close. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Guy's forehead. Just as he readied himself to attack again, he heard Yahima's voice from behind. "Guy, it's over." A shuriken had circled around and was now poised at his neck. Seeing this, the crowd began to murmur. Is he still unable to prevail? What a pity. Guy has grown so strong, yet still faces defeat. Indeed, not everyone is a genius like Kakashi. "Hey, what are you all talking about?" Kurosaki, standing a short distance from the crowd, smiled. Guy has succeeded. He then slowly approached Guy and Yahima. What? The crowd looked at Kurosaki in confusion. The time was precisely 1 minute. Nara Ovals stepped forward to clarify. In the center of the training ground, Might Guy dejectedly lowered his hands. I lost. Am I still so far from my goal? But he quickly reignited his fighting spirit, clenching his fists. Next time I will definitely graduate. Having failed, he resolved to punish himself with 1,000 push-ups. If he couldn't complete those, he would do 1,000 squats, and if he couldn't manage the squats, he would run 1,000 laps around Konoha. If he couldn't finish 1,000 laps. Yahima-Yohei was left speechless, his mouth twitching at Guy's self-imposed training regimen. Guy, I never said you had to defeat your teacher to graduate. He retracted the shuriken and gently patted Guy on the shoulder. Teacher, does that mean? Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Guy, the time exceeded 1 minute. You have passed the assessment. Yahima smiled as he pulled a ninja headband from his pouch and handed it to his student. Might Guy accepted the headband as if in a dream, his eyes welling with tears. Guy, you truly live up to my expectations. You've made it. Congratulations. Kurosaki approached, lightly punching Guy on the shoulder in a congratulatory gesture. Kurosaki, I've graduated and become a ninja. Guy jumped high in joy, tears streaming down like a fountain. Years of relentless training had finally borne fruit at this moment. Might Guy tied the headband around his waist, retrieved the 2 discarded weights, and dashed off in excitement. Kurosaki, it's your turn now. However, you must endure for 3 minutes under the teacher's supervision before you can graduate. Yahima-Yohei glared at Kurosaki, his fists clenched against his chest, cracking his knuckles ominously. Wait a moment, Yahima-sensei. Why is Guy's assessment time 1 minute while mine is 3? Kurosaki's eyes widened in confusion as he shouted. Yahima's expression instantly darkened, filled with indignation. You are by far the most unremarkable student I have ever taught. 3 whole years, and you still haven't grasped the essence of the will of fire. You don't aspire to become Hokage or a commendable ninja. Instead, you wish to become some aimless bandit king? I shall never allow you to graduate easily. Teacher. It's pirate king, not bandit king. Kurosaki licked his lips, feeling somewhat sheepish. What's the difference? Don't think you can graduate. Go back to school and master the will of fire. Yahama was fuming. However, he soon narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath, whispering, unless, of course, you can shout in front of everyone that your dream is to become Hokage, then I might consider reducing your assessment time to 1 minute. He grinned wickedly, enticing Kurosaki. If Kurosaki were to declare his ambition to become Hokage, Yahama's teaching career would reach perfection. Otherwise, producing a pirate king would surely be the source of ridicule among his peers. Teacher, I will never yield to you. Kurosaki's stubbornness flared up. A person's dream never ends, he boldly proclaimed, echoing the classic line of Blackbeard. Yahama was instantly enraged. You little brat, the teacher won't show any mercy. Prepare to face the consequences. Chapter 4. A master of taijutsu? No, a monster. In the Hokage's office, with nothing to do, the third Hokage was using a telescope technique to observe the graduation assessment taking place in the training ground. Might Guy, indeed, is quite an admirable child. The third Hokage, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, nodded with a smile of satisfaction. His greatest desire was to witness the tender shoots of Konoha flourish and grow. Perhaps one day, he could evolve into a Chunin specialized in taijutsu, worthy of focused cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded that, in the shinobi world, a Chunin serves as the backbone of the village. In smaller shinobi villages like Kyuzagakur and Takigakur, Chunin could even ascend to high-ranking positions. Were Kurosaki present, he would undoubtedly scoff at the third Hokage's words. A mere Chunin? Are you belittling me, Guy? This is a man who nearly kicked his way to a grand finale. The 8 Gates technique has existed for ages, but never has anyone delved into its depths as deeply as the father-son duo of Might Due and Might Guy. Due to his narrow perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of the immense power wielded by the 8 Gates technique. He was also oblivious to the fact that the once lowly genin Might Due had mastered the 8 Gates, far surpassing elite jonin. Moreover, Might Guy's talent eclipsed that of his father. Next came Kurosaki's graduation examination. Yamashita, teach this unconventional child a good lesson. Asuma was nearly led astray by him. The thought of his young son caused the third Hokage a wave of headache. Due to his busy political duties, he had neglected his son's upbringing, resulting in Asuma's increasingly rebellious mindset, diverging from the will of fire. Originally, Asuma was already quite defiant, but upon entering the ninja academy and encountering Kurosaki, his thoughts became even more rebellious. He claimed that the third Hokage was merely a remnant of the old era, and that the new age could not accommodate him. He asserted that there should only be one voice in the land of fire, that of the daimyo. He insisted that Konoha ninjas and the Hokage should remain loyal to the daimyo and heed their commands. He even argued that the shinobi village system was the source of war and should be abolished. Look at that. Are these the words befitting a Hokage's son? While Sarutobi Hiruzen was uncertain about many aspects, he was certain that the phrases remnants of the old era and no ship could carry him must have originated from Kurosaki's lips. Within the crystal ball, Kurosaki and Yamashita Yohei were about to commence their graduation assessment. In the center of the training ground, before the examination began, Kurosaki rolled up his pant legs, unfastening the weights that adorned his legs. Boom! Simultaneously, the 2 weights crashed to the ground, creating 2 sizable craters. But that was not the end. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Kurosaki unbuttoned his vest. He tossed the vest aside with casual ease. Boom! An even louder sound erupted as the ground was rent with a larger crater, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Not far off, outside the training ground. Hey, is this a joke? Obito exclaimed, his jaw nearly dislocating in disbelief. Is this the strength a normal human could possess? Within the academy, among the male students, Kurosaki was the only one who had never mocked him, often offering encouragement instead. Obito considered Kurosaki to be his closest friend. He was aware that Kurosaki bore weights, yet he was oblivious to the sheer magnitude of those weights. What kind of monster is Kurosaki? Asuma's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of his sockets. A genius akin to Kakashi, Nara Shikamaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow, muttering in a daze, feeling the tremors beneath his feet. The surrounding onlookers were drenched in cold sweat. Their expressions varied. Indeed, this is youth. I still have a long way to go. Having moved from the center of the training ground to join the others, Guy clenched his fists in determination. The crowd barely had time to congratulate him before they were directly stunned by Kurosaki's actions. Kurosaki, truly my lifelong rival. There was no trace of jealousy in Guy's eyes. Rather, they brimmed with fighting spirit. Since he had been so thoroughly surpassed, he resolved to practice even harder to catch up to Kurosaki's pace. Today, he would perform 1,000 push-ups. If he couldn't complete 1,000, he would do 1,000 squats. If he couldn't finish 1,000 squats, he would run 1,000 laps around Konoha. If he couldn't manage 1,000 laps. As he spoke, Guy bent down and began to train fervently. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed incredulously at the swirling dust within the crystal ball, blinking in disbelief. This is too outrageous. He tugged at his beard in astonishment. Hiss! A jolt of pain shot through him, prompting him to rub his chin. To alleviate the discomfort, the third Hokage took several deep puffs from his pipe. In the training ground, observing the commotion Kurosaki had caused, Yamashita Yohei's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Is this the strength that an 8-year-old child is supposed to have? And that robust physique and height? Shouldn't an 8-year-old be smaller? What kind of feed did he grow up on? Gazing at Kurosaki's bare muscles and towering stature, which exceeded that of his peers by a head, Yamashita Yohei couldn't help but question his existence. No, this time I must take it seriously. I cannot be careless. This kid Kurosaki is a bit sinister. Yamashita Yohei muttered softly. Having shed his weights, Kurosaki paid no mind to the astonished onlookers and bounced lightly on the spot. Feels so light, as though the earth has lost its gravity. With a gentle push from his toes, he leaped to a height of half a person. His talent for taijutsu was already exceptional, and coupled with years of diligent training, his skills had surpassed those of Might Guy. Just moments ago, he had successfully activated his system. Although the system was somewhat outrageous, it had once again enhanced his physique, transforming his fragile constitution from the world of Hokage into the robust form of a blood cow from the pirate world. This is Blackbeard's physique. 3 days and nights without sleep, and he wouldn't feel fatigued. At this moment, Kurosaki was oblivious to the extent of his own strength. What had once felt like a heavy burden now seemed virtually weightless. Moreover, Kurosaki sensed that his strength was gradually increasing. In truth, even without shedding the weights, he was confident he could pass the graduation assessment. The only reason he removed them was to unleash his full potential and test his abilities. Seeing that Kurosaki was ready, Yamashita Yohei called out loudly. The graduation assessment begins. The two quickly formed their hand seals. Yamashita-sensei, do not underestimate me. Kurosaki rarely displayed a serious expression, adopting an offensive stance. Come at me, kid. Let me show you what a Chunin is. Despite his casual words, Yamashita Yohei dared not underestimate the monstrous student before him and assumed a defensive posture. In the next moment, crack, the ground beneath Kurosaki fractured dramatically. Yamashita Yohei's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his heart racing in shock. Where did he go? He vanished? Chapter 5, Kurosaki's Strength. Where is he? Where? Yamashita Yohei's eyes darted rapidly, attempting to locate Kurosaki's figure. This is bad.
Danger.
He leaped backward with all his might. Boom! A vast expanse of fissures erupted beneath where Yamashita Yohei had just stood. Kurosaki's figure materialized, his right foot crashing down on the epicenter of the cracks. Did I evade him? Truly impressive. A Chunin who has seen battle. His reflexes are astonishing. Kurosaki thought to himself. He swiftly rose to his feet, seizing the opportunity during the teacher's leap to launch another offensive. Meanwhile, Yohei Yahama felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, a sense of trepidation creeping in. If struck, he could very well sustain grave injuries. Despite his belief that he had adequately respected Kurosaki's prowess, he had still somewhat underestimated both his speed and strength. Before he could even touch the ground, Kurosaki vanished once more. This time, Yohei caught sight of Kurosaki's trajectory of attack. Kurosaki did not maneuver to the side. Instead, he charged directly at him in a straight line. With his feet still airborne, evasion was impossible. The substitution technique was out of the question. As Yohei gazed at the lightning-fast approach of Kurosaki, he resignedly raised his arms, opting to take Kurosaki's punch head-on. Bang! Kurosaki's fist landed solidly upon Yohei's arm. Feeling the tremendous force radiating from his arm, Yohei's expression shifted dramatically. What a joke! Such power could have easily shattered his arm. I am a Chunin. Has this kid's taijutsu already reached the level of a Chunin? Fear gripped Yohei's heart. Without even landing, he was sent hurtling backward by Kurosaka's punch. Mid-air, Yohei instinctively leaned back, pushing off the ground with his hands, swiftly flipping his body to adjust his posture, and landing on his feet. Whoosh! The inertia propelled him backward, his shoes scraping against the ground, leaving long marks in their wake. Yohei soared and skidded a distance of a full 20 meters. Look, Kurosaki has actually gained the upper hand in taijutsu. Naturally, considering Kurosaki had discarded his weights, he was not an ordinary person to contend with. However, it was not over yet. Teacher Yahima is a Chunin. His strength is far from limited. In the training field, Yohei endured the pain radiating from his arm as he swiftly reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving several shurikens and a kunao. Whoosh! Whoosh! He hurled the shurikens toward Kurosaki, gripping the kunao tightly in his hand. Observing this, Kurosaki also drew a kunao from his pouch. Clang! Kurosaki, wielding his kunao, deflected one shuriken and effortlessly dodged the rest. He then surged forward with great force. Clang! The kunao clashed with kunao, sparks flying. Kurosaki and Yohei were locked in a stalemate. Teacher Yahima, if you don't take this seriously, I might just graduate, Kurosaki said nonchalantly, exuding an air of composure. Stop boasting. You're still a long way from graduating. Get back to school and learn the will of fire, Yohei retorted fiercely. Kurosaki, unfazed by the comment, was well aware of his teacher's character after 3 years of acquaintance. Sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, a quintessential example of someone whose words contradicted their true feelings. Unlike Kai, Kurosaki was an orphan. Yohei merely wished for him to mature within the school, to grow stronger before becoming a ninja and undertaking missions. Having witnessed too many talented children perish on the battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War before they could reach their full potential, he hoped to see Kurosaki thrive. However, Kurosaki had resolved to graduate today. With the Third Shinobi World War looming, a background-less civilian ninja like him would find it exceedingly difficult to survive on the battlefield without strength. The academy was far too comfortable. Teacher Yahima, brace yourself. With that, Kurosaki brandished his kunao, launching a relentless assault on the man before him. Clang, clang, clang. Both opted for close-quarters combat, the sparks from their kunao clashes resembling a shower of fireworks. Their figures flickered rapidly across the training field, disappearing one moment and colliding the next. In an instant, the entire training ground was devoid of their silhouettes, yet it was also entirely filled with their presence. Outside the training field, onlookers craned their necks, attempting to discern the two combatants. I can't see. Their speed is too fast. I can't keep up. Obito swallowed hard, a bitter expression on his face. He realized his own strength was lacking, but he never anticipated being so weak that he couldn't even glimpse Kurosaki's movements. Asuma, equally bewildered, turned to his classmate Hinata. Hey, Takuma, can your Byakugan see Kurosaki and teacher Yahima's movements? Hinata Takuma had already activated his Byakugan, veins bulging at his temples. I can barely make it out. Their speed is just too rapid. Incredible. Even Might Guy stood up, attempting to catch a glimpse of the two in the training field. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he nodded repeatedly. Kurosaki's talent in taijutsu is indeed remarkable. With a little cultivation, he might very well become a special jonin specializing in taijutsu in the future. If his ninjutsu is also commendable, Konoha will gain another jonin. A special jonin stands at the precipice of the upper echelons even among the 5 great shinobi villages. A jonin represents the face of a village, a high-ranking member of the 5 great shinobi villages, and is exceedingly rare. Within the training ground, Yohei's astonishment grew ever deeper. No way, how is Kurosaki's speed increasing? He realized he could no longer afford to engage him in close combat. He might embarrass himself. Gritting his teeth, Yohei exerted every ounce of strength he had in taijutsu. Yet, he found it increasingly difficult to discern Kurosaki's movements. In stark contrast, Kurosaki appeared to be gaining momentum, each strike landing with greater force. Clang! The kunao clashed once more. However, this time, Yohei utilized Kurosaki's force to propel himself backward. See wushin, hai wu. He rapidly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A brilliant crimson fireball erupted from Yohei's mouth. The fireball rapidly expanded, exceeding 2 meters in diameter, hurtling toward Kurosaki on one side of the training field. Watching the approaching inferno, a smile crept across Kurosaki's face. Teacher, are you playing with fire? Utilizing such a large-scale jutsu against an ungraduated student. However, it suits me just fine. I'm eager to witness just how strong a Chunin truly is. Casting aside his chipped kunao, Kurosaki formed hand seals. Teacher, are you trying to kill Kurosaki? Someone shouted from outside the field. Kurosaki, quickly evade. Another voice cried out. Boom! Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Kurosaki was struck by the great fireball technique. His figure vanished within the flames. Chapter 6. An over-the-top graduation examination. Boom! Kurosaki, in the midst of forming hand seals, was hit squarely by the 2 to 3 meter wide fireball. His entire body was engulfed in flames. No way! How could Kurosaki not dodge? The surrounding students gasped in concern and disbelief. How could it be? How could Kurosaki not evade? Gazing at the vanishing figure of Kurosaki, consumed by the flames of the great fireball technique, Obito murmured in despondence. No! I refuse to believe it. With a loud shout, Obito burst from the crowd, intent on rushing into the training field. At that moment, he was oblivious to the chakra surging into his eyes. No, wait, Hinata Takuma suddenly called out loudly. Kurosaki hasn't lost yet. Hinata Takuma maintained his Byakugan throughout, being the first to detect the anomaly. What? The crowd turned their incredulous gazes towards the training ground upon hearing Takuma's words. Aha! As the flames dissipated, a wave of scorching air spread outward. Bang! A charred piece of wood, blackened by the flames, fell to the ground. Aside from the singed timber and a shallow crater created by the great fireball technique, there was nothing else. It was a substitution technique. Kurosaki employed a substitution technique. Takuma elucidated to the others. Upon hearing this, Obito, Guy, and the others let out a collective sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. What a false alarm. I thought Kurosaki had been eliminated by teacher Yahima. However, when did Kurosaki learn the substitution technique? He has never used it before. If he wasn't hit, then where has he vanished to? A voice questioned. Yahima Yohei shared the same uncertainty. A substitution technique? I thought Kurosaki was only proficient in taijutsu. This little rascal managed to conceal his true abilities during the final assessment? What a cunning brat. But how did Kurosaki disappear again? From where will he strike? As the search for Kurosaki's figure continued within the training ground, Yahima suddenly felt a gust of malevolence approaching from behind. From behind? When did? Yahima widened his eyes in disbelief. At that moment, Kurosaki leaped high into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed at Yahima. Seemingly unguarded, Yahima was struck heavily on the nape of his neck, yet, no joy was evident on Kurosaki's face. Boom! As expected, Yahima's body disintegrated, transforming into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? What an impressive ninjutsu! Is he mocking me for only knowing taijutsu and the basic three-body technique? Kurosaki inwardly grumbled, simultaneously feeling a pang of envy for the ninjutsu Yahima had executed. His expertise lay in taijutsu, not due to an inability to learn ninjutsu, but rather a lack of opportunity to engage with any ninjutsu beyond the three-body technique. The ninjutsu taught in the Ninja Academy, such as the clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique, are essentially simple sleight-of-hand tricks. Against ordinary people and some lower-ranked ninjas, the three-body technique might still hold some merit. However, when faced with those of Chunin rank and above, the three-body technique becomes rather inadequate. Although Kurosaki had activated his system, fully maximizing his taijutsu talent, he still yearned for certain ninjutsu. Techniques like the multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god, and the art of dark movement possess such incredible utility. When did teacher Yahima deploy the shadow clone technique? I didn't see him form any seals. Did he perhaps use the great fireball technique to obscure his movements? After shattering Yahima's shadow clone, Kurosaki landed firmly on the ground. Before he could make another move, the earth erupted, dislodging chunks of soil. Earth release. Inner decapitation technique. Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from the ground, seizing Kurosaki's ankles. From underground, Kurosaki's heart raced. Simultaneously, his body was swiftly dragged toward the earth. The inner decapitation technique, while not particularly powerful, boasts exceptional stealth. This ninjutsu requires the user to burrow underground and ambush the enemy, pulling them beneath the surface while leaving only their head exposed, creating the illusion of decapitation. If successfully executed, it can effectively trap the enemy. However, Yahima's target was Kurosaki. Though successfully ambushed, Kurosaki remained unfazed. He rapidly gathered a substantial amount of chakra, channeling it into his legs. As a transmigrant, his mental fortitude far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Coupled with a physique akin to a ferocious beast, Kurosaki's chakra reservoir was immense. Break free, Kurosaki barked, one leg breaking free as he concentrated all his chakra into the lifted foot, forcefully stomping down on the ground. Over the years of his transmigration, Kurosaki had not only honed his body but also devoted significant effort to mastering chakra utilization. This technique was developed by Kurosaki based on Tsunade's painful sky kick, a ninjutsu that channels chakra into the foot, releasing a massive amount of chakra at the moment of impact to inflict tremendous damage and destruction. It bore a striking resemblance to the painful sky kick. Perhaps this is the painful sky kick in its own right. Boom! It was as if a meteor had struck. The ground of the training field instantly caved in, fissures spiderwebbing outward at an alarming rate. In the center where Kurosaki stood, a vast cloud of dust was kicked up. Outside the training ground, everyone stood dumbstruck, unable to utter a word. Some of the less combat-oriented girls, startled by the violent tremors of the earth, sat down in shock. Is this real? Is this the intensity expected in a graduation assessment? Can ninjas truly reach such levels? Kakashi certainly did not experience such absurd battles during his graduation assessment. No, I must still be dreaming. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stared at the crystal ball, his mouth agape in astonishment. His pipe fell from his lips, clattering onto the table. Is that the painful sky kick? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. He leaned forward, closer to the crystal ball. No, this is not the painful sky kick. This ninjutsu, aside from Tsunade, no one in Konoha can wield it. Tsunade and Kurosaki have had no interaction. She could not possibly have taught him the painful sky kick. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back slowly in his chair. I recall that Kurosaki's father was a common shinobi, and his mother was an ordinary person. Their family had no inherited ninjutsu. Therefore, there is only one possibility. It is Kurosaki's own comprehension. Subsequently, an incredible light flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. This is a genius on par with Kakashi. Not only is his taijutsu formidable, but his talent for ninjutsu is equally astonishing. In less than a decade, he might become a jonin. The third Hokage couldn't help but express his admiration, simultaneously feeling grateful. Fortunately, Danzo did not take Kurosaki. Otherwise, such a promising talent would have been drawn into darkness by Danzo. Chapter 7. Explosive Flow Break. Within the training ground, Kurosaki swiftly maneuvered out of the smoke-laden area. Teacher Yahama won't be seriously injured, will he? Kurosaki mused anxiously, eyeing the destruction he had caused. This technique is currently the strongest ninjutsu I possess. No, it's a nin taijutsu. He had never showcased it before in front of others. The system enhanced his body, thus amplifying the technique's power significantly. Additionally, unexpectedly yet understandably, his chakra had nearly doubled. However, Kurosaki's worries were unfounded. Not long after, Yahama emerged from underground, looking somewhat disheveled. Cough, cough, that was close. I almost couldn't get out. At this moment, he felt as if he had been trampled by a wild boar. What is this technique called? Yahama asked, grinning. Explosive Flow Break. It's my self-created nin taijutsu. Kurosaki replied loudly. Simultaneously, he felt somewhat embarrassed in his heart, mumbling, sorry, I'm terrible at naming things. I borrowed the name from Inuyasha. Self-created nin taijutsu. Yahama's eyes widened in disbelief. This is simply extraordinary. This power nearly rivals that of A-rank ninjutsu. To my astonishment, aside from the already graduated Kakashi, there lurked a genius like you within the class. Perhaps even Kakashi could not achieve such a level. Yahama Yohei couldn't help but extol. At this moment, the 6-year-old Kakashi had yet to unlock the lightning-release Chidori. He was renowned in Konoha for his mastery of the Heitei clan swordsmanship and the 5 nature transformations, having graduated at the unprecedented age of 5. With that said, Yahama-sensei, may I graduate now? Kurosaki inquired. He had already discerned his own strength and deemed it unnecessary to continue battling. Unexpectedly, the previously astonished Yahama Yohei suddenly smirked. Humph, want to graduate? Don't be delusional. It hasn't even been 2 minutes. With such a powerful jutsu, your chakra must be nearly depleted, right? What will you do for the next minute? The teacher will not show mercy. However, if you shout that you wish to become Hokage, I might consider allowing your graduation. Kurosaki. No, sensei, are you really so stubborn? Just shouting I want to be Hokage, does that mean I will actually become one? What significance does that hold? Isn't being the Pirate King far more liberating than being Hokage? Kurosaki couldn't help but scoff internally. He assessed his remaining chakra. Indeed, he had expended quite a bit. Yet, he still had 9/10 left. With an attack like that, he could unleash it 10 more times. Yahama-sensei, since you have sincerely requested it, I shall graciously comply. Kurosaki took a deep breath and shouted. I want to become Hokage. Yahama-Yohei's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Finally, he would manage to guide this troublesome student. Yahama-Yohei can die with my eyes closed now. I want to become Hokage and the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. Outside the training ground, Obito shouted. Sensei, Kurosaki is just messing with you. Yahama-Yohei's excitement was doused with a bucket of cold water. He was furious, his eyes ablaze. You little brat. Dare to toy with me. This time, I will show no mercy. Ha ha ha. Sensei, a person's dreams are not easily swayed. Kurosaki grinned widely, laughing towards the heavens. You little brat. Prepare to meet your end. Yahama-Yohei swiftly formed hand seals and pressed both palms to the ground. Earth release. Earth wave technique. The ground beneath Kurosaki surged like a colossal wave. You think you can make me lose my balance, Yahama-sensei? This move is hardly effective against me. Kurosaki's feet remained firmly anchored to the ground, undulating in sync with the movements, showing no signs of losing his balance. But your mobility is restricted, is it not? Yahama-Yohei rose, declaring, Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Once more, he formed hand seals, and a barrage of fireballs surged towards Kurosaki. Naturally, Kurosaki would not remain idle. He harnessed the upward force from the earth wave technique to leap into the air. Boom! The fireballs detonated beneath him. Seeing Yahama-Yohei preparing to form seals again, Kurosaki hastily flung several shuriken to interrupt his technique. Thud! Yahama-Yohei retreated a few steps, evading the shuriken raining down from the sky. Earth release. Earth pillar spear. He swiftly unleashed another earth technique. Sharp earth spikes shot up towards the airborne Kurosaki. No way. I can't dodge, Kurosaki thought. He had mastered too few jutsu. Aside from the body flicker technique and his self-created explosive flow break, he knew nothing else. Moreover, being in midair made it difficult to perform the body flicker technique, as it was merely a basic illusion technique, not one involving spatial displacement. I can only confront it head-on. Explosive flow break. Kurosaki concentrated a significant amount of chakra into his feet, forcefully stomping down on the rapidly rising earth spikes. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring Kurosaki's descending figure. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed Kurosaki's assessment situation clearly through a telescope technique. Yohei, did you perhaps go a bit too far? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled slowly, contemplating. Outside the training ground, everyone seemed to be under a paralysis technique, their mouths agape in disbelief. Hey, Yahama-sensei is targeting Kurosaki, isn't he? Who could possibly pass such a graduation assessment? You bastard teacher, if you harm Kurosaki, I will never forgive you. Inside the training ground, Yahama-Yohei paid no heed to Obito's loud protests. His eyes remained fixed ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, two broken earth spikes shot out from the dust, aimed at Yahama-Yohei. Following that, Kurosaki's figure erupted from the cloud, kunao in hand, rapidly attacking Yahama-Yohei. Kurosaki, I didn't expect you to still have chakra to unleash jutsu. However, if that is all you have, you will not pass the graduation assessment. Yahama-Yohei ducked to evade the incoming earth spikes while simultaneously tossing several shuriken at Kurosaki. Thud! Kurosaki was struck by the shuriken, but then transformed into a puff of smoke. No body. A shadow clone. Where is the real one? Still in the dust? Yahama-Yohei gripped his kunao, instantly on guard. Explosive flow break. Kurosaki's voice emanated from behind him. Not good. When did he? Yahama-Yohei broke into a cold sweat, suddenly recalling the earth spikes he had dodged. Was it a transformation technique? Sensing a menacing wind behind him, Yahama-Yohei hastily leapt to the side. However, he did not hear the anticipated thud of Kurosaki's feet on the ground. Instead, he saw a fist heading straight for his face. He felt as though he was staring death in the face. Chapter 8. A ninja of Konoha or a minion of the Whitebeard pirates? Alright, you have passed your graduation assessment. Observing the increasingly massive fist, Yahama-Yohei hastily announced. Upon hearing this, Kurosaki halted both his advance and his fist. TCH, you called it too quickly. If you had delayed by just one more second, my fist would have landed. How regrettable, Kurosaki thought with a displeased expression. Seeing Kurosaki retract his fist, Yahama-Yohei quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. Had I been a moment slower, I might have been knocked out. Goodness, is this the strength one would expect from an 8-year-old? What was that illusion just now? The Grim Reaper. Yahama-Yohei felt a wave of trepidation, cold sweat soaking his back. Also, what with that sulky expression on your face? Aren't you dissatisfied that you didn't hit the teacher? Do you wish to do him harm? Yahima suddenly felt a surge of annoyance. Regaining his composure, he calmed himself and retrieved a ninja headband from his ninja tool pouch. Kurosaki, from this day forth, you shall be a ninja of Konoha. Initially, I intended to keep you for another 2 years, allowing you to grow stronger before your graduation. However, the teacher did not anticipate that you had already grown this formidable. There is nothing more I can teach you at the academy. Teacher, Kurosaki opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet words eluded him. Over these past few years at the Ninja Academy, Yahima truly took good care of him. When he first arrived in the world of Hokage, Kurosaki felt as though he was merely a transient. After all, this was a world of anime, and he was well acquainted with all its plots. He regards everyone around him as mere NPCs, devoid of interest or emotional connection. He merely endures, waiting for Naruto to save the world, treating it as an immersive survival simulation game. Despite possessing memories of his past life, Kurosaki feels an overwhelming sense of loneliness. However, as time passed, his perspective gradually shifted. He began to realize that this was a vibrant world, one imbued with emotions. Perhaps it was when he was on the brink of starvation that the owner of a ramen shop, Ichiraku, served him a steaming bowl of complimentary ramen. Or it could have been that weary woman at the orphanage who brought him food each day. Alternatively, it might have been the antics of Obito, Guy, Asuma, and the others who made his days more colorful. Perhaps this was the heavy yet youthful bond he had formed. This was also the reason Kurosaki chose to graduate early. He could no longer bear to watch those around him perish one by one. Graduating early and strategizing ahead might allow him to alter some tragedies yet to unfold. Even if it meant changing the narrative or entering the line of sight of certain notorious figures prematurely. Yahima was unaware of Kurosaki's thoughts. He placed a reassuring hand on Kurosaki's shoulder and continued, however, even after graduation, one must not become complacent. Strive to grow stronger. I do not wish to see you injured during missions due to negligence in your training. He did not voice the remainder of his concerns, but Kurosaki understood. Being a ninja is a perilous profession, and countless ninjas have met their demise due to carelessness or lack of diligence. Rest assured, Yahima-sensei, I will grow stronger, Kurosaki declared confidently. With his innate talent as a ninja, he was already certain he could stand atop the ninja world, especially with the system at his disposal, albeit one he had yet to fully comprehend. Yahima nodded with satisfaction before suddenly changing his tone. And you little rascal, do not even think about pursuing a life as a bandit or pirate. Be a commendable ninja. With your talents, you might even have the opportunity to become Hokage, which is far more admirable than being a bandit or pirate. Enough of that. Without waiting for Yahima to finish his admonition, Kurosaki snatched the ninja headband from Yahima's hands. You're so verbose, old man. Before Yahima could react, Kurosaki vanished from his sight in an instant. You little rascal. Come back. Return my headband. I take back my agreement to your graduation. Yahima was instantly incensed, his anger causing him to jump in frustration. On the other side, a swiftly retreating Kurosaki observed a notification from the system panel. Host has successfully infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates. Host has deceived the high-ranking officers of the Whitebeard pirates fleet with exceptional acting skills, successfully becoming a foot soldier under Whitebeard. Reward: system space of 1 cubic meter. Note: cannot store living beings. Kurosaki? A foot soldier under the Whitebeard pirates as a Konoha genin? Has the system encountered a bug? Nevertheless, I like it. A reward of 1 cubic meter of system space? That is truly enticing. Kurosaki focused on the reward of system space. As his consciousness entered, he found himself in a perfectly cubic 1 cubic meter area, and he felt immense joy. This system space offered remarkable versatility. It was akin to a portable sealing scroll that would not be lost. He could securely store vital intelligence and resources within the system space, impervious to detection by anyone. The system space would likely accommodate sealing scrolls, and just thinking of the quantities of resources he could carry was exhilarating. Naturally, this required further experimentation. Kurosaki withdrew his attention from the system panel and examined the ninja headband in his hands. The deep blue fabric contrasted with the gleaming metal plate, featuring an abstract leaf emblem at its center. In the world of Naruto, ninjas typically wore their headbands on their foreheads, though some, like Guy, opted to tie them around their waists. Future characters like Hinata and Temari wore theirs around their necks. After contemplating for a moment, Kurosaki decided to wear the headband around his neck. This way, he would not obscure his appearance, and it would also provide protection for his throat. At that moment, His classmates had already gathered around him. Obito was the first to rush over. "Kurosaki, look, this genius has awakened." Wahahaha. Uchiha Obito lifted his goggles, striking a pose with his hands on his hips, grinning broadly. Instantly, his black pupils transformed into a vibrant red, and a single black tomo materialized within one eye. Kurosaki was taken aback. This was the awakening of the Sharingan. When did this happen? Was it the butterfly effect brought on by his crossing over? In the original timeline, Obito activated his Sharingan only after Kakashi lost his left eye. To awaken the double tomo at the age of 13 was remarkable. Shortly thereafter, witnessing Rin's death, he would unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan and gain the powerful spacetime ninjutsu, Kamui. Yet now, he had awakened it before turning 7. What triggered this? Kurosaki found himself utterly perplexed. Soon, Guy, Asuma, Rin and Kurone also arrived, offering their congratulations. "Kurosaki, congratulations. Kurosaki, who would have thought you were hiding such strength? You have surpassed Kakashi. Indeed, you are my lifelong rival. I will catch up to you," Obito proclaimed, unable to contain his pride. "Now that I have awakened the Sharingan, there's another target for you all to chase. Do not be ridiculous. Even if I do not know what sort of luck you stumbled upon to awaken the Sharingan, under my Byakugan you will still be my subordinate." Hyuga Takuma could not help but retort. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans had long been rivals for the title of Konoha's premier eye technique clan, and Takuma could not accept that Obito, who had always lagged behind, might one day surpass him. "Curse you, inherently evil Hyuga Takuma. Do you wish to duel with me?" "Humph. Inherently wicked Uchiha Obito. Do you think I fear you?" The two clashed, gripping each other's collars, their white and red eyes locked in an intense stare, beginning a contest of wills. Enough with the bickering. Rin and Shizen hurried to mediate. Meanwhile, the other classmates began discussing Obito's awakening. Listening to their chatter, Kurosaki gradually pieced together the reasons behind Obito's eye awakening. It turned out that Obito had believed he was killed by Yahima Yohei's grand fireball technique, prompting him to awaken the Sharingan in a moment of desperation. Kurosaki felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Obito, do I hold such significance in your heart? Why did you awaken the Sharingan because of a man? In the original timeline, it was due to Kakashi's injury, and now it's because of me. Is your affection for Rin merely a facade? Is it male love that is true love? No, I cannot accept this. On that note, would Obito one day create a world that included me? Kurosaki? Impossible. Absolutely impossible," as Hisaki silently lamented within. His homeroom teacher, Yohei Yahima, approached with an abstract expression. "You rascals! What on earth are you doing? Hurry back to class, or I shall multiply today's homework tenfold." Yahima bellowed furiously. "Oh no, teacher. Please, let us return to the classroom. I dread the thought of such an overwhelming amount of homework," shouted Dato and Takuma, the two fools among them. Except for Hisaki and Kai, everyone else hurried back in a flurry. "You two, come with me to collect your graduation certificates, and then get lost." Yahima shot an irritable glare at Hisaki. Might Guy, unfortunately caught up in Hisaki's troubles, remained undeterred, flashing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up. Hisaki, embarrassed by the situation, offered a sheepish grin and shrugged his shoulders. He swiftly reclaimed the burdens he had cast aside. Subsequently, Hisaki and Kai successfully acquired their graduation certificates. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Hisaki awkwardly beheld two green-skinned creatures, one large and one small. "Father, I've graduated early and become a ninja. Kai, you truly are my son. You make me proud. This is what youth is all about," they both exclaimed in unison, tears streaming down their faces. The father-son duo, Might Dai and Might Kai, embraced tightly, weeping uncontrollably. The scene spiraled into chaos. "Ah, this is..." Hisaki's lips twitched incessantly, feeling as if his toes had wedged themselves into the cracks of the pavement. Although he was aware of the peculiarities of this father and son, and despite having uttered his fair share of embarrassing remarks over the years, their antics left him feeling exceptionally awkward. Perhaps I should slip away quietly, Hisaki mused. However, his plan was thwarted. "Kai, this is a gift I have prepared for you." Might Dai produced a green spandex suit from seemingly nowhere. "Thank you, father," Kai exclaimed, eagerly accepting the suit. Might Dai then retrieved another green spandex suit, turning his gaze toward Hisaki. "Hisaki, I have a spandex suit for you as well. Truly, you are a genius akin to Kakashi," effortlessly passing the graduation assessment. "Kai often tells me that you are his best friend and the rival he aspires to surpass. This outfit boasts exceptional breathability, perfect for a ninja training in taijutsu. With that, he presented the green spandex suit to Hisaki, mirroring Kai's radiant smile and giving him a thumbs up. "Oh, I have one too," Hisaki said, surprised as he accepted the spandex suit. Might Dai's enthusiasm was overwhelming, making it hard for Hisaki to refuse without seeming ungrateful. As his fingers grazed the fabric, he felt its softness, elasticity, and remarkable durability. "This suit is quite expensive," Hisaki thought in astonishment. Might Dai, being a perennial genin of Konoha, had limited mission opportunities, primarily involving trivial D-rank tasks. Consequently, the remuneration he could earn was meager. Moreover, their family was not particularly affluent, leading to a frugal lifestyle. Hisaki never anticipated receiving such an extravagant gift from Might Dai, despite its peculiar design. "Thank you, Uncle Dai. I will cherish this suit." He smiled in gratitude. "Hisaki, we are going to train. Will you join us?" Might Dai extended an invitation. "Let us sweat out our youth together," Kai added, his eyes gleaming with hope. No. I have other matters to attend to. I shall come over another day to seek Uncle Dai's guidance on taijutsu training." Hisaki hurriedly declined, feeling overwhelmed by their exuberance. Very well. Might Dai and Might Kai did not press further. With their hands on the ground, they began to run off in a handstand. "Father, today we will do 1,000 laps around Konoha in a handstand. If we do not complete 1,000 laps, we will do 1,000 push-ups. If we cannot finish 1,000 push-ups, we shall do 1,000 squats. If we cannot complete 1,000 squats." "Son, this is what youth is all about," echoed the Might duo, their voices growing fainter. Hisaki silently raised his thumb in admiration. Truly, Might Dai is the one who kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into oblivion, and Might Kai nearly kicked his way to a grand finale. Such unwavering will is unparalleled. With that thought, Hisaki too began to walk away. Chapter 10: Hisaki under surveillance. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage found himself in a quandary. Hisaki is a promising talent, and Might Kai is commendable as well. Hisaki excels in taijutsu, while Might Kai specializes purely in physical techniques. Who should serve as their leading jonin? The third Hokage closed his crystal ball technique, pondering while puffing on his pipe. Newly graduated genin from Konoha typically form teams of 3, assigned a guiding ninja. For children of ordinary talent and background, a chunin usually leads. However, those with exceptional talent or from renowned ninja clans are assigned a jonin leader. Although Hisaki hails from a humble background, his prodigious talent warrants a jonin's guidance. The 2 most proficient taijutsu jonin in Konoha are Akimichi Choza of the Inyazuka, Nara, and Might Gai, but Choza is already leading a team, and 1 TB available for about a year to take on a new group. As for Might Gai, he is the captain of the Umbu and lacks the time to lead a task force. Hisaki resembles Tsunade's path. Should he assign Tsunade to lead him? No. Tsunade. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. Tsunade would not lead a team, and moreover, Hisaki is not suited for the path of a medical ninja. At that moment, Tsunade, having suffered the loss of Shinjiro and Kato, was afflicted with severe hemophobia, rendering her incapable of serving as a leading jonin. Furthermore, Tsunade is the head of Konoha Hospital and cannot undertake missions. What about Orochimaru? Hiruzen considered his other favored disciple. No, their styles are completely incompatible. He shook his head once more. Orochimaru is ninjutsu-oriented, while Hisaki is taijutsu-oriented. What about Jiraiya? Jiraiya is indeed a versatile jonin. The third Hokage recalled his final disciple. No, I cannot allow these 2 troublemakers to join forces. Otherwise, Konoha shall never know peace. He quickly dismissed the thought. One is a lazy voyeur who secretly spies on women's baths, while the other is a peculiar individual who loudly declares his desire to become the Pirate King. If they were to team up, they might indulge in mischief together, engaging in banditry and spying on women's baths, thus disgracing Konoha's reputation. Besides, Jiraiya has vanished to who knows where. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a throbbing headache. There appears to be no other option but to allow Hisaki and Kai to take on missions freely for the time being. Once Choza concludes his current team duties, he can then lead Hisaki and Kai. With a heavy heart, the third Hokage ultimately arrived at this conclusion. In the Roots, Konoha's root organization, led by the Hokage's advisor Shimura Danzo, is a special Umbu unit responsible for covert assassination and other unsavory tasks. Thus, the headquarters of the root organization is situated underground in Konoha, perpetually shrouded from the light. At this moment, a root member clad in a fox mask knelt on one knee, bowing his head as he reported to Danzo. Lord Danzo, according to my investigation, the early graduate Kurosaki has exhibited talents far beyond the ordinary and has seemingly created a unique ninjutsu. Even against the full strength of the ninja school instructors, he managed to endure for an astonishing 3 minutes. Uchiha Obito has activated his Sharingan. What did you say? A cold glint flickered in Shimura Danzo's left eye. His right eye was bandaged, and only his left eye was visible. The underground headquarters of the Root organization was dim and chilling. Danzo's already sinister gaze appeared even more malevolent under the dim light. A 6-year-old Uchiha awakening his eyes. An 8-year-old commoner ninja mastering ninjutsu. I never anticipated that these two fools were, in fact, geniuses. I have misjudged them. Previously, Danzo had no intention of involving Kurosaki and Might Guy, yet afterward, he still dispatched someone to keep an eye on their assessments, as well as to observe the status of other students. With the Root organization facing a shortage of personnel, there was an urgent need to bring in reinforcements. To his surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned him a genius, and he hadn't even requested it. At this moment, Danzo felt a flicker of regret. You go. Bring that Kurosaki to me. Yes. A Root ninja, wearing a fox mask, swiftly vanished from Danzo's sight. A 6-year-old Uchiha, inherently malevolent, must be eradicated. Erase Kurosaki's memories and damage his brain. Perhaps he could be molded into a useful tool. Danzo muttered coldly to himself as he sat in his chair. At the entrance of a ninja tool shop, Kurosaki, having just graduated from the Ninja Academy, stood before the store. He gently placed 2 sets of weighted gear, which he had strapped to his legs, along with a weighted vest on the floor of the shop. He dared not place them on the counter, for the total weight of 1,000 kilograms would surely crush it. These 2 sets of weights were also purchased from this very shop. This particular set had ceased to offer him any benefit. His physique had been transformed by the system to match that of Blackbeard from the world of pirates. Although only his physical talent had been altered, his strength had increased exponentially. Oh, it's Kurosaki. A robust man in his 20s emerged from the depths of the shop with a smile. You graduated? He immediately noticed the forehead protector around Kurosaki's neck and asked in surprise. I just passed the graduation exam, Kurosaki replied nonchalantly. I recall you are only 8 years old this year. Truly a genius, the shopkeeper praised. Not many ninjas came to purchase weights from his store, so he had a vivid impression of Kurosaki, especially considering this prodigy was acquiring weights that even adult ninjas would struggle to bear. He glanced at the weights on the ground, somewhat astonished, and continued, the weights can be returned, but the price will be discounted, as I mentioned before. The original price for these 2 sets is 150,000 ryo. Thus the buyback price is 100,000 ryo. He remembered that just days ago, this boy had visited his shop to increase the weight of his gear. Why was he suddenly looking to sell them today? Kurosaki seemed to perceive the shopkeeper's confusion but offered no explanation. Instead, he directly articulated his request. Boss Tinyun, do you have any heavier dumbbells or barbells? How heavy do you need them? The heavier, the better. Currently, the heaviest dumbbell in the shop is 300 kilograms, and the heaviest barbell is 1,000 kilograms. I need something heavier. If that's not sufficient, we can only customize them. I see. Then please customize 2 dumbbells weighing 3,000 kilograms each and 1 barbell weighing 10,000 kilograms. What? The shopkeeper was momentarily struck dumb. Did I hear you correctly? Is that weight even feasible for a human to lift? For a moment, he doubted whether he was still awake. Boss, you heard me correctly. I want them that heavy. Alright. The shopkeeper, having received confirmation, regained his composure. 2 dumbbells weighing 3,000 kilograms will cost 40,000 ryo, and a barbell weighing 10,000 kilograms will be 60,000 ryo. The total comes to 100,000 ryo, and they will be ready for pickup in a week, he said with a sincere smile. The 2 sets of weights Kurosaki returned contained rare metals that were small in size but heavy, making them quite expensive. In contrast, the dumbbells and barbell could be made from ordinary metals, which would reduce the cost. Thus, the 2 sets of 1,000 kilograms were pricier than the 16,000 kilograms of dumbbells and barbells. Kurosaki nodded slightly. The price was quite reasonable, requiring no additional expenditure on his part. Subsequently, he also purchased 10 kunao, 10 explosive tags, a storage scroll, and a piece of chakra paper. A kunao cost 100 ryo, an explosive tag 4,000 ryo, a storage scroll 20,000 ryo, and a piece of chakra paper 100 ryo. The total expenditure amounted to 60,000 ryo. The kunao and chakra paper were gifts from the shopkeeper, who helplessly succumbed to Kurosaki's insistence. Upon acquiring the explosive tags, Kurosaki felt a significant sense of security. He harbored a fear of insufficient firepower. Explosive tags were incredibly costly consumables, generally beyond the financial reach of mere genin. Even Chiyunin often refrained from using them casually, and Jounin were reluctant to expend large quantities. During times of war, the price of explosive tags would soar, even doubling. The storage scroll served to conceal his system space. Upon leaving the tool shop, Kurosaki gazed at his now empty wallet, feeling a wave of despair. All the earnings from 3 months of manuscript fees had been spent. Fortunately, it was once again time to collect his writing fees. 3 years prior, Kurosaki had taken up writing to earn manuscript fees, relying on the relief funds provided by Konoha, which barely sufficed for his sustenance. In truth, the aid given to war orphans by Konoha was substantial. If spent frugally, it would be more than sufficient. However, Kurosaki had a large appetite. His physical talents were formidable, and his daily food intake was 10 times that of an average person. If he engaged in heavy training, his appetite only increased. Unlike Naruto, who often went hungry and resorted to expired instant noodles, purely wasting his relief funds on mischief, like buying buckets of paint to deface Hokage rock, Kurosaki stepped into a deserted corner and held the explosive tags in his palm. Storage. The 10 explosive tags vanished into thin air. With a thought, they reappeared in his hand. After another mental command, the explosive tags disappeared again. How convenient. Watching the 10 explosive tags resting in his system space, Kurosaki was overjoyed. This was far quicker than retrieving explosive tags from a ninja pouch. He then took out the chakra paper from his pouch and held it between his thumb and forefinger. What chakra attribute will I possess? Kurosaki wondered with curiosity. Over the years, he had focused on honing his body and improving his chakra control abilities. These were foundational skills and also his areas of expertise. He understood that great towers rise from the ground up. Establishing a solid foundation would naturally facilitate the learning of ninjutsu later on. In fact, the manuscript fees Kurosaki had earned over the years were sufficient for him to purchase some E and D rank jutsu. However, these techniques were not particularly effective in combat, serving merely as auxiliary measures, and paled in comparison to the lethality of his physical strikes. Thus, Kurosaki had not devoted much effort to practicing those E and D rank jutsu. Possessing sufficient lethality, the 5 elemental ninjutsu are predominantly classified as C rank or higher, and they cannot simply be acquired with wealth. Hence, today Hizaki decided to test his chakra attributes. Chakra flowed through his fingers into the chakra paper, and soon, the paper split down the middle. Immediately, the upper half of the torn chakra paper became damp, while the lower half crinkled. The other half ignited with flames at the top, while the bottom was utterly obliterated. Remarkably, all 5 elemental attributes, water, wind, fire, earth and lightning, were present. Hizaki felt a hint of surprise. It seems that even without a system, I am indeed a prodigy. In the ninja world, most ninjas possess only 1 chakra attribute, and those with 2 can be considered geniuses. Hizaki was only aware of 2 individuals with mastery over all 5 attributes. The most renowned among them was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, often referred to as the Professor of Ninjutsu. With his formidable mastery of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, he was able to face off against the White Zetsus with clone technique during the 4th Great Ninja War. The second was none other than Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, who was celebrated for his exceptional talent and numerous titles, including the Super Genius. Kakashi was even more impressive, capable of holding his own against anyone, including the formidable Kagaya at Satsuki. Of course, at this point, Kakashi was still merely a super genius. It was only later, upon acquiring Obito Uchiha's Sharingan, that he began to earn the title of copy ninja. Hizaki clapped his hands, brushing off the remnants of the chakra paper. While he felt a measure of excitement, he remained steadfast in his objectives. Cultivating his physical prowess and honing his taijutsu were his primary pursuits. Basic ninjutsu could suffice against ordinary ninjas, but when confronted with future adversaries wielding the power of the Otsutsuki, that would prove inadequate. Lacking the Otsutsuki bloodline, only taijutsu could effectively counter such foes. Nevertheless, Hizaki was not entirely dismissive of ninjutsu. Some techniques held significant utility. Thus, he intended to pursue a path where ninjutsu supplemented his taijutsu. He had already mastered the transformation technique and had long since learned the body flicker technique to enhance his speed. The power boost from the explosive wave technique was already sufficient for him. Furthermore, he was on the verge of successfully training in the Reiznan, a technique epitomizing the ultimate transformation of chakra. Hizaki understood the method of training for the Reiznan, which would not only enhance his chakra control but also provide him with an additional trump card. There was no reason for him to refrain from practicing it. What other ninjutsu could he learn? Hizaki pondered aloud. My chakra reserves are vast, and they will only continue to grow. The shadow clone technique is an absolute must-learn, as it is practically a game-changer. The 8 gates technique is also essential to master. Coupled with my physical capabilities, perhaps opening the 7th gate would allow me to unleash tremendous power against the 9 tails. The lightning release chakra mode, yes, I could certainly explore that. It would enhance my physical attributes comprehensively. Sealing techniques are also quite useful. The flying thunder god technique is another game-changing ninjutsu, but its learning threshold is rather high. I wonder if I will be able to master it, especially considering the limited opportunities to learn it. As for other ninjutsu, as Hizaki contemplated, he made his way toward the bustling commercial district of Konoha. He intended to collect his manuscript payment from the bookstore at the center of the district. At that moment, an Umbu ninja wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Hizaki halted, sensing that this Umbu was approaching him. Indeed, the masked figure coldly commanded Genin Hizaki, "Come with me. The Hokage wishes to see you." Chapter 12 Root Ninja. Genin Hizaki, "Come with me. The Hokage wishes to see you." The Umbu ninja's voice revealed no hint of emotion. Upon hearing this, Hizaki raised an eyebrow. "The 3rd Hokage wishes to see me? Does he know about my performance during the graduation exam? Has teacher Yahima reported my results to the 3rd Hokage? No, that's not necessary, he can see for himself. That old Leichair must be using the telescope technique to spy. It appears I will need to exercise caution when utilizing the system space within Konoha. Otherwise, if discovered, it would be difficult to explain." Hizaki mused to himself. "Thank you for the information. I shall head to the Hokage Tower at once." With that, Hizaki turned and took a step toward the Hokage Tower. "Wait, you must follow me. The Hokage is not at the Hokage Tower," the fox-masked Umbu called out to Hizaki. "Huh?" Hizaki turned back, furrowing his brow slightly. "Then where are we going?" "Let's talk, you will know when we get there." The Umbu's tone was icy. "Fine. Lead the way." Before long, Hizaki abruptly halted his advance, realizing he had followed the fox-masked Umbu to the outskirts of Konoha. Ahead lay a vast expanse of forest. Hizaki observed the ninja before him and subtly retreated toward the village. In truth, he had sensed something amiss with this Umbu long before. At this moment, he finally confirmed that the fox-masked ninja was affiliated with the root. It was Danzo who wished to see him. Thinking of the one-eyed Shimura Danzo, Hizaki suddenly felt a twinge of headache. How did I catch the eye of this old coot? Others might be manageable, but this particular individual wields immense power and possesses intellect far exceeding that of ordinary men. He is one of Konoha's 3 elders, an advisor to the Hokage, and the one who handles the dirty work for the 3rd Hokage. Being targeted by him means I will likely face an arduous future. If it were within Konoha, meeting Danzo wouldn't pose much of a problem. With the 3rd Hokage present, he would not dare to act excessively. However, outside of Konoha, one must never meet Danzo alone. If I were to go to the root, would I ever return? It could either lead to my demise or result in being brainwashed into a tool, drained of all value, and then discarded. Therefore, under no circumstances can I go. Even if I offend Danzo gravely, I cannot comply. The root ninja sensed something amiss and, noticing that Hizaki was not following, quickly halted and turned around. "What are you doing?" "The Hokage is waiting for you," the root ninja barked. "Humph! You are deceiving me. You are not an Umbu ninja, and the 3rd Hokage has not summoned me." Hizaki scoffed, directly exposing the lies of the root ninja. At the same time, he kept a vigilant eye on the root ninja, ensuring that he did not expose his back, as he was uncertain of this individual's strength. If the root ninja before him was a Chunin, Hizaki would not feel the slightest fear. He was confident in his ability to contend with a Chunin, even to defeat one. However, if that were a Jonin, Hizaki would need to devise a means of escape. He believed he still lacked the strength to confront a Jonin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Seeing Hizaki attempting to flee, the root ninja swiftly activated the body flicker technique, simultaneously launching several kunao and shurikens at Hizaki. "Directly engaging me, are we? Truly?" A root ninja acts without hesitation. Hizaki leapt backwards several paces, easily evading the incoming kunao and shurikens. The root ninja approached from the side, thrusting a kunao toward Hizaki's chest. Clang! The 2 kunao clashed, creating sparks. Hizaki blocked the attack from the root ninja with his kunao while channeling chakra into his leg, delivering a kick toward his adversary. Bang! The root ninja transformed into a cloud of smoke. The assailant was not the real body but rather a shadow clone. As tendrils of vines rapidly entwined around his body from beneath, he pondered whether this was the mystical technique of the tree binding death. Nevertheless, Hizaki remained unfazed, disrupting the flow of chakra within him. During his time at the academy, he had diligently honed his skills to counter illusions, rendering ordinary genjutsu ineffective against him. Indeed, the vines that had ensnared him soon vanished into thin air. However, the attack from the root ninja had already arrived. A kunao pierced through Hizaki's shoulder, blood cascading from the wound. "Come with me, or I shall kill you," the root ninja coldly declared from behind. Unexpectedly, Hizaki turned and smiled. With a resounding thud, his injured body transformed into a piece of wood. A substitution technique? When did he do that? The root ninja's astonished voice emanated from behind his fox mask. In less than a second, Hizaki had transitioned from breaking free of the tree-binding death to executing a substitution. How could he achieve such speed? Was this the capability of a mere genin? Previously, while observing Hizaki and Gai's graduation exam from a distance, he had already recognized Hizaki's formidable strength, yet he had still underestimated his prowess. Secret technique. 1,000 years of pain. Just as the root ninja was momentarily dazed, a kunao struck with precision and ferocity, penetrating his rear. "Humph! You beast!" The root ninja's body stiffened instantly. With a puff of smoke, he vanished once more. Another shadow clone? Curse this endless cycle. Hizaki, kunao in hand, cursed under his breath. A muffled groan escaped from behind a tree. The root ninja's form wavered, unable to conceal his true self any longer. As the shadow clone was dispelled, the pain returned to his original body. He had never experienced the agony of being struck in such a manner. It was unbearable. "You beast! You shall die!" Even devoid of emotion or self-awareness, he was losing his grip on sanity. He swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. A visible blade of wind sliced toward Hizaki's waist. A chinin, perhaps? This feels akin to Yohei's strength. Hizaki mused. He leaped lightly, the wind cutter passing beneath him. The root ninja hurled several kunao and shuriken at the airborne Hizaki, quickly forming hand seals once again. Wind release. Gale palm. The launched projectiles, enhanced by the gale palm, surged forth with increased speed and force. Hizaki's gaze sharpened as he descended. Indeed, the wind-based ninjutsu was ferocious. A surge of chakra flooded into his right hand as he swung a punch at the incoming projectiles. Smash! The sound of his fist colliding with the air produced a sonic boom. The chakra erupted outward, sending the oncoming projectiles flying, some even returning to their origin with greater velocity. This is bad, the root ninja thought, quickly evading while struggling to deflect the rebounding projectiles with his kunao. That was a careless punch. Hizaki's voice echoed in the direction of the root ninja's retreat. It was over. A chill swept through the root ninja's heart. As he beheld the enormous fist approaching his nose, despair consumed him. With a resounding crash, the fox mask shattered into fragments as Hizaki's fist landed solidly on the root ninja's face. Blood sprayed from the ninja's visage as he was sent flying backward. "Let me hit you again," Hizaki pursued, delivering another kick to the falling root ninja. With a crash, the root ninja collided with a tree. His head lodged between the branches, his legs flailing helplessly as blood rained down like a torrential storm. Chapter 13. Hokage-sama. "Look, I've captured a spy." Observing the oblivious root ninja, Hizaki felt a twinge of concern. Did I go too far? He won't die, will he? No, he might be pretending. He could ambush me the moment I approach. Time to test him. With a swift motion, Hizaki threw a kunao, embedding it into the root ninja's rear. No reaction. Oh ho, quite resilient. Hizaki then severed a branch, 2 fingers thick and adorned with numerous leaves. Would release. Branch 1,000 years of pain. With a swift movement, Hizaki thrust the branch directly into the root ninja's rear. Still no response. The root ninja remained impaled, his head trapped in the tree, his lower body swaying helplessly. It seemed he had truly lost the ability to resist. Surely he isn't really dead. Is he? Hizaki checked the root ninja's pulse. Fortunately, he was still alive. Hizaki sighed in relief. Although the root ninja had initiated the confrontation, simply killing him would lead to complications. He might end up with a slash across his forehead protector, forced to become a pirate on the high seas. With the ninja alive, there was still room for negotiation. Damn that Danzo, Hizaki cursed indignantly. I'm not an Uchiha. I possess no bloodline limits. Why must you torment me? In Konoha, those who caught Danzo's attention often met grim fates. For instance, Sakamo Heitake, a formidable ninja granted a Hokage's half-sleeve by the daimyo, had been driven to suicide by Danzo in the original timeline. The Uchiha clan, the most powerful bloodline family in the ninja world, had been reduced to merely 2 survivors due to Danzo's machinations. The Senju clan had suffered similarly, with Danzo and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sacrificing thousands in the name of Konoha. Orochimaru had even defected due to Danzo's betrayals. Then there were the tragic tales of Yahiko, Nagato, and Kabuto. Now Hizaki had thoroughly offended Danzo. He needed to devise a strategy to navigate this predicament while remaining wary of Danzo's potential future schemes. Hizaki lowered the root ninja from the tree. Gritting his teeth, he pried open the ninja's mouth, revealing a black curse mark inscribed on his tongue. Tongue curse severing technique. Indeed, he was a root ninja. The unconscious root ninja's face was a bloody mess, several teeth missing, rendering his features unrecognizable. How gruesome! Hizaki grimaced, shaking his head. I need to practice controlling my strength. The system had modified Hizaki's body to that of Blackbeard's, and he had yet to fully adapt. What should he do next? How to deal with this root ninja? He stroked his chin in contemplation. Of course, I'll go to the third Hokage. A brilliant idea struck him. I'll play the part of the victim who successfully defeated an enemy, entirely unaware of their identity. Surely, the third Hokage wouldn't allow a rising star like him, a taijutsu prodigy, to be drawn into Danzo's roots, nor would he permit Danzo to openly target him. With that thought, Hizaki grabbed the root ninja by the collar and raced toward the Hokage building in Konoha village. Hokage-sama, I've captured a spy, he shouted as he ran. Hokage-sama, I've captured a spy. Within Konoha, the calm surface of the village was suddenly disturbed, rippling with the commotion. What happened? Who was calling out? A spy? Where? Passers-by turned their heads, and people peered out from shops and houses to see what was amiss. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped in shock. A strikingly handsome and robust young ninja was seen sprinting down the street, dragging behind him a bloodied figure with a tree branch protruding from his rear. The branch remained remarkably stable, its leaves swaying in the breeze, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. As the boy ran, he shouted, I've captured a spy. How brutal! A beast. An absolute beast. Even if he is a spy, isn't this excessive? This man is ruined. Even if he recovers, it would be a waste of medicine. The world is in decline. The onlookers displayed a range of reactions. Some were stunned, others grinned, and many shook their heads. No, this is art. Oh, how elegant. Suddenly, a dissonant voice emerged from the crowd. The people turned in astonishment towards the one who proclaimed elegance. There stood a man with curly hair, a coarse, dark complexion, and a towering figure, his eyes gleaming as he flailed his arms, gazing at the spy with the tree branch embedded in him. Those nearby wore expressions of sheer terror and quietly distanced themselves from him. This world has gone mad. There are deranged ninjas planting trees in the rear of their comrades, while others cheer this as art and elegance. Is this an illusion? Some could hardly believe what lay before them and hastily rubbed their eyes, stretching their necks for another look. It remained the same. Alas, my eyes are lost. My mind needs cleansing. In the Hokage Tower, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was puffing on his pipe while perusing the file of Uchiha Obito. Awakened the Sharingan at 6 years old. A genius from the Uchiha clan. Can such a child serve as a bridge between the village and the Uchiha? The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Perhaps further observation is warranted. The Uchiha clan harbors many who are radical in thought. Only one ninja, like Uchiha Kagami, embodies kindness and love for the village and his comrades. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the weight of caution upon his shoulders. Initially, he had hoped to have Obito become a disciple of the Hokage faction, a bridge between the village and the Uchiha. This child, like their friend Uchiha Kagami, was filled with compassion. But to his shock, Obito had awakened his eyes today. If Uchiha Obito also succumbed to radicalism, he would have no choice but to abandon him. Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe and exhaled. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Lord Hokage, I've captured a spy. The voice of Kakashi echoed in Hiruzen's ears. What is happening? The third Hokage raised his head, puzzled, and inquired. Lord Hokage, this outside, you must come see. Something grave has occurred. The guard ninja stationed outside the Hokage's office exclaimed in disbelief. Curiosity piqued, Hiruzen stepped outside. Kakashi? What is this? What are you doing? Hiruzen's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Kakashi, who was exuberantly dragging an ANBU ninja beneath the Hokage tower. The ANBU ninja was a bloody mess. And most alarmingly, a tree branch was lodged in his rear. Attacking a fellow village ninja is a grave offense. Kakashi, what are you doing? A sudden jolt of apprehension struck Hiruzen's heart. Lord Hokage, I've captured a spy, Kakashi proclaimed, brimming with excitement, presenting the beaten ninja before Hiruzen. Chapter 14. Never have I encountered such brazen audacity. A spy? What on earth is going on? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, inquired with a serious expression. He was well acquainted with all Anbu ninjas, including those from the route. However, the ninja dragged forward by Kakashi was unrecognizable in his battered state. Hear us what happened. Kakashi recounted the events to Hiruzen without omitting any detail, though he concealed his knowledge of the route. The majority of people in Konoha were unaware of the route's existence. Revealing this knowledge would only complicate matters. And thus, I successfully apprehended this enemy ninja from another village. I, Kakashi, am handsome, talented, and gifted. The heavens did not create anyone as dashing as me in this ninja world. Kakashi boasted with a proud expression. Hiruzen's lips twitched involuntarily. He felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall. The heavens did not create you, Kakashi. Have you gone mad with this spy business? Are you claiming jealousy as the motive? Is planting trees in one's rear the method of dealing with enemies? How did Konoha end up with someone like you? What sort of education did the Ninja Academy provide to produce such a specimen? Yahiko, you deserve the harshest of fates. Hiruzen's mind was in a whirlwind of exasperation. He, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had always been a serious man, but at this moment, he could no longer contain himself. It was the year 44 of Konoha, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was not yet 50. His hair and beard had yet to turn gray. Yet at this moment, he felt certain that he had sprouted numerous gray hairs. Inside the Ninja Academy, achoo, 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 Yahiko, who was teaching students, sneezed several times in succession. Who is cursing me? Obito? Is it you? Your homework is now tenfold. Uchiha Obito, bewildered, opened his mouth wide and blinked his newly awakened eyes in confusion. In front of the Hokage Tower, the guards who had been monitoring the Hokage's office checked the deeply unconscious root ninja. Leaning closer to Hiruzen's ear, one whispered the situation. A root ninja? I understand. You may go now and summon some medical ninjas. The third Hokage, initially surprised, soon wore a look of realization as he issued orders to the guard. Yes. The guard promptly complied. Hiruzen turned his gaze back to the root ninja. Several of his front teeth were missing, rendering his features unrecognizable. A gaping hole from a kunai was evident on his backside, blood continuously oozing, staining his trousers. The tree branch embedded in his rear was alarmingly secure, as if it had fused with his flesh. The leaves on the branch swayed in the wind. How brutal! This injury could heal, but the man is ruined. A beast. Hiruzen, experiencing a twinge of toothache, glanced at the proudly standing Kakashi. With a dry mouth, he reluctantly said, Kakashi, I am aware of this situation. You need not concern yourself further. You may return. Kakashi suddenly froze, asking, Lord Hokage, I just graduated as a genin today and risked my life to capture an enemy ninja. Is there no reward? What reward do you seek? Hiruzen was taken aback. Money or perhaps some ninjutsu would suffice. Kakashi smiled sheepishly. Very well, I will grant you a C-rank ninjutsu. Now return. Hiruzen said dismissively. Why only a C-rank ninjutsu? I have shed blood for Konoha and contributed. The reward cannot be so meager. Kurosaki, with unabashed audacity, began to act inappropriately. Bloodshed? Where lies the wound? Sarutobi Hizashi's eyelids twitched incessantly. Kurosaki scoured his body in search of the injury, and after a prolonged search, finally discovered a faint scratch beneath his arm. Even he was oblivious to when or where this mark had come about. Perhaps it was a result of sparring with Yahiko, or perhaps it occurred during a confrontation with a root ninja, or maybe it was merely a consequence of his own nails scratching an itch. Oh, if you delay even a second longer, that scratch might just vanish. The veins on Hizashi's forehead gradually bulged. Get out of here, pronto. He could no longer contain himself, erupting in a fit of rage. He had never encountered someone so shameless. All right then, I shall leave you to your business, Hokage-sama. Kurosaki retracted his neck, preparing to make a hasty exit. Wait, a deep voice resonated from afar. Kurosaki turned towards the sound, only to see a figure with a bandaged forehead and right eye approaching slowly, a distinct scar marring his chin. Two masked ninjas followed closely behind him. Shimura Danzo? This old coot arrives with astonishing speed. Kurosaki furrowed his brow slightly. Hizashi, this individual has assaulted a fellow village ninja and is thus a grave criminal. Allow me to handle this matter, Danzo asserted, pointing at Kurosaki with an air of undeniable authority. No, who are you? The person I apprehended is an enemy village spy. How could he have attacked a fellow village ninja? Kurosaki retorted defiantly. He was fully aware that the newcomer was Danzo, yet he feigned ignorance. He also knew that he had defeated a root ninja, but pretended otherwise. With the third Hokage present, what was there to fear? After all, he had already made an enemy of Danzo. Old man Shimura Danzo, the injured ninja is one of my subordinates, Danzo declared. His right arm crossed over his abdomen, his exposed left eye glinting ominously. Upon hearing this, Kurosaki pondered for a moment before suddenly displaying a look of enlightenment. Oh, you two are an enemy village spy, Kurosaki exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he pointed excitedly at Danzo. The third Hokage slapped his palm against his forehead, covering his eyes. I am exhausted. Is he a divine retribution sent to punish me, Sarutobi Hisashi? Hisashi felt a pang of pain in his heart. Danzo too could no longer maintain his composure. Nonsense. I am an elder of Konoha, an advisor to the Hokage, Danzo bellowed. What on earth? Is this the thought process of a rational individual? I should never have sent someone to find him. I should not have entertained the misguided notion of turning him into a tool. This imbecile is unworthy of becoming a tool. Regret flooded Danzo's heart at that moment. Not only had he failed to find a suitable instrument, but he had also lost a subordinate. The waste sprawled on the ground, unable to even handle a freshly graduated genin, was utterly ruined. He cast a glance at his subordinate impaled by a branch, pondering internally. Is this a punishment that a reasonable person would conceive? Danzo pointed at the fallen root ninja, emphasizing the branch lodged in his rear, and addressed the increasingly distressed third Hokage with a malevolent tone. This wretch is inherently malevolent. He should be executed on the spot. He then pointed at Kurosaki. Chapter 15. Unexpected Gains. What? An advisor to the Hokage? Kurosaki appeared utterly astonished. Humph. Danzo scoffed. What is that supposed to mean? Kurosaki withdrew his look of shock, now absent-mindedly digging in his nose. You. Danzo's expression darkened ominously. Listen well, you wicked little brat. I am the root hidden beneath Konoha, bearing all its darkness. The root I lead has made countless contributions to Konoha. I am the most powerful person beneath Hisashi in Konoha. Danzo's voice resonated, low and resolute. What? Kurosaki was taken aback. Ah, you should have said so earlier. Why didn't you say it sooner? Kurosaki extracted a sizable piece of nasal mucus from his nostril. Lord Danzo, I had no idea you were such a diligent and esteemed figure. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You really should have. Kurosaki flicked his finger, sending the mucus flying onto Danzo's face. Little brat, you seek death. Danzo's face contorted as he could no longer restrain himself, drawing out a kunao. The two masked root ninjas behind him also brandished their kunao, ready to strike down Kurosaki. Danzo! The third Hokage shouted at Shimura Danzo. Danzo, his face contorted with rage, glanced at his fuming friend and reluctantly sheathed his kunao. Kurosaki, however, continued unabated. Since Lord Danzo is an elder of Konoha, an advisor to the Hokage, then you cannot possibly be a spy from an enemy village. However, one of your subordinates attacked me, and that individual must surely be a spy. When a house discovers a single cockroach, it is certain there exists a horde within. The presence of enemy spies among Lord Danzo's subordinates suggests that they may already be thoroughly infiltrated. Hokage-sama, I strongly recommend a thorough investigation into Lord Danzo's subordinates. Kurosaki pushed the envelope, teetering on the brink of recklessness. Enough! My subordinates cannot possibly harbor spies. Danzo roared in exasperation. His root must not be pried into. It harbors too many secrets that must remain concealed from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hisashi, such as the research on the Sharingan, such as the Sharingan he himself had implanted, and the ongoing would-release experiments. Then why did that root ninja attack me without authorization? Was it perhaps an order from you, Lord Danzo? Kurosaki continued to press. How could it possibly be my order? I commanded him to bring you to me. Lord Danzo wishes to see me? Oh, now I see. It was all a misunderstanding. Ah, this is quite the debacle. But what does Lord Danzo want to see me for? Humph, my root lacks manpower, and I wanted to test your qualifications for entry into the root. I never anticipated that you, this little brat, would be inherently malevolent. I misjudged you. Lord Danzo wishes for me to join the root? You should have said so earlier. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Oh? You wish to join my root? Danzo regarded Kurosaki with suspicion. Could this brat truly desire to enter my root? Although he is inherently malevolent, with a flawed mindset and a dreadful disposition, his talents are undeniable. With some effort, perhaps he could be molded into a useful tool. At worst, I could erase his memories and utilize him as a puppet. If he begs me, I might begrudgingly accept him. A glint of cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes as he contemplated. No way. I absolutely refuse. Kurosaki rejected decisively. What a joke, would I willingly seek out suffering. The ninjas who join the route are all brainwashed by Danzo to become emotionless, selfless tools. Everything revolves around Shimura Danzo, with missions taking precedence. Even if it costs their lives, they must complete Danzo's tasks. Once the mission is accomplished and they are rendered devoid of value, they are disposed of without hesitation. The ninjas of the route have always been expendable. Only a fool would choose to join the route. Just look at the future Yakushi Nanu and Yakushi Kabuto. Once their tasks were completed, they were arranged to turn against one another like mother and son. Which beast could conceive of such a treacherous betrayal? Only Danzo. You, Danzo, are so enraged that your knuckles have turned pale from the pressure of your grip. Just as you were about to erupt, you noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen already fuming with anger. Enough! Both of you. Cease this incessant bickering. The third Hokage felt a throbbing pain at his temples, his veins pulsating as if they might burst. He could no longer tolerate the quarrel between these two individuals. Kurosaki, you have no part in this. Withdraw at once. The third Hokage produced a scroll from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Kurosaki. Do not speak of the ninjutsu I have granted you to anyone, he admonished. He provided Kurosaki with a ninjutsu, hoping to dismiss him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was on the verge of losing his composure. Kurosaki caught the scroll and opened it, his heart swelling with joy. A B-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, just perfect for me. Simultaneously, a message appeared on the system panel. Host Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, you have successfully defeated a powerful Navy officer infiltrating the Whitebeard pirates, earning the admiration of Whitebeard. You have acquired the training method for the Navy's Rokushiki from the captured Navy personnel. The Whitebeard pirates reward you with the training method for observation haki. Observation haki? Kurosaki was elated. This was indeed a formidable skill in the world of pirates. Although the paper drawing technique may not be incredibly potent, mastering it would facilitate the learning of observation haki. As for observation haki, it was unparalleled. A skill that, once mastered, would make one nearly impervious to surprise attacks. When cultivated to its depths, it could even allow one to glimpse into the future. However, Kurosaki couldn't help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Why was it merely a training method and not something he could wield directly? Nevertheless, he reasoned, it was better than nothing. Grateful to the third Hokage, he cast a glance at Shimura Danzo before departing with a sense of delight. Danzo's teeth ground together in frustration. Hiruzen, this wretched boy is inherently malevolent. He must either be executed or handed over to me. Danzo, enough! The third Hokage reprimanded. Kurosaki is a budding talent of Konoha, an exceptional ninja who embodies the will of fire. I will not permit you to lead this child into darkness, nor will I allow you to target him. Hiruzen, you were prepared to transfer him to me earlier. You declined. Now I see that he is better suited to thrive in the light. Hiruzen's retort left Danzo seething with regret. Who would have thought this fool's talent would be so remarkable? It seemed Kurosaki was off-limits now. Danzo quickly shifted his focus, declaring, Hiruzen, Uchiha Obito awakened his Sharingan at 6 years old, inherently malevolent. Hand him over to me and I shall deal with him. Absolutely not. Obito is also a child who embodies the will of fire. Furthermore, he holds the potential to serve as a bridge between our village and the Uchiha. I will not allow you to target him. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Humph. Danzo stormed away in indignation. Chapter 16. The Legend of the Shooting Eagle Ninja? The Scroll of Hidden Techniques? As Danzo departed, the medical ninjas arrived. This beast. Is there even any point in saving him? Even if he survives, will he have the courage to carry on? How on earth do we save him? I have no experience. Fools. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experimental subject. We must ensure he is healed. The three medical ninjas whispered among themselves. They cautiously lifted the disheveled root ninja from the ground. The third Hokage pinched the bridge of his nose, and with the surrounding quietude, his headache began to subside. He returned to the Hokage's office, resuming his seat behind the desk. That wretched Kurosaki is going to give me frequent headaches from now on. If only Kurosaki had never been born, the ninja world would endure an endless night. You truly have a thick skin, young man. Such heavy words are burdens you cannot bear. Let me carry them for you. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a scroll from his drawer and dipped his brush into ink on the blank scroll. Heaven did not give birth to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha endures an eternal night. Observing the gradually drying script, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, intending to hang the scroll in his office. After much hesitation, he suddenly felt a wave of shame and promptly rolled the scroll back up, placing it deep within the drawer. Root. Humph. Heaven did not give birth to you, Kurosaki. The ninja world endures an eternal night? You vile boy. How dare you praise yourself with such profound words? I shall not let you escape this. Returning to Root, Shimura Danzo let out a cold huff, his expression dark as his thoughts churned with anger towards Kurosaki. He pulled out a scroll, wrote fervently, then blew on it. Heaven did not give birth to Shimura Danzo. Konoha endures an eternal night. Gazing at the text, Danzo's mood finally calmed. This is more like it. Only I am worthy of such words. Only I can lead Konoha to greatness. Satisfied, Danzo hung the scroll behind him. As Kurosaki exited the Hokage building, he quickened his pace. Delayed by the Root ninjas, it was already afternoon. If he tarried any longer, the bookstore might close. At that moment, Konoha's commercial street was bustling, the aroma of food wafting through the air, and the vendors' calls ringing out continuously. Soon, Kurosaki arrived at his destination, the Shuido bookstore.
Ah, Kurosaki.
So good to see you. The bookstore owner greeted him warmly. You graduated? Incredible. You're only 8 years old this year. Truly a genius. He noticed the ninja headband around Kurosaki's neck, astonished. It must have been the teachers going easy during evaluations. Haha, Kurosaki chuckled, slightly modest. Boss Tsuya, I came to collect my manuscript fee from last month. I've had it ready for you. The bookstore owner retrieved a bulging envelope from his pocket. Here you go, 200,000 ryo. Count it. He handed the envelope to Kurosaki. Kurosaki accepted the envelope without checking the contents. The owner had never shortchanged him and certainly would not pocket Kurosaki's earnings simply because of his young age. Who would have thought Konoha had a talent like you, a ninja at such a young age, and already writing best-selling books in the Land of Fire? The bookstore owner continued to praise. If I were you, I would abandon being a ninja and become a professional writer. Wouldn't that be better? Being a ninja is both grueling and perilous. You earn so much more writing. He earnestly urged Kurosaki once again. In Konoha, 200,000 ryo is equivalent to the reward for an A-rank mission. An A-rank mission can only be undertaken by jonin. Generally, even if a jonin completes an A-rank mission, they would not receive the full reward. Konoha would take a portion, and team members would also split the reward, meaning the net gain might only be several tens of thousands, at most a little over 100,000 ryo. To receive 200,000 ryo, one would need to complete an S-rank mission. S-rank missions involve state-level confidential tasks, such as assassinating important figures or stealing classified documents, typically executed by jonin or ninja of Kage-level strength. Such high-level missions are rare and exceedingly dangerous. Therefore, in the original plot, the mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto and his comrades barely completed an S-rank mission, leaving their peers envious. Had it been under the leadership of Asuma or Kurone, they might have met with total annihilation. Kurosaki was undoubtedly aware of the perilous nature of being a ninja. Though he wore a smile upon hearing the bookstore owner's counsel, his mind was engulfed in contemplation. Having been granted a second chance at life, how could he refrain from pursuing thrills? Furthermore, within the confines of Konoha, there were numerous individuals he cherished. How could he bear to witness their tragic demise? Thus, engaging in the art of writing was merely a means of survival for him. The pursuit of strength was his true aspiration. Thank you for your advice, but I thoroughly enjoy life and certainly wouldn't delve into perilous missions. With a grin, Kurosaki tucked the envelope filled with money directly into his ninja tool pouch. The bookstore owner shook his head at this and chose not to pursue the topic further. Kurosaki, have you found any inspiration lately? Any new manuscripts? He inquired. Kurosaki had previously submitted 3 manuscripts that had sold remarkably well in the Land of Fire, earning the owner a considerable profit. I'm currently brainstorming, and once it's completed, I will ensure it reaches you at the earliest opportunity, Kurosaki affirmed eagerly. Very well. The bookstore owner turned to attend to a customer seeking books. Subsequently, Kurosaki casually perused the prominent titles on display. The Legend of the Archery Ninja, The Scroll of Hidden Techniques, and The Ninja and His Partner. Ah, these are all my works, Kurosaki chuckled to himself. Old man Jean, using your writings to enlighten these locals. May your magnanimity forgive such a slight, but what to write next? I've made my decision. Let it be the laughter of the ninja world. Chapter 17. Reversal of the Heavenly Poles, featuring an appearance from Gintama within Naruto. As Kurosaki strolled leisurely away from Jaintang, He marveled at the bustling surroundings, pondering the fleeting nature of peace. In this world of Naruto, peace was a most extravagant concept. How long could this tranquility endure? How many more would perish in the throes of war? According to the historical trajectory of the Naruto world, approximately 3 years remained until Tsunade would instigate the Third Great Ninja War, at which point Konoha would find itself at odds with the 4 great ninja villages. His urgency to graduate stemmed precisely from this grim reality. Lacking the power to alter such a future, he could only strive to enhance his own strength. With a sigh, Kurosaki exited the vibrant commercial streets of Konoha, where the foot traffic was beginning to dwindle. Suddenly, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing into a narrow alley. Huh? Where did he go? A burly figure, puzzled, hurried forward, darting into the alley where Kurosaki had disappeared. Speak. What is your intent in following me? Kurosaki's voice resonated from behind the stout man, accompanied by the glint of a kunai poised at his waist. Wait, don't misunderstand. I harbor no ill will. The man, startled by Kurosaki's sudden emergence, raised his hands and turned slowly to look back. Kurosaki raised his gaze, taking in the man's rugged, sun-kissed features, his wild hair framing a face marked by thick brows and piercing eyes. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Kurosaki, as if he had encountered this individual before. I am Akiru Toriyama, an abstract painter. Akiru Toriyama? An abstract painter? Is there even an abstract art movement in the Naruto world? Kurosaki pondered, his mind filled with questions. The man continued, I saw you today. Your act of planting trees in someone's backyard was simply a work of art. I wish to capture your artistic essence. What nonsense. You and Deidara, are you related? Father and son? Kurosaki couldn't help but scoff internally. Him. Suddenly, an image flashed in Kurosaki's mind. While he had been sprinting down the street with a ninja in tow, someone had shouted about art and elegance. In his haste, he had failed to notice that it had been this very individual. Are you all right? Kurosaki retracted his kunai, unable to resist inquiring. In Konoha, he had thought himself invincible, yet here was someone even more impressive. Akiru Toriyama turned, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Haha, I'm in the best condition ever. I propose we collaborate to immortalize your artistic moments, and our work will surely sell like hotcakes. Kurosaki regarded him with a mixture of pity and disbelief. Wait, I am truly skilled at painting, and I work quickly. All the profits will be yours. What do you say? Toriyama urged, desperation creeping into his voice. What exactly is your motivation? Kurosaki halted, turning with curiosity. Art, elegant art, Toriyama exclaimed, spreading his hands, his eyes alight with fervor. His demeanor, so animated, seemed at odds with his rugged features. Wait, did you say you paint quickly? That your skills are exceptional? Kurosaki seized upon the key phrases, a bold idea springing to life in his mind. Of course, Toriyama boasted. How fast? How good? Watch closely. Toriyama suddenly bent down, retrieving a board and pen from his belongings, laying the board on the ground. With swift strokes, he unleashed a flurry of movements. Incredible, Kurosaki gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. Within mere seconds, an exquisite portrait of Kurosaki materialized upon the board, remarkably lifelike. What do you think? Toriyama held up the board for Kurosaki to see. Impressive. Kurosaki gave a thumbs up, but then remarked, yet, how much can one earn from painting alone? I have a bold idea. Would you be willing to entertain it? What bold idea? Comics. Have you heard of them? Comics? Kurosaki proceeded to elucidate the concept of comics, painting a vivid picture of their potential. Truth be told, he himself was uncertain, as comics had yet to gain popularity in the Naruto world. He couldn't definitively assert that there would be a market for them. However, it was worth a shot. After all, he need not draw them himself. He would merely provide the ideas. Toriyama pondered, clearly conflicted upon hearing about comics. Do you have any good ideas? He inquired of Kurosaki. Absolutely. A smile crept across Kurosaki's lips. The bait had been set. How about Dragon Ball? Gather all 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the world to summon the Eternal Dragon and grant any wish? The protagonist, Goku with his tail, participates in the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Goku battles against the demon Piccolo. Exhilarating. How about Demon Slayer? In the Taisho era, man-eating demons roam freely. The protagonist's sister is turned into a demon, and he becomes a demon slayer. Thrilling. And then there's Attack on Titan, a world dominated by giants. The protagonist's mother is devoured by a giant, and he transforms into one. Brilliant. Lastly, Gintama, During the late Edo period, aliens invade? The protagonist's daily life is full of absurdity, such as the Armstrong cannon and prostate breaks. Ah, I adore this one. It suits my taste perfectly. Toriyama, upon hearing Kurosaka's introductions to these works, was overjoyed, leaping about like a jubilant chimpanzee. I'm in. Toriyama immediately concurred with Kurosaka's proposal. Excellent. We shall split the profits evenly. How does that sound? Kurosaki continued. No problem. Without hesitation, Akira Toriyama agreed. At this moment, the notion of creating an artistic piece for Kurosaki had long been cast aside. His mind was completely captivated by Gintama. Gintama is true artistry. Kurosaki requested Toriyama's address and arranged to discuss the details of their comic collaboration the following day. Subsequently, Toriyama dashed away, emitting strange sounds akin to a gorilla. Witnessing this, Kurosaki felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, suddenly regretting his decision. Should I have sought a more conventional partner for this comic endeavor? Alas, with a drawing skill of 0, he had no choice but to enlist someone else for the creative process. Time slipped away once more, and before he realized it, evening had arrived, the sun having set. In haste, Kurosaki departed, heading towards the outskirts of Konoha. The Konoha orphanage was alive with the sounds of children at play emanating from within. Standing at the entrance, Kurosaki pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 18, The Medic. Nanoi. Ah, Nanoyu. I'm here to mooch a meal again. Kurosaki bellowed, his voice echoing through the orphanage as he pushed the door wide. Yay! It's Big Brother Kurosaki. Big Brother Kurosaki is here. A throng of children paused their games and rushed over. Big Brother Kurosaki. Let us play together. Big Brother Kurosaki. I've learned to harness chakra today. Big Brother Kurosaki. I've mastered bandaging wounds. If you get hurt, I'll patch you up. No way. Only I can bandage Big Brother Kurosaki's wounds. I'm going to marry him one day. I'm going to marry Big Brother Kurosaki. You all go away. Yangtai. You can't. You're a boy. How can you marry Big Brother Kurosaki? Be Big Brother Kurosaki. The children encircled him, gazing up with adoration, their voices merging into a delightful cacophony. Oh, little Chihime. Have you been eating well while I was away? Teiki, you've already harnessed chakra? Impressive. Onko. You're still so young. No early romances. Okay? And you, little Mia, no early romances for you either. Yangtai, you little rascal. What dangerous thoughts are you harboring? Looking for a fight, are we? Shota. Your snot is all over my clothes. Kurosaki felt a slight headache. It seemed there were few children among them who were easygoing. Nevertheless, he smiled and gently tousled their hair, creating a delightful mess. Though their clothes may not have been brand new, the children were clean, their faces bright and their eyes sparkling like stars. Observing the radiant smiles on their faces, Kurosaki experienced a profound sense of healing satisfaction within. This place was a frequent refuge for him, the very home he had known before becoming a jonin. Perhaps it was here that Kurosaki truly integrated into this world. At that moment, a golden-haired woman clad in a black Miko outfit emerged from the fragrant kitchen. Her head was adorned with a white Miko hat, and a white apron was tied around her waist, while her brown-green eyes were magnified by large round glasses. She appeared to be in her 20s. It's you, Kurosaki. Oh my, you've graduated. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I Haven Tea prepared a gift for you. The woman, Nanoyu, gasped in surprise upon seeing the ninja headband on Kurosaki's forehead. Once a member of the Root organization, she had been one of Danzo's most capable spies, proficient in medical ninjutsu. However, her innate kindness could not bear the darkness of Root, prompting her departure. Coincidentally, the year Kurosaki entered the Konoha orphanage was the same year she left Root. Upon entering the orphanage, Nanoyu took on the role of director. From the very beginning, Kurosaki had an enormous appetite. Without Nanoyu, he might have starved. The compensation he received from the Leaf Village was far from sufficient to sustain him. For this reason, Kurosaki's feelings for Nanoyu were extraordinary. There is no meal that can compare to the one you prepare with your own hands. I intend to eat until I burst today. Kurosaki laughed heartily, gently pushing aside the children surrounding him. Not a problem. I'll ensure you leave with a full belly today. Nanoyu's eyes sparkled with crescent-shaped smiles as she re-entered the kitchen. It seemed tonight's dinner would be a formidable undertaking. She gathered all the rice, vegetables, and meat. Soon, the sounds of knife against cutting board filled the kitchen. Kurosaki joined the children in playful antics, teaching them to read and refine their chakra. Delicious. Another bowl, please. Kurosaki devoured his first bowl of rice with impressive speed, extending it towards a slightly older girl. The little girl promptly filled it once more to the brim. Thank you, Zyacil, be sure to eat plenty of vegetables. Kurosaki expressed his gratitude as he accepted the bowl, continuing to indulge. In the orphanage's dining hall, all the children feasted voraciously. Inspired by Kurosaki, they all dug in with abandon, even the little girls abandoning their decorum. Ugh, it's infuriating. Big brother Kurosaki has already eaten 20 bowls, and I've only had 2. I can't let him outdo me. I want to be a ninja like big brother Kurosaki. A little boy clutched his round belly, burping loudly, yearning for another bowl. I want to eat too, he exclaimed, still burping. Nanoyu shook her head, smiling helplessly. Ryusuke, you can stop once you're full. Don't follow in Kurosaki's footsteps, or you'll make yourself sick, and you all as well once you're full, that's enough. She playfully tapped the little boy on the head while cautioning the others. Before long, the orphans' bellies were round and full, and they dashed outside to play. Phew, I'm stuffed. Kurosaki set down his utensils with a long sigh of relief. He retrieved a thick envelope and placed it on the table, nudging it towards Nanoyu. Here, there are 150,000 ryo. Don't be too frugal. Spend it boldly. Nanoyu glanced at the envelope on the table and pushed it back. Kurosaki, we cannot keep accepting your money. Now that you've become a ninja, you need to save for ninja tools and training. If you go on missions, you must take care of yourself. I can work at the Konoha hospital as a medic, treating the wounded to earn money, and I can apply for funds from the higher-ups in Konoha. You needn't worry. Her voice was gentle, filled with warmth as she looked at Kurosaki with a smile. Nanoyu, do you think I'll go on missions? Or do you think I lack money? Writing at home is far more lucrative than undertaking missions. Or do you think of me as an outsider? Kurosaki pushed the envelope back toward her. Use it to buy the children some new clothes. You should also get some new clothes. And remember, don't skimp on the food, for I intend to keep mooching meals here. Don't forget, I am part of this orphanage. Kurosaki's tone was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. Over the years, he had consistently supported the orphanage, donating the majority of the earnings he made from writing. Nanoyu had refused countless times, but she could never sway Kurosaki. Also, when you mention applying for funds from the higher-ups in Konoha, do you mean Danzo Shimura? Kurosaki inquired, turning his head. How did you know? Nozomi cast a skeptical glance at Kurosaki. Humph, that old man is no good. I won't allow you to seek him out. Yet, Kurosaki remained resolute. There are no buts. I absolutely forbid you from approaching him. I have an abundance of manuscript fees that I cannot exhaust. If Nozomi were to seek out Danzo, she might once again be dispatched as a spy, with her very survival upon return hanging by a thread. Even if she managed to return alive from the enemy's clutches, the likelihood of Danzo betraying her and orchestrating a ruthless assassination was all too real. Kurosaki could not allow such a tragedy to befall Nozomi again.
Chapter 19, Shadow Clone Technique, Rasengan.
Very well. Nozomi conceded, unable to sway Kurosaki's determination, and tucked away the envelope filled with money. By the way, how do you know Elder Danzo? She suddenly inquired, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. Why do you say he is not a good person? She had never broached the subject of Root in Kurosaki's presence, nor had she ever mentioned the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo. Could it be that Kurosaki had encountered Elder Danzo? The medic, Nozomi, felt a pang of anxiety. I met Danzo today. He wanted to recruit me into Root, but I turned him down, Kurosaki declared with a smirk, as if I would follow someone who clearly has ill intentions, especially when I am a valued ninja in the eyes of Lord Hokage. He dared not reveal the entire truth, fearing this woman might become excessively worried. After all, Nozomi had lived under Danzo's shadow for far too long. That's good, that's good. Nozomi exhaled in relief. She truly feared for Kurosaki's safety should he venture into Root. At that moment, she was blissfully unaware of Kurosaki's illustrious deeds. Otherwise, she would not be so comfortably seated before him. As the sky darkened, Kurosaki, having engaged in casual conversation with the medic Nozomi for a while, rose to depart from the orphanage. Creak, Kurosaki pushed open the door to his home. It was a quintessential Japanese wooden structure, a legacy left to him by his parents in this world. Ever since Kurosaki enrolled in the Ninja Academy, he had ceased returning to the orphanage, instead opting to reside in his own house. The dwelling was modest, with simple yet well-maintained furnishings. Although most of his earnings had been donated to the orphanage, Kurosaki had set aside a portion to renovate his home and its contents. Once inside, Kurosaki plopped down on the tatami mat and retrieved the scroll containing the shadow clone technique bestowed upon him by the third Hokage. So that's how it works. It's quite simple. Kurosaki quickly grasped the principles behind the shadow clone technique. In truth, this ninjutsu was not overly difficult to learn, but the entry requirements were quite stringent. This technique divides the user's chakra to create physical clones. Thus, to learn and execute the shadow clone technique, one must possess a vast amount of chakra. Otherwise, could prove life-threatening. As he prepared to form the necessary hand seals, Kurosaki stood up, bringing his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands in a cross formation. Shadow clone technique. Boom! A burst of white smoke erupted. However, no additional Kurosaki appeared. The attempt at the shadow clone technique had failed. What? It actually failed? Naruto managed to learn the multiple shadow clone technique successfully on his first try. Why did I fail? Could it be that my aptitude is inferior to Naruto's? That shouldn't be the case. Kurosaki found himself perplexed. He retraced his steps through the casting process. Forming the seals, channeling chakra, distributing chakra. Ah, I see. Did I allocate too little chakra? He resolved to try again. Kurosaki formed the seals once more.
Shadow clone technique.
Boom! Boom! 2 puffs of smoke erupted, and as the smoke dissipated, 2 Kurosakis emerged. Success! Wow! So this is the shadow clone technique. It truly is marvelous. The 3 Kurosakis examined one another, circling around the small room. One of the clones retrieved 2 balloons from a box beside the tatami mat, which represented the original. He handed the balloons to the other clones and commanded, "You two, practice the Raisnon." "Hey, original, we're practicing the Raisnon. What about you? Why is it that we practice and not you?" Kurosaki's original felt a vain throb on his forehead. "Damn it, these 2 clones are rebelling. I want to practice too. Hurry up." The original Kurosaki also took out a balloon. He had been secretly training the Raisnon for several months. It must be said, this ninjutsu was incredibly challenging to master. Even with an understanding of the principles, he was still one step away from perfection. The stages of water balloon and rubber ball were long past. Now, he had brought the Raisnon to its final step. All that remained was to concentrate chakra within the balloon without causing it to burst, thereby fully mastering the Raisnon. All 3 Kurosakis simultaneously infused chakra into their respective balloons. Pop! 1 balloon burst. Pop! Another balloon exploded. After 2 hours, the 2 clones exhausted their chakra and dissipated into smoke. Buzz! Kurosaki suddenly felt a surge of memories flooding into his mind, overwhelming him and causing a momentary haze before his eyes. No wonder so few people use shadow clones as a training tool. This sensation is difficult to endure, even for someone like me with robust mental fortitude. One can only imagine how others fare. I wonder how Naruto manages to do it. Is it that those with special abilities are not as fortunate as the children of the world? Training like that kid Naruto, I fear I cannot withstand it just yet. Kurosaki grimaced in pain, sitting on the edge of the tatami mat to sort through his chaotic thoughts. Raisnon, turbulent chakra, maintain, concentrate a little, form a membrane. Oh, I think I understand, Kurosaki exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. He retrieved another balloon from the box. Infusing chakra, he formed a turbulent flow. The chakra converged at a center point, creating an outer layer to prevent the inner chakra from escaping. Maintain. Yes, I did it. Sweat beaded on Kurosaki's forehead, and a smile gradually spread across his face. The balloon remained intact. The turbulent chakra was remarkably stable within the balloon. He withdrew the chakra he had infused, and the balloon burst once more. Kurosaki concentrated chakra again in the center of his palm. This time, however, he did not use a balloon. He watched as a pale blue chakra swirled and coalesced in his palm, gradually forming a perfectly round blue sphere. Even without releasing the ninjutsu, Kurosaki could sense the astounding power contained within this blue orb. Raisnon successfully mastered. Kurosaki sighed in relief, smiling as he wiped the perspiration from his brow. In just one night, he had mastered the shadow clone technique and secretly refined the Raisnon. His strength had leaped forward remarkably. The shadow clone technique, needless to say, was an exceptional training aid. It could be used for combat and intelligence gathering, making it an exceedingly practical ninjutsu. The Raisnon, while matching the destructive power of his self-created explosion technique, had potential for further growth. In its later stages, the Raisnon could be launched as a projectile for long-range attacks and could incorporate various chakra attributes, yielding devastating effects. Of course, I cannot use the Raisnon openly for now. After all, this ninjutsu was devised by Minato Namikaze based on the Tailed Beast Bomb. Having never encountered the Tailed Beast Bomb myself, should I use it recklessly, it would be difficult to explain. For the time being, I shall treat the Raisnon as a trump card, Kurosaki contemplated. Chapter 20. Obito, you're not cut out for this. Rin will be mine. In the residence of the Kurosaka family, Kurosaka lay upon the tatami, perusing the system panel. Host, Martial D. Teach, Bounty, 0, Devil Fruit, none, Armament Haki, none, Observation Haki, Basic Observation Haki, to be trained, Conqueror's Haki, none, Skills, Paper Drawing, to be trained. In terms of ninjutsu, I have mastered the body replacement technique, instantaneous technique, explosive flow technique, shadow clone technique, and the spiraling sphere, with both physical prowess and chakra levels far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Presently, I still have yet to cultivate the marine 6 powers of the pirate world as well as the observation haki. Given my current strength, I believe even a typical Chunin would find it difficult to contend with me. The capabilities of a Jonin, however, remain uncertain. Henceforth, my focus will shift to mastering paper drawing and observation haki, with the option to selectively learn elemental ninjutsu. I shall first delve into fire release, specifically for outdoor ignition and obliteration of evidence. Following that, I will study earth release, particularly techniques that allow for underground stealth, enabling swift escape in dire situations. Next, I shall pursue water release, wind release, and lightning release. The night passed without incident. Wow, what a day brimming with chakra. Shadow clone technique. Bang! 2 shadow clones materialized beside Kurosaki. Clone number 1, go seek out Yamaguchi Aikyu and commence our money-making venture. Clone number 2, remain at home and draft the manuscript for laughing proudly in the ninja world. The clones possessed the entirety of the host's memories. Thus Kurosaki did not require extensive explanations. Given his uncertainty regarding manga, he preferred to focus on writing novels. Now, with an expanded array of tasks at his disposal, he could delegate menial chores to his clones while the original focused on training. Subsequently, one of Kurosaki's clones set out to find that abstract painter, while the original made his way to the training grounds. The training field from his graduation assessment was, in fact, the playground of the Ninja Academy, reserved exclusively for students of the Academy for practice and evaluation. The exercise grounds, however, were designated for official ninjas to hone their skills and engage in sparring, and were considerably larger. Within Kanahagakure, there existed 5 exercise grounds, and the outskirts held dozens more. This time, Kurosaki's target was the 3rd exercise ground located within the village. Although the outskirts were secluded, he harbored concerns over Danzo's potential interference. The training grounds within the village were significantly safer. At the 3rd training ground, fire release, great fireball technique, puff, great fireball technique. Oh no! Upon nearing the 3rd training ground, Kurosaki vaguely overheard a familiar voice. Entering the training ground, he indeed spotted a well-known figure. Obito, you're quite early today, Kurosaki called out boisterously to Obito. It was the weekend, and the Ninja Academy was closed. The sun had only just begun to rise. Great fireball, cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Obito was in the midst of forming seals to unleash fire release when he was startled by Kurosaki's sudden arrival, causing him to stifle the technique. You jerk? Kurosaki. Scaring me like that this early in the morning. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Obito exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Ha ha ha. I haven't seen you for a night and missed you terribly, Kurosaki said, playfully tucking Obito under his arm like a chick. Let me go, you jerk. I only like Rin. Obito struggled desperately. Kurosaki released Obito, saying, how about you assist me with my training? Later, I'll teach you the techniques of ninjutsu release. Sure. Obito replied excitedly. Then, come at me with a kunao. I 1T fight back, only dodge. What kind of training is this? Obito questioned in confusion. It's to sharpen your body technique. Go ahead, Kurosaki challenged. I'm coming at you now. Watch out, Obito declared, wielding his kunao and lunging towards Kurosaki. As expected, Kurosaki did not retaliate, nor did he evade. Instead, his body moved with the grace of paper, effortlessly avoiding Obito's strikes. An hour later, oh, I can't go on. Uchiha Obito collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Kurosaki glanced at his system panel. Host, Martial D. Teach, Bounty, 0, Devil Fruit, none, Armament Haki, none, Observation Haki, Basic Observation Haki, to be trained, Conqueror's Haki, none, Skills, Paper Drawing, Beginner. Have you mastered paper drawing? That was quite easy. Kurosaki felt quite pleased. In truth, the training methods for paper drawing and observation haki were deeply etched in Kurosaki's memory. With minimal practice to solidify muscle memory, he could consider it mastered. Possessing a formidable physique, He managed to practice paper drawing for an hour without breaking a sweat. Obito, rise and continue training. Kurosaki, let me lie here for a moment. I can't take it anymore. Obito weakly waved his hand. Kurosaki cast a sidelong glance at the exhausted Obito and suddenly felt a mischievous urge. Oh dear. Obito, I heard Rin say she prefers boys with strong stamina. After only an hour, you're already done for? You're out of luck. Kurosaki remarked, shaking his head in mock disappointment. Damn it, Kurosaki. I challenge you to a duel. Obito exclaimed, his face contorted in determination as he sprang up from the ground. As expected, Nohara Rin was Obito's source of motivation. Obito activated his single Tomo Sharingan and charged at Kurosaki. However, this time, Kurosaki blindfolded his eyes with a cloth. Since I have already mastered paper drawing, I shall attempt to grasp observation haki. After all, this is the true weapon. Noticing Kurosaki covering his eyes, Obito voiced his confusion. He did not inquire further, instead opting to attack with fists and feet. In this instance, Obito felt exhilarated. Although many of his strikes were evaded by Kurosaki, he still managed to land a few blows. Another hour passed. Ha! 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 Obito lay sprawled on the ground, tongue out, panting heavily. His Sharingan had long since closed. He was utterly spent, devoid of any strength. What a monster! How does Kurosaki manage to evade my attacks while blindfolded? Obito pondered, filled with questions. At first, he could hit Kurosaki, but after half an hour, it was as if Kurosaki had eyes on the back of his head, making it nearly impossible to land a hit. Is the gap this vast? Obito felt a tinge of bitterness. He was not envious of Kurosaki, but rather felt his own inadequacy. How could he protect Rin in such a weakened state? Obito silently clenched his fists. Kurosaki removed the cloth from his eyes and said, Thank you, Obito. Once you've rested, I'll join you for ninjutsu training. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. After an hour of practicing observation haki, he had yet to fully master it. He still occasionally found himself struck by Obito's attacks. Training haki is indeed challenging. Even with the system's assistance, it remains a strenuous endeavor. It seems I must practice for a while longer, Kurosaki reflected inwardly. Obito rose, leaning against a large tree, and weakly stated, It's a deal. Kurosaki's gaze suddenly shifted to another direction as he shouted, Hey, Kakashi, how long do you plan to hide? Discovered? This guy, Kurosaki, is surprisingly perceptive. A masked figure with white hair leaped down from a nearby tree. Chapter 21. Sparring with Kakashi descending from the trees was a figure with flowing white hair, adorned with a deep blue mask, and possessing a pair of lifeless, fish-like eyes. It was none other than Konoha's prodigy, Kakashi Hatake. Ah, Obito, Black Zetsu. Long time no see, Kakashi greeted lethargically. Black Zetsu, I've heard you've graduated too? Quite impressive. Congratulations. Kakashi approached slowly. Huh? Kakashi, are you boasting? You graduated even before me. Obito replied with a hint of a smile. You scoundrel, Kakashi. Have you been eavesdropping on our training? Obito, who had just been exhausted, sprang to his feet upon Kakashi's arrival and began to mock him. Foolish Obito, why would I learn from a dropout like you? Kakashi retorted. I've awakened my Sharingan. I could graduate any time I wish. From now on, you'll just follow in my shadow. Obito declared, pointing to his eyes with pride. He leaned closer to Kakashi, activating his Sharingan, glaring at Kakashi's dull eyes. At that moment, Obito resembled a fierce rooster, their noses nearly touching. Oh, I'm trembling in fear. You go ahead and graduate first. Kakashi dismissed Obito's single Tomo Sharingan. You coward, let us duel. I'll knock you into the ground, then graduate first. You aren't even worthy to be my opponent. You jerk. Kakashi. Black Zetsu looked on, bemused. The two always seemed to bicker upon meeting. Obito was thoroughly outmatched by Kakashi's banter. Cough. Kakashi, don't you have any missions today? Black Zetsu interjected, interrupting their verbal sparring. I just completed a B-rank mission. I'm taking a couple of days off, Kakashi replied, casting a proud glance at Obito. Jerk, what are you bragging about? Obito grumbled in irritation. Kakashi, how about a spar? Black Zetsu suddenly suggested, noticing that Kakashi had likely reached Chunin level strength. No way, Kakashi replied, his eyes dull with disinterest. Huh? Kakashi, are you afraid? Obito exclaimed, his eyes wide with mock arrogance. Afraid? Of a dropout like you? Of course, I fear losing to Black Zetsu. Yes, a genius. You wouldn't dare face him, would you? Oh dear, Kakashi, are you really a coward? Obito teased, reveling in his discovery. Kakashi's masked face began to flush with color. At this moment, the white fang of Konoha, Sakamo Heitake, had yet to take his own life, and Kakashi remained a passionate youth, untainted by darkness. Alright, Black Zetsu, since you wish to spar, I shall oblige. Obito, watch closely. This is the battle of a true ninja, not a mere game of pretend. Provoked by Obito's taunts, Kakashi impulsively agreed to spar with Black Zetsu, while managing to throw another jab at Obito. Soon enough, Black Zetsu and Kakashi formed the necessary hand seals. Obito stepped aside, shouting, Black Zetsu, make sure to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Clang. Black Zetsu, grasping a kunao, clashed with Kakashi's short blade. In the next instant, Kakashi was sent flying backward. What a joke! Such power! Kakashi managed to halt his rapid retreat, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath him. His previously dull eyes finally glinted with sharpness. I can't match him in close combat. I must engage him from a distance, Kakashi thought to himself. He swiftly waved his hand, sending several kunao and shuriken hurtling toward the advancing Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu leaped sideways, effortlessly evading the projectiles. Kakashi, unleash all your techniques. As you wish, Kakashi declared, his hands flying through hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Kakashi's mouth, growing larger as it sped toward Black Zetsu until it reached a diameter of 3 meters. The Great Fireball technique, originally a Uchiha clan ninjutsu, was not restricted from being learned by the villagers of Konoha. As a genius capable of mastering all 5 chakra natures, Kakashi found it easy to learn this technique. Boom! The fireball struck its target, engulfing Black Zetsu in flames. Seeing his ninjutsu connect, Kakashi felt no sense of relief. He did not believe Black Zetsu could evade it. Obito, however, remained unfazed, having witnessed Black Zetsu's strength the previous day. Indeed, amidst the flames, Black Zetsu transformed into a wooden log, a substitution technique. In Chunin-level battles, the substitution technique is rarely effective, yet Black Zetsu's speed was exceptional. Kakashi's eyes darted around, searching for Black Zetsu's true form. Where would he strike from? Above. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as he looked up. Suddenly, Black Zetsu appeared directly above him, not wielding a kunao, but instead, he hurled a fist down toward Kakashi's head. Bang! Kakashi was knocked into the ground. Bravo! Obito cheered, jumping up excitedly from a distance. Bang! Kakashi's body transformed into a puff of smoke. It was a shadow clone. Black Zetsu showed no sign of surprise. In truth, Kakashi had never lacked chakra. Prior to transplanting Obito's Sharingan, he had never felt fatigued. It was only after the transplant of Obito's eye, which he could not deactivate, that he began to suffer from a chronic depletion of chakra. Ever since, Kakashi had started counting his chakra reserves meticulously, using the shadow clone technique sparingly. Earth style, Earth Spear. A barrage of earthen spears erupted from the ground, targeting Black Zetsu in mid-air. Swish, swish, swish. Black Zetsu, caught off guard, was pierced by the spears. Bang! Black Zetsu, impaled by the earth spears, transformed into a puff of smoke. Not the real body, a shadow clone. He can use the shadow clone technique. Kakashi felt a wave of surprise. The shadow clone technique was not something just anyone could learn. It required a unique qualification. Only because his father was Sakamo Heitake did Kakashi have the opportunity to learn this technique. Suddenly, Black Zetsu's voice rang out behind Kakashi. Found you, Kakashi. Sweat broke out on Kakashi's brow. For the first time, he felt a sense of pressure from a classmate. Was this truly Black Zetsu's real strength? However, although you are strong, I shall not be defeated. For the honor of the Heitake clan, Kakashi steeled himself. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. Chapter 22. Kakashi's defeat. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. A sturdy earthen wall rose from the ground, bracing against Kakashi's back. The thick wall separated Black Zetsu and Kakashi. Ha! The Earth Flow Wall can be used like this. Truly, Kakashi is impressive. Though I wonder if he has carved a dog's head into it. Black Zetsu mused silently. Explosive Flow Break. Unleash. Black Zetsu concentrated a massive amount of chakra into his fist, striking the earthen wall. Boom! The Earth Flow Wall shattered instantly, debris flying like meteorites, engulfing the surroundings in dust. Black Zetsu burst through the cloud, only to find Kakashi had vanished once more. Concealed in the shadows, Kakashi felt the corners of his mouth twitch beneath his mask. Is this truly the renowned ninjutsu of Kurosaki? Such formidable power, One punch would likely reduce a person to mere pulp. Kakashi's heart raced with trepidation. The earth fragments hurled away by Kurosaki were astonishingly potent, nearly rivaling that of ninjutsu. Had he been even a moment slower in his evasion, he could have sustained severe injuries. As Kakashi remained hidden, Kurosaki attempted to sense Kakashi's position using the half-baked observation haki he had practiced for an hour. No success. As expected, he was still far from mastering it. Whoosh! 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 Several shurikens shot forth from behind the trees, aimed at Kurosaki. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kurosaki effortlessly dodged them. Water release. Water surge. Kakashi's voice echoed once again. A massive torrent of water surged forth from the woods. Kurosaki leapt upward, wishing to avoid getting his clothes soaked. As the water surge passed, the ground was left drenched in large patches. Kurosaki landed on soil with a shallow layer of water. Water surge is a C-rank ninjutsu, not particularly powerful in the realm of water release, yet it excels in its simplicity, consuming little chakra, and is often paired with lightning techniques. Indeed, Kakashi's voice resounded once more. Lightning release. Lightning strike. The electric arcs traced along the path left by the water surge, swiftly reaching Kurosaki's feet. Ah, this sensation. Kurosaki did not evade, allowing the lightning to strike him. He had never experienced the taste of lightning release before, or rather, his exposure to various ninjutsu was limited, leaving him unaware of the power across different ranks. He wished to savor the feeling of being struck by ninjutsu. Lightning strike is a C-rank technique with a low upper limit, and its power was just enough for him to safely experience it. A tingling sensation coursed through Kurosaki's body, as if his muscles were slightly numbed. So this is what lightning release feels like. But it is still too weak. It's no wonder Kakashi, now an adult, has not used it again. Quite underwhelming, Kurosaki mused silently. In the forest, Kakashi, observing Kurosaki's lack of evasion against his ninjutsu, was momentarily taken aback. Didn't he explode? Is that his true form? Why hasn't he dodged? Yet it was a prime opportunity, as he must have numbed his muscles. Suddenly emerging from the shadows, Kakashi sprang forth, wielding a short blade aimed at Kurosaki. Just as Kakashi's blade was about to pierce Kurosaki, his pupils dilated sharply. Standing still, Kurosaki turned to face Kakashi, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. What? Did the lightning not take effect? Swish! Kurosaki vanished in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared above Kakashi, his feet pressing down firmly on Kakashi's shoulders, forcing him to the ground. Kakashi fell flat. Kurosaki used Kakashi's back as a makeshift skateboard, gliding forward through the mud and water. Kakashi's face was buried in the muck, carving a trench into the soft earth. Yes, this is the feeling, Obito exclaimed excitedly, waving his fists and cheering. Bang! Kakashi transformed into smoke once more. Another shadow clone. Kakashi, your chakra is quite abundant, Kurosaki thought with admiration. Earth release. Earth decapitation technique. Just as Kurosaki landed, hands emerged from the ground, grasping his ankles and attempting to drag him down. However, Kurosaki had anticipated this. He bent down sharply and seized Kakashi's wrist. With a powerful tug, he yanked the bewildered Kakashi from the ground, sending his body soaring into the air. Kakashi's pupils constricted violently. He saw a fist hurtling toward his face. He seemed to perceive a massive kanji for death, as if the Grim Reaper had appeared before him. The fierce wind whipped against Kakashi's face and hair. Kurosaki's fist halted just before Kakashi's nose. Though he stopped in time, the impact was still formidable. Seeing Kakashi's eyes glaze over as he fell, Kurosaki's curiosity piqued, and he yanked off Kakashi's mask. A fair, handsome face emerged, marked with a hint of determination. So this is what Kakashi looks like. Truly striking. Why on earth would he don a mask? Kurosaki quickly pulled Kakashi's mask back up. Kurosaki, I never anticipated you to be this powerful. Is this the extent of your hidden strength? Kakashi inquired, a hint of resentment bubbling within him. From the very start, Kakashi was a renowned prodigy, enrolling at 4, graduating at 5, shattering records in Konoha. His peers, who had entered alongside him, were left far behind. Yet today, he realized that this classmate, 2 years his senior and whom he had never paid much heed to, surpassed him by a considerable margin. Kakashi found it difficult to accept. Well, something like that. Kurosaki pondered briefly before answering nonchalantly. Kakashi wouldn't he be crushed by my words? Would he? Kurosaki mused internally. Ha ha ha, Kakashi. Who would have thought you'd lose to Kurosaki? Let us see how arrogant you remain from now on. Obito chimed in, leaning closer to mock him. Humph. It's not you who defeated me, so what's there to be proud of? You should focus on graduating first. Kakashi seized upon this point, refusing to let it go. Damn you, Kakashi. I will duel you. The two fell into yet another squabble. Kurosaki, next time, I will not lose to you, Kakashi declared before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, Kurosaki began instructing Obito on his training. Obito, your fireball technique is unstable due to insufficient chakra control. You must enhance your chakra control first. Only then will your ninjutsu training yield greater results. You ask how to improve chakra control? Climb trees. Walk on water. Focus your chakra at the soles of your feet, allowing your feet to adhere to the tree trunk, and slowly ascend to the very top. Once you reach the summit, you will have accomplished the tree climbing task. As for walking on water, the principle is similar to climbing trees, but with greater demands, thus providing an even better workout for chakra control. For the rest of the morning, Obito diligently practiced climbing trees as instructed by Kurosaki. He fell repeatedly, yet not once did he utter a word of pain. Meanwhile, Kurosaki summoned 2 shadow clones to assist him in honing his observation haki. In no time, stones and soil flew through the air. Chapter 23. The dejected Kakashi and the noticed Obito. Father, I'm home. Heitake Kakashi gently pushed open the door to his home. Kakashi, what has happened? At that moment, Heitake Sakamo, who had no missions, was tidying up the house. With his white hair tied in a ponytail, he wore a gentle expression. Noticing Kakashi's downcast demeanor, he paused his chores, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. He had never seen such a state in his son. Kakashi, the youthful genius, had enrolled at 4 and graduated at 5, far surpassing his peers and closely trailing adult ninjas. Though Kakashi never voiced arrogant claims, Sakamo understood that his son held a certain pride within. Thus, Kakashi typically wore an expression of indifference. What has caused him to suddenly feel so low today? Father, I'm sorry, I lost. Kakashi couldn't bring himself to meet Sakamo's gaze. What? Sakamo was even more perplexed. Father, I have been bested by my peers. I have brought shame upon you and the Heitake family, Kakashi exclaimed, his head bowed low, his hands clenched tightly. Oh? Heitake Sakamo responded, genuinely astonished. Is there truly someone capable of defeating my son? Such prowess exists among his classmates. Yet, he pondered, what disgrace is there in being surpassed by one's companions? Sakamo gently reassured Kakashi, his heart swelling with a hint of joy. Kakashi was exceptionally gifted, having never tasted failure until now. However, even the most brilliant can encounter foes stronger than themselves. One day he might face greater setbacks, even peril to his life. The worries that had clouded Sakamo's mind dissipated in that moment. Father, Kakashi suddenly lifted his gaze. Failure is not disgraceful. What is truly shameful is to surrender oneself after a moment of defeat. Failure reveals one's true self, clarifying personal shortcomings, and fuels the drive for future success. Kakashi, losing to a peer is far preferable to succumbing to an enemy, is it not? Sakamo ruffled Kakashi's hair, smiling as he spoke. Yes, father, I understand. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Unlike the lifelessness that had previously clouded them, a rare spark of resolve ignited within him. Curiosity piqued, Sakamo inquired, pray tell, who was it that managed to defeat you? It was Kurosaki. Kakashi replied earnestly. Kurosaki? Ah, so it is he. Sakamo recalled the boy he had encountered when bringing Kakashi to school. Standing head and shoulders above his peers, Kurosaki exuded a nonchalant demeanor, concealing a maturity akin to that of an adult, accompanied by a palpable sense of distance from others. In Sakamo's memory, Kurosaki was indeed a remarkable child. Who would have thought his talent was so exceptional? Kakashi, we must invite your classmate Kurosaki over for a visit soon. He has provided us with invaluable assistance, and we owe him our gratitude, Sakamo suggested with a smile. Indeed, father. As midday approached in the 3rd training ground of Konoha, Uchiha Obito once again tumbled from a tree, grimacing as he rubbed his sore backside while casting a glance at Kurosaki, who was engrossed in his training. How does he manage to accomplish that? Obito mused, perplexed. Kurosaki's 2 shadow clones incessantly hurled stones and clumps of earth at the original. Astonishingly, the blindfolded Kurosaki evaded most of the assaults. I will not concede. Obito rallied himself, persisting in his tree climbing practice. Uchiha Obito, the clan leader wishes to see you. A ninja with black eyes and hair, adorned with a fan emblem on his back, suddenly appeared at the 3rd training ground. The clan leader wishes to see me? What for? Obito questioned, leaping down from the tree, puzzled. Kurosaki halted his training, removing the blindfold. He wondered if the Uchiha clan was beginning to take notice of Obito since he had awakened his Sharingan. In the original storyline, Uchiha Itachi had activated his Sharingan at the tender age of 8, already establishing himself as the clan's brightest prodigy. Now, at just 6, Obito had opened his eyes, a feat almost unparalleled within the Uchiha lineage. Obito had always lived a humble life with his grandmother outside the Uchiha compound. His behavior, uncharacteristic of an Uchiha, and his lack of demonstrated talent had rendered him invisible to the clan, which had never extended its care to him or his grandmother. In this regard, the Uchiha clan had indeed fallen short compared to the third Hokage. Thus, Obito had remained distanced from his clan. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was utterly incompetent, leading the Uchiha family further into decline. Kurosaki shook his head as he observed the Uchiha ninja summoned to fetch Obito. Well then, Kurosaki, I shall go meet the clan leader. Until we meet again, Obito called as he followed the Uchiha member away from the training ground. Kurosaki resumed his training, sharpening his observation skills. At that moment, the Uchiha compound lay at the heart of Konoha. Obito and his escort traversed bustling streets before finally arriving at their destination. Clan leader, Uchiha Obito has arrived, the escort announced. Thank you for your efforts, you may leave now, Inezuka, responded the clan leader. Yes, clan leader. Inezuka bowed and exited the leader's chamber. Clan leader. Obito gazed at the stern figure with trepidation. Obito, there is no need to be anxious. May I see your Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized the boy adorned with goggles. Obito activated his Sharingan. Indeed, when he first received news of Obito's awakening, Fugaku had found it difficult to believe. After all, a 6-year-old awakening the Sharingan was almost fantastical. Even Uchiha Madara had not achieved such a feat at that age. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he was convinced. Well done, Obito, Fugaku praised. From now on, you and your grandmother should move back to the clan compound. I will arrange for someone to care for her. In the future, the Uchiha clan will support your training and provide for your needs. The Uchiha clan prioritized strength above all. Anyone who demonstrated capability would receive the clan's resources. Obito was no exception. His talent in awakening the Sharingan at 6 granted him access to abundant resources. Unexpectedly, Obito declined the offer to move back with his grandmother. Clan leader, she is too old for such changes. I see. Allow me to arrange for someone to assist your grandmother at your home. You need only focus on becoming stronger. This time Obito did not refuse. Perhaps due to his time spent with Kurosaki, he had grown somewhat more rational. Uchiha Fugaku entrusted Obito with several scrolls of ninjutsu and encouraged him to ask questions whenever needed. Thus began Fugaku's guidance of Obito's training. Several hours later, Obito left the Uchiha compound, his face alight with excitement. That evening, Kurosaki returned home, clutching his throbbing head and grimacing as memories surged through his senses. Chapter 24, Mission, Temporary Team Formation. The following morning at the Konoha Mission Center, Heave-Ho, Mato Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit, performed handstand push-ups. Nearby, Mato Dai humbly implored any Chunin or Jonin who had accepted a mission to join forces with him. Sir, we have 3 genin here. Would you consider teaming up with us? I assure you, we won't hold you back. Please, sir. One by one, every request from Mato Dai was met with refusal. A perennial genin accompanied by 2 freshly graduated genin was not an appealing combination for any competent ninja. Kurosaki gazed skyward, pondering his choices. Why have I come here? Ah yes, it was Dai who insisted on dragging me along at the crack of dawn, clamoring to venture out for a mission, and out of curiosity I followed. Having believed the deceptive words of the father and son duo, no one was willing to team up with them. How would they venture out of the village to undertake missions? Hikai gazed at the clouds in the sky and let out a long sigh. In truth, the 3 of them were capable of accepting D-rank missions. Yet Hikai's threshold was set at C-rank. What a jest! D-rank missions consisted solely of tasks such as catching cats, finding dogs, or tilling fields. Only missions ranked C or above presented the potential for combat. Engaging in those D-rank missions would be less productive than returning to his writing or training alone. Just as Hikai contemplated heading back, Might Guy waved them over. Hikai, come here. Oh, had they finally found a ninja willing to team up with them? Hikai lifted his head from its backward tilt and saw a male ninja, younger than 30, standing beside Might Guy, who was scrutinizing both Hikai and Kai. Adept at doing handstands, quickly straightened up and excitedly ran towards his father. Hikai followed suit, approaching them. This is Chunin Hasegawa. Might Guy introduced the man beside him. Hasegawa Saburo, the Chunin stated expressionlessly. Greetings, senior. Hikai slightly raised his head, taking in the man's appearance. Short hair, thick lips, a dense beard on his chin, and a faint scar across his face. Kai courteously greeted Hasegawa Saburo as well. This is my son, Kai. And this is Hikai, a super genius. Might Guy introduced Hikai and Kai to Hasegawa Saburo. Oh, a genius, you say? Hasegawa Saburo's gaze fixed upon Hikai. You flatter me. I am merely a year or two older than my peers, Hikai replied with a modest smile. I see. Hasegawa Saburo withdrew his gaze and addressed the trio. This time, I have accepted a C-rank mission with a reward of 30,000 ryo. My stipulation is that you must follow my commands throughout the mission. As for the reward, after deducting the portion to be submitted, I will take 50%, with the remaining 50% to be divided among the three of you. If you can agree to these terms, I will team up with you. Hasegawa Saburo spoke with clarity and decisiveness. Hikai nodded inwardly upon hearing this. The Chunin's demands were indeed quite reasonable. In team missions, it is customary for the leading ninja to take half the reward, and since the genin lacked experience, adhering to the leader's commands would significantly enhance the likelihood of success. No problem. Hikai and the Might Duo replied in unison. Excellent. Now, let me provide you with the details of the mission. Hasegawa Saburo nodded in satisfaction. This mission involves the elimination of bandits. The target is a group of bandits that has recently appeared within the borders of the Land of Fire. The bandit leader is a samurai commanding fewer than 20 subordinates. Therefore, this mission will involve combat, but we will not encounter any ninjas. The mention of bandit extermination and combat piqued Hikai's interest. Now, please introduce yourselves, particularly your areas of expertise, so I can devise a strategy. Hasegawa Saburo instructed the trio. I am Might Guy, proficient in taijutsu. Might Guy was the first to respond loudly. I am Might Kai, 7 years old, and I only know taijutsu. Kai exclaimed with spirited enthusiasm, revealing his gleaming tiger teeth. Hikai, 8 years old, skilled in taijutsu. Hikai stated casually, his arms crossed. Hasegawa Saburo thought to himself, damn, I should have inquired about these matters beforehand. Might Guy, a perennial genin, I know you, and Might Kai, what are you so cheerful about? Only knowing taijutsu? Hikai, 8 years old? Is this the height expected of an 8-year-old? What have you been eating to grow? Hasegawa Saburo mentally berated himself. At that moment, he regretted teaming up with 3 taijutsu-focused ninjas. What strategy was there to formulate? Had he known these 3 were solely adept in taijutsu, he would never have agreed to form a team with them. I am Hasegawa Saburo, skilled in fire release. He introduced himself to Hikai and the others, his mind filled with exasperation. Having already committed to the partnership, he could not easily back out and could only brace himself to complete the mission. Fortunately, this task merely involved bandit extermination and did not require confronting ninjas. You have 1 hour to prepare the necessary supplies. Meet back here in 1 hour, Hasegawa Saburo commanded before swiftly departing. This mission was not a short one and would involve killing, so it was imperative to prepare shuriken, kunao, soldier pills, and healing ointments. Hikai and the Might Duo dispersed to gather their respective supplies. Boss, I'll take 1,000 rice balls. Hikai declared boldly in front of the rice ball shop, handing over the full payment. The shopkeeper was left speechless, unable to believe his ears. Indeed, 1,000, and I'll return in half an hour to collect. Rest assured, we will have them ready for you in half an hour. Hikai left the rice ball shop and turned to buy 500 soldier pills. Being at a growing age, his appetite was substantial. Eating only soldier pills in bulk might be difficult to manage. However, he had to prepare them as they could quickly restore chakra. For safety's sake, he also purchased some healing and detoxifying medicines. Together with the kunao, shuriken, and 10 explosive tags stored in his ninja tool pouch, he thought, yes, this mission is assured. After all, with Might Guy on their side, as long as they did not encounter someone of a shadow level or higher, who could possibly stand against them? He returned to the rice ball shop, where the shopkeeper was panting from exhaustion, yet all the rice balls were ready. Hikai carried 2 large buckets of rice balls to a secluded corner and stored them all in his system space. The soldier pills were also securely placed within the system space. At this moment, the cubic meter of his system space was filled to the brim. An hour later, Hikai returned to the mission center. Might Guy and Might Kai had also completed their preparations, arriving slightly before Hikai. Since everyone is here, let us set off, Hasegawa Saburo declared, and the 4 of them hastened towards the outskirts of Konoha village. Chapter 25, The Peculiar Client. In the eastern region of the Land of Fire, Asakawa. After a day and night of travel, Hikai, Hasegawa Saburo, and the Might Duo finally arrived near their destination. The four paused in a clearing to rest and replenish their energy. Hikai took out a pile of rice balls to share with the others. Wait, just how many rice balls did you bring, and where on earth were you keeping them? Hasegawa Saburo inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Generally, when ninjas embark on missions, they strive to carry as few unrelated items as possible. For energy replenishment, most would opt for the compact, long-lasting soldier pills. Yet here was Hikai, continuously producing rice balls. Over the course of a day and night, he had extracted at least 200 rice balls, most of which he had consumed himself. Noticing Hasegawa Saburo's question, Hikai pulled out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch and waved it. In truth, he had not yet learned to use sealing scrolls. The scroll merely concealed his system space. I see, Hasegawa Saburo nodded, taking a rice ball and putting it into his mouth. Though the rice balls had cooled, they were at least far more palatable than soldier pills. To Hasegawa Saburo, Hikai hardly seemed like someone out on a mission. Rather, he appeared to be out for a leisurely stroll. However, given that he was currently enjoying a meal, he refrained from voicing any further concerns. Beside them, the father-son duo of Might Guy and Might Dai were relishing their meal with great enthusiasm. Hakazaki, in particular, was consuming food in a most extravagant manner. He opened his mouth wide, devouring half a rice ball in a single bite, chewing haphazardly before swallowing it whole. In no time, he had consumed over 20 rice balls. It was no wonder he had grown so robust at the tender age of 8. A thought that crossed Hasegawa Saburo's mind with a sense of admiration. One could not help but ponder how many days' worth of food this mission's remuneration would afford him. After a brief respite, the four continued on their journey. The esteemed ninjas from Konoha have finally arrived. A rotund man in his 40s, Yamada Yoshiro, the mayor of Asakawa town and the client for this mission, warmly greeted the four newcomers. I have prepared a feast. Please indulge yourselves before embarking on your task. He invited eagerly. Thank you for your kindness, Mayor Yamada, but it would be prudent for us to complete our mission first. Hasegawa Saburo politely declined. Oh no. The mission can wait. Let us first enjoy a meal together. Yamada insisted. We have just eaten, came Hasegawa's firm response. Then, let us rest at my home for a day and commence the mission tomorrow. The bandits will remain right where they are. Yamada pressed on with his invitation. Very well. Hasegawa Saburo acquiesced, seemingly unable to resist the mayor's fervor. Hakazaki furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an excessive eagerness in the mayor's demeanor. Something felt amiss. He glanced at Might Guy and Might Dai beside him, only to find them gazing at the smiling mayor with expressions of heartfelt gratitude. Well, it seems these two are indeed quite innocent, Hakazaki thought, allowing a slight grin to escape his lips. The four followed the mayor into his home. Lord Hasegawa, please. Mayor Yamada poured a cup of sake for Hasegawa Saburo. And Lord Might, please. He filled Might Dai's cup as well. Hakazaki. Kai. Do not hesitate. Inside the mayor's residence, a lavish spread awaited the weary travelers. Mayor, could you elaborate on this band of mountain bandits? Hasegawa Saburo asked, taking a sip of his drink. This band of marauders appeared about half a month ago, wreaking havoc with fire and slaughter, committing unspeakable atrocities. Their leader, a man named Kuriki Soji, wields a formidable katana. Yamada began, as he watched Hakazaki and the Might Duo indulge in the feast. And then, Hasegawa Saburo inquired, his speech slightly slurred, as if intoxicated. Saburo, I feel a tad dizzy, Hakazaki mumbled before his head thudded onto the table. Might Dai and Might Kai collapsed similarly, their heads hitting the surface with a thud. You all, Hasegawa Saburo exclaimed in alarm, before succumbing to unconsciousness himself. Seeing the four fall limp, Yamada exhaled a sigh of relief, his back drenched in perspiration. Someone, he called out. Yes, Mayor. Person rushed in. Go. Inform Kuriki Soji that the ninjas from Konoha have been captured, and bring a few men to bind these ninjas. At once, the messenger dashed out swiftly. I am terribly sorry, esteemed ones. I had no other choice, Yamada murmured, casting a glance at the unconscious Hakazaki and his companions. Oh, it's quite all right, Mayor. I never expected you to be so courteous. Hakazaki suddenly sat up, a teasing smile on his face. You, Yamada stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Hakazaki, his complexion paling. Mayor Yamada, do enlighten us. Hasegawa Saburo also sat up, demanding to know whether this was all part of his scheme or if he was colluding with the bandits. I. Yamada's forehead glistened with sweat as he stuttered. his lips quivering. Might Dai and Might Kai also sat up, alarmed. Seeing their reactions, Yamada bolted, attempting to flee. Clang. A kunao embedded itself in the doorframe. Take another step and it will be your head, Hakazaki stated flatly. Yamada's corpulent body trembled uncontrollably. Turning around, he fell to his knees. Honorable ones, I am but a man forced by circumstance. My son was taken by those bandits. Before leaving, their leader demanded that I deliver the ninjas from Konoha in exchange for my son. I was left with no options. Please, show mercy. Yamada began to prostrate himself before them. Because of your son, you would betray us all? Have you considered the consequences of crossing Konoha? Hasegawa Saburo rose slowly, producing a kunao. My son is all I have. I cannot let him come to harm. I am willing to offer all my wealth. Please save my son. Yamada's forehead was bleeding from his desperate blows. Your wealth will serve as your penance. Await the judgment of the land of fire, Hasegawa Saburo replied coldly, turning to his companions. The mission has changed. These bandits have set their sights on us. The situation is perilous. We must retreat immediately. Chapter 26. The Betrayal of Mist. The mission has changed. These bandits have set their sights on us. The situation is perilous. We must retreat immediately. Hasegawa Saburo spoke succinctly, decisively. Given that these bandits dared to target the ninjas of Konoha, they were clearly no ordinary criminals. This had transcended the boundaries of a C-rank mission. Immediate return to the village to report was imperative. Upon entering Asakawa town, Hasegawa Saburo had detected something amiss. In the mayor's residence, he had discreetly advised Hakazaki and the Might Duo to play along and see what tricks the mayor was up to. Hakazaki found himself regarding Hasegawa Saburo with newfound respect. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary Chunin would exhibit such astuteness? The four swiftly departed from Asakawa town. Wait, there is an ambush ahead. Hakazaki suddenly halted, alerting his comrades who were hastening towards Konoha. Are you certain? Hasegawa Saburo furrowed his brow. Indeed, Hakazaki nodded firmly. Though his observation haki was not yet fully developed, he could sense an impending threat. It seemed a significant confrontation was imminent. Might Dai, brimming with excitement, couldn't contain himself. In Konoha, he typically only undertook D-rank missions, and opportunities to participate in C-rank missions were rare, let alone encounter an enemy. Otherwise, with his prowess, he would not have remained a lowly genin for so long. This time, not only had they encountered foes, but the mission might escalate, a rare opportunity indeed. Kai knelt to loosen the weights strapped to his legs. Father, I will not shy away, he declared, steeling himself as he met Might Dai's gaze. That's my son. Let us unleash our youth. Might Dai beamed, revealing a radiant smile beneath his bushy mustache. Hey, this is no child's play, Hasegawa Saburo admonished, observing his subordinate's seemingly untroubled demeanor, feeling a headache coming on. The adversary's audacity to plot against and ambush Konoha ninjas indicates they are far from ordinary. This time we might well meet our end. Quickly, conceal yourselves. He clenched his teeth, quietly elucidating the stakes to the three companions, commanding them to conceal themselves. At that moment, his heart was on the verge of collapse. You two, with your green watermelon rinds, why do you not know fear? And yet, you wear expressions of exhilaration? And you, Kurosaki, why do you also appear so eager? Is it not enough that those Mado fools are lacking in intellect? Why must you follow suit? Good heavens, what kind of teammates are these? If I am fortunate enough to return alive, I swear I shall never team up with this trio again. Should I ever ally with them again, I would be no better than a dog. I swear it. However, it seems that this time, matters may not end well. Hasegawa Saburo pondered, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Not long after the four had hidden their bodies, a group emerged from the west. It appeared that the four from Kurosaki had grown impatient waiting for their trap to be triggered. There seemed to be more than 20 of them, clad in various attires, wielding an array of eclectic weapons. The leader, astonishingly, donned a ninja vest and wielded a long katana, resting it upon his shoulder. This vest was of the Kirigakure style. This was dire. They were ninjas from the mist and notably a jonin. Hiding in the shadows, Hasegawa Saburo felt his heart sink to the depths. A ninja as the leader? It seemed they were rogue ninjas from Kirigakure. The emergence of rogue ninjas from mist indicated that the bloody mist policy had indeed commenced. As those individuals drew closer, Kurosaki observed the head of the group sporting a forehead protector marked with a scar, silently acknowledging the revelation. The third Mizukage of Kirigakure had unleashed the ruthless bloody mist policy prior to the Third Shinobi World War. Since then, Kirigakure, once isolated, had transformed into a realm of slaughter. Many ninjas, unable to endure the brutality of the policy, chose the path of treason. In the original narrative, it was Mangekyō Zabuza who slaughtered all his peers, compelling Kirigakure to end the bloody mist policy. After a long wait for the death of the third Mizukage and the ascension of the fourth, little did they expect that Obito, seeking revenge against Kirigakure, would directly manipulate the newly appointed fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, to initiate an even more brutal bloody mist policy. Consequently, the number of rogue ninjas from Kirigakure surged, and the once dominant village swiftly deteriorated. "Stop!" commanded the rogue ninja from Kirigakure, halting his advance towards Kurosaki and signaling the 20 or so bandits following behind him. "That fool Yada Yurio is indeed unreliable. Konoha ninjas, step forth. I have already uncovered your presence." Kuriki Soya too planted his katana into the ground, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release. Hidden mist technique. A dense fog erupted from his mouth, swiftly enveloping the area. "Damn it! How did he discover us?" Hasegawa Saburo thought, no longer able to ponder further as he hurled a kunao embedded with an explosive tag towards the position of the rogue ninja. Boom! In the midst of the fog, a violent explosion erupted, accompanied by the blaze of fire. However, it seemed to have detonated in vain, for no one cried out in pain. Kurosaki sensed the situation and confirmed that the assailants had retreated a few steps, the explosive tags having detonated harmlessly. He too produced 3 explosive tags, affixing them to kunao before launching them into the fray. He had yet to utilize explosive tags and found the experience particularly novel. Boom! 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 3 consecutive explosions resounded. This time the explosive tags proved effective, and cries of agony followed. "Ah, damn it! My leg's broken. Soya-sama. My brother has been killed." Yet, the leader of the rogue ninjas from Kirigakure remained silent. He had already distanced himself from the group, stealthily approaching Kurosaki and the others. Hasegawa Saburo vaguely observed Kurosaki throwing 3 kunao equipped with explosive tags and, recalling that Kurosaki was the first to detect the ambush ahead, he moved closer to Kurosaki, whispering in surprise, "Kurosaki, you rascal, you're actually a sensory-type ninja." Sort of. Kurosaki replied ambiguously. Hasegawa Saburo was elated. "Kurosaki, you and I shall deal with that ninja. Mato Dai, Mato Gai, you two handle those bandits." Hasegawa Saburo issued his orders. In this dense fog, he could not discern the location of the ninja who had unleashed the hidden mist technique. Lacking proficiency in wind release, he could not disperse the mist. Unexpectedly, Kurosaki turned out to be a sensory-type ninja, granting Hasegawa Saburo a glimmer of confidence. "That ninja from Kirigakure is over there." Kurosaki pointed into the fog, indicating the hiding spot of Kuriki Soya. Those bandits were preparing to encircle them. Kurosaki continued to inform the Mato duo. Mato Dai and Mato Gai began to feel their way around, ready to eliminate the bandits. "Well done. Fire release. Great fireball technique." Hasegawa Saburo formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball in the direction Kurosaki indicated. "Damn it, they can actually detect me." Kuriki Soya hastily evaded. "There is a sensory-type ninja among them, how troublesome. It seems I must first eliminate this sensory-type ninja." Kuriki Soya resolved in the shadows. Within the fog, a flash of blade sliced towards Kurosaki. Clash! Kunao met katana, sparks flying. Kuriki Soya had already identified the sensory ninja among the Konoha quartet. Should he eliminate him, the remaining 3 would become sitting ducks, helpless and vulnerable. Evading Hasegawa Saburo's fireball, Kuriki Soya, with lightning speed, struck at Kurosaki. "How is this possible?" Kuriki Soya gasped in disbelief, feeling as though he had struck a wall of iron. He had once been a jonin of Kirigakure, particularly adept with the sword. How could this seemingly mere genin from Konoha withstand his full-powered strike? After failing to land a blow, Kuriki Soya swiftly retreated, concealing himself once more within the dense mist. Hasegawa Saburo was equally startled. That ninja from Kirigakure had attacked with such stealth. Could he withstand a strike aimed at him? He suddenly recalled Mato Dai's initial introduction of Kurosaki. Kurosaki, a super genius. Initially, Hasegawa Saburo had dismissed it, but now, he finally grasped the truth. At merely 8 years of age, he could withstand the ambush of a jonin, a terrifying feat indeed. "Kurosaki, where is the enemy?" Hasegawa Saburo inquired urgently. "Over there, he is unleashing a ninjutsu." Kurosaki pointed the way to Hasegawa Saburo. "Submit and cease your resistance. You are no match for me." Kuriki Soya's voice echoed. "Water release. Great waterfall technique." Boom! Although Hasegawa Saburo could not clearly see the enemies attacking ninjutsu, he could sense the power of the attack through the tremors of the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. Hasegawa Saburo pressed his hands against the ground, causing a mud wall to rise. Boom! The great waterfall technique collided with the earth flow wall. The tremendous torrent swept away the earth barrier, continuing its relentless assault towards Kurosaki and Hasegawa Saburo. Kurosaki swiftly leapt aside, evading the oncoming wave. The ground was now awash with water as Kurosaki stood atop the surface. The might of a Jonin was indeed formidable, Kurosaki thought to himself. The enemy before him was undoubtedly far superior to his former teacher, Yahima Yohei, and the root ninjas. Clash! Kurosaki blocked the katana with his kunao. The rogue ninja Kuriki Soya from Kirigakure launched another attack, determined to eliminate the sensory-type ninja first. Have I caught your attention? Let us see the extent of the gap between a Jonin and me.
Shadow clone technique.
Explosive flow break. As Hizaki unleashed a torrent of chakra, he engaged in a fierce battle with his adversary. Could this young ninja from Konoha truly be a prodigy? The formidable Kakyuki Kage also found himself astounded. Suddenly, four Konoha youths emerged from the thick fog, encircling him. His mist concealment technique proved utterly ineffective against this young warrior. Even more astonishing was the fact that this Konoha boy could wield taijutsu with incredible power, making even a seasoned jonin, adept in both physical and weaponry combat, hesitate to confront him directly. The shadow clones of the Konoha youth also demonstrated mastery of taijutsu, leaving Kakyuki Kage in a state of despair. He realized he must eliminate this threat swiftly. Otherwise, he would meet his demise here. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Might Dai had reached the fringes of the fog, where the mist had begun to dissipate. Kai, hold nothing back. Eliminate these bandits and then return to support Hizaki and Shinin Hasegawa. Yes, father. The duo commenced their pursuit of the bandits. Dai, with his sheer strength, dispatched one foe after another, while Kai, though slightly less formidable, required a few more strikes to subdue his enemies. They split up, swiftly incapacitating or even slaying the bandits at the fog's edge. Before long, they reunited. Father, there are no remaining bandits in sight. Good, let us hasten back for support. The father and son made their way through the mist, guided by the sounds of combat. On the other side, Hasegawa Saburo, in an effort to evade a massive wave, leaped aside, losing sight of Hizaki. This is bad. We've been separated, he thought, sensing the gravity of the situation. My fire release is countered by water release, Hizaki is still a genin, and the might duo is absent. We are going to be picked off one by one. What should I do? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his back, blood gushing forth. So powerful. Hasegawa staggered forward, disoriented and unable to track his enemy's movements without Hizaki's presence. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. He turned and unleashed a barrage of fireballs behind him. Ineffectual. You cannot match me, came a voice from behind him. Oh no. Hasegawa's pupils constricted in horror. Water release. Water prison technique. A vast water prison ensnared Hasegawa, blood streaming from his back as the water turned crimson, the air in his lungs being forcefully expelled. It's over. Hasegawa succumbed to despair. Just as Hasegawa was on the verge of surrender, Hizaki's silhouette erupted from the mist, moving with the swiftness of lightning to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy maintaining the water prison. With a splash, Kakyuki Kage's form transformed into a puddle. The water prison shattered, liberating Hasegawa. Hizaki, be careful, he shouted, disregarding his own injuries to warn him. Suddenly, 3 Kakyuki Kage emerged, encircling Hizaki, as 3 kunao pierced his body. No, Hasegawa's eyes widened in horror. Yet, in the next instant he realized Hizaki bore no wounds. With a thunderous pop, Hizaki, punctured thrice, dissipated into a cloud of smoke, leaving behind a detonating tag that ignited. Boom! The explosion obliterated the 3 Kakyuki Kage, reducing them to mere puddles. Hasegawa, propelled by the shockwave, was left dumbfounded. Water clone, shadow clone. I was defeated by a water clone? Hizaki can use shadow clones? He even bested 4 Jonin's water clones with just 1 shadow clone? Is he truly just a genin? Who is the real Chunin here? Hasegawa found himself questioning everything. With the enemy's true form absent, it meant Hizaki was facing the mist's Jonin alone. Hizaki, hold on. Hasegawa hastily swallowed 2 soldier pills and rushed towards the sounds of battle. On the other side, damn Konoha brat, die, cried Kakyuki Kage, unleashing the water release, water dragon bullet technique. A torrent of water surged forth, as if the heavens themselves had opened in a torrential downpour. Aido slash. Kakyuki's kunao was severed, leaving a long gash across Hizaki's chest. Engaging in close combat with fists and weapons had its drawbacks. Hizaki pondered that he would need to procure a sturdier weapon upon his return. Chapter 28. The betrayed ninja of the mist, perish. Hizaki staggered back, ignoring the pain in his chest as he hurled 3 kunai, each affixed with detonating tags. Water release, water barrier. Kakyuki Kage formed hand seals. The kunai were thwarted by the water barrier, the burning tags rendered ineffective as they were doused. Ido slash. Kakyuki struck again like a specter. This time, Hizaki opted not to block with his kunai. Instead, he executed a paper drawing technique and body flicker technique to evade the blade's descent. Kakyuki Kage, I am curious. As a rogue ninja of the mist, why do you target the ninjas of Konoha? During his time in Asakawa town, the mayor had dispatched emissaries to inform a man named Kakyuki Kage. Thus, Hizaki was certain that this rogue ninja was indeed the leader of the bandits. What gives you the audacity to confront the wrath of 2 great ninja villages simultaneously? As Hizaki evaded the blade, he refrained from an immediate counterattack, instead inquiring with curiosity. Humph, brat, once you're dead, I'll share that information. Kakyuki Kage unleashed another ninjutsu attack. Beneath Hizaki's feet, water surged, coalescing into a towering column. Hizaki quickly stepped forward, narrowly dodging the upward thrust of the water release attack. Water release, water heavens wrapping. All the water on the ground converged upon Hizaki, surrounding him completely. This was a confinement technique with a broader range than the water prison technique. Explosive flow burst. Hizaki kicked out in one direction, creating a rift in the water, then executed a body flicker technique to escape the confines of the water heavens wrapping. Shadow clone technique. Hizaki summoned 3 more clones. Previously, all his shadow clones had been destroyed. Prepare to receive my attack. Continuous explosive flow burst. The original Hizaki and his shadow clones encircled Kakyuki Kage, all 4 unleashing a flurry of chakra-infused punches. The explosive flow burst technique allowed for ranged attacks, albeit with slightly diminished power compared to chakra-enhanced strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Kakyuki Kage dodged while cleaving through Hizaki's techniques with his katana. Indeed, Jonin were far superior to Chunin. He found himself unable to inflict any damage amidst this assault. The long-range explosive flow burst technique consumed vast amounts of chakra, and soon, Hizaki's 3 shadow clones depleted their chakra and dissipated into smoke. Kakyuki Kage, eyeing the panting Hizaki, smirked maliciously. Humph, Konoha's brat, I concede you are no ordinary genius. However, your chakra has run dry, has it not? Prepare to die. Ido slash. Kakyuki Kage vanished in an instant, and with a swift stroke, he cleaved Hizaki in half, who also transformed into a cloud of smoke. Hizaki's voice echoed from above. What? Kakyuki Kage's pupils dilated as he exerted all his strength into a body flicker technique. Boom! Hizaki's foot struck the earth, creating a deep crater in the muddy, waterlogged ground. Mud splashed violently, a spray of dirt hitting Kuriki Suya's eyes. Konoha whirlwind. Suddenly, Mato Dai and Mato Gai arrived to provide assistance, materializing behind Kuriki Suya in midair. The 2 unleashed a fierce assault, delivering powerful kicks to Kuriki Suya's back. Damn it! Blood oozed from Kuriki Suya's lips as his body was uncontrollably propelled away. Earth-style, Earth Spike. Hasegawa Saburo, having rushed to the scene, employed his earth jutsu along the trajectory of the fleeing mist nin. A sharp earthen spear shot toward Kuriki Suya. Break for me. Kuriki Suya twisted his face in agony, swinging his blade to sever the spear's tip. However, he was still struck in the abdomen by the earth spike, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was flung away once more. Explosive flow break. With a thud, Kuriki Suya's uncontrolled body came to an abrupt halt, a hand emerging from his chest. Kurozake delivered a final punch from behind, piercing through his torso. No! I can't believe. I will die here. I won't accept this. Missed. Kuriki Suya's expression was one of disbelief. His words trailed off as he succumbed to death. Simultaneously, a system panel materialized with a notification. Host, Marshal D. Teach. You have slain a pirate swordsman and acquired the fine blade Hanazawa. As a newcomer, your name now resonates across the seas, earning a bounty of 100 million berries. System space expanded by 1 cubic meter. Kurosaki's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hey, the weapon has arrived. And an additional cubic meter of system space. Upon inspecting the system space, he confirmed its enlargement. The renowned blade Hanazawa was now stored within. Excellent. The thick mist of the mist technique gradually dissipated. Kurosaki shifted his focus from the system panel, a warm sensation radiating from his arm. He quickly flicked his arm, discarding the lifeless body that clung to him. Is this what it feels like to kill? How revolting. Disgusted, Kurosaki squatted down to cleanse his arm in the puddled water. Hasegawa Saburo remained dazed, unable to regain his composure for a considerable time. Did we just defeat a Jonin? We actually defeated a Jonin from the mist? He was a rogue ninja from the mist, Kurosaki corrected, shaking his arm. Father, we completed the mission and defeated a Jonin. Tears welled up in Kai's eyes. This is youth. Dai wept openly. In the next moment, the father and son embraced, sobbing uncontrollably. Kurosaki. Hasegawa Saburo. Hasegawa Saburo stored Kuriki Suya's corpse in a storage scroll, serving as evidence for intelligence and mission advancement. Subsequently, Kurosaki and Hasegawa Saburo began tending to their wounds, while the Mato father and son cleaned the battlefield. Among the scattered bandits in the distance, one remained alive. Tell me, why did you ambush us? The 4 adults from Konoha were forced by that rogue ninja Kuriki Suya. He seemed to say he was preparing to seize resources and techniques from Konoha ninja to cultivate an army of ninjas and overthrow the tyranny of the Mizukage. The bandit replied, trembling as he knelt. Where is the mayor's son from Asakawa town? He is in our hideout, my lord. We not only have captured hostages but also a considerable sum of wealth. The bandit revealed as much as he could to save his life. After resting for about an hour, guided by this bandit, the 4 found the bandit's lair, capturing the remaining criminals, including the one who led them. They rescued over 10 residents from Asakawa town, including the mayor's son. After rummaging through the bandits' hideout, Kurosaki and his companions unexpectedly acquired over 100,000 ryo, and they silently agreed to split the spoils. Teich, what a pitiful amount. Kurosaki scoffed, unimpressed. The total was less than his monthly earnings. Later, they escorted the residents of Asakawa town back. Mayor Yada Yoshiaki was overwhelmed with gratitude towards Kurosaki and the others. He repeatedly assured them that he would elevate their mission reward to 300,000 ryo. However, the matter of Yada Yoshiaki colluding with rogue ninjas and bandits to harm Konoha ninjas must be reported. Though he was coerced, his actions were inexcusable. Chapter 29. The Emergence of Kakuzu. The 4 of them rested in Asakawa town. Hasegawa Saburo sustained a serious injury. During the battle with Kuriki Suya, he had been slashed across the back by the rogue ninja's water clone, leaving a wound nearly 2 feet long. They had only applied temporary treatment on the battlefield. Unfortunately, neither Kurosaki nor the Mato duo possessed medical ninjutsu, so they could only apply some medicine to Hasegawa Saburo. Upon returning to Asakawa town, he received proper medical treatment from a local physician. As for Kurosaki, the wound on his chest was now barely noticeable. His resilience left Mato Dai and Mato Gai envious, and they insisted on dragging him out for training late into the night. This battle significantly altered Hasegawa Saburo's perception of Kurosaki. After all, he had nearly been killed by the enemy's water clone. Had it not been for Kurosaki using a shadow clone to save him, he would have already become a corpse. Moreover, Kurosaki had faced the rogue ninja's true form alone, withstanding all the pressure. Hasegawa Saburo was thoroughly impressed by Kurosaki's strength. He even proposed to redistribute the mission's commission upon their return, considering he had contributed little in terms of combat. Kurosaki didn't pretend to be someone he wasn't. He accepted graciously, especially since he had to support an orphanage. As the 4 of them set off from Asakawa town back towards Konoha, it was already the following day. They retraced their steps, passing through the area where they had fought the rogue ninjas and bandits. Be careful. There's someone ahead, Kurosaki warned, having sensed something amiss. Upon hearing Kurosaki's alert, Hasegawa Saburo's expression sharpened. Are the bandits still not cleared out? Or is it someone else? Mato Dai peered forward fearlessly. Kai mimicked Dai, stretching his neck. The 4 approached cautiously, soon spotting an individual standing amidst the disarray of the battlefield, eyes closed as if waiting for someone. Sensing Kurosaki and the others' arrival, he suddenly opened his cold, indifferent eyes. Within those eerie orbs, the green irises contrasted sharply with red sclera. Wearing a gray hood, a black mask obscured his face and mouth, while a headband from Takigakure, marked with deep scratches, adorned his brow. Kurosaki's heart sank. This appearance unmistakably belonged to the rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakuzu. Be cautious. This individual possesses extraordinary strength, Kurosaki urged the others quietly. At that moment, Kakuzu's deep voice resonated. You Konoha brats have stolen my prey. Return it to me, and I may consider sparing your lives. Your prey? When did we steal your prey? Hasegawa Saburo furrowed his brow, questioning. Kurikisuya, the rogue ninja from the mist with a bounty of 5 million ryo, is my target. Kakuzu explained patiently to the 4 Konoha ninjas. If he could avoid confrontation, that would be ideal. Kakuzu was reluctant to offend Konoha. But Kurikisuya was something he desperately needed. After all, it was a small fortune. I apologize, sir, but Kurikisuya is also our mission target. We cannot relinquish him. Hasegawa Saburo, without a moment's hesitation, adamantly refused. Senpai Hasegawa, it wouldn't be impossible to take the body of this rogue ninja from the mist. Perhaps we are not his match. Hekazaki whispered into Hasegawa Saburo's ear. Little did they expect that on their very first mission, they would encounter the S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu. What wretched fortune they had. Hekazaki, what are you saying? This individual may be concealing vital intelligence from the mist. We must bring him back to Konohagakure. Hasegawa Saburo reprimanded sternly, albeit with a hint of confusion. The rogue Kakuzu was not merely a target of their mission but likely harbored secrets of the mist that they could not afford to relinquish. Very well. Hekazaki shrugged, realizing Hasegawa Saburo's resolve was unyielding, while Kakuzu's gaze grew increasingly frigid. In truth, Hekazaki was reluctant to confront Kakuzu, a man who had evaded the first Hokage. With the Earth Grudge Fear technique, possessing 5 hearts, 5 lives, and 5 chakra natures, he was virtually an indestructible moving artillery. In the original narrative, even Kakashi, who could hold his own against anyone, was utterly overpowered by Kakuzu. Withstanding the Rasen Shuriken and remaining unscathed was a feat that few in the ninja world could claim. It took cunning, ambush, and a concerted effort to finally vanquish this old foe. Yet, Hekazaki could not divulge information regarding Kakuzu, as explaining the source of such intelligence would prove difficult. He discreetly glanced at the prepared Might Guy, uncertain of how far Guy had progressed in mastering the 8 gates. If he could open the 7th gate, perhaps in partnership with Guy they would stand a chance. If he were to unlock the 8th gate, it would be Kakuzu who would meet his end. Hekazaki mused silently. Naturally, Hekazaki would never permit Guy to open the 8th gate. His attention returned to Kakuzu, whose murderous intent radiated ominously. Then I shall collect your lives. Kakuzu sneered coldly. In an instant, Kakuzu's form vanished. Be cautious. The enemy is upon us. Might Guy shouted. Without needing further warning, Hekazaki was already poised for action. Clang! Hekazaki, wielding a long blade, obstructed Kakuzu's path of attack. This was the katana of the rogue ninja from the mist, which Hekazaki had appropriated for the moment. The blade clashed against Kakuzu's arm, creating a resonant sound of metal meeting metal. Kakuzu's lightning-fast assault was interrupted, and his form reappeared. His fingers and arms gleamed with a metallic sheen, completely unscathed as he absorbed Hekazaki's strike. It is the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique, Hekazaki realized, as this ninjutsu hardened Kakuzu's body to the toughness of steel. I did not expect this little brat to withstand my attack, Kakuzu remarked, slightly taken aback. With that, he activated the body flicker technique, disappearing once more. How swift! Could this man be even stronger than the rogue ninja from the mist we faced yesterday? Hasegawa Saburo exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Unlike the Kakuzu he faced yesterday, this adversary was so fast that his movements were nearly imperceptible. Where has he gone? Guy inquired, his face etched with concern. Watch your feet, Hekazaki bellowed. Yet perhaps he was too late in his warning, or Kakuzu's assault was simply too rapid. Countless black tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring the unprepared Might Guy, his son, and Hasegawa Saburo. Hekazaki swiftly severed the black tendrils with his katana and leapt to safety. Having evaded capture, Hekazaki hurriedly rescued Might Guy and his son, followed by Hasegawa Saburo. What is this? Hasegawa Saburo trembled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The monstrous tactics of this foe instilled in him a profound sense of helplessness. Chapter 30. The blossoming youth of Might Guy. 8 gates. Open. Fire release. Head hot. Kakuzu's deep voice resonated nearby, as a torrent of flames surged forth. Duck! Hekazaki shouted, as he hastily turned and darted behind a large boulder. Might Guy and his son, sensing the impending peril, swiftly sought refuge in the distance. Is this level of fire release truly within the realm of human capability? Hasegawa Saburo gaped at the overwhelming inferno, feeling the scorching wave of heat. He realized he could not evade in time, and gritting his teeth, he executed the earth release, earth flow wall technique. Typically, water release would be the most effective defense against fire attacks. However, while he was proficient in fire release, he could only perform 2 earth techniques and was entirely inept with water release. Boom! Kakuzu's head hot engulfed the area. Hiding behind the boulder, Hekazaki and the Might family, concealed behind a large tree, felt their hair singe from the extreme heat in the air. As the flames receded, the anguished cries of Hasegawa Saburo echoed. This is bad. Hekazaki swiftly brandished his katana and charged forward. He beheld the remnants of the earth flow wall, reduced to rubble, while Hasegawa Saburo's exposed skin was charred and blistered. At that moment, Kakuzu had ensnared Saburo's neck with an arm connected to the tendrils, dragging him along the ground. Hasegawa Saburo was swiftly pulled before Kakuzu, his neck gripped tightly in midair. Look out! Hekazaki activated the body flicker technique, aiming a strike at Kakuzu's arm with his katana. Clang! Kakuzu countered with the earth spear once more, seizing the blade with his other hand. With a powerful grip, he shattered the katana. Leaf whirlwind. Might Guy's attack arrived, delivering a kick to Kakuzu's shoulder, causing him to release Hasegawa Saburo. Hekazaki abandoned the broken katana and swiftly lifted the injured Hasegawa Saburo, retreating to safety. Leaf Gale. Might Guy executed another kick, forcing Kakuzu back. My apologies, everyone. It was my misjudgment to engage such a terrifying enemy. Hasegawa Saburo struggled to rise, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he saw Hekazaki and the Might family gather around him. Might Guy, as the leader of this mission, I command you to ensure the scroll is returned to Konohagakure. You must escape. This adversary is beyond what we can handle together. I will hold him off and buy you time. You must go. Hasegawa Saburo gasped, handing the sealed scroll containing the rogue ninja's information to Might Guy. Among their quartet, Hasegawa Saburo was merely a Chunin. Though Might Guy was slightly older, he was still a genin skilled only in taijutsu. Hekazaki was stronger than him, yet the enemy was simply too formidable. This prodigy could not fall here. Might Guy, still too young and yet to fully mature, felt a lump in his throat as he listened to Hasegawa Saburo's words. Is he preparing to sacrifice himself to buy us time for our retreat? Although Hasegawa Saburo's strength was somewhat lacking, he was undoubtedly a true ninja who had inherited the will of fire. Hearing this, Might Guy hesitated. Allow me to hold him off. I possess a secret technique that can temporarily unleash the latent potential of the human body, amplifying strength several-fold. Ultimately, Might Guy made his decision, his eyes resolute. Father. Kai's eyes brimmed with tears. He knew his father was preparing to open the 8 gates and fight the enemy to the death. In the original narrative, Kai had only come to recognize Might Guy's true strength after confronting the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Previously, I perceived his father, Might Guy, as merely a slightly more skilled genin in taijutsu. However, this time was different. Kurosaki had already conversed with Kai, revealing that his father, Might Guy, was the strongest practitioner of taijutsu within Konoha, possessing the prowess of a jonin. Uncle Dai, are you able to open the 8th gate? Kurosaki inquired. A frown etched upon his brow. No, I can currently only reach the 7th gate, Might Guy replied candidly. Kurosaki shared a close bond with his son Kai, and Might Guy was not surprised that Kurosaki was aware of the 8 gates of opening. Nodding in acknowledgement, Kurosaki instructed, Kai, take Senior Hasegawa and retreat. I will hold the rear with Uncle Dai. Kurosaki, you must also withdraw. Allow me to handle the rear guard, Might Guy said earnestly. He had yet to utilize the 8 gates in combat and was uncertain of his true strength. Furthermore, he could not yet unlock the 8th gate, the Death Gate. Uncle Dai, I possess even stronger techniques that I have yet to employ. This time, we will confront our adversary together, Kurosaki asserted with confidence. No, you must retreat. I will cover the rear. This is my responsibility, Senior Hasegawa insisted. No one is escaping. The voice of Kakuzu echoed ominously from nearby. What is this? Everyone, except for Kurosaki, was taken aback. Kakuzu had shed his upper garment, revealing a torso marred by long wounds, stitched together with dark tendrils. 4 monstrous figures, clad in white masks and composed of black tendrils, flanked Kakuzu. The murderous intent radiating from his eyes was palpable. Is this his way of preventing our escape? Preparing to annihilate us? Thought Kurosaki, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, 2 of the masked monsters opened their mouths. Fire release, fire bullet. Wind release, pressure damage. The combined jutsu of fire and wind surged forth from their maws. Quick! Evade. This is a combination technique. Kurosaki seized Senior Hasegawa and concentrated chakra into his legs, executing the explosive flow burst as he fled frantically into the distance. 3rd gate, the opening gate. Open. 4th gate, the wounding gate. Open. Might Guy unleashed a torrent of chakra, his veins bulging and skin flushed. He swiftly embraced Kai, leaping away from Kakuzu at an accelerated pace. Boom! Boom! Kakuzu's fire release. Fire bullet was unleashed first, followed closely by wind release, pressure damage. The flames, amplified by the wind, surged forth with unprecedented ferocity. A vast inferno engulfing the surroundings. The blazing sea of fire left no vegetation in its wake, igniting the surrounding forest in a conflagration. The air shimmered with heat waves as Kurosaki and Might Guy barely escaped the consuming flames, their skin scorched and stinging from the intense heat. What manner of monstrosity have we encountered? Senior Hasegawa thought, his eyes wide with despair. Can I even withstand a second against such an opponent? Father. Kai looked at Might Guy, concern etched upon his face. Kai, take Senior Hasegawa and retreat at once, Kurosaki urged, handing the nearly incapacitated Senior Hasegawa to Kai. Uncle Dai, it is time to unleash your youth. Let the world witness the might of Taijutsu. Oh, the scruffy-faced Might Guy gave Kurosaki a thumbs up. Fifth gate, the closing gate. Open. Sixth gate, the scenic gate. Open. Chapter 31. The advancing Kurosaki. Might Guy erupted with a visible green chakra, a powerful aura generating a fierce wind. Was this truly the once lowly genin Might Guy? Was this his true strength? Senior Hasegawa struggled to keep his eyes open against the onslaught of wind. Reflecting on his previous arrogance towards Might Guy, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. He realized he was the weakest in this team, only marginally stronger than a 7-year-old child. Father, Kurosaki, you must survive. Kai, tears of frustration streaming down his face, carried Senior Hasegawa away. At that moment, Kakuzu and the 4 monstrous figures were hot on their heels. Have those 2 escaped? No matter, I shall dispose of you quickly, and then pursue them, Kakuzu stated with a calm demeanor. Gazing into Kakuzu's eyes, Kurosaki could sense the confidence emanating from beneath his mask. Lightning release, false darkness, fire release, fire bullet, wind release, pressure damage. The monsters began unleashing a barrage of jutsu towards Kurosaki and Might Guy. This time, the techniques were not as grand in scale but were unleashed in rapid succession like a machine gun. The crackling arcs of lightning surged toward Kurosaki, who gathered chakra in his legs and swiftly dodged. The lightning-wielding masked creature relentlessly pursued him. Meanwhile, a multitude of basketball-sized fireballs and wind pressure were directed at Might Guy. When these fireballs struck the ground, rocks, or trees, they erupted with flames far exceeding explosive tags in potency. The wind pressure proved devastating, capable of shattering boulders and piercing through sturdy tree trunks. Might Guy, despite his mastery of the 8 gates, found himself fleeing desperately. Though he was the first to elevate the 8 gates to prominence, he had not trained as rigorously as Kai had during his adult years. As he opened the 6th gate, he felt the flames and wind pressure closing in on him. 7th gate, the astonishing gate. Open. Might Guy unleashed another surge of chakra, significantly increasing his speed. Kakuzu's jutsu could not keep pace, and Might Guy pivoted, charging toward Kakuzu and his masked minions. Leaf Gale. Might Guy, moving with the speed of lightning, maneuvered around the 2 masked creatures and delivered a powerful kick toward Kakuzu. The techniques of the 6th gate and 7th gate, developed by Kai, were beyond Might Guy's capabilities. His most formidable weapons remained his fists and feet. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Kakuzu activated his Earth Jutsu, hardening his entire body. He raised his arms to block, coolly asserting, useless. My hardening technique rivals steel. Bang! Before Kakuzu could finish his sentence, Might Guy's kick struck the point where his arms crossed. What power! Kakuzu's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he was sent flying, crashing into several large trees before finally colliding with a massive boulder, soaring through the air for dozens of meters. The gray-white rock shattered with spiderweb-like cracks. Kurosaki, witnessing this, felt his heart race. Kakuzu spat blood, the impact overwhelming him. His Earth Spear technique had been shattered, and he felt as if his arms were crushed. Quickly, he activated the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique to mend his internal injuries. Simultaneously, the 3 masked creatures surrounded Might Guy, unleashing a relentless barrage of wind, fire, and water techniques upon him. As for Kurosaki, the lightning-wielding monster continued its pursuit. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Explosive Flow Burst, Spiraling Sphere. Kurosaki summoned 3 shadow clones. One unleashed the Explosive Flow Burst while the other 2 executed the Spiraling Sphere. With a swift surge, the Explosive Flow Break was launched, closely followed by the Spiraling Sphere. The lightning release creature, a monstrous embodiment of speed, leapt high into the air, evading Black Zaki's explosive attack. Boom! Black Zaki's foot struck the ground, creating a vast cloud of dust. In midair, the lightning release creature unleashed a lightning release pseudo-darkness, obliterating one of Black Zaki's shadow clones that held a blue orb. However, another clone had already maneuvered to its rear. Spiraling sphere. The cerulean sphere was pressed directly against the creature's waist before it could descend. The immense power of the spiraling sphere sent the lightning release creature soaring through the air. Crack, crack. The creature collided with tree after tree, yet its mask remained intact. TCH. Truly a troublesome foe. Nevertheless, my new technique is ready. A glint of determination sparked in Black Zaki's eyes. Explosive flow chakra mode. A tremendous amount of chakra erupted around Black Zaki, manifesting a blade in his hand. This mode, inspired by the lightning release chakra mode, amplified his strength and speed by employing the explosive flow break technique throughout his body. It was a technique Black Zaki had suddenly comprehended during his battle with the rogue ninja from the hidden mist, and now was the perfect opportunity to test it out. The blade in his hand was the exquisite Good Blade 50 Crafts, Hanzo, from the system space. Explosive flow break slash. Black Zaki vanished from his position. Moments later, he reappeared beside the lightning release creature, maintaining a stance poised for a slash. As he swung his blade, the creature's mask began to crack, and its body, formed of black tendrils, started to split apart. Boom! The lightning release creature collapsed to the ground, dissolving into a puddle of muck. Moreover, a long, sharp gash appeared on the ground in front of Black Zaki's blade, a testament to the swift cut he had executed, reminiscent of the aerial slashes of swordmasters from the pirate world. Boom! 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 Hearing the distant, violent rumblings and witnessing the debris propelled into the sky along with the explosive flames and powerful gusts, Mangekyō quickened his pace. He needed to leave swiftly, lest he hinder his father and Black Zaki. What kind of battle is this? Damn it! I'm so weak. It's all my fault. Hasegawa Saburo, being carried, was filled with regret. Black Zaki, die, you must return alive. Just as Kaku, whose internal organs and arms had recently been repaired, felt his pupils constrict sharply. His lightning release heart had been destroyed. That little brat. On Might Dai's side, 3 lightning release creatures incessantly bombarded him with ninjutsu, forcing him to constantly evade. He attempted to kick at the masked monsters while dodging, but they were incredibly agile, making it difficult to land a hit. The situation became a stalemate. However, the urgency in Might Dai's heart grew. The side effects of his 8 gates technique were severe, inflicting tremendous harm on his body. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for them. Explosive flow break slash. Black Zaki had arrived, swinging his blade towards Kaku's true form. Chapter 32. The terrifying strength of Kaku. So fast, Kaku realized he could not evade the Leaf Village Brat's strike and resorted to using Earth Spear, hardening his arms to withstand the fierce blow. Crack! Kaku's hardened arms were sent flying into the sky before his astonished eyes. The blade of Black Zaki had struck his chest, leaving behind a long, gaping wound. Zing! Utilizing the force of Black Zaki's blow, Kaku leapt away. Simultaneously, the 3 lightning release creatures, which had been besieging Might Dai, abandoned their assault and rushed back to Kaku's side at top speed. Black Zaki, seizing the opportunity, pressed the attack while Kaku's arms lay severed. Buzz! Just then, a buzzing sound echoed from the sky. The wind release lightning release masked creature had arrived. This monster possessed wings reminiscent of a fly, allowing it to soar through the air. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a wind release attack towards Black Zaki. The vast, violent gust of wind made it impossible for Black Zaki to evade as he swung his blade at Kaku. Boom! Black Zaki was sent flying. Although the damage was not as severe as the fire release, his offensive was interrupted, and Black Zaki noticed Kaku's form had vanished. Had his severed arms reattached? TCH. Truly troublesome. Black Zaki spat in frustration. No wonder he dared to assassinate Hashirama Senju. With such strength, he could contend against both me, a mere underdog, and Might Dai at the 7th gate without losing ground. We can't afford any more delays. The side effects of Might Dai's 8 gates are significant and have a time limit. Black Zaki felt a surge of anxiety within. At this moment, the fire release lightning release masked creature had arrived. Meanwhile, the water release lightning release creature was entangled with Might Dai. It unleashed several water clones in an attempt to restrain Might Dai. Little did they know, this rugged leaf ninja's punches and kicks were comparable to A-rank ninjutsu, obliterating the water clones in the blink of an eye. The water release lightning release creature began to flee in a panic. On Black Zaki's side, he realized his situation was precarious. The fire release and wind release lightning release creatures opened their maws wide towards him. This is bad. A colossal fireball and a torrent of violent wind rushed toward him. Black Zaki lacked defensive ninjutsu. Although his physique was robust, he was not yet capable of withstanding a combined ninjutsu assault. Thus, he could only run. He infused a significant amount of chakra into his legs and sprinted towards Might Dai's position. Boom! The fire release, augmented by the wind release, possessed unimaginable power. Black Zaki felt an overwhelming, searing force approaching from behind. Though his speed was exceptional, he realized he could not evade it and could only brace himself. He concentrated chakra desperately on his back to bolster his physical defenses. Boom! Black Zaki was engulfed by the flames. Black Zaki! Might Dai exclaimed in shock, abandoning the slippery water release creature as he charged toward Black Zaki against the raging heatwave. As the orange flames gradually receded, Black Zaki's figure had seemingly vanished. Gazing at the scorched earth, Might Dai's heart sank. Could it be Black Zaki? Might Dai shouted in disbelief. Daiuncle, a infine. Black Zaki's voice suddenly echoed, and his figure materialized. Upon hearing this, Might Dai exhaled in relief. It turned out Black Zaki had taken refuge in a large pit. Although his back was ablaze, he was still alive. When Kaku's ninjutsu erupted, Black Zaki realized he could not evade the violent combined ninjutsu, so he used explosive flow break to punch the ground, creating a sizable pit, concealing himself within to escape the oncoming shockwave. Black Zaki emerged from the pit, lying on the ground to extinguish the fire on his back. Ignoring the searing pain, he quickly retrieved a handful of military ration pills and stuffed them into his mouth. In the brief skirmish with Kaku, Black Zaki had expended more than half of his chakra. Black Zaki, you need to retreat. I must attempt to open the 8th gate. Might Dai resolutely declared to Black Zaki. Although his physical strength was not sufficient to open the death gate, he had to do so at all costs at this moment. Dai uncle, it's not time for that yet. Black Zaki urgently interjected. The enemy has already lost one of its monstrous beings, and its strength is no longer at its peak. We can engage in battle. Kurosaki produced another soldier's ration pill and handed it to Might Dai. He opened the 7th gate, his body suffering immense strain. Seeing Kurosaki's unwillingness to retreat, Might Dai was profoundly moved. Very well, let us fight with all our might. Might Dai consumed several ration pills to regain some energy. At that moment, Kakuzu emerged from the shadows. You two little leaf ninjas have destroyed one of my clones. Now, surrender your hearts as recompense. What manner of creature is this? Might Dai was taken aback at Kakuzu's current form. Kakuzu was no longer recognizable as human. His entire body was interconnected by black tendrils. His mask vanished, revealing a terrifying maw from which countless appendages protruded. Behind him, the fire release and wind release masks had fused with him, resting on his shoulders like sinister ornaments. Countless tendrils writhed behind him, reminiscent of venomous serpents and iron worms. The water release mask was nowhere to be seen. Kurosaki, however, was not as astonished, for he was aware of the plot and possessed some knowledge of Kakuzu's jutsu and strength. Yet, witnessing Kakuzu's current appearance still made him feel a twinge of revulsion. Uncle Guy, be cautious. This enemy is deadly serious, Kurosaki warned. I understand. Might Dai nodded. In an instant, the two vanished like lightning, splitting up to assault the foe. Kakuzu's two masks began unleashing fireballs and wind pressure. A torrent of attacks surged toward Kurosaki and Might Dai. Boom! 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 Kakuzu's ninjutsu exploded behind them, yet it failed to land a single blow. Their speed was simply too great. Leaf Hurricane. Might Dai maneuvered around the onslaught and kicked toward Kakuzu. Feudal, leaf brat. I see through your techniques. Kakuzu made no attempt to evade this time. The tendrils behind him surged forward, obstructing Might Dai's kick. Indeed, the straightforward approach of the 8 gates was completely countered by Kakuzu, as the multitude of tendrils slowed Might Dai's momentum and ensnared his ankles. Kakuzu swung the tendrils, sending Might Dai hurtling into the air before slamming him down to the ground. Crash! A cloud of dust erupted, debris scattering as Might Dai crashed heavily into the earth. Explosive flow slash. Kurosaki's strike followed swiftly. He chose to attack from behind Kakuzu while releasing several shadow clones. One of the clones used kunao to sever the tendrils binding Might Dai's ankles. The other 3 clones unleashed spiraling balls, surrounding Kakuzu in a fierce assault. Feudal. Kakuzu seemed to have anticipated Kurosaki's attack. From the mass of black tendrils behind him, a mask suddenly emerged, creating a violently swirling wall of water that blocked Kurosaki's advance. Simultaneously, All three clones attacking with spiraling balls were pierced and destroyed by the black tendrils. Fortunately, Kurosaki's clone had managed to sever the tendril binding Might Guy's ankle. Hiss! 3 kunao, each bearing explosive tags, shot toward Kakuzu. These were secretly handed to Might Guy by Kurosaki, who entrusted the final 3 explosive tags to him. Boom! 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 The explosions engulfed Kakuzu. As the dust cleared, Kakuzu remained unscathed. The detonations had failed to inflict any damage upon him. Leaf Hurricane. Might Guy continued to kick toward Kakuzu. Humph! Kakuzu scoffed, as numerous tendrils reached out to intercept Might Guy's attack while ensnaring his limbs and torso. I shall take your heart. Kakuzu thrust his tendrils forward, piercing Might Guy's body. Bang! Might Guy transformed into a cloud of smoke. What? A shadow clone? Kakuzu's pupils dilated in disbelief. Leaf Hurricane. Might Guy's voice echoed from above. Crack! To Kakuzu's astonishment, Might Guy delivered a kick that shattered the wind release mask. It turned out that the 3 explosive tags had been intended to obscure Kakuzu's vision. After Kurosaki's shadow clone saved Might Guy, it performed a transformation jutsu. Disguising itself as Might Guy, it feigned an attack on Kakuzu, diverting his attention while the real Might Guy leaped into the air. Indeed, Kurosaki's ruse successfully destroyed one of Kakuzu's masks and incapacitated one of his hearts. The might of Kakuzu's wind release was formidable, both swift and capable of enhancing his fire release. Now he was left with 3 masks: fire release, water release, and earth release. Damnable leaf brat! Kakuzu, frustrated by the loss of yet another mask, was incensed. This was a heart of a powerful wind release user that he had painstakingly collected. Just as Might Guy shattered the wind release mask, Kakuzu's black tendrils seized Might Guy once again. Got you! D. The tendrils lunged toward Might Guy. This is bad. Might Guy struggled fiercely, but could not break free. The earth release tendrils, employing softness to overcome strength, were far too effective against Might Guy's steel punch style. Had Might Guy possessed a technique like Day Tiger, he would not have found the battle so arduous. The earth release tendrils constricted Might Guy's limbs, breaking the skin and drawing blood, while several tendrils pierced into his abdomen. Explosive flow slash. In that critical moment, Kurosaki broke through Kakuzu's water barrier, swiftly severing the tendrils that bound Might Guy's limbs and slicing through the tendrils that had just penetrated his abdomen. That was close. Kurosaki exhaled in relief. A moment longer and Might Guy would not only be dead, but severely injured. Might Guy, having fallen to the ground, quickly retreated, pulling the tendrils out of his abdomen, blood staining his clothes. Get down! Might Guy shouted, disregarding the pain from his wound as he swiftly dodged. Kakuzu's assault was upon them. This time, the position of Kakuzu's wind release mask was replaced by the water release mask. The water release and fire release masks unleashed a frenzied barrage upon Kurosaki and Might Guy. Kurosaki was astonished by the sheer power of Kakuzu's water release mask. In the original narrative, when Kakashi and Naruto battled Kakuzu, he had never employed water release offensively. Now, Kakuzu's water release mask fired water bullets in rapid succession. The speed of the water release attack was nearly on par with that of the wind release, wreaking havoc wherever it struck, shattering boulders, severing thick tree trunks, and creating craters in the ground. Despite its incredible power, it was still difficult to catch the hem of Kurosaki's clothing. Utilizing the explosive flow chakra mode, Kurosaki's speed reached that of a jonin. Meanwhile, although Kakuzu's fire release covered a vast area, it could not touch Might Guy. With the 7th gate open, Might Guy's strength surpassed that of an average jonin, nearing the prowess of the legendary Sunin and Kage. Kurosaki, I can't hold on much longer, Might Guy relayed to Kurosaki while evading attacks. He had been operating in the 7th gate for an extended period, and his body was severely damaged. Uncle Guy, the jutsu this enemy is releasing has lost much of its former terrifying power. We may be able to attempt a counterattack, Kurosaki proposed. Having destroyed Kakuzu's 2 most formidable hearts, he no longer exuded that initial sense of intimidation. Devoid of the wind release's augmentation, Kakuzu's fire release and water release attacks remained within the tolerable limits for both Kurosaki and Might Guy.
Shadow clone technique.
Kurosaki formed a series of seals, conjuring 4 shadow clones. Grasping the famed blade, Hanazawa, Kurosaki's shadow clones coalesced chakra into Raiznon. This was not the moment to conceal his strength. Failure to act earnestly would lead to dire consequences. Explosive flow slash. As he evaded Kakuzu's ninjutsu assaults, Kurosaki severed the black tendrils that lunged at him. The shadow clones followed in swift succession. The 2 young leaf ninjas ought to refrain from underestimating others. Kakuzu prepared to unleash another large-scale fire release. Explosive flow. Kurosaki struck out with a punch, sending a chakra-infused gust towards Kakuzu. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it temporarily disrupted Kakuzu's hand seals for the fire release. Leaf's Gale of Might. Might Guy maneuvered to the side, delivering a fierce kick towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear was entirely devoted to countering Kurosaki and his shadow clones. He lacked the energy to divert his attention to fend off Might Guy's assault, forcing him into a rather awkward evasion. Boom! Might Guy's kick missed, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Suspended in midair, Kakuzu narrowly dodged Might Guy's fierce strike and, with no time to catch his breath, was compelled to activate his ninjutsu once more. Kurosaki's attack arrived simultaneously. He severed all of Kakuzu's black tendrils and pressed the Raise-non from 3 shadow clones against him. The Raise-non erupted with force, sending Kakuzu flying. However, the 4 shadow clones were swiftly annihilated by newly sprouted tendrils from Kakuzu. The Raise-non left little significant damage on Kakuzu. Activating Earth Spear, he hardened his entire body, withstanding the Rasengan's assault. Leaf's Gale of Might. As Kakuzu soared through the air, he was struck in the back by Might Guy's kick. Thud. While the Earth Spear absorbed the Rasengan's impact, it could not defend against Might Guy's 8 gates. Kakuzu plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a substantial crater. Meanwhile, one remaining shadow clone of Kurosaki plunged the Raise-non into the now disturbed dust of the crater. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as yet another of Kakuzu's masks shattered. Chapter 34. Kakuzu's Retreat. Plentiful Spoils. As the dust settled, Kakuzu lay motionless within the deep pit. Have we defeated the enemy? A look of elation spread across Might Guy's face. Just then, he prepared to release the 8 gates, his body nearing its limits. Wait, Uncle Guy. The enemy is feigning death, Kurosaki quickly interjected. Should Might Guy release the 8 gates, he would be unable to activate them again for some time. Kakuzu still had 2 lives left, retaining the power of an elite jonin. Young one, how do you possess knowledge of my information? Kakuzu, realizing his ruse was futile, rose and curiously inquired of Kurosaki. I am a sensory-type ninja, Kurosaki provided himself with a rationale. Concurrently, he and Might Guy advanced on Kakuzu once more. Time was of the essence. If this dragged on, Might Guy would falter first. At this moment, Kakuzu was left with only a water release mask on his shoulder, while the earth release heart resided within him. The fire release mask had just been obliterated by Might Guy's kick and Kurosaki's Raise-non. In truth, Kakuzu's heart harbored a flicker of retreat. The loss of 3 hearts had severely diminished his strength. To his surprise, these seemingly inconspicuous leaf ninjas possessed such prowess that had cornered him. However, glancing at the scruffy leaf ninja, he felt a sudden surge of confidence. Surely, you cannot endure for much longer? Kakuzu sneered. Might Guy was already gasping for breath, nearing his breaking point. This is sufficient to end you. In response, Kurosaki struck with his blade. Water release. Water bullets. Kakuzu leaped from the pit, launching 4 water bullets at Kurosaki. Kurosaki dodged 2 of the water bullets while cleaving through the other 2 with his blade. Leaf's Gale of Might. Might Guy summoned his remaining strength, kicking towards the airborne Kakuzu. Little leaf brat, you no longer possess the strength. A glimmer of joy flashed in Kakuzu's eyes as he maneuvered the tendrils of Earth Grudge Fear to ensnare the now weakened Might Guy. Your heart shall be mine. As Kakuzu extended his tendril towards Might Guy's chest, he unleashed a water clone to intercept Kurosaki. This is bad. Kurosaki, flee. Might Guy's face turned pale as he shouted. Flying slash. Explosive flow slash. Kurosaki struck at Kakuzu's water clone from a distance. A visible crescent-shaped slash flew past, shocking Kakuzu's water clone. What is this? The water clone exploded. Kurosaki summoned more chakra and swung his blade again. Kakuzu, caught off guard, was sent flying by the crescent slash, saving the endangered Might Guy, who fell to the ground. Kakuzu bore a long gash across his body, with one arm severed entirely. His water-release Earth Grudge Fear mask was split in half by Kurosaki's strike, a multitude of tendrils collapsing to the ground, turning into a mass of mud. Just moments ago, when Kurosaki faced off against Kakuzu's lightning-release Earth Grudge Fear mask monster, he discovered that the famed blade, Hanazawa, could conduct chakra. Kurosaki was overjoyed. He attempted to unleash the explosive flow attack from the blade's edge and, to his delight, succeeded. Kakuzu's lightning-release Earth Grudge Fear mask was destroyed in one stroke. Now, he executed the technique once more, catching Kakuzu off guard and obliterating another mask, claiming yet another heart. Kakuzu was now left with only the Earth Release heart. Damnable leaf brat! Kakuzu roared in fury. He unleashed a torrent of black tendrils, lunging towards Kurosaki and Might Guy. Observing this, Kurosaki and Might Guy promptly activated the body flicker technique, evading countless black tendrils. The Earth Grudge Fear's black tendrils smashed into the ground, sending up clouds of dust. At this moment, Might Guy was already wheezing, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion. Kurosaki had also depleted his chakra reserves and hastily retrieved a soldier pill, consuming it ravenously. Where will the next attack come from? Kurosaki employed his half-hearted observation haki to sense the impending danger. After a prolonged wait, the haki provided no warning, and Kakuzu remained inactive. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust. Kakuzu's figure had vanished. Kurosaki focused intently, discovering a pitch-black cave had appeared on the ground. As he fled, Kakuzu escaped. Kurosaki felt astonished. In the next instant, he realized this was entirely within reason. As a ninja who valued wealth above all, Kakuzu had no justification for sacrificing his life here. Now, with only one life remaining, the situation had become perilous for him. Exhausted, Kurosaki let out a long sigh of relief. Observing that the enemy had fled, Might Guy could no longer maintain the 8 gates, collapsing onto the ground. Uncle Guy! Kurosaki hurriedly rushed to check on him, discovering that Might Guy had succumbed to unconsciousness. That was close. Had Kakuzu persisted for a moment longer, we would have been doomed. He raised his gaze to the forest engulfed in flames. The fire release unleashed by Kakuzu had set the entire forest ablaze, thick smoke billowing into the sky, the air growing increasingly thin and scorching. The rampaging flames spread outward. The creatures of the forest scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic, setting the mountain ablaze. Alas, I lack water release. I am utterly powerless against this inferno. Kurosaki shook his head, muttering to himself. We must leave at once. Black Zetsu hoisted the unconscious Might Guy upon his back, deftly maneuvering through the inferno, pursuing the direction in which Might Guy had retreated. This route also coincided with that of Konohagakure. It was not prudent to linger in this perilous locale. Should Kakuzu turn back, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, if they tarried too long, Black Zetsu feared they might be engulfed by the flames. As he departed, he activated the system panel to peruse the notifications that had appeared. You have defeated a retired Navy Vice Admiral and acquired the training method for the Navy's 6 styles. With your illustrious reputation across the seas, your bounty has increased to 200 million berries. What a bountiful harvest! Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed with excitement, yet he pondered the purpose of this bounty. He questioned silently, but the system offered no elucidation. He then reviewed his own attributes. Host, Marshal D. Teach. Bounty, 200 million berries. Devil Fruit, none. Armament Haki, none. Observation Haki, Basic Observation Haki, beginner level. Conqueror's Haki, none. Skills, Paper Drawing, proficient. Iron Block, pending training. Gale Foot, pending training. Moonwalk, pending training. Finger Pistol, pending training. Shave, pending training. When will I be granted a Devil Fruit? Oh, System Brother, surely my designated Dark Fruit is due for me now? Furthermore, you've provided me with a chakra-conducting blade. You must be aware of my presence in the ninja world. Speak to me. Yet the system panel remained utterly unresponsive. Chapter 35. Shocked. After sprinting tirelessly for several dozen miles, Black Zetsu finally exhausted all his stamina. He laid Might Guy down in a secluded spot to rest. At that moment, the ground before him was strewn with the rice balls he had purchased earlier. Within the sterile environment of the system space, the warm rice balls would never spoil. With ravenous hunger, Black Zetsu devoured the rice balls, one after another, as they swiftly disappeared like a flowing stream. Might Guy, grimacing in pain, also managed to munch on a few rice balls. After Black Zetsu administered healing medicine, Might Guy finally regained consciousness. However, he was in excruciating agony, as if every bone in his body had shattered and his muscles had dissolved. He persevered and consumed several rice balls to regain a modicum of strength. Eventually, nearly all the rice balls had vanished into Black Zetsu's belly. Within the system space, not a single rice ball remained, save for a substantial portion of military rations. During their escape, Black Zetsu had consumed dozens of military rations to replenish his chakra. Burping contentedly, he reclined on the ground with a round belly. Might Guy gazed at Black Zetsu as if he were a monster. Was this the appetite of a normal human? What manner of physiology does this child possess? Might Guy found himself questioning life itself. I understand now. Black Zetsu's formidable strength must be correlated with his enormous appetite. I shall double the rations for Guy upon our return. Yes, let us make it tenfold for the time being, Might Guy resolved within himself. Unbeknownst to the fleeing Might Guy, he was about to confront a future that might lead to his demise from overeating. Uncle Dai, I have a favor to ask. Please, do keep my abilities a secret. Black Zetsu implored as he rose to his feet and approached Might Guy, who was leaning against a tree. Why? Might Guy questioned, perplexed. If it weren't for you, Black Zetsu, I would surely have perished. Uncle Dai, I am far too young. If word of my strength spreads, I will attract countless foes, even from within the village itself. I see. I shall help you conceal it. Might Guy contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Might father and son were simple of heart, yet not foolish. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's concerns, Might Guy promptly grasped the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, Black Zetsu and Might Guy began to rest and recover their strength. Rustle, rustle. The sound of branches being disturbed reached their ears. Black Zetsu's eyes, previously closed, snapped open, radiating a fierce intensity. Gripping his famed sword, Kazuhana, he remained vigilant in the direction of the sound. Might Guy, with great effort, drew a kunao and held it defensively before him. Someone was approaching. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the thicket. Father, Black Zetsu, you're alive. This is wonderful. Black Zetsu and Might Guy instantly relaxed. The newcomer was none other than Might Guy, who, upon seeing the living forms of Black Zetsu and Might Guy, was overwhelmed with emotion. How did Guy find this place? What of Hasegawa Saburo? Black Zetsu wondered to himself. Before he could voice his inquiries, 5 more figures emerged from the underbrush. Hasegawa Saburo was among them, now able to move independently. The other 4 displayed various appearances. The leader wore dark sunglasses and sported a wild hairstyle, his mouth concealed behind the high collar of his trench coat, a massive spherical canister strapped to his back. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with bushy eyebrows and a ponytail, around 50 years of age, who bore a large cooking pot on his back, complete with utensils. The remaining 2 men appeared to be under 20, one with elongated eyes and the other with an ordinary visage. All 4 donned the Leaf Village ninja headbands. The leader and the middle-aged man with the pot seemed strangely familiar to Black Zetsu, causing his brow to twitch. The ordinary-looking man stepped forward first. I possess some medical ninjutsu. Is anyone injured? Let me check on Uncle Dai. Mifine. Black Zetsu gestured towards Might Guy. Though he had indeed suffered burns from Kakuzu's fire-based jutsu, the wounds were healing rapidly. Thank you immensely. Might Guy expressed his gratitude. Afterward, the leader with the sunglasses addressed Black Zetsu. I am Konoha Jonin Abarame Shivi. Where is the enemy? How did you escape? It was indeed him. The distinctive appearance clearly marked him as a member of the Abarame clan. Understanding dawned upon Black Zetsu. His mind was flooded with information about Abarame Shivi, an elite Jonin of Konoha, a contemporary of Minato Namikaze, and the father of the current head of the Abarame clan. Shino, adept in the use of parasitic insects. The man carrying the cooking pot must be the second Hokage's disciple, Maru Hoshikage. Only he would carry cooking equipment on missions. Shivi-senpai, the enemy is a rogue ninja from Takiga-core. Their objective was to seize our mission target. Uncle Dai activated a secret technique and severely injured the enemy while I assisted from the sidelines. But they ultimately managed to escape. What? The enemy was critically injured and still managed to flee? Everyone was taken aback, as if witnessing an incredible occurrence. Their gazes fixated on Might Guy. Black Zetsu, bewildered by their reaction, remained in the dark. Then, Hasegawa Saburo stepped forward to clarify. It turned out that while Black Zetsu and Might Guy had intercepted Kakuzu, Guy had been carrying the incapacitated Hasegawa Saburo to safety. During their retreat, they encountered a Abarame Shivi's ninja team, which had just returned to Konoha after completing a mission. The ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu promptly treated Hasegawa Saburo, and the 6 of them rushed to aid Black Zetsu and Might Guy. Based on the descriptions from Might Guy and Hasegawa Saburo, both the Abarame Shivi and the pot-bearing ninja immediately recognized the S-ranked rogue ninja from Takiga-core, Kakuzu. After all, Kakuzu was notorious in the ninja world for his formidable strength, having survived encounters with the first Hokage. Listening to Abarame Shivi's account of Kakuzu, Might Guy and Hasegawa Saburo felt their hearts sink. Kurosaki and Might Guy are unlikely to survive. Upon arriving at the scene, everyone was taken aback. As far as the eye could see, chaos reigned. Scattered debris and deep craters left in the wake of released ninjutsu, while a fierce inferno raged through the forest. This devastation seemed more reminiscent of a large-scale battle involving a legion of ninjas rather than the aftermath of a skirmish between 3 individuals. Subsequently, the 6 began to extinguish the forest fire. The middle-aged ninja, burdened with a large pot, was indeed Maruhoshi Gyukiai, a contemporary of the 3rd Hokage. He unleashed a substantial amount of water ninjutsu, taking considerable time to quell the flames. In the battleground, no trace of Kurosaki or Might Guy could be found, nor any sign of their bodies, and there was no evidence of the enemy's presence. Thus, Yoninji Ashimai utilized her parasitic insects to search for the whereabouts of Kurosaki and Might Guy. Listening to Hasegawa Saburo's explanation, Kurosaki found himself in a bewildering predicament. Did I inadvertently pass by Shimai Senpai's team while fleeing with Uncle Guy? Chapter 36. Return to the village, S-rank mission. Senpai, he has sustained muscle strains all over his body. My medical ninjutsu cannot remedy this. He must return to Konoha for recuperation, stated the Leaf Ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu after examining Might Guy's condition. I never expected Senpai Guy to possess such hidden depths, capable of repelling such formidable foes, remarked another ninja with elongated eyes, admiration gleaming in his gaze. Thanks to Senpai Guy, I would have surely perished otherwise, Hasegawa Saburo said with newfound respect. Might Guy, renowned in Konoha as an eternally low-ranking ninja, had long been the subject of ridicule due to his ever-present green jumpsuit. However, today he proved his worth through strength, and no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Maruhoshi Gyukiai regarded Kurosaki and Might Guy with a warm smile but chose to remain silent, for he too was a perpetually low-ranking ninja, yet possessed considerable prowess. Yoninji Ashimai kept her mouth hidden beneath her high collar, her eyes obscured by sunglasses, as members of her clan were notoriously taciturn. At this moment, Guy's father, Kaido, was overwhelmed with emotion, finally free from the scorn of others. Kaido's heart was no longer clouded with uncertainty. Lacking ninjutsu did not preclude him from becoming a powerful warrior, just as his father had. Kurosaki, too, garnered the attention of the crowd. Kaido and Hasegawa Saburo were already aware of Kurosaki's strength. Meanwhile, Yoninji Ashimai and Maruhoshi Gyukiai were astonished to learn that Kurosaki was merely 8 years old and had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. The audacity to remain on the battlefield of elite ninjas displayed a courage that surpassed that of most. Moreover, according to Might Guy, Kurosaki had rendered significant assistance, his prowess not to be underestimated. Had they known that Kurosaki not only aided them but also dealt the most damage to Kakuzu, they would likely have been astounded. Of course, this was a secret Kurosaki had specifically requested Might Guy to keep hidden. Nevertheless, it was indeed Might Guy who bore the brunt of Kakuzu's pressure, and he rightly deserved the accolades. After a period of rest, the Konoha team set off towards their village. Yoninji Ashimai's team did not hastily depart ahead, as they had completed their mission and could afford to return at a more leisurely pace. Due to his injuries, Might Guy could not travel independently, so Kurosaki and Kaido took turns carrying him. During their respite, Maruhoshi Gyukiai initiated a camp in the wilderness. With all his equipment and materials at hand, the wild delicacies he prepared were simply exquisite. Having consumed an excessive amount of rice balls and soldier pills, Kurosaki finally indulged his palate, albeit briefly. However, he still felt unsated. After the battle with Kakuzu, his strength had indeed increased, but it seemed his appetite had grown even larger. Gyukiai-senpai, you are the foremost master of water ninjutsu in Konoha. May I seek your guidance on the training methods for water ninjutsu nature transformations? Kurosaki respectfully inquired. This was an extraordinary opportunity to learn from a ninja who inherited the powerful water ninjutsu of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. In his confrontation with Kakuzu, Kurosaki realized he was somewhat at a loss when faced with large-scale offensive ninjutsu, only able to evade to a distance. His physical body was still not capable of withstanding ninjutsu. Water ninjutsu, versatile in both offense and defense, capable of both long-range and close combat, was the most versatile of the 5 chakra nature transformations. Learning 1 or 2 defensive water ninjutsu techniques would perfectly complement Kurosaki's deficiencies.
Ah, Kurosaki.
You are far too courteous. Just call me by my name. I cannot claim the title of master of water ninjutsu. I am merely a low-ranking ninja. However, I do possess some skill in water ninjutsu, Maruhoshi Gyukiai replied amiably. He was more than willing to share his knowledge. In his youth, he had been reckless, leading to the loss of 2 teammates, which prompted him to vow to live his life as a low-ranking ninja. Gyukiai uncle. Kurosaki adjusted his address to sound more familiar. As Maruhoshi Gyukiai was a contemporary of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Kurosaki was also a peer of the third Hokage's youngest son, Asuma. It was not out of place for Kurosaki to refer to him as uncle. Yukii nodded with a smile. The essence of water ninjutsu nature transformation lies in the concepts of absorption and flow. Chakra must permeate the water molecules in the environment, causing the chakra to circulate and mobilizing the external water molecules. The larger the chakra quantity, the more potent the water ninjutsu one can execute. The faster the water molecules flow, the higher the ceiling of the water ninjutsu. Maruhoshi Yukii generously imparted the core principles of water ninjutsu nature transformation to Kurosaki. He was fond of this sturdy child. Kurosaki was not only polite but also ambitious. In the face of formidable foes, he displayed neither fear nor abandonment of his comrades, a remarkable ninja inheriting the will of fire from the first and second Hokage. This was how Maruhoshi Yukii perceived him. Kurosaki listened intently, gradually absorbing this knowledge in his mind. He performed a deep bow to Maruhoshi Yukii, recognizing that such wisdom was invaluable, the experience of a top-tier ninja that money could not buy. After a sufficient rest, the group set out once more, with Kurosaki bringing up the rear, jumping from tree to tree while stuffing soldier pills into his mouth. After 2 days and nights, Kurosaki and his companions finally returned to Konoha. Might-Guy, having recuperated over the 2-day period, was feeling significantly better and could join the others in reporting their mission at the Hokage's office. At the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stood in shock. What? An enemy ninja of Jonin level from the mist? The S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu from Takigakure? He was astounded, having risen from his chair. Didn't T. Hasegawa's mission involve merely eliminating bandits of C rank? He could hardly believe what he was hearing. The mayor of Asakawa town had been threatened by mountain bandits who intended to harm the Leaf Ninjas. The leader of the mountain bandits was a Jonin-level rogue ninja from the mist, indicating significant upheaval within the mist village. Having slain the rogue ninja from the mist and encountered the S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu from Takigakure, the eternally low-ranking Might-Guy opened the 8 gates and repelled the S-rank rogue. The battlefield resembled a clash of ninja legions. For a moment, the third Hokage could hardly fathom the magnitude of what he was hearing. Yet, as he gazed upon the corpse of the rogue ninja from the mist, sealed within the scroll presented by Hasegawa Saburo, along with the testimonies of Yoninjia Shimai's team, the third Hokage fell into deep contemplation. This mission is to be upgraded to S-rank. The mission reward will be raised to 1 million ryo, and the mayor of Asakawa town must fulfill the full payment. In this mission, Might-Guy, Kurosaki, Hasegawa Saburo, and Might-Guy, your contributions have been tremendous, and you shall be rewarded with the option to choose any ninjutsu below A rank, including A rank. Might-Guy, once your injuries have healed, you are granted a special exception to participate in the Jonin examination. Kazuki and Might-Guy have been granted permission to participate in the Chunin exams. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, declared with resounding authority the rewards bestowed upon Kazuki and his companions. This mission, which involved the hidden mist, successfully returned the body of a rogue ninja capable of providing intelligence, while also repelling the S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu. The difficulty and level of the mission had escalated to S-rank. Furthermore, the mayor of Akatsukawa town is suspected of deceiving and harming Konoha, and must face severe punishment. Chapter 37. The wealthy might die. Ichiraku Ramen. Upon hearing the series of rewards announced by the third Hokage, Might-Guy, and Hasegawa Saburo were utterly ecstatic. Kazuki also displayed a joyful demeanor. Given their ranks, they were not ordinarily qualified to undertake S-rank missions. With this impressive record, their future selection of missions or promotions would undoubtedly become far more manageable. The mission reward was raised to 1,000,000 ryo, and they were permitted to choose any jutsu below A rank, including A rank techniques, making the rewards exceedingly generous. Particularly, Might-Guy received the opportunity to participate in the Jonin examination, signifying a chance to ascend into the higher echelons of Konoha. Oh, thank you, Lord Hokage. Why Father, why Guy, this is youth. Might-Guy and Might-Guy embraced each other, weeping with joy. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, awkwardly twitched his lips, sensing that the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Ahem. Now then, which jutsu will you choose? The third Hokage retrieved a scroll, containing all Konoha jutsu aside from forbidden techniques and clan secrets. As Might-Guy and Guy had no aptitude for ninjutsu, they promptly forfeited their selection. Kazuki and Hasegawa Saburo, however, meticulously examined the contents. Are most of these C-rank and B-rank jutsu? There are only a few conventional A-rank techniques, such as the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique and the Crescent Moon Dance. Which one should I choose? Kazuki pondered over the names and descriptions of the jutsu within the scroll. In the ninja world, the classification of jutsu is not determined by their power but rather by the difficulty of learning them. For instance, the Crescent Moon Dance may be rated A rank in terms of difficulty, yet its power remains rather average. Conversely, the B rank fire release, Great Fireball Technique, wielded by Uchiha Madara, surpasses Naruto's Rasen Shuriken in potency, rivaling the Tailed Beast Bomb. Thus, after realizing that the A-rank techniques in the scroll lacked exceptional attributes, Kazuki shifted his focus to the B-rank jutsu. I shall choose it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kazuki made his decision. Lord Hokage, I select the B-rank jutsu. Water Release, Water Barrier. Oh, the Water Barrier, you say? A flicker of surprise crossed the third Hokage's eyes, as he had anticipated Kazuki might opt for an offensive technique, only to be taken aback by his choice of a defensive water technique. Hasegawa Saburo, after some deliberation, opted for the A-rank Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. You may return now. Someone will deliver the jutsu to you shortly. Remember, do not teach the jutsu to others without my permission. Yes. Subsequently, Kazuki and his companions exited the Hokage's office. The four did not disperse but rather sought a secluded spot to gather. It's time to discuss the distribution of the reward. The payment for this mission had surged to 1,000,000 Ryo, and after deducting Konoha's share, they would collectively receive 800,000 Ryo. This sum would initially be advanced to Kazuki and his team by Konoha. The task of reclaiming the mayor's reward would be pursued by Konoha's Umbu. As the four huddled together, the eyes of the other three sparkled with excitement, particularly the Might father and son, who had long endured financial hardship. Although I served as the leading Chunin for this mission, I did not contribute significantly, so I will nullify my previous reward distribution proposal. Hasegawa Saburo was the first to speak. Before embarking on the mission, he had stated that he would take half of the reward, with the other half to be evenly divided among Kazuki, Might Dai and Guy. After a brief pause, Hasegawa continued. This time, Dai-senpai and Kazuki served as the main forces, so you two should take the lion's share, while Guy and I will take the smaller portions. No, I disagree. Might Dai immediately countered, asserting that the mission's reward should be evenly divided. I have already received enough from this mission. Even if I were to receive only 200,000 Ryo, it would surpass my earnings from the past year. No, I believe that Diogenes should take the larger share, Kazuki chimed in. Thus, the four began to bicker, each advocating for their stance. Ultimately, Might Dai and Guy could not prevail against Kazuki and Hasegawa Saburo, and they settled on the arrangement where Might Dai would receive the largest portion. The reward for this mission would be distributed as follows. Kazuki and Hasegawa Saburo would each receive 150,000 Ryo, while Might Guy would receive 100,000 Ryo, and Might Dai would take 400,000 Ryo. After Hasegawa Saburo departed, Might Dai wished to compensate Kazuki with 200,000 Ryo, feeling that he owed Kazuki for his contributions. However, Kazuki outright declined. Not to mention that Might Dai had concealed Kazuki's true strength. Without Might Dai, Kazuki feared he may not have returned from his encounter with Kakuzu. Moreover, the Might father and son were in greater need of the money. Kazuki feigned exhaustion as an excuse and swiftly departed. Might Dai, with a wry smile, led Guy home to recuperate. Instead of returning home to rest, Kazuki ventured to a ramen shop, Ichiraku Ramen. Boss, give me 20 bowls of tonkotsu ramen. Kazuki exclaimed as he lifted the curtain of the ramen shop. I'm starving. During the journey back, although he had enjoyed some delicious food from Maruhoshi Kagami, it had not satisfied his hunger. The remaining military rations in his system space had been completely consumed. Welcome. Oh, Kazuki, your appetite has increased again. The young owner of the ramen shop greeted Kazuki warmly. The youthful proprietor, appearing to be in his 20s, wore a friendly smile with squinty eyes. Oh, Kazuki, you graduated and became a ninja. The owner's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, I just returned from a mission. Kazuki replied eagerly. I'm about to starve. All right, just a moment. I'll have it ready shortly. Before Kazuki entered the Konoha orphanage, the ramen shop had already been established. At that time, Kazuki had spent his relief funds and was on the verge of starvation. The young owner had generously served him a steaming bowl of tonkotsu ramen for free. Since then, Kazuki had fallen in love with the flavor of the tonkotsu ramen. After Kazuki began earning money as a writer, he frequently visited the shop, ordering several large bowls of ramen. Before long, a large bowl of ramen, wafting an alluring aroma, was placed before Kazuki. Apologies for the wait. The owner smiled as he continued to prepare more ramen for Kazuki. Slurp. Delicious. The taste was simply indescribable. Ignoring the heat, Kazuki devoured the noodles and broth in great mouthfuls, leaving not a single drop behind. No matter how many times he ate or how many bowls he consumed, Kazuki could never grow tired of this flavor. Burp. I'm satisfied. Kazuki let out a contented belch, a look of bliss on his face. He polished off the 20 bowls of tonkotsu ramen without leaving a trace of broth. During these days of missions, Kazuki had nearly forgotten the taste of food. In this world fraught with violence, there existed places like the Konoha Orphanage and Ichiraku Ramen, which radiated the warmth of humanity. Perhaps this is the allure of the Hokage. Kazuki's thoughts drifted to distant realms. Of course, the Hokage in question was not the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 38. Obito. My chicken. The following day. The third training ground. Snip. The figure of Kurosaki vanished in an instant, only to reappear several meters away. This was not a technique of instantaneous movement from ninjutsu, but rather the sixth form of the navy known as Soru. Indeed, Soru proved to be quite easy to learn. Having mastered the art of instantaneous movement, I swiftly grasped the technique. Instantaneous movement is a broad category, encompassing a myriad of techniques within the ninja world, including the renowned space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. What Kurosaki mastered was a form of instantaneous movement from the advanced technique known as the three-body technique, utilizing chakra to explosively enhance leg strength. As for Soru, its secret lies in executing 10 rapid stomps with the soles of the feet, unleashing an extraordinary burst of speed as a purely physical technique. On the system panel, the training label for Soru had transformed into beginner. Next, I endeavored to practice the moon step. This skill would grant me the ability to momentarily suspend myself in the air. The method for training the moon step materialized in Kurosaki's mind. Stomping forcefully upon the air seemed somewhat challenging. Kurosaki, you are indeed here. A familiar voice reached Kurosaki's ears. Obito, and you all, what brings you here? SNT today a school day? Observing Obito rushing towards him, Kurosaki halted his training of the moon step. Behind Obito were Rin Nohara, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurane Ui. The ninja academy was closed yesterday. Kurosaki-kun, Rin Nohara gently explained. Kurosaki slapped his forehead, recalling that he and Guy had applied for early graduation just before the academy's break. At that moment, Obito approached with an air of determination. Kurosaki, I am no longer the Obito of old, he proclaimed confidently. I wish to challenge you. Oh? Who has given you the delusion that you can contend with me? Kurosaki retorted, suddenly lifting his chin and directing his nostrils towards Obito. Obito, this guy is so arrogant. Come on, teach him a lesson. I'm rooting for you. Asuma chimed in. Kurane's eyes sparkled with anticipation, a look of eager curiosity on her face. Kurosaki, arrogance has blinded you. Today you shall kneel before me, Obito declared with newfound bravado. Haha, I shall oblige you. Kurosaki grinned broadly. Come on, Kurosaki, I must prove myself. Obito assumed a fighting stance. Go for it, Obito. Rin Nohara offered him encouragement with a sweet smile. Take him down, Asuma urged, retreating alongside Kurane. Oh, I'm fired up, Obito exclaimed, his face flushing with excitement, wisps of steam seemingly rising from his head. Hey Obito, your CPU is overheating, Kurosaki remarked in astonishment. Enough chatter. Prepare yourself. Though he did not fully comprehend Kurosaki's words, Obito could no longer contain himself. He swiftly formed hand seals, proclaiming, fire release, great fireball technique. At the same time, his eyes activated the Sharingan. A fireball erupted from Obito's mouth, rapidly expanding to a size of 2 to 3 meters in the blink of an eye. Not bad, Obito. It's impressive to see your proficiency with ninjutsu after just a few days, Kurosaki remarked, somewhat surprised. Just days ago, Obito had struggled to execute the great fireball technique. And yet today he performed it with such fluidity. It seemed that Obito had garnered the attention of the Uchiha clan and had begun receiving resources. Could it be that Uchiha Fugaku was mentoring him? Kurosaki pondered. Soru. Kurosaki activated the sixth form just as the fireball was about to strike him, his figure disappearing in an instant. The water release, water barrier technique had already been delivered by the third Hokage, yet Kurosaki had not had the opportunity to learn it. Thus, he still needed to evade. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Uchiha Obito, delivering an upward punch. Rising Dragon Fist, Kurosaki executed a simple strike. Obito's pupils dilated in shock. Wait, thud. Kurosaki's fist connected with Obito's chin. Ah! Obito cried out as he soared into the sky. The three onlookers stared in disbelief. Although they had anticipated Obito's swift defeat, they had not expected it to occur so rapidly. Crack, crack. The falling Obito broke several branches, coming to rest atop a horizontally growing tree trunk. Ugh! Obito clutched his increasingly swollen chin with one hand, while the other pressed against his groin. Kurosaki has grown even stronger. Asuma gazed at him as if he were a monster. Obito-kun. Rin Nohara looked on with concern, her expression filled with worry for the injured Obito. Korone too wore a face of disbelief. How could there be such a disparity among classmates? They had heard Obito mention that Kurosaki had previously defeated the genius Kakashi, a talent they could hardly aspire to match. The trio rushed forward. Just then, a white-haired figure clad in a mask appeared beneath the tree. Hey, Obito, are you alright? Kakashi leapt up, grabbing Obito's ankle, preparing to pull him down from the tree. Observing this, Kurosaki smirked. Was Kakashi intending to take revenge for Obito's earlier taunts by so rudely yanking him down? Kakashi, you really are a cunning one. Thus, Kurosaki swiftly moved to the base of the tree, seizing Obito's other ankle. Haha, Kakashi, you're here too. Kurosaki grinned mischievously, pulling down on Obito's other leg. Rin's face lit up with admiration for Kakashi. Ah, you two idiots. Let go of me. Obito's face contorted in agony. Kakashi held onto Obito's ankle, his body rising slowly. Well, I came to find you, Kakashi replied with his signature deadpan expression. Asuma, seemingly discovering a new world, joined in the fun, leaping to grasp Obito's pant leg alongside Kakashi. With Asuma's assistance, Kakashi's ascent finally came to a halt. Kurosaki, I never expected that you, having just graduated, would accomplish an S-rank mission and even repel an S-rank rogue ninja. Asuma marveled with envy. He had received this news from his father, the third Hokage, just the day before. While others might not grasp the significance of an S-rank mission, as the son of the Hokage, he had a certain understanding of its weight. Generally, even Jonin would find S-rank missions nearly impossible to complete. It's nothing to mention. Nothing at all. All credit goes to my predecessor. Die. Kurosaki quickly waved his hands dismissively. Ah, you three idiots. Let go of me. Ah. Obito's voice echoed in despair, his cries resounding through the air. Thus, Kurosaki finally relinquished his grip on Obito's ankle. Kakashi and Asuma landed firmly on the ground, while Obito tumbled from the tree. Fortunately, Kakashi managed to catch him just in time, preventing his head from hitting the ground. Obito, are you alright? Nohara Rin rushed over, her gaze momentarily falling upon Obito's groin, her cheeks flushing crimson as she employed medical ninjutsu to tend to his swollen chin. Rin, oh, you are truly the best to me, Obito exclaimed, clutching his groin, his eyes brimming with heartfelt gratitude as he looked at Nohara Rin. Meanwhile, Ui Korone stood nearby, thoroughly entertained and quite satisfied with the spectacle. Kakashi, why did you invite me, Shikaku-senpai? Kurosaki inquired, perplexed, turning to Kakashi. I have no idea. Perhaps it's a shared taste for mischief. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. Very well, I shall prepare a gift. Kurosaki nodded, gearing up for the visit. I shall take my leave now. He waved goodbye to Nohara Rin, Asuma, Korone, and the sprawled Obito on the ground. Get lost, you bastard. Hurry and leave, Obito yelled in exasperation. He had intended to showcase his prowess in front of his beloved, only to find himself utterly humiliated. Kurosaki, I curse you, Obito silently wept within. Following Kakashi, Kurosaki departed from the third training ground. Passing by the Konoha bookstore, Udo, he purchased 3 of his own written works: The Legend of the Archery Ninja, The Collection of Hidden Techniques, and Ninja Partners. His newly penned book, The Smiling Hero of the Ninja World, had yet to be officially published. Before long, the two arrived at the Heitake residence. Kurosaki, welcome. Please, come in. Shikaku greeted warmly. My apologies for the intrusion, Shikaku-senpai, Kurosaki replied politely, slightly tilting his head to observe Shikaku's appearance. With a head of white hair tied back into a slender ponytail and a gentle, enthusiastic demeanor, it was hard to fathom that this affable individual was renowned throughout the ninja world as the White Fang of Konoha, having vanquished countless foes. Across various ninja villages, orders had been issued that upon encountering Shikaku, they could abandon their missions without consequence. Upon entering Kakashi's home, Kurosaki noted its simplicity and cleanliness. I wasn't too sure what you would like, so I brought a few books. I hope they please you. Kurosaki presented the 3 volumes. You needn't have gone to such lengths. Just showing up is enough. Shikaku cherished the books. You are Kakashi's classmate and a dear friend. There's no need for such formality. Understood, Uncle Shikaku. Shikaku's eyes glimmered with appreciation at the response. The purpose of this invitation was to express my gratitude. Gratitude for me? Kurosaki inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Kakashi has recognized his shortcomings through sparring with you, and thus we must extend our thanks. Uncle Shikaku, you flatter me, Kurosaki replied modestly. Following this, Kurosaki and Shikaku engaged in light conversation, while Kakashi lingered nearby, appearing utterly disinterested. Shikaku prepared a sumptuous lunch, which Kurosaki gratefully devoured without hesitation. Then, Shikaku witnessed a truly astonishing sight. Is this the normal appetite for a child? Shikaku gradually became incredulous. He had heard from Kakashi that Kurosaki had a considerable appetite and had even prepared extra portions, yet he had not anticipated that it would all be consumed. I apologize. It seems I was not attentive enough in my hosting. I shall prepare more food. Shikaku stood to make additional preparations. I'm full, Uncle Shikaku, Kurosaki hastily interjected. Subsequently, he discreetly glanced at Kakashi. How does this guy eat? He never even removes his mask during meals. Kurosaki was filled with questions. After satisfying his hunger, Kurosaki sought Shikaku's guidance on some sword techniques, and Shikaku generously shared his knowledge. As time drew near for his departure, Kurosaki prepared to take his leave. Kurosaki, do visit again, Shikaku said as he escorted him out. Kakashi, however, remained as apathetic as ever. Meanwhile, back at the 3rd training ground, Obito was exultantly declaring, I shall surely become the Pirate King. Kurosaki, who had hurried from Kakashi's home, felt a pang of concern. Has my system been usurped by Obito? He quickly accessed the system panel, relieved to find it intact. What is Obito going on about? Has he also unlocked the ultimate Pirate King system? Can the system be wholesale distributed? Kurosaki entered the training ground, utterly bewildered. At that moment, Asuma and Kurane had already departed, leaving Obito and Rin still within the arena. Nohara Rin covered her face with her hands, seemingly unable to bear the sight of Obito. Obito, what are you doing? Kurosaki suddenly called out. Ha! Kurosaki, why are you back again? Obito's face flushed instantly, his gaze evasively shifting as he regarded Kurosaki's return. Are you trying to imitate me? How could that be possible? I'm Kurosaki, how could you not share the secret to becoming stronger with your best friend? Initially stammering, Obito's indignation took over. The secret to becoming stronger? What are you talking about? It's simply that incantation.
Just that incantation.
I shall surely become the Pirate King. Kurosaki had been proclaiming this incantation for years at the Ninja Academy, which had led to his strength. Now, Obito believed he too could chant this incantation and one day match Kurosaki's power. Kurosaki replied, Indeed, you've caught on to my secret. It truly is the incantation for becoming stronger. Kurosaki began to speak nonsense with utmost seriousness. Obito, from now on you shall be known as the Konoha Great Fool, and I shall call you the most foolish in Konoha. Nohara Rin looked on helplessly as Obito's intelligence seemed to plummet. Next time, I shall not lose to you again. I will defeat that arrogant Kakashi. Obito's fighting spirit reignited. Yes, Obito, let me teach you a technique. It's called the 1,000 Years of Pain. It possesses immense power and is particularly effective against Kakashi. Kurosaki's mind began to concoct mischief. Is that true? Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Nohara Rin cast a curious glance. Of course, this technique was taught to me by Kakashi's father, who used it to defeat countless formidable foes. Kurosaki and I, please teach it to me. Watch closely, it's like this 1,000 years of pain. Kurosaki activated body flicker technique and flashed behind Obito, forming a tiger seal with his hands as he launched a surprise attack on Obito's rear. Kurosaki, I hate you, Obito wailed, clutching his backside as he soared into the sky. Nohara Rin once again covered her eyes, feeling an instinctual sense that spending too much time with these two would lead her down a peculiar path. Chapter 40. Might Guy promoted to Special Jonin. A few days later. Have you heard? The perennial genin, Might Guy, has been exceptionally promoted to Special Jonin by Lord Hokage. Isn't that the scruffy old man? Doesn't he only excel in Taijutsu? I heard he completed an S-rank mission, repelling a particularly formidable enemy solely with his Taijutsu. And I also heard that during the Jonin evaluation, Shikaku's father was at a disadvantage throughout the assessment. Can taijutsu truly unleash such formidable power? Perhaps I should have my son focus more on taijutsu training. Just as Kurosaki returned from the ninja tool shop with his custom dumbbells and barbells, he paused upon overhearing their conversation. With empty hands, he had stored the dumbbells and barbells in a sealing scroll, the method of which he had learned just yesterday from the herbalist Nanan. So, Might Guy has passed the Jonin evaluation and become a special Jonin? We share a bond of life and death. I should prepare a gift. Thus, Kurosaki abandoned his plan to train at the training ground and redirected his steps homeward. What should I give? Kurosaki pondered, contemplating the idea of a bestseller. This simply won't do. The gift cannot be too meager. Weapons? Yet, Might Guy is not particularly adept at wielding them. I have an idea. Black Zai opened the system panel. Host. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Bounty. 200 million berries. Devil fruit. None. Armament Haki. None. Observation Haki. Beginner. Conqueror's Haki. None. Skills. Paper drawing. Proficient. Iron block. Beginner. Gale foot. Beginner. Moonwalk. Beginner. Finger pistol. Beginner. Shave. Proficient. Indeed, after several days of arduous training, Black Zai had finally mastered observation Haki to the beginner level. Among the Navy's 6 forms, aside from paper drawing and shave, which he had achieved proficiency in, the other 4 techniques were also at the beginner level. Furthermore, Black Zai discovered that combining the Navy's 6 forms with chakra yielded even greater results. When paired with chakra, the speed of mastering the 6 forms was accelerated, and their power significantly enhanced. He even realized that without chakra, he would not have reached the beginner level so swiftly. Could it be that I have transformed the Navy's 6 forms into a secret technique akin to the 8 gates? Or perhaps the system's version of the 6 forms is merely a modified form of the Navy's techniques tailored for a ninja. Black Zai could not help but ponder. Nevertheless, he had successfully cultivated this technique that synergized the 6 forms with chakra. Most importantly, this 6 forms training was not overly challenging. Even a physically robust ninja could potentially master it. Thus, Black Zai withdrew his attention from the system panel. He retrieved a blank notebook. In a world devoid of the Navy, let us name this chakra-infused technique the 6 forms. He inscribed the secrets of cultivating the 6 forms within the pages. This would surely make a delightful gift for Might Guy. As for the explosive technique he had created, it was rather complex and unsuitable for Might Guy. Placing the notebook into his ninja tool pouch, Black Zai ventured out once more. After several days of recuperation, Might Guy had fully recovered and had passed the Jonin examination, becoming a special Jonin specializing in taijutsu within the Hidden Leaf Village. Father, today we shall run 1,000 laps around the village while in a handstand. If you cannot complete the 1,000 laps, you must do 1,000 push-ups. If you fail to finish those, then 1,000 squats. And if you cannot manage those, 1,000 frog jumps. Come on, Kai. Sweat it out and grow stronger. This is what youth is all about. Might Guy and Might Kai, clad in their vibrant green attire, were performing handstands as they raced through the Hidden Leaf Village. Sweat dripped from their foreheads. In the past, their training in the village would have drawn ridicule from onlookers. However, news of Might Guy's promotion to Special Jonin had spread throughout the village. Those who had once mocked the Might family now felt a burning shame upon their faces. Achieving the rank of Jonin signified a high status within a ninja village, and even a Special Jonin held considerable esteem, eliciting respect from all. Uncle Dai Kai, there you are. Black Zai appeared before the father and son with a swift movement. After searching for some time, he had finally located them circling the village. Ah, it's Black Zai. Care to join us in our youthful endeavors? Upon seeing Black Zai, the two flipped over, revealing their gleaming canines. Uncle Dai, congratulations on your promotion to Jonin, Black Zai exclaimed with a smile. This is a gift I have prepared to celebrate your promotion. I hope it pleases you. He presented the 6 forms training manual to Might Guy. Black Zai, we haven't had the chance to thank you yet. If it weren't for you, I would surely have lost my father, Kai expressed gratefully to Black Zai. Kai had learned some truths from his father. That day, after they had reported their mission and returned home, Might Guy had said to him, Kai, had it not been for Black Zai, I would have perished. It was Black Zai who saved me. Moreover, Black Zai selflessly attributed nearly all the credit to me, allowing me the opportunity to become a special Jonin. Thus we, the Might family, must forever remember this great favor and repay it with our lives. Black Zai chuckled softly, saying, Kai, had it not been for Uncle Dai, I too would not have returned. Uncle Dai saved my life. The 6 forms? What is this? Might Dai inquired curiously as he accepted the notebook from Black Zai. Uncle Dai, these are several taijutsu techniques that I have comprehended. I hope they prove useful to you. Upon hearing this, Might Dai opened the notebook and began to examine its contents closely. Paper drawing, evade attacks, shave, rapid movement, moonwalk, walking in midair. Might Dai instantly recognized the formidable nature of these techniques. No, Black Zai, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Might Dai hastily attempted to return the 6 forms training manual to Black Zai. Such techniques were already at the level of secret arts, often reserved as clan techniques for ninja families. Black Zai, bemused, pushed the notebook back to him, saying, Uncle Dai, we are comrades who have faced life and death together. Besides, I intend to seek your guidance on taijutsu training in the future, so please do not be modest. Seeing that Black Zai had said this, Might Dai reluctantly accepted the notebook with solemnity. Rest assured, anything I know, I will gladly share with you, he promised Black Zai. Might Dai felt a sense that mastering the 6 forms gifted to him by Black Zai would lead to a significant leap in his strength. Chapter 41. The Chunin Exam. Black Zai, are you certain you wish to participate in the Chunin Exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen removed the pipe from his mouth. Lord Hokage, I am certain. Very well, your application has been approved. Return and prepare accordingly. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Black Zai exited the Hokage building and made his way to the training grounds. He retrieved dumbbells and barbells from the ceiling scroll and began his workout. 1, 2, 3. 999, 1000. 2 days later, within the Chunin written examination room, Black Zai glanced around. There were over 30 participants, including Kakashi and Might Kai. The examiner was a special jonin he did not recognize. This time, the Chunin examination was internal, comprising only the lower ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village, with a majority being young practitioners. No other ninja villages were present, nor were there any nobles from the Land of Fire, thereby simplifying the examination process considerably. Not long into the exam, Kakashi finished the test. He set down his pen and shot a smug glance at Black Zai. Hey, enjoy your moment of pride while it lasts. Black Zai scoffed quietly. He slightly turned his head and noticed Might Kai, who was vigorously gnawing on the tip of his pen. This written test was similar to the one faced by Naruto's generation, assessing the ninja's knowledge base and intelligence-gathering capabilities. Some participants craned their necks to sneak peeks, while others, like Kai, were visibly anxious. A few were more adept. For instance, a member of the Abarame clan was skillfully controlling a bug that buzzed around the examination room. A member of the Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan, while a Uchiha clan member activated their Sharingan, mimicking the actions of others. As for Black Zai, he was prepared to submit a blank exam paper. An hour passed, and the written test results were announced. Approximately half of those who resorted to subpar cheating methods were eliminated. Kakashi passed with full marks, Black Zai with 0 points, and Kai also with 0 points. The second stage, the practical combat assessment. Due to the limited number of participants in the examination, Konoha has dispensed with the trial in the Death Forest and proceeded directly to the pair battles. A total of 16 individuals remain, conveniently forming 8 pairs. The crowd gathered at the examination venue, and although this Chunin exam is on a smaller scale, many spectators have come to watch, particularly the classmates of Kurosaki, most of whom are present. The first match features Might Kai against Kitazawa Hiroki. The examiner announced loudly in the arena. The examiner, judging by his attire, appears to be a member of the Nara clan. Go for it, Guy, shouted Obito and Asuma from the sidelines.
Yep.
Guy responded with a thumbs up and a gleaming smile, showcasing his prominent canine. Is this the son of the newly promoted special jonin, Might Dato? He truly resembles him. They are indeed father and son. One wonders how much of his father's prowess Guy has inherited. The spectators gazed at Might Guy with curiosity. Might Dato is a master of taijutsu, specifically the steel fist style, a discipline that is challenging to wield effectively at a young age, as explained by those knowledgeable about ninjas. In the arena, Might Guy has already engaged his opponent, Kitazawa Hiroki. Guy swiftly removed the leg wrappings, creating 2 large craters in the ground, leaving the audience agape with astonishment. Kitazawa Hiroki, a fully grown ninja towering half a meter over Guy, looked at the gaping holes, his eyelids twitching. How old is he? What manner of creature is this? Guy's speed is remarkable, and his strength far surpasses that of his peers, even exceeding many adults. After taking a few of Guy's punches, Kitazawa decisively retreated to create distance. He realized he was at a disadvantage in taijutsu and began to employ the body replacement technique to outmaneuver Guy. Seizing the opportunity while Guy was distracted by the shadow clones, Kitazawa unleashed several water release techniques, soaking the battlefield. Indeed, the slick ground severely hampered Guy's speed, and soon, he found himself defeated. The victor is Kitazawa Hiroki. The second match features Heitake Kakashi against Kawamura Haruka. The examiner again announced with vigor. Kakashi, with his lifeless, fish-like eyes, leaped into the arena. This is the son of Lord Heitake Sakamo, a prodigious talent from Konoha. He enrolled at the age of 4, graduated at 5, setting a record for the village. He is only 6 years old this year. It is said he has inherited Lord Sakamo's swordsmanship. The audience buzzed with excitement. Go, Kakashi! Lin Yuhara called out, leaning forward. You arrogant brat. If you lose, I will mock you for the rest of your life. Obito added. Kakashi quickly engaged Kawamura Haruka, who is also an adult ninja. Perhaps he could have a chance against others, but facing Kakashi, his luck ran out. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi had drawn his short sword and positioned the blade against Haruka's throat. I concede. Haruka exclaimed, his expression bitter. An adult ninja unable to defeat a 6-year-old child. And so thoroughly at that. The victor is Heitake Kakashi. The third match saw Yamanaka Kiyaki face off against his opponent, leading to an overwhelming victory for the Yamanaka clan, whose insect-controlling secret techniques are nearly invincible. The fourth match concluded with a victory for a Hyuga clan ninja, followed by a win for a Uchiha clan ninja in the fifth match. The sixth match saw a civilian ninja emerge victorious, and the seventh match was won by a Sarutobi clan ninja. Soon it was time for Kurosaki to face the last adult ninja. The eighth match features Kurosaki against Shimura Shinpeki. The examiner announced loudly within the arena. What? Shimura Shinpeki? Is that really you, Shinpeki? Kurosaki thought to himself amusedly. The glasses are the true essence. A human eyeglass frame. Following the silver-haired natural curl and making sarcastic remarks, Kurosaki chuckled inwardly. However, the Shimura Shinpeki before him is a member of the Shimura clan, a relative of Danzo. Humph. Kurosaki. I know you. How dare you offend Lord Danzo? You are on the path to your demise. Shinpeki threatened Kurosaki with an arrogant expression. Oh, I'm so terrified. Kurosaki replied with an exaggerated expression. Prepare to witness the might of the Shimura clan, Kurosaki. You shall meet your end. Boom! In the next moment, the previously boastful Shinpeki lay unconscious in a human-shaped crater. Youth is truly wonderful. He can fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Kurosaki appeared beside Shinpeki, blowing on his fist. Outside the examination arena, the spectators were left dumbfounded. What just happened? I don't know. I didn't see clearly. How did that Shimura clan ninja end up on the ground like that? I barely caught a glimpse. That Kurosaki suddenly vanished and then delivered a punch that buried Shinpeki into the earth. What kind of monster is this? I heard that Kurosaki is only 8 years old. A prodigy like Kakashi. 8 years old. What a joke. How can someone so young be so tall and strong? What on earth did he eat to grow like this? Oh, it's him. I remember now, one of the Leaf Village 3 fools. Even the examiner was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Kurosaki's outrageous speed. The victor is Kurosaki. The first round of the examination has concluded. After a 1-hour break, the second round will commence. The examiner entered the arena and announced loudly. Chapter 42. Battle against Hyuga. The first match of the second round features Kozenherb against Sarutobi Ruri. After approximately an hour's rest, the examiner reappeared to announce the commencement of the match. This time, 2 young female ninjas stood in the arena. Kozenherb, a civilian ninja appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old, possesses an endearing charm. Sarutobi Ruri, a female ninja of the Sarutobi clan, is of a similar age, exuding an air of aloofness. Soon, the 2 young beauties engaged in combat. Kozenherb dodged the shuriken launched by Sarutobi Ruri while tossing some perfume bottles into the arena. The fragrance began to permeate the air, drawing the attention of the spectators, especially the adult male onlookers, who were now even more focused on this match, as it involved 2 young female ninjas battling. The ninjas of Konoha are not accustomed to revealing attire, and both combatants were dressed conservatively, yet the older gentlemen were captivated. For those older men, watching girls fight is far more entertaining than a duel between men. In the arena, Sarutobi Ruri's slender fingers swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of fire release from her mouth. Most ninjas of the Sarutobi clan possess a fire affinity, and Ruri is no exception. The fire release surged forth dramatically towards her opponent. However, the flames merely scorched an illusion. The civilian ninja, Kozenherb, is a master of illusion techniques. The perfume bottles she had previously tossed, along with the scent wafting through the air, served as the medium for her genjutsu. Kozenherb stealthily maneuvered behind Sarutobi Ruri, preparing for a surprise attack to secure victory. The envisioned scenario was delightful, but reality proved harsh. Her opponent was a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. The foundational skills and jutsu mastered by civilian ninjas are fundamentally inferior to those of clan ninjas. Sarutobi Ruri had long since deciphered the illusion and left behind a shadow clone as bait, effortlessly defeating Kozenherb. The victor is Sarutobi Ruri. The second match features Kurosaki against Hyuga Yuto. The examiner announced with vigor. Kurosaki once again leapt into the arena. Across the arena stood Hinata Yuto. His eyes a strikingly pure white, both pupil and iris devoid of color. A forehead protector adorned his brow, while a deep blue scarf encircled his hair. His stature was comparable to that of Kurosaki. Outside the competition, the gaze of the onlookers coalesced upon the two combatants within. Would this be a clash of two taijutsu ninjas? Who would emerge victorious? The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan is reputed to counter all taijutsu practitioners, and Kurosaki might find himself at a distinct disadvantage. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is formidable indeed. Though Kurosaki previously vanquished a ninja of the Shimura clan in the blink of an eye, the spectators remain skeptical of his chances against Hinata, especially given their significant age disparity. Kurosaki, you can do it. Hey, Kai! Cheer for Kurosaki! Shouted Obito, directing his voice towards Might Guy standing beside him. Kurosaki will surely prevail. After all, he is my lifelong rival. Guy expressed unwavering confidence in Kurosaki. Despite having been eliminated from the Chunin exams, Might Guy showed no sign of despair. In the arena, Hinata Yuto declared, Kurosaki, concede, though you possess great strength and are a genius, under the scrutiny of my Byakugan, all your movements will be laid bare. He stood with arms crossed, exuding confidence. He did not wish to expend excessive energy on Kurosaki. His true target was the Uchiha. Kurosaki found himself at a loss for words. This Hinata was quite the boastful one. However, he thought to himself, I can be even more audacious. Bring it on. If you can make me take a single step back, I shall acknowledge you as the strongest. Kurosaki taunted Hinata with a beckoning finger. Very well, I shall oblige you. Prepare to bow down before the Hyuga. Hinata Yuto swiftly activated his Byakugan. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. He crouched into position, then in an instant appeared before Kurosaki, his fingers poised to strike at Kurosaki's chakra points. Kurosaki's muscles tensed, his body brimming with power, leaving his openings exposed as his opponent struck. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Hinata's fingers flickered like lightning upon Kurosaki's body. Outside the arena, gasps erupted from the crowd. It's over. Kurosaki is doomed to lose against the gentle fist. Among the renowned Konoha 3, he certainly lived up to his reputation, failing to evade Hinata's strikes. Kurosaki, what are you doing? Dodge! Obito, Rin, and Asuma shouted in concern. Rest assured, Kurosaki will not falter. Guy maintained his faith in Kurosaki. Though Obito and Asuma had not witnessed Kurosaki's true strength, Guy had some understanding of it. Inside the arena, bang, bang, bang. After executing 32 strikes of the gentle fist, Hinata Yuto swiftly retreated, his expression pale. How is this possible? My body! His hands trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though he had struck steel. He gazed at Kurosaki in disbelief. Where are the 64 palms? You haven't even made me step back a single inch, Kurosaki casually remarked, scratching his ear with his pinky, relishing the moment. No, I refuse to believe it. Hinata Yuto launched another assault. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. He struggled to complete the 64 strikes, only to find Kurosaki still standing firm. Not bad. Keep going. Kurosaki grinned, appearing utterly unfazed. Hinata staggered back, blood trickling from his fingers. He felt as though the bones in his fingers were on the verge of breaking. Outside the arena, the crowd was left in a state of shock. What was happening? Wasn't Kurosaki the one being struck? Why was it Hinata Yuto who was injured? Could he have reinforced himself with steel? Someone questioned skeptically. No, Kurosaki is employing taijutsu to withstand the gentle fist. Might Guy emerged from the crowd to clarify. If Kurosaki is indeed using his body to endure it, how strong must his physique be? The surrounding spectators displayed expressions of disbelief. To what extent has Kurosaki truly grown? Obito, Rin, and others gasped in astonishment. If Kurosaki could easily evade the gentle fist, it would not have been so surprising. But to withstand it with sheer physicality, was that even within the capabilities of a ninja, Guy's eyes sparkled with recognition. He understood the technique Kurosaki was employing. If I could master the 6 styles, I would surely become formidable. I must learn the 8 gates and the 6 styles. Guy resolved within himself. In the arena, Hinata gradually descended into madness.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
He brandished a kunao, lunging towards Kurosaki. This time, Kurosaki did not endure the attack. He swung his arm, striking Hinata's neck with a sharp blow. It was not that Kurosaki's iron block could not withstand the kunao, but rather that he could not reveal such a capability in public. He could appear as a genius but not as a monster. Hinata was struck down, his head lolling as he fell unconscious. Chapter 43, Battle Against the Uchiha. The victor is Kurosaki. In the third match, Kakashi Hatake faced off against Hiroki Kitazawa. As the examiner descended, he carefully observed the effortlessly victorious Kurosaki and announced in a loud voice. Outside the arena, the spectators were momentarily at a loss for words. Is this Kurosaki a monster? If I recall correctly, he is only 8 years old, yet he so easily triumphed over a ninja from the esteemed Hyuga clan? Another genius like Kakashi, perhaps. They pondered who might be stronger between the two. In the viewing box, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nodded with satisfaction. He had arrived before the second round of matches commenced and found himself increasingly fond of this little prodigy, a born commoner with exceptional talent. He had learned that Kurosaki willingly stood his ground against formidable foes to protect his comrades and fought alongside them to repel threats. He had even secretly investigated and discovered that Kurosaki consistently supported the Konoha orphanage. This child embodies the will of fire as an outstanding ninja. Kakashi and Hiroki Kitazawa entered the competition arena. At just 6 years old, Kakashi stood nearly a head shorter than his opponent. His eyes remained devoid of emotion, while Hiroki's were filled with wariness. After all, Kakashi was the son of Konoha's White Fang, his reputation as a genius well known throughout the village. Once the examiner withdrew, both combatants sprang into action. Hiroki, being a ninjutsu specialist, found himself at a disadvantage against Kakashi's broader repertoire of techniques. As Hiroki unleashed a water jutsu against Kakashi, Kakashi countered with earth jutsu. Coupled with his remarkably fierce Hatake swordsmanship, Hiroki gradually fell behind. Before long, Hiroki raised his hand in surrender. The crowd outside the arena expressed little surprise. As expected of the son of Konoha's White Fang, his strength is indeed formidable. At just 6 years old, he may well become another Konoha White Fang. The villagers of Konoha praised him. Wonderful, Kakashi has emerged victorious. Rin exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Humph, Kakashi, enjoy your moment of triumph. Obito gritted his teeth in jealousy from beside Rin. The examiner made his grand entrance, announcing loudly, the victor is Hatake Kakashi. In the fourth match, Yamanaka Keiichi faced off against Uchiha Koji. Yamanaka Keiichi, adorned in traditional attire of the Yamanaka clan, wore a long trench coat with the collar turned up to obscure his mouth, complemented by a pair of sunglasses. Uchiha Koji, with his raven hair tied back, exuded an air of aloofness. The symbol of the Uchiha clan, a fan of flames, was emblazoned on the back of his attire. Both combatants appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age. Parasitic insects. Yamanaka Keiichi initiated the assault, unleashing countless gray-black parasitic bugs that surged forth from his body.
Overwhelming Uchiha Koi.
Unfazed, Uchiha Koji remained steadfast, forming hand seals and executing fire style. Great fireball technique. Sizzle. Sizzle. The swarm of insects hurtling towards Uchiha Koji met the massive fireball, resulting in near-total annihilation, with a multitude of charred insect remains plummeting to the ground. Yamanaka Keiichi attempted to release the parasitic insects once more, only to witness them face complete extinction again. The Yamanaka clan's secret technique of controlling insects, typically a source of significant trouble for adversaries, proved nearly ineffective at this moment. Fire style is exceedingly effective against the insect-controlling techniques of the Yamanaka clan. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune for Yamanaka Keiichi to be matched against an Uchiha, renowned for their mastery of fire style. Ultimately, he resigned in defeat. The winner is Uchiha Koji. The second round of the examination has concluded. A 1-hour intermission follows. The examiner announced. It was evident that the Uchiha clan's ninjas, hailing from Konoha's prestigious lineage, possessed formidable strength. This time, the full might of the Uchiha clan was not on display, and the Yamanaka clan found themselves thoroughly countered. Outside the arena, spectators marveled at the unfolding events. At this juncture, only 4 candidates remained in Konoha's current Chunin examination: Sarutobi Ruri, Uchiha Koji, Heitei Kakashi, and Kurosaki. As the third round commenced, the first match saw Kurosaki pitted against Uchiha Koji. An hour passed swiftly, and the examiner entered the arena to announce the contenders. Kurosaki and Uchiha Koji stepped into the battlefield as the examiner executed a body flicker technique to exit. Uchiha Koji activated his Sharingan, a tomo swirling in his gaze. He had observed Kurosaki's 2 prior matches and did not underestimate his opponent's capabilities. The shinobi from the Shimura clan had fallen in an instant, struck down by a single blow. The Hyuga clan's ninja, boasting their prized gentle fist technique, found it ineffective against Kurosaki, as if merely tickling him. Uchiha Koji felt a twinge of wariness regarding Kurosaki's speed. "Make your move. Allow me to witness your full strength," Uchiha Koji coldly addressed Kurosaki. Outside the arena, the crowd was rapt with attention. The Chunin examination had finally reached its most thrilling segment. Would it be Kurosaki facing off against Uchiha? Who among them would emerge victorious? Kurosaki's taijutsu was fearsome, while Uchiha Koji's fire style was equally impressive. I sense that Uchiha Koji holds a slight advantage. Observe his eyes, he has activated the Sharingan. Indeed, the Sharingan possesses remarkable dynamic vision, effectively countering Kurosaki's speed. I remain unconvinced. Kurosaki's taijutsu is formidable. Should he close the distance, even Uchiha may falter. I too believe Kurosaki is the stronger fighter. "Kurosaki, bring him down," Asuma and Hyuga Takuma shouted from the sidelines. Gai, Obito, Rin, and a host of others also rallied behind Kurosaki. Kakashi remained silent yet focused intently on Kurosaki. Within the arena, Kurosaki refrained from launching an attack. "You may strike. I wish to see Uchiha's fire style," Kurosaki remarked calmly to Uchiha Koji across from him. Uchiha Koji no longer hesitated. He swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A fireball hurtled towards Kurosaki. Kurosaki stood unmoving, showing no intent to evade. He too formed hand seals. Tiger, snake, rat, snake, tiger. Water style. Water barrier. A wall of water erupted from beneath Kurosaki's feet. Boom! The great fireball collided with the water barrier, producing a billowing cloud of steam. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at Kurosaki's unexpected adeptness with water style, especially in such a waterless environment. The third Hokage watching from the sidelines was equally taken aback. He has only been practicing this water barrier technique for a few days, and he can already execute it? I never anticipated that Kurosaki is not only a prodigy in taijutsu but also in ninjutsu. Inside the arena, witnessing his great fireball thwarted by the water barrier, Uchiha Koji felt a weight settle in his chest. Already astonished by Kurosaki's physical prowess, he was now confronted with the reality that his opponent could also wield a jutsu that countered fire style. Uchiha Koji swiftly dashed to the side, launching a few shuriken and kunao. He circled around Kurosaki once again employing fire style. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. As Uchiha Koji maneuvered to Kurosaki's flank, he unleashed a barrage of fireballs from his mouth. Kurosaki remained steadfast, his feet planted firmly. Water style. Water barrier. Another wall of water surged upwards, blocking the incoming projectiles and Phoenix fire technique. This Kurosaki's water barrier is proving quite troublesome. Uchiha Koji realized his attacks were ineffectual and decided to change tactics. He swiftly darted away, repositioning himself behind Kurosaki. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Water style. Water barrier. Another wall of water arose, successfully intercepting the great fireball. The arena was now shrouded in a mist of vapor from the repeated use of water barriers to thwart 3 consecutive fire style techniques. Kurosaki stood resolute, not even turning to face Uchiha Koji, his back turned. How infuriating! You dare to look down on me! Uchiha Koji felt his temper flaring. In Konoha, and indeed the shinobi world, none dared to turn their back on an Uchiha. Gripping a kunao, he vanished in a flash, aiming for Kurosaki's back. Having expended a significant portion of his chakra after unleashing 3 fire styles, just as Uchiha Koji was about to strike Kurosaki, Kurosaki formed hand seals once more. Water style. Water barrier. Yet another water curtain erupted behind Kurosaki, sending Uchiha Koji, who was leaning forward to stab, soaring into the air as he collided with the wall of water. Kurosaki had now deployed 4 water barriers, leaving the spectators in astonishment. Hey! He just unleashed 4 water barriers. Does he possess such abundant chakra? Look, Kurosaki hasn't even moved his feet. How much chakra does he still have left? The Uchiha clan spectators could scarcely contain themselves. How audacious! This Kurosaki dares to toy with the Uchiha. Meanwhile, members of the Hyuga clan, eager to taunt the Uchiha, thought better of it, recalling their recent humiliation, unable to force Kurosaki to reveal his techniques, even against their esteemed gentle fist. Make sure to train Hyuga Yuto rigorously. This is an embarrassment. Yes, my lord. Inside the arena, Kurosaki had turned to face Uchiha Koji. Thud. Uchiha Koji crashed heavily to the ground. Cough cough. How infuriating. How can you possess so much chakra? He swiftly rose to his feet, for as a member of the Uchiha clan, the honor of his family forbade him from surrendering. However, one could not help but wonder whether this fellow was truly a genius or merely a fool, repeatedly employing large-scale water release in a waterless domain. After unleashing for consecutive water barriers, it was evident that his chakra reserves were dwindling. Upon hearing this, Kurosaki calculated earnestly. I have expended roughly 1/10 of my chakra. Utilizing water release in such an arid environment indeed drained chakra significantly. Prepare to experience the might of the Uchiha. Uchiha Koji leapt high into the air, launching a myriad of shurikens and kunao at Kurosaki. Yet, this was merely the beginning. These weapons collided mid-flight, curving around Kurosaki. Long, slender streaks of light reflected in Kurosaki's eyes. It turned out that each of these weapons was attached to fine steel wires, which Uchiha Koji was vigorously tugging at from behind. These wires coiled around Kurosaki, tightening with each turn, seemingly binding him. The Uchiha's ninja tool manipulation technique. A triumphant joy spread across Uchiha Koji's face. You are finished. As long as he could ensnare his opponent, no matter how swift or powerful their water release, they would inevitably fall to Uchiha Koji. In that fleeting moment, as the wires were about to ensnare Kurosaki, they were all severed, and Kurosaki's figure vanished without a trace. What? The ever-watchful Uchiha Koji, with his Sharingan activated, bore a look of terror upon his face. His Sharingan had failed to discern how his opponent had disappeared. In the next instant, Kurosaki astonishingly materialized right before Uchiha Koji. A peculiar smile graced his lips. Come now, unleash your fire release and attack me. My chakra is insufficient. Uchiha Koji stammered, panic evident in his voice. Tisk, I had intended to practice my water release using your fire release, but I never anticipated you would exhaust your chakra so quickly. In that case, let us bring this to an end. Kurosaki's arm swept outward. Bang! Uchiha Koji felt a jolt at his neck, and then his eyes rolled back as his Sharingan evolved into Byakugan, plunging him into darkness. Kurosaki slowly retracted his hand. Uchiha Koji collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. The crowd outside the arena erupted in chaos. What on earth did this Kurosaki employ to suddenly vanish and reappear before Uchiha Koji? Was his speed so formidable that we could not perceive his movements? Good heavens! How could anyone possess such velocity? This individual is truly terrifying. The examiner entered the arena, announcing loudly, the victor is Kurosaki. In the second match, Heitei Kakashi faced Sarutobi Ruri. Kakashi's eyes, usually so nonchalant, now reflected a serious demeanor. He regarded Kurosaki with a hint of trepidation. Can I truly contend with Kurosaki's speed? Kakashi pondered as he lightly leaped into the arena. Sarutobi Ruri also approached the center of the stage. With the examiner stepping back, Kakashi and Sarutobi Ruri sprang into action, engaging in rapid combat. Kakashi wielded a short blade, while Sarutobi Ruri brandished a kunao, and the two commenced close quarters fighting. Clang, clang, clang. The short blade and kunao sparked as they collided. Sarutobi Ruri, significantly larger than Kakashi, gradually realized that she was falling behind in this physical confrontation. Truly commendable is the Heitei swordsmanship, she praised, swiftly retreating. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sarutobi Ruri hastily formed hand signs, executing the fire ninjutsu passed down through generations of her clan. Earth release, earth wall. A wall of earth surged up, standing guard before Kakashi. To counter fire release, water release is typically the optimal choice. However, Kakashi was no Kurosaki. Utilizing such a scale of water release in a waterless environment would deplete his chakra excessively, and he simply did not possess the reserves to squander. The earth wall successfully obstructed the great fireball technique. Sarutobi Ruri quickly circled to the side, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Kakashi. Yet upon reaching the other side, her gaze faltered. Where is he? She saw Kakashi, who was supposed to be behind the earth wall, had vanished entirely. Earth release. Rising stone technique. A pair of hands suddenly emerged from the ground, seizing Sarutobi Ruri's ankle and dragging her downward. Oh no! She hurriedly hurled her kunao downward, piercing Kakashi's arm. Bang! His arm transformed into a plume of smoke. A shadow clone. Meanwhile, the real Kakashi had already appeared behind Sarutobi Ruri, the short blade poised at her back. You have lost, Kakashi stated matter-of-factly. Sarutobi Ruri's body stiffened, and she subsequently conceded. The victor, Heitei Kakashi, the examiner announced. After the conclusion of the third round, a 1-hour break was declared before the final assessment commenced. An hour later, the examiner reappeared, and the number of spectators surrounding the arena had significantly increased. The final assessment would pit Kurosaki against Heitei Kakashi. Chapter 45. Another defeat for Kakashi. Upon the examiner's announcement, he swiftly exited the arena. Kurosaki and Kakashi exchanged glances before leaping into the arena. The spectators buzzed with discussion. Hey, who do you think will emerge victorious? I don't know. They are both prodigies. I feel Kurosaki has the edge. His physical prowess is so rapid it is nearly imperceptible. A single punch from him would likely be unbearable even for a jonin. No, I believe Kakashi is superior. He is the son of Lord Shikaku and has inherited his true teachings. To think that, in this Chunin exam, the two youngest participants would reach the final showdown. They seem to be from the same class. This class has produced two extraordinary geniuses. Moreover, I heard that there is a 6-year-old Uchiha who awakened his Sharingan, setting a record for the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the third Hokage's youngest son is also from this class, and he too is a genius. Furthermore, Obito, upon hearing the crowd discuss him, could hardly suppress a grin. Kurosaki, teach that arrogant Kakashi a lesson. Obito raised his fist triumphantly from the sidelines. Kakashi, you can do it. Rin quietly cheered for Kakashi, and, Kurosaki, you too. Rin, Kurosaki will surely win. Don't you remember the last time he easily defeated Kakashi? Obito, feeling annoyed by Rin's support for Kakashi, muttered under his breath. Inside the arena, Kurosaki, I will not lose this time. Kakashi's eyes rarely revealed such seriousness. Kakashi, let me witness the Heitei swordsmanship. Kurosaki replied, his expression brimming with anticipation. With that, he produced a scroll, feigning the retrieval of a weapon from it. In reality, he summoned the renowned blade Hanazawa from his system space. The spectators erupted in astonishment once more. This Kurosaki wields a blade. That sword is exceedingly long, seemingly akin to the weapons used by the samurai of the Land of Iron. I have heard that the Heitei lineage also hails from the Land of Iron. Within the arena, Kurosaki and Kakashi silently faced each other for a moment, before both seemed to vanish into thin air, simultaneously eluding sight. Clang! Kurosaki's long blade Hanazawa collided with Kakashi's short blade. Such immense force! How could Kurosaki possess such strength? Kakashi could not help but marvel internally once more. In an instant, Kakashi was violently struck back by an overwhelming force, his feet scraping against the ground until he slid over 10 meters before finally stabilizing his stance. Unbeknownst to him, Kurosaki had only employed a fraction of his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Kakashi might have been defeated in a single blow. The blade technique of the Heitei clan emphasizes swiftness, reaching a velocity that renders opponents unable to react. Kakashi, being a ninja adept in speed, resembled an assassin, striving for a lethal strike. In contrast, Kurosaki embodied the essence of a berserker, his physical attributes maximized. When an assassin confronts a berserker head-on, the latter undoubtedly holds the advantage. Kakashi was astonished to discover that Kurosaki was skilled in swordsmanship. Direct confrontation was ill-advised. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi swiftly performed the shadow clone technique, creating a clone of himself. Earth release, earth spike. The clone pressed its hands against the ground, invoking the earth technique. Sharp earthen spikes surged towards Kurosaki from beneath. With a flourish of his long blade, Kurosaki shattered the oncoming spikes, sending a cascade of earth and dust into the air. Earth release, decapitation technique. Hands erupted from the ground, grasping at Kurosaki's ankles. With a swift stroke, Kurosaki's blade sliced through, and the Kakashi beneath the earth erupted into a cloud of smoke. Is that a shadow clone? Kakashi, you truly have an affinity for earth techniques. A smile crept across Kurosaki's face as he prepared to emerge from the shroud of smoke. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kakashi's voice resonated from beyond the haze as a massive fireball, 2 to 3 meters in diameter, hurtled towards Kurosaki. In a flash, Kurosaki evaded the fireball, his form appearing just outside the smoky domain. Earth release, earth wall. Kakashi initiated another technique. This time, towering, thick earthen walls surged up from the ground, encasing Kurosaki within. Fire release, great fireball technique. Without allowing Kurosaki a moment to react, Kakashi leaped high into the air, unleashing another great fireball into the confines of the earth wall. Boom! The fireball crashed into the wall, erupting in a violent wave of heat and flames. A stir of excitement rippled through the onlookers outside the arena. Was this the true extent of Kakashi's prowess? Throughout the earlier battle, he had evidently held back. No wonder he is the son of the Konoha White Fang. At merely 6 years of age, his strength is formidable. Could Kurosaki have perished? Someone voiced with a hint of concern. Nay, look, another exclaimed, pointing towards the arena. Within, Kakashi's expression remained grave. His earth wall had been obliterated by Kurosaki. Like a beast, Kurosaki charged forth from the debris, impervious to the effects of the great fireball technique. Impressive combo, Kakashi, Kurosaki remarked as he swung his long blade at Kakashi, who had yet to land. Swish! Kakashi was struck, his form cleaved in two by Kurosaki's blade. Outside the arena, Rin's face turned pale with fright. Kurosaki, surely you haven't just... Obito's disbelief was palpable. Although he had never been fond of Kakashi's arrogance and detested how Kakashi often captured Rin's attention, concern for his comrade now consumed him. Boom! The bisected Kakashi dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Indeed, a shadow clone. But where was Kakashi's true self? Kurosaki was unfazed. Behind me?
Danger.
Gripping his blade, Kurosaki swung fiercely behind him. Clang! Kurosaki's blade met Kakashi's short sword, sending sparks flying. Kakashi, your speed has noticeably increased. Kurosaki was taken aback for the first time. Our Heitake swordsmanship can harness lightning release to stimulate muscles, enhancing speed and striking power. Now, I can keep pace with you. Kakashi spoke with newfound confidence. Failing to land a surprise attack, Kakashi vanished from sight, reappearing at a different angle to strike at Kurosaki. Kurosaki parried, and Kakashi once again accelerated, changing direction to slash with his short sword. Who has led you to believe you can match my speed? Kurosaki smirked. Shunshin. What? Kakashi's pupils constricted in shock as Kurosaki's blade was suddenly poised at his throat. I concede. Kakashi lowered his hands in resignation. Chapter 46. Promotion to Chunin. Kakashi had indeed lost. It was only natural. Kurosaki's speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of an average Chunin. Kakashi's combination of ninjutsu was formidable, yet Kurosaki had effortlessly shattered the earth wall. Their abilities had evidently surpassed those of numerous Chunin. This Kurosaki was nothing short of a monster. It was rumored that he had completed an S-rank mission alongside a Jonin. The audience outside the arena buzzed with excitement, marveling at the rare spectacle of such a thrilling Chunin exam. Final assessment. The victor is Kurosaki, the examiner announced with a booming voice as he stepped down from the platform. Thus, the Chunin exam officially concluded. Soon, the spectators dispersed, leaving only Might Guy and his son, along with Kurosaki's classmates. As Kakashi and Kurosaki exited the arena, those familiar with Kurosaki quickly gathered around him. Kurosaki, congratulations on your impending promotion to Chunin. Who would have thought? You're barely graduated and already advancing to Chunin. Truly impressive. Of course, it's Kurosaki. The crowd surrounded him, offering their congratulations. The higher-ups in Konoha did not announce the list of promoted Chunin on the spot. They intended to evaluate the performances of the participating ninjas during the exam before determining who qualified for promotion. Even if a ninja did not emerge victorious, a standout performance, demonstrating formidable strength, displaying remarkable techniques in battle, or devising effective strategies, could still warrant a promotion to Chunin. Naturally, Kurosaki's victory assured his ascent. Kurosaki, congratulations. Undoubtedly, you are the rival I shall pursue throughout my life. I shall not be disheartened. Might Guy approached to offer his congratulations, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Guy, you truly are my son. This is the essence of youth. Tears welled in Kai's eyes. Guy, Might Daisuke was unable to contain his tears as they embraced, weeping together. Obito, Asuma, and others silently distanced themselves from the eccentric father-son duo, fearful of being caught in their emotional wave. Even Kakashi took a few steps back, feeling awkward. Having failed the Chunin exam today, Kakashi resolved to punish himself by running 1,000 laps around Konoha while inverted. Should he fail to complete the laps, he would do 1,000 push-ups. If he could not finish those, he would resort to 1,000 squats. And if those proved impossible, he would undertake 1,000 frog jumps. Guy, Let us together sweat through our youth. With that, the father and son duo ran off inverted. Kakashi, duel with me. This time, I shall surely defeat you. Obito sought to provoke Kakashi. Humph. Graduate first, then we shall see. Kakashi retorted with an expressionless smirk. This time, he did not exhibit any signs of disappointment at having lost to Kurosaki again. Arrogant Kakashi, are you frightened? Obito fumed, jumping up and down as chaos ensued. Kurosaki, this is your Chunin vestment. From this day forth, you shall bear the title of Chunin in Konoha. May you bear the illustrious will of fire and become an exceptional ninja. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, earnestly handed a green vest to Kurosaki. Indeed, Lord Hokage, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I am willing to forge ahead, inheriting the will of fire of our predecessors in Konoha, contributing to its legacy. Kurosaki declared loudly as he accepted the Chunin vest, promising Sarutobi. Flattering words came easily to Kurosaki, who was also hoping to gain further favors from the third Hokage. Ah, splendid. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction, particularly fond of Kurosaki's declaration to contribute to Konoha's legacy. At that moment, a message from the system panel emerged. Host, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. You have successfully been promoted to an officer of the Whitebeard Pirate Crew S Grand Fleet. You have gained the attention of the Yonko, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Whitebeard rewards you with the training method for Busashoku Haki. Kurosaki? An officer of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet? Sarutobi the Yonko Whitebeard? Does he truly deserve this? Nevertheless, he finally obtained the training method for Busashoku Haki. He glanced at his attributes on the system panel. Host, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Bounty, 200 million berries. Devil fruit, none. Busashoku Haki. Beginner level, pending training. Kanbunshoku Haki. Entry level. Houshoku Haki. None. Skills. Paper drawing. Skilled. Iron block. Entry. Gale foot. Entry. Moonwalk. Entry. Finger gun. Entry. Shave. Skilled. Suppressing his excitement, Kurosaki quietly exited the Hokage's office. Outside, Kakashi and Uchiha Hiroshi awaited their turn to enter. This time, the Chunin exams saw not just Kurosaki promoted, but also Kakashi and Uchiha Hiroshi. Kakashi, despite his youth, had mastered the Heitake sword style and various ninjutsu, demonstrating strength befitting a Chunin. His combat against Kurosaki was a spectacle of ninjutsu coordination and tactical finesse. Had it not been for Kurosaki's presence, Kakashi would have emerged as the ultimate victor of the examination. At just 6 years old, Kakashi set a new record, becoming the youngest Chunin in Konoha. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hiroshi also performed admirably. Although he suffered a crushing defeat against Kurosaki, he showcased his prowess with skilled fire techniques, the activation of his Sharingan, and impressive manipulation of ninja tools, leaving little room for criticism from Konoha's higher-ups. Had he not faced the extraordinary Kurosaki, his performance would have been even more remarkable. Even though there was a subtle suppression of the Uchiha clan by Konoha, the relationship had not yet deteriorated to the point of denying Hiroshi's promotion. Chapter 47. Earning and Training. Upon returning home, Kurosaki received congratulatory gifts the next day from Yakushi Nanoyu and Might Dai. Yakushi Nanoyu presented a box, while Might Dai sent a scroll. What could they be? Kurosaki felt a surge of curiosity. He first opened the box from Yakushi Nanoyu, revealing 15 vials of potions. They were antidotes. Inside the box were 5 different types of antidotes, each with 3 vials, accompanied by instructions detailing their usage and the toxins they countered. These 5 antidotes could neutralize nearly all poisons in the ninja world. Are you concerned that someone might try to poison me? Nanoyu, you're quite thoughtful. Kurosaki felt a warmth in his heart. If he wasn't mistaken, 2 of the antidotes were not even available for purchase on the market. Did you brew these yourself? Rest assured, my life, Kurosaki's, is not so easily lost. He stored all the antidotes in his system space. Subsequently, he opened the scroll sent by Might Dai. 8 gates, Kurosaki exclaimed, astonished that Uncle Dai had gifted him the training method for the 8 gates. He had indeed considered learning the 8 gates from Dai, but he never expected to receive it so soon. Uncle Dai is truly a man of his word. Just days ago, he had gifted him the 6 styles training method, and now he had received the secret scroll for the 8 gates. Kurosaki rolled up the scroll and stored it in the system space. As a newly promoted Chunin, with full power unleashed, he should have no trouble against an average Jonin. However, with the impending Third Great Ninja War on the horizon, he knew he needed to grow even stronger. Hidden in the shadows were the likes of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, as well as the treacherous Danzo. His physical prowess required further enhancement, and the 6 styles needed rigorous training. Kanbunshoku Haki was only at the entry level, while Busashoku Haki remained untrained. These two would be critical methods for the future. As for Houshoku Haki and the Devil Fruit, he would leave those to fate. He also resolved to learn some ninjutsu from the 5 elemental styles. Kurosaki quickly devised a training plan. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kurosaki created 2 shadow clones. Clone 1. You stay at home to write. Clone 2. Go find Akira Toriyama and assist him with the manga's plot. After assigning the tasks, Kurosaki, equipped with training gear, set off to the outskirts of Konoha to train. His dumbbells and barbells were rather ostentatious. Should anyone witness his training, it could potentially cause quite a stir. Days turned into weeks, and the commotion caused by Kurosaki and Kakashi during the Chunin exams gradually subsided. Now at Chunin, Kurosaki began to develop cautiously. Autumn passed, followed by winter, and soon half a year elapsed. Kurosaki was now 9 years old in the ninja world. Of course, it wasn't merely a period of cautious development. Over these 6 months, he accomplished many things. His new book, Laughing Proudly in the Ninja World, had been published and was still a bestseller in the Land of Fire, bringing Kurosaki considerable income. Additionally, he collaborated with Akira Toriyama on a manga, which they submitted to the bookstore in Konoha, Shuido. The bookstore owner was astonished upon receiving the manga, as such entertaining literature had never appeared in the ninja world before. He immediately recognized the immense commercial potential hidden within, and, after reaching an agreement on the revenue share with Kurosaki and Toriyama, the manga began serialization. Simultaneously, both Kurosaki and the bookstore owner were taken aback by Toriyama's incredible efficiency. He managed to keep up with the creation of all initial drafts, ensuring timely weekly releases. Thus, titles such as Dragon Ball, Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, Gintama, Bleach, and One Piece emerged. The entertainment industry in the ninja world had never witnessed such outstanding works. Within a remarkably short time, these serialized mangas became a sensation throughout the Land of Fire. Even merchants from other nations flocked to Konoha, willing to pay high prices for the manga. In Konoha, it became commonplace to see individuals engrossed in a manga book, neglecting their meals and sleep. Kurosaki even discovered several manga volumes on the 3rd Hokage's desk. Hizaki did not anticipate that these few manga volumes would sell so sensationally. Fortunately, he had previously arranged with the bookstore owner to conceal his identity. Otherwise, Hizaki would have found no peace in Konoha. Of course, while this charade could deceive the ordinary villagers of Konoha, it could not elude the discerning eyes of its higher-ups. The 3rd Hokage and Danzo had both come to learn of the situation. However, their understanding was somewhat skewed. They were aware that the creator was Akira Toriyama, with Hizaki's involvement, yet they failed to recognize that Hizaki was the very soul of this endeavor. Danzo was inclined to take action, but was sternly halted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the owner of Shueisha was one of Konoha's major benefactors, and to offend such a prominent businessman would be sheer folly unless Sarutobi had lost his wits. The meteoric rise of the manga sales invigorated Konoha's economy, resulting in a significant increase in mission assignments and, consequently, a steady rise in the income of the village's ninjas. Thus, the 3rd Hokage dispatched ninjas to provide round-the-clock protection for the artist Akira Toriyama. As for Hizaki, the Hokage had faith in his abilities and thus did not deem it necessary to assign a guard to him. The profits from the manga serialization were exceptionally high, allowing Hizaki to earn over 1 million ryo each month, an amount that most jonin could only dream of. Hizaki dedicated more than half of his earnings to expanding the Konoha orphanage, improving the living conditions for the children there. Beyond mere financial pursuits, Hizaki remained committed to his training. His physique grew increasingly robust, and he experienced a notable growth spurt. All 6 forms of the Marine 6 styles were refined to a proficient level. Additionally, he mastered several ninjutsu techniques, including C-rank fire release, dragon fire technique, capable of expelling flames from his mouth with remarkable utility. C-rank water release, water chaos wave, which allows him to spray a large volume of water, though not particularly powerful. It serves well for assistance and firefighting. And C-rank wind release, great breakthrough, which unleashes a fierce gale. He was currently delving into lightning release and earth release techniques. Moreover, Hizaki had trained in the 8 gates to the extent that he could now open 5 of them. However, his mastery of observation haki remained at an entry level, and unfortunately he had yet to grasp armament haki. The cultivation of haki proved to be exceptionally challenging, particularly armament haki, which demands a high level of physical prowess, a requirement that Hizaki's current physique could not yet meet. During the past several months, Hizaki occasionally teamed up with Might Guy and Might Lee, embarking on missions outside the village. Might Guy had been promoted to Special Jonin, allowing him to take on tasks of C rank and above. However, they had not encountered formidable foes like Kakuzu, nor had they engaged in many battles at all. Chapter 48. Danzo's Unyielding Ambition. Root. Ryoma, have you gathered the information? Shimura Danzo, shrouded in shadows, inquired of the returning oil woman Ryoma. Lord Danzo, my subordinate has already investigated thoroughly. Ryoma knelt on one knee. The best-selling comic books in the Land of Fire list Akira Toriyama as the official author. Yet the true creative force behind them is Hizaki. Indeed, it is he. Danzo's visible eye glimmered with a narrow intensity. I must acquire him, with Hizaki in my grasp. The funding for Root will no longer depend on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo's mind swelled with a fervent desire to secure Hizaki. The artist Akira Toriyama was already under the protection of the third Hokage, rendering him untouchable for the moment. However, Hizaki was still within Danzo's reach. Moreover, since Hizaki was the true core of the best-selling manga, obtaining Toriyama had become less significant. As long as he could control Hizaki, a substantial portion of the immense profits from the comic industry in the Land of Fire would flow into Root, strengthening his organization further. Only he could transform Konoha into the mightiest shinobi village in the world. Danzo's ambition surged within him. He envisioned himself elevating Konoha to unparalleled heights. Ryoma, go and bring Yakushi Nanoyu here. Hizaki shares an extraordinary bond with this woman. If I can control her, Hizaki will obediently follow my commands. Should she resist, we shall leverage the orphan children to coerce her. Danzo commanded Ryoma. Yes, Lord Danzo. Hizaki casually tossed the barbell he had been lifting onto the ground. Boom! The barbell indented the earth beneath it. Huff! Having just completed his training, Hizaki exhaled deeply and opened his system panel. Host. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Bounty. 200 million berries. Devil fruit. None. Armament Haki. Beginner. Not yet mastered. Observation Haki. Entry level. Conqueror's Haki. None. Skills. Marine 6 styles. Proficient. After refining the 4 skills of Iron Body, Shave, Moonwalk, and Tempest Kick to proficiency, the system panel consolidated the names of the 6 styles into a single category termed Marine 6 styles. Hizaki glanced at the unmastered Armament Haki and shook his head in mild frustration. The difficulty of mastering Armament Haki was immense, and he had yet to utilize even a hint of it. Closing the system panel, Hizaki realized it had been quite some time since he last visited Nanoyu and the children. Perhaps it was time to check on them. With that thought, he sealed away the barbell in a scroll and departed from his training grounds. Outside Konoha village. Before long, Hizaki returned to Konoha, intending to purchase some gifts for the orphanage. However, as he strolled through the commercial district, a frown creased his brow. Am I being watched? He pondered, sensing the presence of no fewer than 10 individuals covertly tracking him. Who could it be? The third Hokage? Or perhaps Danzo? Maintaining a facade of calm, Hizaki's mind raced as he considered the implications. The Watchers were all from the Umbu. Could they be sent by the third Hokage? No, that seemed unlikely, as he had done nothing to warrant such scrutiny. Thus, it must be that old coot Danzo. The Watchers were from Root. A sense of alarm surged within Hizaki. This is bad. The orphanage and Nanoyu may be in danger. He quickened his pace, swiftly darting into a narrow alley. Whoosh! Whoosh! The target has entered the alley. Follow closely and remain concealed. Oh, the target has vanished. We've lost track. Return and report to Lord Danzo. Konoha Orphanage. Yakushi Nanoyu. Come with me. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Ryoma commanded, approaching the golden-haired woman clad in a shrine maiden's attire at the orphanage. I'm sorry, Ryoma, but I have withdrawn from Root. I prefer to nurture the children here, and I do not wish to return. Nanoyu replied, her head bowed as she declined, while her mind raced with strategies, acutely aware that Danzo's orders were not easily dismissed. Humph, you have no right to refuse. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, you four, step forward. Ryoma called out to the distance. What? Nanoyu felt a surge of panic. Were there others from Root lurking within the orphanage? She quickly turned her gaze in the direction Ryoma faced. That was the children's lounge. To her horror, she saw the orphan children, their faces filled with terror, being ushered out by 4 masked Root ninjas. 4 Root ninjas held kunao, positioning the blades against the carotid arteries of several children. To their horror, Yano, you also discovered that each child bore the parasitic insects of the Oil Woman clan. Director Mama, I'm so scared. Are we going to die? The children, filled with dread and astonishment, could no longer hold back their tears. You despicable scoundrels. Stop this at once. The children are innocent. I will go with you. Yanoyu's face turned ashen as she reluctantly capitulated. Oil woman Ryoma, expressionless, merely observed. At that moment, the door of the Konoha orphanage was forcefully flung open. Everyone turned to see Kurosaki. Kurosaki. Yanoyu gasped, her expression darkening. Brother Kurosaki. These villains are bullying us and Director Mama. The children, upon seeing Kurosaki arrive, regarded him as their savior. However, Kurosaki's countenance was equally grim. Shaking off the surveillance of the route, Kurosaki swiftly made his way to the Konoha orphanage. He had already sensed, through his observation haki, the dire situation unfolding within. That ninja with the purple markings and sunglasses must be Oil Woman Ryoma, a jonin under Danzo. If I unleash my full power, I could eliminate all the root ninjas here. But with the children in their grasp, how can I ensure their safety? Damn it, these troublesome parasitic insects. Kurosaki pondered, cursing inwardly. If I engage them here, the insects might burrow into the children's skin. The consequences would be unfathomable. Are you adults from the root? Your target is me, I senti it? Release the children and Yanoyu, and I will go with you, Kurosaki declared to the impassive Ryoma. Very clever, Kurosaki, but you lack the standing to negotiate with us. Ryoma replied, unfazed. If you do not release them, I will not yield. If Lord Hokage learns of your malice against the villagers, Danzo's schemes will surely unravel. Kurosaki struggled to suppress the murderous intent bubbling within him. Kurosaki, you must leave and find Lord Hokage. Yanoyu urged him anxiously, realizing that the root's true target was Kurosaki. Danzo intended to use her and the orphans as leverage to coerce Kurosaki into submission. Yanoyu loved the children of the orphanage dearly, but she also cherished the tall young man who always thought of their welfare. She could not sacrifice Kurosaki for the sake of the children. If Danzo sought to threaten her using the orphans, then if she were to perish here today, Danzo would have no means to exploit Kurosaki's weakness. Yanoyu understood Danzo's nature. She had resolved herself to die. I'm sorry, Yanoyu, for involving you in this. Leave everything to me, Kurosaki said apologetically to the kind-hearted woman. Kurosaki. Yanoyu's eyes brimmed with concern, as she wished to say more. Rest assured, I will be fine. Kurosaki reassured her with a confident smile. After a moment's contemplation, Ryoma realized he could not truly harm all the children in the orphanage. He ultimately decided to acquiesce to Kurosaki's terms. Kurosaki, if you allow us to seal your chakra and restrain your body, we will release Yanoyu and these children, he proposed. Fine. Kurosaki agreed without hesitation. He stepped forward, relinquishing his resistance. For Symbol's seal, Ryoma executed the technique, slapping his palm against Kurosaki's abdomen. A series of black, tadpole-like curse marks spread from Ryoma's palm, enveloping Kurosaki's entire form. Soon, Kurosaki realized he could no longer manipulate the chakra within him. Body bind technique. Two root ninjas abandoned the children and swiftly approached Kurosaki, joining forces to restrict his movements. Seeing the mission exceed expectations, Ryoma nodded in satisfaction and retracted the parasitic insects from the children. At that moment, a child suddenly fainted. You fiends! Kurosaki's murderous intent finally surged uncontrollably. Do not worry. He has merely sustained minor injuries. With Yanoyu's medical ninjutsu, he will recover swiftly, Ryoma explained to Kurosaki and Yanoyu. He intended to use this child to delay Yanoyu's progress, buying time to prevent her from reaching the third Hokage. Move! He commanded the 4 root ninjas. The other 2 ninjas supported Kurosaki's arms. In the blink of an eye, the 5 root members, along with Kurosaki, vanished from the orphanage. Ryota. Yanoyu rushed to check on the unconscious child. She quickly discovered the presence of parasitic toxins within him and identified the insect concealed within his body. If she sought out the Hokage now, Ryota would perish. Yet, saving him would require considerable time. What should I do? Ultimately, gritting her teeth, Yanoyu began to treat the child named Ryota. On the outskirts of Konoha, amidst a grove of trees. So, your root base is located outside of Konoha, Kurosaki remarked in mild astonishment as he was about to be taken away. Shut up. Do not think you can stall for time. The third Hokage's men will not arrive here anytime soon, a root ninja barked. Oh, is that so? Kurosaki's eyes lit up at the revelation. That's truly splendid, he said, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, his voice low and dark. Ah, what? The root ninja was taken aback. Ryoma immediately sensed trouble. A glint of steel flashed across his dark sunglasses. Swish, 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 swish. For heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain, showering Kurosaki and splattering across his face, drenching the ground. The 4 decapitated root ninjas stared wide-eyed in terror. How is this possible? Why can you still move? I distinctly sealed your chakra. Ryoma, narrowly evading, gazed in horror at Kurosaki, whose face was spattered with blood and wore an eerie smile. Humph! Who gave you the delusion that I fight solely with chakra? Kurosaki scoffed coldly. It turned out that upon hearing the root ninja's remark about the 3rd Hokage's men not being able to arrive soon, Kurosaki could no longer suppress his murderous intent. He drew the Ryokai blade Hanashu from his system space. Kurosaki had not broken the sealing technique. Instead, he had forcibly freed himself from the restraints of the 4 root ninjas and, with lightning speed, decapitated them. Unfortunately, Ryoma, being a jonin, managed to evade the attack. Why not obediently accompany me to meet Lord Danzo? Ryoma had regained his composure. Secret technique. Parasitic insect. A swarm of dark gray parasitic insects surged forth from beneath his cloak, rushing towards Kurosaki. Shave! Kurosaki vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared beside Ryoma, his Hanashu blade aimed at Ryoma's neck. So swift, Ryoma's pupils constricted. Then Ryoma's head flew off. However, no blood spurted. His head and body rapidly disintegrated, transforming into countless parasitic insects. It was an insect clone, the secret techniques exclusive to the Oil Female clan. Black Zaki discovered that he had been surrounded by parasitic insects. Truly worthy of a jonin. His reaction speed was astonishing. Black Zaki marveled internally. Iron block. Gale foot. As Black Zaki executed the iron block, he delivered a powerful kick, unleashing a slicing strike. Crack, crack, crack. Several trees, as thick as water barrels, were abruptly severed in half, revealing the figure of Oil Woman Ryoma, who had been hiding in the shadows. How could the parasitic insects not pierce his skin? What kind of monster is this? Oil Woman Ryoma commanded the parasitic insects to descend upon Black Zaki, but just as he felt victory was within his grasp, the insects relayed the message that they could not bite through. I clearly sealed his chakra. How can he still unleash wind techniques? Even from his feet. He mistook Black Zaki's gale foot for a wind technique. Although Oil Woman Ryoma was astonished by Black Zaki's performance, he did not lose his composure and soon discovered Black Zaki's weakness. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A massive swarm of parasitic insects surged towards Black Zaki's nostrils, ears, and eyes. Shave. Before the swarm could reach him, Black Zaki charged through the barrier of insects using iron block. Moon step. Step, step, step. Suddenly, Black Zaki appeared in another location, stepping on air and soaring into the sky. He can fly. Oil Woman Ryoma could no longer contain himself. In the ninja world, those who possess the ability to fly are exceedingly rare. Each one is a strategic asset within their ninja village. Halfway in the air, Black Zaki dove directly towards Oil Woman Ryoma. Chapter 50. Dark Fruit.
Secret technique, parasitique insecte.
Oil Woman Ryoma tilted his head back, releasing countless parasitic insects from his sleeves, surging towards the airborne Black Zaki. Iron block. This time, instead of evading, Black Zaki collided head-on with the swarm as he descended. Most of the parasitic insects were swept away by the gale he generated, but many still clung to him. The insects that landed on Black Zaki's head crawled rapidly towards his eyes, nostrils, and ears. Black Zaki paid no heed to the insects. He closed his eyes and allowed the parasites to gnaw at his skin. In an instant, he burst forth from the swarm, forcefully swinging the blade of his Hanzo towards the unprepared Oil Woman Ryoma. Just as Black Zaki's blade was about to sever Oil Woman Ryoma's neck, he pivoted his arm and thrust the Hanzo forcefully behind him. Crack! The renowned blade Hanzo embedded itself deep into the trunk of a tree, leaving only the hilt exposed. Oil Woman Ryoma, concealed behind the stout tree, incredulously looked down at the blade tip protruding from his chest. How is this possible? Gurgle. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Meanwhile, another of Oil Woman Ryoma's insect clones had been obliterated by Black Zaki, disintegrating into a mass of insects. Before Oil Woman Ryoma could extract his body from the blade, Black Zaki had already appeared before him in an instant. Finger spear. Black Zaki's finger, akin to an iron spear, plunged deeply into Oil Woman Ryoma's chest, piercing his heart. What is this? Oil Woman Ryoma gasped, expending his final ounce of strength to ask. Body technique. 6 forms. Black Zaki forcefully expelled the insects from his nostrils in response, simultaneously digging into his ears to remove the parasitic insects that had invaded. I clearly used sealing techniques to bind your chakra. I even employed secret techniques to obstruct sensory ninjutsu. Why can you still detect me? Indeed, Oil Woman Ryoma had utilized the 4-symbol seal to confine Black Zaki's chakra. Even now, Black Zaki had yet to break the seal. Furthermore, during their battle, Oil Woman Ryoma had unleashed the secret technique of insect curse tools to disrupt Black Zaki's perception and the external awareness of this location. Danzo's roots had already discerned that Black Zaki was a sensory-type ninja. Apologies, but I cannot divulge more. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards Danzo. His ambition has sealed your fate, Black Zaki said expressionlessly as he cleared the remaining parasitic insects from his body. Though Oil Woman Ryoma was certainly beyond saving, Black Zaki dared not reveal too much to this dying man. After all, in the ninja world, even the dead can leak information. In the realm of ninjas, information is of utmost importance. Danzo's roots only knew of Black Zaki's extraordinary physical techniques and remarkable ninjutsu talent. However, they were unaware that Black Zaki's physical prowess did not necessarily rely on chakra. They were even more ignorant of Black Zaki's possession of the observation haki, a formidable ability. Black Zaki was aware of the Oil Female clan's combat style, yet Oil Woman Ryoma lacked accurate information about Black Zaki. Much of what he knew was erroneous. Coupled with the fact that Oil Woman Ryoma's parasitic insects could do nothing against Black Zaki's iron block, his defeat was inevitable. Danzo, sir. Oil Woman Ryoma's head hung heavily. Danzo's right-hand man, the Root Jonin, had perished. Black Zaki circled behind the tree, extracting the Hanajo. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that Oil Woman Ryoma's corpse was being devoured by the remnants of parasitic insects within him, leaving it riddled with wounds. Ugh, how repulsive. Black Zaki felt his stomach churn and quickly distanced himself. At this moment, the parasitic insects released by Oil Woman Ryoma, having lost human control, began to flit about chaotically. Black Zaki paid no further attention to the venomous insects. Deprived of chakra to sustain them, these parasitic insects would soon perish. As he gazed at the gradually skeletal remains of Oil Woman Ryoma, Black Zaki fell into contemplation. Killing a fellow village ninja is a grave sin, yet, when Danzo threatened him with Yamanaka Inoichi and the children of the orphanage, he had cast all caution to the wind. This matter had escalated to the point of no return. Danzo had touched his reverse scale. Black Zaki would never comply with Oil Woman Ryoma's request to go to the roots. Once there, his safe return was far from guaranteed. Thus, Black Zaki resolved to take decisive action, intending to escalate the situation. Since Danzo's roots had initiated the conflict, Black Zaki had some assurance of safeguarding himself. At worst, he could simply defect. Just as Black Zaki pondered this, a message popped up on the system panel. You have slain a high-ranking officer of the Whitebeard Pirates and successfully seized the Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. What? I just acquired the Dark Fruit? Wasn't it Blackbeard who killed Whitebeard Pirates 4th Division Captain Ace to obtain the Dark Fruit? System, are you not even pretending anymore? Black Zaki hurriedly checked the system space. And indeed, a purple fruit resembling a pineapple with spiral snail patterns had been stored. System, I adore you. Black Zaki was instantly elated and hastily retrieved the Dark Fruit. He examined the Devil Fruit in his hand for a moment, then without hesitation, brought it to his lips. Ugh! What an awful taste! It is said that devil fruits taste like excrement, but this is even worse than that. Black Zaki fought through his nausea and struggled to swallow a bite of the fruit's flesh. This is the Dark Fruit, a top-tier natural-type fruit. Although it cannot be elementalized, can absorb damage. In this world where no one employs haki, consuming the Dark Fruit will render most attacks ineffective against him. At the very least, Black Zaki could be certain that aside from sealing techniques targeting souls, such as the corpse demon binding, ninjutsu, physical techniques, bloodline limits, and bloodline elimination, none could threaten his life. Taking a breath, Black Zaki devoured the remaining Dark Fruit entirely. Ugh! Ugh! Myokuzen. Darkness. An endless abyss of darkness. The darkness that engulfs the ninja world. The aged toad sage awakened from his slumber. Grandfather, what has transpired? Have you foreseen another future? Inquired a diminutive, venerable toad with utmost reverence. The future has shifted. The prophecy has altered. A black dragon descends, casting an endless darkness over the ninja world. The toad sage articulated slowly, revealing a glimpse of the future he had just foreseen. What? Exclaimed Toad Fukasaku, taken aback. The sage continued, where is young Jiraiya? He must find the black dragon of the prophecy and thwart it. With that, the Toad Sage succumbed to slumber once more. Chapter 51. The Hidden Alliance. Gag, gag. Kurosaki finally consumed the entirety of the devil fruit, leaning against a tree trunk, retching. The taste is overwhelming. Having devoured the entire devil fruit, I should now be a wielder of its powers, right? But how does one activate the abilities of the dark fruit? Kurosaki began to close his eyes, a peculiar sensation flooding his mind. Is this the essence of the devil fruit's power? This is the ability of the dark fruit. It felt as though he had awakened an instinct, as the methods of utilizing the dark fruit naturally surfaced in his thoughts. Kurosaki raised his right hand to activate his newfound power. Gradually, his palm and arm transformed into an obsidian hue, emanating swirling black mist, seemingly existing in a state between gas, liquid, and solid. A magnetic pull radiated between his arm and palm, completely absorbing the sunlight. Simultaneously, Kurosaki was astonished to discover that the four-symbol seal, which had confined his chakra, was being gradually devoured by the dark fruit's abilities. His chakra was once again at his disposal. The four-symbol seal was slowly transmuting into pure chakra, flowing back into Kurosaki's body. The dark fruit can also consume chakra? Is this not invincible? Kurosaki suppressed his excitement and dismissed the dark transformation, opening the system panel. Host, Marshall D. Teach. Bounty. 200 million berries. Devil fruit. Dark fruit. Armament haki. Basic armament haki. Untrained. Observation haki. Initiated. Conqueror's haki. None. Skills. 6 styles of the Navy. Proficient. Now, only the Conqueror's haki remained unawakened, and the armament haki had yet to be initiated. However, with the abilities I currently possess, I am more than capable of wreaking havoc within the ninja world. There is no sea stone in the ninja realm. As for the ocean, it remains uncertain whether the waters of the Naruto world would suppress the abilities of devil fruit users. Nevertheless, I can traverse the water using chakra, and with moonwalk, I can soar through the skies, rendering such concerns trivial. Ah! I am unstoppable. Kurosaki could not contain his laughter. Rustle. Rustle. Kurosaki retracted his smile as he sensed an approaching presence. Whoosh. 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 In the blink of an eye, over 10 figures emerged from the forest. At the forefront was a man whose head and right eye were wrapped in bandages. None other than Shimura Danzo. Flanking him were 10 root ninjas adorned with various animal masks. Kurosaki, how dare you harm fellow villagers? Danzo's single eye brimmed with murderous intent as he beheld the dismembered bodies of his subordinates, particularly the remains of oil woman Ryoma, one of his few elite jonin and most trusted tools. Humph! Elder Danzo, these individuals have harmed the children of Konoha. They are unworthy of being called ninjas. They even dared to attempt to kidnap me, a legitimate ninja of Konoha. It is sheer folly. I eliminated them as a service to Konoha. Kurosaki coldly retorted, offering no deference to Danzo. You sharp-tongued brat, just like the Uchiha, born of wickedness. You shall not escape for harming my subordinates. Today, I shall eliminate you for the sake of Konoha. Danzo resolved, abandoning any intention of recruiting Kurosaki into the roots. If he did not kill this brat, he would lose his authority in Konoha. He drew his ninja blade from his back. At this time, Danzo was merely 50 years old, still in his prime, unlike the frail figure depicted in the original storyline. The root ninjas behind him also drew their weapons, preparing to form hand seals. The inherently wicked Shimura Danzo, you dare to incite your subordinates to harm the children of Konoha, and even intend to use Hanabi to threaten my compliance. Humph! You are a malignant tumor lurking in the shadows of Konoha, a dog that only bears its fangs at its companions. Kurosaki shouted, directing his ire at Danzo. Given that he was already locked in a life-and-death struggle with Danzo, he saw no reason to hold back. You lot, go and kill him. Danzo commanded his subordinates. The insults hurled at Danzo struck too close to home. The usually cold-hearted man momentarily lost his composure. Fire style, Fire Dragon Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Earth style, Earth Gun. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The 10 root ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals to unleash their jutsu, hurling their hidden weapons. Each technique, accompanied by countless shuriken and kunao, surged toward Kurosaki. The wind enhanced the fire, creating a formidable assault, while the earth jutsu sought to encircle Kurosaki and prevent his escape. Kunao and shuriken, numbering in the hundreds, were certain to claim Kurosaki's life. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Water style, Water Wall. Kurosaki executed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, conjuring two water walls. Two massive torrents of water surged forth, rising skyward. Boom! The wind-enhanced fire jutsu shattered the first water wall, crashing toward the second. Boom! The second water wall also fell, but the fire technique lost its potency, dissipating before Kurosaki. However, the onslaught of kunao and shuriken was upon him. Clang! 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 Grasping his blade, Kurosaki swung with a flourish, deflecting all the hidden weapons. His shadow clones wielding kunao also blocked the incoming projectiles. Continue, do not cease, Danzo barked, taking a deep breath as he formed hand seals to unleash another jutsu. Wind-style, vacuum sphere. Wind bullets fired from his mouth like a machine gun toward Kurosaki. The root ninjas, receiving Danzo's orders, again formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of ninjutsu. Boom! 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 This time, Kurosaki did not erect the water wall. His figure was engulfed by a multitude of jutsu. Danzo and the root ninjas halted, one of them employing the wind-style, great breakthrough to disperse the thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, Kurosaki's form had vanished without a trace. Top, top, top. What sound is that? Someone looked up at the sky. Raiznan. Soaring through the air with moonwalk, Kurosaki executed two spinning kicks. The strikes descended with lightning speed upon two unsuspecting root ninjas. Ah! They cried in agony. One was cleaved vertically, shattering his mask and splitting his head, while the other was impacted diagonally, leaving his chest and abdomen gaping open, ribs shattered. Simultaneously, Kurosaki, wielding his blade, dove toward the astonished Danzo. Damn you, brat! Wind-style, vacuum wave. Chapter 52. Was Kurosaki stabbed by kunao? Wind-style, vacuum wave. Danzo tilted his head, unleashing a blade of wind from his mouth. As he gazed at the airborne figure of Kurosaki, Danzo was struck with a mix of astonishment and fury. This young prodigy had somehow mastered the art of flight. No wonder he had bested the oil woman, Ryoma. This boy was shrouded in layers of concealment. Such prowess was far beyond what a Chunin could exhibit. Kurosaki had long since imparted the training methods of the six styles to Might Dai. Yet, after more than half a year, Dai had never showcased techniques such as the moonstep or gale foot in front of others. He had yet to master them. Neither had Kurosaki employed them. Thus, it was the first time Danzo and his ROT members laid eyes on Kurosaki soaring through the air, leaving them utterly astonished. To possess the strength of a jonin at the tender age of 9, this boy was nothing short of a monster. He must not be allowed to live. Danzo's resolve to eliminate Kurosaki solidified once more. A formidable individual who could not be bent to his will, a genius like him, deserved to perish. Unbeknownst to Kurosaki, Danzo's thoughts were consumed by this intention. As Danzo unleashed his slicing wave, Kurosaki responded with a kick. Gale foot. Boom! The two waves of energy collided, erupting into a tempestuous storm. Danzo's attack momentarily hindered Kurosaki's downward charge, the gusts of wind whipping his attire and hair wildly. Without hesitation, Kurosaki activated the Burst Flow Slash mode. Burst Flow Slash. A larger, more powerful wave of energy erupted from the blade of his renowned sword, Hanazawa, aimed directly at Danzo. This strike, infused with the nature transformation of wind release chakra, was exponentially stronger than when he had battled Kaku. Vacuum wave. Danzo swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a flurry of intersecting vacuum waves. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Water release. The ROT ninjas swiftly reacted, launching their ninjutsu into the sky. Boom! 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 The vacuum wave clashed head-on with Kurosaki's Burst Flow Slash. The faster vacuum wave collided first, unleashing a cataclysm of energy that ravaged the air with its cutting force. Following closely, the water ninjutsu from the ROT ninjas was swept away by the ferocious winds, transforming into a torrential downpour. Kurosaki's offensive was thwarted by Danzo's wind release and the ninja's water release, diminishing its potency. The cutting gusts tore through Kurosaki's garments, creating numerous slashes. Yet, his flesh remained unscathed, buoyed higher by the ascending winds. Finally, the slower fire release technique was amplified by the raging winds. The great fireball rapidly expanded in size, its temperature soaring, as it hurtled toward Kurosaki with increasing velocity. Observing this, Kurosaki remained unperturbed, refusing to evade. He stowed Hanazawa into his system space while swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Water release. Water chaos wave. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Kurosaki executed 3 techniques in quick succession. His main body performed the shadow clone technique, rapidly unleashing torrents of water. The clone executed the great breakthrough, forming a combined ninjutsu with the water release. Swoosh! The fire release collided with the water release, erupting into a vast cloud of misty vapor. Although the great fireball, enhanced by wind release, was formidable, Kurosaki's combined ninjutsu was even stronger, especially since water release inherently countered fire release. While water chaos wave was classified as a C-rank technique, Kurosaki's immense chakra elevated its power to that of an S-rank technique. The great fireball was extinguished in an instant. A portion of the water surged forth, crashing down upon the ROT members with unstoppable force. Dodge! Danzo shouted, leaping onto a tree to evade the cascading deluge. His remaining 8 subordinates scrambled to take cover. Boom! The water crashed violently against the ground, causing tremors through the earth and trees. 2 ROT ninjas, caught off guard, were struck by the water release, tumbling helplessly in the torrent. Simultaneously, the vapor released into the air swiftly spread, enveloping the surroundings in thick white fog, obscuring visibility. Within the hidden leaf village. Look, what is that? Someone spotted the massive fog billowing from the outskirts of the village. Could it be an enemy attack? Quickly, inform Lord Hokage. A villager dashed toward the Hokage building to alert the 3rd Hokage. Some ninjas clad in vests hurried toward the source of the fog. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already sensed the disturbance from afar. What is happening? Just as he was about to investigate, a blonde woman burst in.
Hokage-sama.
Kurosaki has been taken by Elder Danzo. Please, you must save him. Yakushi Nono pleaded anxiously to Sarutobi. Kurosaki? Danzo? This is bad. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Summoning technique, Dream Eater. Danzo's cold voice echoed through the thick fog. Roar. The sound, reminiscent of an elephant's bellow, reached Kurosaki's ears. In the next instant, he saw the endless mist being devoured. A tremendous force tugged from below. The combined gravity and suction rendered Kurosaki's moonstep ineffective. His body plummeted at an ever-accelerating speed. He has employed the summoning technique? This old man Danzo is indeed formidable. A look of caution finally crossed Kurosaki's face. The surrounding mist was swiftly consumed, revealing the scene below. A colossal beast, with the body of a tiger and the trunk of an elephant, tilted its head back, its gaping maw emanating a terrifying pull. Danzo stood atop the back of this monstrous creature. As Kurosaki plummeted, he was on the verge of being swallowed by the Dream Eater. What an immense force! I cannot break free. Kurosaki's gaze sharpened as he swiftly formed seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. To contend with this gigantic summoning beast, Kurosaki resorted to the method originally employed by Sasuke in the storyline, using fire release to compel the Dream Eater to close its mouth. Roar. The Dream Eater howled in agony as the searing flames surged through the creature's maw, causing it to instinctively close its jaws. However, at that moment, the Dream Eater's trunk shot upward with alarming speed, exerting another force that yanked Kurosaki, who had just completed his fire release. Even with his observation haki sensing the impending danger, he had no time to respond or evade. Kurosaki was ensnared by the trunk, its muscular grip firmly binding him. Evil little demon, perish. Wind release. Shuriken. 2 rapidly spinning shurikens, enveloped in wind blades, flew from Danzo's hand. In an instant, one wind release shuriken severed Kurosaki's neck, while the other, gliding along the trunk, pierced his chest. Wind release. Vacuum blade. Danzo infused the kunai with wind release, transforming it into a razor-sharp sword. In a flash, he executed a body flicker technique, plunging the vacuum blade into Kurosaki's body. Chapter 53. The Power of the Dark Fruit. Swoosh! Danzo thrust the vacuum blade into Kurosaki's flesh. However, a look of elation did not grace Danzo's single eye. Instead, his pupil contracted sharply. How is this possible? Kurosaki's neck and chest, sliced by the wind-release shurikens, and the wound from the vacuum blade, showed not a single drop of blood. Pain, unbearable pain. How excruciating! Hakarishi grimaced and cried out in agony. The wound caused by the wind release began to fester, a swirling black substance gradually healing it, restoring it to its original state. The summoned beast, Dream Taper, vanished, consumed by Hakaishi's fire release. Both Danzo and Hakarishi plummeted through the air. In a panic, Danzo drew a kunai, desperate to distance himself from Hakarishi. However, Hakarishi seized Danzo's arm with a sinister grin on his face. Danzo, you truly hurt me. Ha ha ha, Hakarishi exclaimed, as he landed steadily, still clutching Danzo. Danzo exerted all his strength to break free, yet he found himself utterly unable to escape. His gaze fell upon Hakaishi's arm, which had turned pitch black, a mist as dark as ink rising from it. Am I trapped in a genjutsu? Release. Danzo disrupted the chakra within himself, attempting to dispel the illusion. Yet, the bizarre scene remained unchanged. He tore away the bandage covering his head, revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan in his right eye. Release. He intended to wield the Uchiha clan's Sharingan against the genjutsu. The situation remained surreal. What on earth are you? Terror flickered in Danzo's eyes. Humph. Hakarishi responded with a chilling smile. Deep down, Hakarishi felt fortunate. Had he not obtained the dark fruit, he might have truly met his end at Danzo's hands. Truly, Danzo was an elite shinobi of the old guard, his methods and wind release far surpassing the ordinary. Without the power of armament haki, his iron defenses were no match for Danzo's wind release techniques. It seemed he had underestimated him. If Danzo was this formidable, how powerful must the Sunin Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Heitake, and the third Hokage be? And what of the even more powerful Uchiha Madara and the enigmatic Kagaya? How inflated their strengths appeared. It seemed that even as a wielder of abilities, one should never underestimate any opponent. Encountering a cunning adversary could lead to one's downfall. Although the dark fruit's power could absorb damage, the sensation was truly agonizing, Hakarishi pondered. As a natural-type fruit, the dark fruit allowed its user to transform into a substance of darkness. However, unlike other natural types, dark matter inherently possessed gravitational properties. Unable to disperse like the smoke or goro fruits, dark matter attracted itself. Thus, after being attacked, Hakarishi could recover like other natural types, albeit with the added drawback of intensified pain. At that moment, the root ninjas hiding in the trees sensed something was amiss and leaped down to rescue Danzo. Unable to release ninjutsu due to Danzo's predicament, they hesitated. Illusory tree binding death. Danzo would not sit idly by. Using his Sharingan, he unleashed a genjutsu. This long-standing Konoha technique, enhanced by the Sharingan, proved more potent. Hakarishi felt himself bound by robust vines, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo drew a ninja blade from his waist, swiftly severing his own right arm. Enduring the excruciating pain, he retreated rapidly. You truly are decisive, old man, Hakaishi marveled. Absorbing the chakra from the genjutsu with the dark fruit's ability, he effortlessly unraveled the illusory tree binding death. Now, let us test this move. Hakarishi crouched low, pressing his dark palm against the earth. The inky black substance spread rapidly from Hakarishi, enveloping the ground in darkness. Dark pit. This technique, inspired by Blackbeard's move, was unleashed by Hakaishi. Danzo sensed impending doom and leaped onto a tree with a body flicker technique. The root ninjas attempting to rescue Danzo were not so fortunate. Their feet became firmly ensnared by the dark gravitational pull. What is this? My feet won't move, they exclaimed in horror. What sorcery is this? Oh no, I'm being pulled down. Ah! My legs hurt, they cried out in fear. Danzo, stopping the bleeding from his severed arm, looked down, equally alarmed. Below, in the area engulfed in darkness, both his subordinates and the massive boulders, as well as towering trees, were sinking. A tremendous force tugged at his entire being, the branches that once reached for the sky now drooping under the immense gravitational pull. What kind of technique is this? A bloodline limit? Even the well-versed Danzo was drenched in sweat, feeling as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. The ninja world had never heard of such a terrifying ability. Danzo was horrified to realize that the area shrouded in darkness spanned several hundred meters in diameter. Ah! Danzo-sama! Soon all the root ninjas were engulfed, the boulders consumed, and the towering trees reduced to mere stumps of under 2 meters. Outside the battlefield, swift ninjas approached, only to halt in their tracks at the sight of the surging dark matter. What? How is this possible? They gasped as they realized everything before them was descending, being devoured. Is Konoha doomed? Is this the end of the world? Someone shouted in despair. All retreated in terror, nearly being sucked into the dark matter. Hakarishi, you are indeed born of evil. You are more ominous than the Uchiha. I will stop you, even if it costs me my life, Danzo declared, seizing the moment before being consumed, forming hand seals to unleash his most powerful jutsu. A massive wind bullet hurtled toward Hakarishi. Hakarishi, seeing this, ceased the dark pit and leaped aside. Though he feared not such an attack, he wished to avoid experiencing that agonizing pain again. Boom! The vacuum great ball exploded behind Hakarishi, unleashing a furious tempest. Yet Hakarishi stood unwavering amidst the storm. With the loss of Hakaishi's control, the the dark matter slowly dissipated, revealing the earth beneath. At that moment, the ground lay barren, stripped of all, leaving only yellow-brown soil. Danzo, having narrowly escaped, landed rather awkwardly. Dark water. Hakaishi's palm manifested a black vortex, once again pulling Danzo toward him. Danzo appeared to lose his ability to resist, drawn ever closer to Hakaishi. As the distance closed, he suddenly ripped open his clothing to reveal a black curse mark on his chest. Inner Four Symbols. Chapter 54. The astonished Minato Namikaze, the enraged Third Hokage, and the ecstatic Uchiha. Dark water. Inner Four Symbols. Just as Hakaishi's dark hand was about to grasp Danzo, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A trident kunao shot between Hakaishi and Danzo. Instantly, a figure with golden hair materialized before them. Gentlemen, I implore you to cease this conflict. With one hand gripping Hakaishi's arm and the other pressing against Danzo's chest, he spoke in a calm and unhurried tone. The sealing technique spread simultaneously across Hakaishi's arm and Danzo's chest. For symbols sealing.
Cell.
The golden-haired ninja executed the sealing technique on both Hakaishi and Danzo, effectively interrupting Danzo's imminent inner four symbols sealing technique. Tamura was fortunate to have been spared. The arm of Kurosaki reverted from its darkened state back to normal. A surge of shock coursed through Kurosaki's heart. The speed of the golden-haired ninja was astonishing, leaving him utterly unprepared. Yet, in the next moment, the surprise began to fade. It was he, the one who had arrived, his speed entirely expected. Kurosaki recognized the figure that had suddenly materialized before him. It was none other than the future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. What left Kurosaki astounded was that the power of his dark fruit had been sealed away. Although he had swiftly consumed the chakra from the four symbols seal, he confirmed his suspicion that sealing techniques could indeed counteract his devil fruit abilities. He silently cautioned himself to exercise prudence when encountering masters of sealing techniques in the future. The sealing technique employed by Minato was undeniably far superior to the one used by the oil girl, Ryama. Having regained his life, Tamura, upon witnessing Minato's arrival and the cessation of Kurosaki's terrifying abilities, immediately leaped back several meters. Minato, as a Jonin, I command you in my capacity as a Konoha elder to eliminate this brat on the spot, he ordered while attending to the wound on his severed arm. Lord Tamura, it would be wise to wait for the Hokage's arrival before making any decisions. Minato did not heed Tamura's command. Instead, he cast a penetrating gaze at the three-tomo Sharingan in Tamura's right eye before shifting his attention to Kurosaki. Observing the remarkably robust 9-year-old boy, Minato felt an overwhelming shock. In truth, he had arrived at the scene earlier. Faced with the ominous dark matter that devoured all, he had hesitated to use the flying thunder god technique to teleport in. An instinctive trepidation arose within him, warning that a reckless intrusion could land him in peril. When the dark substance dissipated, Minato's astonishment only heightened. The ground had been completely devoured, leaving it barren and desolate. Even more alarming was that the area once shrouded in darkness had sunk nearly half a meter deep. He unleashed his sword of love, and in a heartbeat, he positioned himself at the center of the confrontation between Kurosaki and Tamura, successfully halting their violent clash. Kurosaki scrutinized Minato in turn. Although they were both from the same village, Kurosaki had never before laid eyes on Minato. Yes, so handsome. Kurosaki couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Minato's tall figure, golden hair, and strikingly radiant face sparked a hint of envy within Kurosaki. While he prided himself on his own good looks in that moment, he felt as if he had lost. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, Kurosaki collapsed to the ground, rolling about in exaggerated agony. Oh no! My coccyx! My crown chakra! My ribs! Senior! Tamura has betrayed the village. He is harming the children. Tamura? Minato, wait. How come you don't have a single scratch? In fact, it's Tamura who's nearly done for. Despite having heard rumors of an outrageous prodigy ninja in the village, this was beyond absurd. Minato's lips twitched as he suppressed a sarcastic thought. Evil little brat. What are you performing? Tamura seethed, nearly smoking with rage. As he prepared to strike again, Kurosaki's shamelessness once more shattered Tamura's worldview. Tamura. Minato. Tamura was interrupted sternly by Minato. Shortly thereafter, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived with a cadre of ninjas. Upon seeing the reinforcements, Tamura hastily closed his right eye, concealing the three-tomo Sharingan. Tamura, Kurosaki, you two. Provide me with an explanation. Hiruzen's forehead veins bulged as he bellowed at the pair. Behind Hiruzen, though no one spoke, myriad expressions adorned the faces of the gathered ninjas. some in terror, others in shock, and some with a bewildered countenance. The scene of the dark matter devouring all had been utterly horrifying. Kurosaki, lying on the ground, cast a cursory glance and noted that the Konoha Umbu and the major ninja clans were nearly all present. The Uchiha, Hyuga, Inyazuka, and Oil Girl clans, along with familiar faces such as Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake, were in attendance. Following closely behind Hiruzen was the medical ninja, Nao Yao. Upon seeing the third Hokage arrive, Kurosaki's wails grew even louder. "Oh no! My coccyx! My crown chakra! My ribs!" With a concerned expression, Nao Yao rushed to Kurosaki's side, employing her medical ninjutsu to examine his body. "Kurosaki, are you alright? Where are you hurt?" Moments later, her astonishment grew as she discovered that Kurosaki bore no injuries whatsoever. Unable to maintain his facade, Kurosaki sheepishly admitted, "I'm fine." "No Yao." Third Hokage. The crowd of Konoha ninjas. "Kurosaki, get up," Hiruzen roared. "Alright." Kurosaki dusted off his rear and stood. He noticed that the expressions of the arriving ninjas had turned serious, save for the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan, witnessing the disheveled Tamura with a severed arm, wore expressions of unrestrained joy. "Tamura, you have your day of reckoning," they chuckled. "Ha! Reduced to this by a mere child, Tamura, how utterly pathetic. Look at how he resembles a mangy dog." The Uchiha clan could no longer contain their mirth, whispering their celebration among themselves. "Enough! Silence!" Hiruzen roared at the Uchiha. Seeing the third Hokage's fury, Uchiha Fugaku, who desperately struggled to suppress a smile, cleared his throat to hush his clan. "Tamura, this brat is inherently evil. He has killed 15 root ninjas." Tamura pointed at Kurosaki, his gaze venomous. "What?" Hiruzen gasped in disbelief. "To kill comrades within the village is a grave crime, a capital offense. While I have high hopes for Kurosaki, if he truly committed such a heinous act, I cannot continue to favor him." As Tamura's words fell, astonishment washed over nearly every face present. "Well done." A Uchiha ninja could not help but murmur in praise, raising a fist from the back of the crowd. For years they had been oppressed by Tamura, and today was a moment of sweet vindication. Both the third Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku directed a lethal glare towards the Uchiha ninja, who quickly averted his gaze to the ground. Chapter 55. Uchiha, come forth and battle Tamura. "Hokage, Kurosaki is an outstanding ninja who would risk his life for his comrades. Could there be a misunderstanding?" The scruffy-faced Might Guy hastily stepped forward to defend Kurosaki. Sweat poured from his forehead. If Kurosaki were truly branded as a murderer of comrades, his fate would be sealed. Kakashi Hatake also stepped forward, saying, "Is there perhaps a deeper story behind this?" The third Hokage glanced at Might Guy and Kakashi, then turned his piercing gaze upon Kurosaki. "Kurosaki, explain yourself." "Lord Hokage, Danzo covets my talents and has secretly plotted against me. Moreover, he has dispatched his root members to assault the children at the orphanage. Among them are many descendants of heroes who sacrificed for Konoha. Lord Hokage, is it not permissible for me to defend myself against Danzo and his root?" Hikai exclaimed, his face ablaze with righteous indignation. Naturally, Shimura Danzo would not stand idly by. He immediately retorted, "Humph, utter nonsense. My subordinates are here to recruit you into root. As an elder of Konoha, I possess that authority. Who would have thought you would reveal your true nature and slaughter all the subordinates I dispatched? Now, in light of your exposed treachery, you even dare to plot against me. You harm the ninjas of our village and seek to injure a Konoha elder. Your crimes warrant the gravest of punishments." Danzo pointed an accusatory finger at Hikai, his voice dripping with righteous fury. "This Hikai is nothing but an inherently malevolent scourge," he concluded, turning to the third Hokage. "Oh? Then why, Elder Danzo, did you target the children at the orphanage? Are they also inherently malevolent? Do they deserve to die? Furthermore, your clandestine attacks against the Uchiha clan. Does that mean the Uchiha, who co-founded Konoha alongside the first Hokage, also deserve death?" Hikai pressed, unyielding in his pursuit of justice. "Hey, Uchiha, stop merely spectating. Come down and battle with Danzo." He seized upon the root ninja's assault on the orphanage children while simultaneously attempting to draw the Uchiha clan into the fray. "What do you mean?" Without waiting for the third Hokage to inquire further, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes gleamed with fierce intensity as he confronted Hikai. All those from the Uchiha clan behind him wore expressions of hostility. Hikai regarded the man with a center-parted hairstyle and a square face. This must be the newly appointed clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, he mused. Senior, Danzo's right eye bears the 3 Tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, Hikai explained, slightly bowing in respect as he unveiled the truth. Indeed, the Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan, glaring at Shimura Danzo. Elder Danzo, might we have a look at your right eye? Uchiha Fugaku demanded coldly, his expression anything but amiable. At that moment, Danzo found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous red-eyed individuals, his face paling in response. Damn it! This little brat has truly exposed me. This wicked child is indeed my greatest obstacle. Danzo cursed inwardly, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth. He understood that the arrival of Minato Namikaze was too swift for him to react. The Sharingan had already been revealed to Minato, and Danzo knew full well that Minato would not shield him from the consequences. As the attention of all present converged upon him, even Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his unwavering gaze on Danzo. With no alternative, Danzo reluctantly opened his right eye. The atmosphere instantly erupted with astonishment. Within Danzo's right eye resided a genuine 3 Tomo Sharingan. It was indeed true. Elder Danzo had secretly plotted against the Uchiha clan. Had he also targeted the children at the orphanage? My goodness, how could Konoha allow such a person to ascend to high office? Damn Danzo, your sins are egregious. The Uchiha clan shall not let you go unpunished, shouted a Uchiha ninja, pointing an accusatory finger at Danzo. The other major clans of Konoha turned their disapproving gazes upon Danzo. While Danzo's actions against Hikai and the orphanage were of little concern to these prominent clans, the theft of a Kekii Genkai struck a nerve. If today Danzo could seize the Sharingan of the Uchiha, then tomorrow he could covet the Kekii Genkai or clan secrets of the other noble families of Konoha. Seeing the precariousness of his situation, Danzo hastily attempted to divert the conversation. Hiruzen, this brat harbors malevolent designs. His hidden abilities are capable of annihilating Konoha. He must be eliminated on the spot. Hikai let out a cold laugh. So possessing formidable abilities equates to harboring malicious intent against Konoha? By that logic, the mightiest Uchiha and Hyuga clans also plot against Konoha? The powerful Third Hokage and the legendary Sunin are likewise conspiring against Konoha? Hikai began to unleash a barrage of accusations. Enough! Danzo, silence yourself. The Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, interjected forcefully, cutting off Danzo's impending remarks. He turned to Hikai, his expression grave. Hikai, let us witness your abilities. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hikai raised his right hand, activating his power as his arm instantly transformed into a deep black, dark smoke swirling upward. What is this ability? A Kekii Genkai? Is this the power that will engulf this place? The crowd murmured in awe, many of the less powerful ninjas shuddering in fear, instinctively retreating a few steps. After all, the prior display had been utterly terrifying. Lord Hokage, Danzo assaulted the children at the orphanage, and in my fury, I awakened this ability. Hikai explained to the Third Hokage. Oh, so you have only just awakened this ability? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, astonished. Meanwhile, he contemplated. Hikai's parents were ordinary civilians without any background. Their ancestors were seemingly also common folk. How could Hikai awaken a Kekii Genkai? Could it be a genetic mutation? Yet this Kekii Genkai is entirely undocumented in the ninja world. Such exaggerated power. If another Kekii Genkai clan appears within Konoha, Hiruzen pondered deeply, categorizing Hikai's abilities as belonging to the realm of Kekii Genkai. After all, no other systems of power had yet emerged in the ninja world. Hikai, please provide a detailed account of your abilities. Chapter 56. Dark Release Kekii Genkai? Hikai, please provide a detailed account of your abilities. However, before Hikai could respond, the Third Hokage hastily interjected. Wait, I have become flustered. Such crucial information should not be disclosed in public. Hikai, convey your abilities to me privately. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hikai responded without hesitation. His abilities had never before been seen in the ninja world. How he chose to present them was entirely his prerogative. Even if he were to reveal them to the public, it mattered little, as he would not speak the whole truth. It seemed that the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would not impose severe penalties upon him, and he would not need to defect from Konoha, nor experience the peril of a prostate break. Hikai breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Lord Hokage, Danzo has yet to explain the Sharingan in his right eye. Uchiha Fugaku, suppressing his rage, redirected the conversation. According to records from my Uchiha clan, all confirmed deaths of upper ninjas in recent decades have resulted in their Sharingan being either reclaimed or destroyed. Currently, no surviving Uchiha upper ninjas have lost their Sharingan, except for the missing Uchiha Kagami. Kagami? Upon hearing these words, the third Hokage was taken aback. Danzo, could it be that you? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed incredulously at Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Kagami was the only Uchiha ninja acknowledged by their teacher, Senju Tobirama, and the sole Uchiha companion recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. He was a Uchiha who held a profound love for the village. Could it be that Kagami was truly a victim of Danzo's treachery? Hiruzen found it difficult to believe. How could it possibly be Kagami's Sharingan? Danzo immediately retorted loudly, Kagami is also a companion I acknowledge. How could I possibly harm him? Then where did your Sharingan come from? Uchiha Fugaku demanded. None of your business. Danzo was utterly unconcerned by the Uchiha clan's stance. Whether or not you are responsible, we will find out soon enough. Hokage-sama, Danzo is guilty of heinous crimes, harming the village's gifted and children, and persecuting our Uchiha clan. Please hand Danzo over to us, the Uchiha guard. We will surely extract a confession of all his misdeeds. The Uchiha clan began to implore Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ever since the death of the first Hokage, the second Hokage had targeted the Uchiha clan. By the time of the third Hokage, who aided Shimura Danzo, matters had escalated to a frenzied extent. The Uchiha clan had endured long enough under Danzo's tyranny. Today, they finally seized the opportunity for revenge. Once Danzo was in the hands of the Uchiha guard, regardless of his involvement in Kagami's incident, he would be deemed responsible. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt a headache coming on as he observed the eager Uchiha clan, ready to spring into action. If this matter were not handled properly, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village would deteriorate even further. Handing Danzo over to the Uchiha would be even worse, should Danzo emerge unscathed from their grasp. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, might as well adopt the Uchiha surname. If the Uchiha were to uncover the secrets among the higher echelons of Konoha, the Hokage lineage would be utterly finished. Moreover, Danzo was his friend. He could not send him into the inferno. This situation was of utmost significance. I must personally interrogate Danzo. Guards, take Danzo to Konoha's prison, and do not allow anyone to approach. Hiruzen issued the order without granting the Uchiha clan any opportunity for negotiation. Without eliminating that inherently malevolent brat, you shall surely regret it. Enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage. With great reluctance, Danzo was taken away by the Umbu. Hokage-sama, we request an explanation for our Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed. His face darkened as he waved his sleeve and led the Uchiha clan away. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in exasperation. Danzo, you've truly created a colossal mess. You deserve to be punished. He then ordered everyone to classify the events of the day as Konoha's highest secrecy, forbidding any information from leaking. Subsequently, he instructed all to return and ordered the Umbu to seal off the vicinity. Representatives from various ninja clans, some begrudgingly, departed. Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake exchanged a silent glance at Akatsuki before turning away. Yakushi Nono, however, glanced back repeatedly with a worried expression as she reluctantly left. At that moment, in the center of the battlefield, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akatsuki remained. Akatsuki, do enlighten me about your abilities in detail. The third Hokage extracted his pipe from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff. Yes, Hokage-sama. Akatsuki once again transformed his arm into a dark substance. I can convert chakra into this pitch-black material, which can unleash a powerful gravitational force and devouring power. I can also temporarily transform my body into this substance, allowing me to withstand certain not overly potent ninjutsu. These abilities had been revealed during Akatsuki's battle with Danzo, thus there was no need for concealment. However, Akatsuki described the powers of the devil fruit as being derived from chakra transformation. If someone were to approach him with chakra of opposing attributes, they would undoubtedly be met with surprises. He refrained from mentioning the remaining methods, such as the ability to consume chakra and sealing techniques which could be released later. And where do the objects you consume using your abilities go? The third Hokage indeed posed this question. Destroyed. Vanished. Akatsuki met Hiruzen's gaze as he responded. Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled sharply. Truly an absurdly powerful bloodline limit. Gravitational force, devouring, defense. Akatsuki, which chakra attributes combine to form your bloodline limit? Wind and water. Akatsuki answered without hesitation. Wind? Water? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into contemplation. The ice release from the Mist Village is indeed formed from a combination of wind and water. However, why is there such a disparity compared to Akatsuki's bloodline limit? The dark substance created by Akatsuki is a flowing state, aligning with the properties of water. Is that immense gravitational force derived from the properties of wind? Upon further thought, it seemed plausible. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. You can fabricate this so convincingly? I merely made it up on a whim. Akatsuki was astonished at his own words. Akatsuki, what is the chakra consumption like when you activate your bloodline? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to inquire. Hokage-sama, the consumption is enormous. After just one use, my chakra was completely depleted. Akatsuki spoke with a straight face, fabricating nonsense. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded again. Guards, take Akatsuki to Konoha's prison. No visits allowed. What? Akatsuki's eyes widened in disbelief. In Konoha prison, in the dimly lit cell, Akatsuki was exchanging fierce glares with Danzo, who was in the adjacent cell. Ha ha ha. Is that not the inherently evil Chimera Danzo? This is my first visit to your home. Forgive my lack of gifts. Akatsuki taunted mockingly through the iron bars. Humph. You wicked little brat. Do not get too complacent. I will be out of here soon. On the contrary, you will find yourself at home here. Danzo coldly scoffed, expressionless as he sat on the ground, meditating. After their battle, he had not only lost his right arm but had also suffered severe blood loss. Before being imprisoned, his Sharingan had been gouged out by the third Hokage's orders. Grasping the iron bars, Akatsuki took a deep breath. Humph! He spat a thick phlegm across the bars, landing squarely on Danzo's face. You little brat, you're courting death. Danzo rose with a menacing expression, glaring at Akatsuki with one eye. Ha ha ha. Danzo, look at you now. A strange voice emerged from another dark corner of Danzo's cell. Who are you? Akatsuki peered past Danzo's cell to the shadowy figure of the prisoner. Hey, new kid. Tell me, who brought this old dog Danzo here? Was it the Uchiha clan? The prisoner questioned Akatsuki. Before Akatsuki could respond, Danzo turned his head, interjecting angrily, Uchiha Shisui. You wicked Uchiha. Are you enjoying your stay in here? I have no qualms about providing you a more comfortable place once I am out. Uchiha Shisui? The one who plotted rebellion and was imprisoned by the second Hokage? This individual was none other than him. A fragment of information burst forth in Hikai's mind. Roar. That old dog Danzo, even with an arm lost, you still dare to bark? Uchiha Shana displayed no fear towards Danzo's threats. Bah! Hikai did not respond to Uchiha Shana. Instead, he spat, aiming directly at Danzo's face. You little brat, that's enough. Danzo exclaimed in anger, dodging the spit.
Uchiha-style throwing technique.
A small mud ball swiftly flew toward Danzo's mouth, crafted from Uchiha Shana's own hands. Ugh! Uchiha Shana, are you seeking death? Danzo opened his mouth, retching violently. Bah! Uchiha-style throwing technique. Bah! Uchiha-style throwing technique. Enough! This is intolerable. Both of you cease at once. Danzo's single eye brimmed with murderous intent as he clumsily maneuvered within the confines of the small cell. Bah! Uchiha-style throwing technique. Hiruzen. I demand to see Hiruzen. Danzo banged on the iron bars of his cell with fervor. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was deep in thought. His friend Chimera Danzo had truly committed a grave error this time, threatening the lives of orphans to manipulate the village's geniuses. He was implicated in the assassination of Uchiha Kagami. The evidence was irrefutable, and although Hiruzen wished to exonerate Danzo, he found himself powerless. The Uchiha clan was adamant that it was Danzo who had plotted against Uchiha Kagami, and other prominent clans had also voiced their discontent. Fortunately, the information had been contained. The average villagers and most of the lower-ranking ninjas in Konoha were unaware of Danzo's actions. Otherwise, Danzo's situation would have been far more precarious. Hiruzen let out a long sigh. Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan is about to cause trouble again. We must resolve this swiftly. Mitarashi Anko entered the Hokage's office, addressing Hiruzen, who was enveloped in clouds of smoke from his pipe. And that Hikai, though he is a genius with a bloodline limit, his brutality against his comrades must be met with severe punishment. Following closely behind Anko, Uzumaki Kushina wore a grave expression. Anko, Kushina, how do you suggest we handle this matter? Hiruzen, feeling somewhat helpless, sought their counsel. Everything Danzo has done has been for Konoha. Only with Danzo can we suppress the restless Uchiha. And that Hikai is far too extreme, having killed 15 Umbu ninjas, a crime that cannot be overlooked. The two elders of Konoha, Mitarashi Anko and Uzumaki Kushina, began to speak in Danzo's defense while criticizing Hikai's transgressions. Report to Lord Hokage, the owner of the Jijyodo, Gaima, has come to pay a visit. Also, Shikamaru, Nara, and Might Guy are waiting outside. A Hokage guard entered to deliver the news. Oh? A look of confusion crossed Hiruzen's face. Shikamaru and Guy were certainly there to advocate for Hikai. What brought the owner of Jijodo here? Was he also there to plead for Hikai? Who had informed him? The Konoha F3 stepped out to greet the owner of Jijodo, Gaima. Lord Third Hokage. Hikai is an invaluable partner to us at Jijodo. To my knowledge, he acted purely in self-defense. Therefore, I plead with you, Lord Third Hokage, to show mercy towards Hikai this time. Simultaneously, Shikamaru and Guy also interceded on Hikai's behalf. Ultimately, Hikai was declared innocent in this incident. The owner of Jijodo was one of the wealthiest merchants in the Land of Fire, nearly monopolizing the entertainment industry. Although the upper echelons of Konoha held significant power, they had to tread carefully when dealing with Gaima. Thus, when Gaima spoke in Hikai's favor, Anko and Kushina found themselves disheartened. After all, he was one of Konoha's major benefactors, capable of generating continuous wealth and providing numerous missions for Konoha's ninjas. Moreover, Shikamaru and Guy's words carried considerable weight, especially Shikamaru, who held the title of Hokage's aide. His status in Konoha surpassed even that of the Sannin. Furthermore, Hikai was a genius ninja with a bloodline limit. They could not afford to abandon him. After spending a day in confinement, Hikai was finally released from Konoha's prison. Not long after, Danzo was also freed. The third Hokage was unable to ascertain whether the three-tomo Sharingan in Danzo's right eye truly belonged to Uchiha Kagami, as Danzo adamantly denied any involvement in Kagami's demise. Hiruzen returned the Sharingan to the Uchiha clan and fabricated a narrative to explain the origin of the eye, clarifying that Danzo had not harmed Uchiha Kagami. Naturally, the Uchiha clan would not let this matter rest. Hiruzen's clear bias incited their fury, and they prepared to demand an explanation. However, they were quickly subdued by the combined efforts of Hiruzen and Danzo, one playing the villain and the other the hero, effectively silencing the less discerning members of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 58. The Invitation of the Sannin. In the Hokage's office, Hikai, though Danzo had committed certain errors, was reminded by Hiruzen that he was an elder and advisor of Konoha, who had contributed immensely to the village, sacrificing greatly. I hope you can understand, Hiruzen implored earnestly. Furthermore, in the future you must not act so rashly. Root ninjas are also part of Konoha. They are our comrades. You should have reported to me at once instead of drawing your blade against your peers. I have suppressed this incident for you this time. Remember, do not err again. Should it happen once more, even I shall be unable to absolve you. The third Hokage's face grew exceedingly stern. Yes, Lord Hokage, I understand. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hikai, expressionless, picked his nose, flicking the booger away. Hiruzen failed to notice as it ricocheted onto the wall and then swiftly landed in his teacup beside him. His attention wholly focused on Hikai. As Hikai departed the Hokage building, he made his way toward Konoha's commercial district. Having been imprisoned for a day, he was ravenous. Is it true that prolonged exposure to leadership corrupts one's willpower? Hikai pondered as he walked. Hiruzen Sarutobi, despite Danzo's numerous contributions, did the Uchiha clan not also make sacrifices? Did the parents of the orphans from the Yano-Yuin orphanage not contribute? After all, Konoha was founded by both the Uchiha and Senju clans. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans sought refuge and joined Konoha. No wonder in the original story, when Orochimaru and Tsunagakure launched their plan to destroy Konoha, not a single soul came to aid you, third Hokage. Might Guy was about to open the 8 gates, but Kakashi intervened. Even Jiraiya, who was present in Konoha at the time, did not reveal himself. Hiruzen, you have fallen. Hikai shook his head, hastened by the growl of his stomach. Suddenly, he noticed someone blocking his path. Hikai came to a halt and stared. It's them. 2 individuals obstructed Kurosaka's path. The male, with a pallid complexion and an effeminate demeanor, possessed golden serpent-like eyes that exuded a chilling, mesmerizing aura. Beside this effeminate man stood a woman with lustrous golden hair adorned with a diamond-shaped mark upon her forehead. Most astonishingly, her figure was exceptionally alluring, her attire straining to contain her ample bosom, which threatened to burst forth like 2 imposing melons. Suddenly, Kurosaki felt an inexplicable thirst, and an insatiable hunger stirred within him. Noticing the woman's increasingly malevolent gaze, he hastily diverted his eyes from her prominent assets. Having encountered the likes of Orochimaru and Tsunade before, he felt a surge of trepidation. Hey, kid, your gaze was rather perilous just now. Tsunade's forehead pulsed with visible veins. Huh? I couldn't quite grasp what you were saying, Tsunade-sensei. Kurosaka's eyes, however, involuntarily drifted back to Tsunade's impressive bosom. You insufferable little lay-chair. Tsunade clenched her fist, ready to impart a lesson to Kurosaki. Enough, Tsunade, Orochimaru interjected swiftly, attempting to discern whether Kurosaki was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Kurosaki, I hold you in high regard. Would you consider joining my ranks? A smile graced Orochimaru's face as he extended an olive branch. At merely 9 years of age, Kurosaki had single-handedly confronted the Root organization, decimating half of its ninjas and severing one of Danzo's arms. Such a unique bloodline limit never before seen in the ninja world was utterly fascinating. This boy is certainly a subject worthy of extensive study. I am truly honored to receive your attention, Lord Orochimaru. However, I am a person of modest ambitions, merely wishing to remain at home and pen novels, so I must respectfully decline. Kurosaki rebuffed with remarkable decisiveness. In the past, he would have struggled to refuse so bluntly. Offending Orochimaru was perilous. Yet, armed with the power of the dark fruit and having mastered all 6 forms, his current prowess afforded him ample confidence. Moreover, Kurosaki could easily surmise that Orochimaru was not genuinely interested in his talent but rather in the potential to study his unique abilities. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Orochimaru's expression remained inscrutable. Say, Kurosaki, would you not consider joining me? I wouldn't restrict you from writing at home. Observing how thoroughly you dealt with Danzo has piqued my admiration. Tsunade puffed out her chest and smirked invitingly at Kurosaki. Although she despised the Uchiha clan, she harbored an even greater disdain for Danzo. Well, I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, but I don't believe I am suited to be a medical ninja. Kurosaki struggled to arrive at his decision. That was a close call. He nearly succumbed to her charms. Tsunade's tactics were rather underhanded, and he wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Had he wished to learn medical ninjutsu, he would have approached Lady Tsunade's esteemed apprentice, Sakura, whose medical prowess was unparalleled in Konoha. The intricacies of medical ninjutsu were convoluted and challenging to master. Kurosaki found it unnecessary to divert his focus towards such studies. With his current mastery of the dark fruit and the prospect of acquiring haki in the future, he believed few in the ninja world could inflict harm upon him. As for healing others, Kurosaki expressed no interest. He preferred to leave that to the medical ninja stationed at the rear. He relished engaging in visceral combat with foes on the front lines. TCH, ungrateful little brat. Just like that scoundrel Jiraiya. Tsunade pouted in displeasure at his rejection. Thus, Orochimaru and Tsunade ceased their pursuit of Kurosaki, turning away in the opposite direction. Orochimaru, do you have any idea where Jiraiya has wandered off to? I hope he isn't lurking around the women's bathhouse again. If I catch him, I won't let him off lightly. Jiraiya? It seems he was summoned away to Myaboku Mountain via reverse summoning and has yet to return. Kurosaki burst through the curtain of Ichiraku Ramen, calling out loudly, Hey owner, hurry up and serve me 50 bowls of tonkotsu ramen. I'm starving.
Ah, Kurosaki.
Just a moment, it'll be ready shortly. The young chef rolled up his sleeves, preparing for the considerable task at hand. 50 bowls of ramen was no small undertaking. Slurp, slurp. Ah! Kurosaki patted his belly in satisfaction, utterly content. The chef, panting and exhausted, was nearly overwhelmed trying to keep pace with Kurosaki's voracious appetite. Once satiated, Kurosaki began to procure gifts, meticulously preparing tokens of gratitude. He had learned that Might Guy, Kakashi Heitake, and the proprietor of Ichiraku, Yamaguchi, had spoken on his behalf before the third Hokage. Otherwise, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not have released him so swiftly. Such a favor deserved sincere appreciation. The ninja world was not solely about combat. It also entailed intricate human relationships. Chapter 59. This thing can be contagious. What did you say? Was it Minato who informed Yamaguchi about your situation? Kurosaki was taken aback upon hearing the Ichiraku owner's words. Indeed, it was that golden-haired ninja who unexpectedly appeared before me and relayed what transpired yesterday. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to your incarceration in Konoha's prison. Kurosaki was astonished to discover that even within the mighty Hidden Leaf Village, such sordid affairs could transpire. How could the third Hokage allow a man like Danzo Shimura to ascend to such heights within the village? If you ask me, why bother being a ninja? Writing novels and creating manga can be far more lucrative and certainly safer, Yamaguchi lamented, inviting Kurosaki to join him in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry within the ninja world. Kurosaki fell into deep contemplation. He had never anticipated that it was Minato. He had assumed it was Kakashi's uncle who had pressured Yamaguchi to advocate for his release. Yet why was Minato covertly aiding him? How did he come to know of Kurosaki's relationship with the Ichiraku owner? They had scarcely interacted. Kurosaki found himself perplexed. Nevertheless, he made a note of this favor. Expressing gratitude once more to Yamaguchi, he politely declined the invitation. Upon exiting the Ichiraku, Kurosaki refrained from preparing a gift for Minato. If the third Hokage were to discover that his own apprentice had leaked information, compelling outsiders to pressure Konoha's higher-ups, Minato's position would become precarious. His actions would undoubtedly be perceived as a betrayal against the Hokage lineage. The news of Kurosaki's confrontation with the Root organization was suppressed by the third Hokage. Aside from the high-ranking officials and a few prominent clans within Konoha, the general populace and lower-ranking ninjas remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Kurosaki's classmates, including Obito, Kakashi, Rin, and Asuma, were equally uninformed of the truth. The clash with the Root, along with the tremendous smoke generated by the ninjutsu unleashed, had caught the attention of many villagers. The Konoha elite released a statement, claiming it was merely a jounin conducting experiments outside the village. Peace returned to Konoha, with only occasional murmurs among the villagers regarding the incident. Kurosaki resumed his previous routine, training, writing novels, and guiding Akira Toriyama in creating manga. Ha ha ha! One Piece shall undoubtedly be mine, Uchiha Obito proclaimed, brimming with arrogance, as he gazed skyward. Rin, I have become immensely powerful. Even Kakashi is no match for me now. Amidst the throng of spectators, Nohara Rin covered her flushed face in shame. Opposite her, Sarutobi Asuma regarded Obito with a look of incredulity. At that moment, Obito appeared disheveled and covered in grime, having suffered a crushing defeat during the practical examination at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Moreover, apart from the already graduated Ichigo, Kakashi, and Guy, every member of his class had fallen before Obito. Elated, Obito reveled in his triumph, finally shedding the derogatory title of the class underachiever. Having bested all his peers, the awakening of his Sharingan and the subsequent attention from the Uchiha clan, under the guidance of Uchiha Fugaku, had propelled Obito's strength to unprecedented heights. Yet, he mistakenly believed he had uncovered the secret to rapid advancement. Mimicking Ichigo, he laughed boisterously in crowded spaces, declaring his intent to seize Ichigo's title of Pirate King. Hey Obito, what are you so proud of? Even if you imitate Ichigo, you could never defeat Kakashi. Exactly. Kakashi has already been promoted to Chunin. Even if you try to emulate Ichigo, you could never catch up to him. Discontent with Obito's arrogance, some began to ridicule him. The notion of being surpassed by the class's designated underachiever was intolerable for many, particularly Hineda's Niji. You fools! What do you know? I'm not imitating Ichigo. Obito seethed with anger. Asuma, deep in thought, suddenly exclaimed, I see. I understand now. His voice cut through the murmurs, startling everyone. Huh? What do you understand, Asuma? The crowd turned to Asuma, bewildered by his outburst. Ha ha ha! The Pirate King is mine for the taking, Asuma proclaimed, hands on his hips, casting his gaze skyward. Obito, Nohara Rin, Yuahai Kurane. The rest. Oh no, this phenomenon is contagious. Nara Shikamaru pointed at Asuma and Obito, his face filled with dread. What? This is bad. We need to escape. We can't stay in the Ninja Academy anymore. Help! The meatball tank. Akimichi Koji transformed into a rolling ball and sped away. Go Akamaru, run! Inyazuka Kiba's expression shifted dramatically as he grabbed a small white dog and placed it atop his head, scrambling after Koji on all fours. Ah woof! Akamaru clung tightly to Kiba's hair, trembling. Wait for me! Nara Shikamaru unleashed his clan's secret technique, shadow binding jutsu, tethering Niji to the spot while he made his escape. The others, employing their own methods, scattered like startled birds. Yuahai Kurane stood wide-eyed, frozen in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Asuma had succumbed to the contagion as well. As Asuma turned to look at her, fear gripped Kurane, and cold sweat trickled down her brow. Don't come near me! In the blink of an eye, the examination grounds were left with only a bewildered Obito, a retreating Rin, a frightened Kurane, and the instigator, Asuma. Not to mention the soon-to-be enraged homeroom teacher, Yahima Yuhei. This is a calamity, Yahima bellowed, stamping his foot in fury. That evening, having caused a great ruckus, Asuma returned home. Ha ha ha! The Pirate King is mine for the taking, Asuma declared once more, hands on his hips, howling at the ceiling. You wretch! What have you done? Sarutobi Hisashi seethed upon receiving news from the academy. Old man, I've discovered the secret to rapid strength. Asuma exclaimed excitedly. Just wait, I shall personally dethrone you, the relic of the old era, from your seat as Hokage.
Un filial son.
In his rage, Sarutobi Hisashi crushed his pipe. Then, Asuma found himself suspended from the eaves of his home, as Sarutobi Hisashi and Sarutobi Baiwako commenced a mixed doubles punishment. Ah! Asuma's screams echoed through the skies. Chapter 60. The White Fang Incident, Rumors Abound. Bystander A. Hey! Have you heard about the incident involving Heitake Sakamo? Bystander B. What happened? Bystander A. I heard that Lord Sakamo failed a mission, causing significant losses for Konoha. Bystander B. Really? Is that true? Bystander C. But Lord Sakamo is an elite jonin of Konoha. How could he possibly fail a mission? Bystander D. I also heard that he intentionally abandoned the mission to save a comrade. Bystander C. What mission? How severe were the losses? Bystander D. I don't know, but I heard Konoha suffered immensely this time. Bystander B. How could this happen? Bystander A. I heard that the ninja Sakamo saved is now blaming him for the mission failure, claiming he shouldn't have sacrificed the task for his sake. Bystander D. As a ninja, one should always be ready to sacrifice for the village. What Sakamo did is incredibly selfish. Bystander C. Lord Sakamo possesses the Hokage's half-sleeve. I can't believe he would make such a mistake. Little Black 1. Heitake Sakamo doesn't deserve the Hokage's half-sleeve. He caused Konoha such severe losses. He shouldn't even be a ninja. Little Black 2. Exactly. The losses Konoha suffered are entirely his fault. He deserves to die. Little Black 3. Heitake Sakamo is nothing but a waste, squandering Konoha's resources to train him as a jonin. He couldn't even complete a single mission. What a disgrace. Little Black 4. Heitake Sakamo deserves to die. Just after finishing his training, Ichigo paused upon hearing the villagers' discussions, his brow furrowing. Uncle Sakamo is still like in the original plot, abandoning the mission for a comrade. Isn't he? Danzo, haven't I taught you enough? You still dare to rear your head. A month had passed since Ichigo's confrontation with Danzo at the route. During this period, Danzo had not shown his face, and the entire route had vanished without a trace. Yet, it was surprising that merely a month later, this old dog had resurfaced. He emerged to unleash a powerful strike against Heitake Sakamo. This time, it was not just to thwart Sakamo's bid for the fourth Hokage but also for revenge. Was it not? Revenge for Sakamo's defense of me a month prior, Ichigo pondered. With a determined heart, he approached the group discussing Heitake Sakamo. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Ichigo produced 3 shadow clones, swiftly subduing the 4 little blacks. Who are you? What do you want? Let us go. I'll report you to the third. Help. There's a ninja attacking. Ichigo pressed the 4 little blacks to the ground and inquired. Now, tell everyone what losses Heitake Sakamo has caused Konoha. None of your business. Right? Regardless, Heitake Sakamo caused immense losses for Konoha. Let us go. This is a crime. The 4 little blacks remained defiant. Ha! You can't articulate it, can you? You 4 are being manipulated, specifically tasked with tarnishing the reputation of Senior Sakamo. Ichigo scoffed. Senior Sakamo has contributed countless feats for Konoha, slaying numerous enemy ninjas on the battlefield. Is it merely a single failure in a mission that should completely negate all of his achievements? Furthermore, you are utterly incapable of articulating what losses the esteemed Sakamo Heitake has inflicted upon Konoha. These 3 statements by Kurosaki were directed at the onlookers among the villagers of Konoha. Blind conformity is a fundamental flaw of humanity. If such sentiments were allowed to fester among these individuals, Sakamo would find himself at an insurmountable disadvantage. Upon hearing Kurosaki's remarks, the surrounding crowd began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, we are entirely unaware of any damage that Lord Sakamo has caused to Konoha. Lord Sakamo has rendered countless services to our village. A solitary misstep hardly warrants such condemnation. Moreover, it was to save his comrades that Lord Sakamo relinquished his mission. Does this not embody the will of fire that we cherish in Konoha? It seems, then, that these few individuals are deliberately attempting to tarnish Lord Sakamo's reputation. The 4 raucous individuals, sensing the tide turning against them, began to shout in alarm. Help! Murder! A ninja is slaughtering ordinary villagers. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. Step aside. What is happening here? What are you doing? 5 ninjas swiftly approached, demanding answers. The villagers of Konoha hastily retreated several paces, some even sneaking away in fear. Kurosaki glanced up and noticed that the newcomers were all clad in the dark attire of the Uchiha clan's guard. The 5 Uchiha ninjas recognized Kurosaki's face. It's Kurosaki. What brings you here? Did these individuals offend you? The Uchiha guards began to adopt a more affable demeanor. Although the news of Kurosaka's fierce battle against Danzo had been suppressed by the third Hokage, and Uchiha Fugaku had not widely disseminated it among their clan, Kurosaka's strength and resolve commanded Fugaku's respect. During the Uchiha clan meetings, Fugaku had repeatedly emphasized that when encountering Kurosaki, all should show him the utmost respect and strive to establish amicable relations, lest they be impolite. Meanwhile, the four raucous individuals began to sweat profusely, realizing to their dismay that their identities were known. The newcomers were indeed Uchiha. Kurosaki wore a faint smile as he addressed the leader among them. "It is you, Elder Yakumi. I suspect these individuals are spies from a rival village, which is why I have detained them. Now that you are here, I shall hand them over to your Uchiha guard." With that, Kurosaki, along with his shadow clone, lifted the four raucous individuals and presented them to the Uchiha. "Let us go. We are not spies. We are merely ordinary villagers of Konoha. You are mistaken. Release us. We want to go to your Uchiha guard." The four individuals began to struggle incessantly. "Whether you are spies or not, we will ascertain that once you arrive at our Uchiha guard. Struggle further, and you shall regret it. Rest assured, Kurosaki, we will interrogate these individuals thoroughly. Do visit us at the Uchiha clan sometime." The 5 members of the Uchiha guard took the 4 raucous individuals away. Although Kurosaki had apprehended a few troublemakers incited by Danzo, the disparaging remarks against Sakamo Heitake continued to proliferate within Konoha. The number of those cursing Sakamo grew ever larger, with some even beginning to hurl rotten eggs and vegetable scraps at the Heitake residents, denouncing Sakamo as unworthy of being a ninja, suggesting he ought to perish. Nonetheless, Kurosaka's actions had not been without effect. A small faction within Konoha began to question the situation, pondering what losses Sakamo Heitake had truly brought upon the village. A very few individuals continued to speak in defense of Sakamo Heitake. Chapter 61. Kakashi's Confusion. Sakamo Heitake, may you find no peace in death. Sakamo Heitake, you wretched failure who has brought immense loss to our village. How dare you continue to live? You are unworthy of being a ninja. Come forth and apologize to the villagers of Konoha. Sakamo Heitake, you are a sinner of Konoha. Outside the Heitake residence, dozens gathered, incessantly hurling insults, some even throwing rotten eggs and vegetable scraps at the door. Inside, Sakamo Heitake, with a downcast expression, turned to his son and uttered an apology. "I'm sorry, Kakashi." "Father, why did you abandon the mission?" Kakashi asked, a tempest of confusion swirling within him. However, Sakamo offered no reply, bowing his head deeply. "Father," Kakashi felt as if his insides were being seared in a hot oil pan, desperately wanting to say something more. "Kakashi, I am weary." With that, Sakamo stood and secluded himself within the confines of their home. In response, Kakashi, feeling helpless, stealthily slipped out through the back door. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Kakashi appeared as a mere shell of himself. Look, there goes Kakashi Heitake, the son of Sakamo Heitake, the son of that disgrace. How dare he show his face? Indeed, his father has caused such great harm to Konoha. They are all sinners of our village. I heard he is supposed to be a genius, but perhaps he too is just a waste of Konoha's resources. The villagers of Konoha pointed and gossiped about Kakashi as he walked past. Paying them no heed, he continued to wander, uncertain of what to do or where to go. What is truly more important, missions or comrades? Was his father wrong to forsake the mission for the sake of his comrades? What am I to do? Kakashi was engulfed in confusion. "Hey, Kakashi, over here." A familiar voice called out from a corner. Kakashi's vacant gaze gradually focused. "Kurosaki," he whispered. "Kakashi, come with me." Kurosaki beckoned him with a finger, then turned and walked away. Kakashi followed, feeling like a mere specter, unsure of why he was following Kurosaki or what his intentions were. Time passed, and Kakashi found himself at the 3rd training ground within Konoha, following Kurosaki. Kurosaki remained silent, observing Kakashi, who appeared as though he were in a trance. Kakashi, too, did not speak, his eyes fixed blankly on Kurosaki. Finally, unable to contain himself, Kakashi asked, "Kurosaki, which is more important, missions or comrades? Was my father truly wrong?" A flicker of desperation flashed in Kakashi's eyes. "Kakashi, let me ask you this. What is the will of fire of Konoha? Wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall burn ever brighter." Kakashi replied without hesitation. "Indeed, wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall burn ever brighter." Kurosaki paused for a moment before continuing. "The youth of Konoha are the hope of our future. The elders sacrifice themselves, burning their very essence to illuminate the path for the new generation of Konoha. Likewise, the strong within our village sacrifice themselves, igniting their spirits to protect their comrades and light the way for them. Kakashi's heart tightened, eager to voice his thoughts. Kakashi, tell me, why do ninjas undertake missions? Kurosaki interrupted Kakashi's impending response, pressing on with his inquiry. Missions, what are they truly for? Kakashi found himself lost in thought once more. To put it simply, missions are for earning a living. On a grander scale, they are for the sake of Konoha's future and its comrades. Kurosaki provided a direct answer. Kakashi's eyes began to shimmer with newfound clarity, his urgency intensifying. Indeed, whether it be the enduring will of fire passed down through generations in Konoha, or the missions undertaken by the ninjas for the sake of their village, ultimately, all is for the comrades of Konoha. Kakashi opened his mouth, his breath becoming heavy. He was once again interrupted by Hizaki, who fixed his gaze on Kakashi's eyes and declared, Kakashi, completing a mission is the rule of a ninja. However, those who break the rules are worthless, and those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Hizaki's thoughts turned inward, cursing silently, damn, I'm such a genius. I'm almost convincing myself. The concept of the will of fire was indeed a farce, he thought bitterly. Boom! Hizaki's words reverberated in Kakashi's mind like a thunderclap, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Observing Kakashi's reaction, Hizaki smirked slightly. Is this statement really that powerful? Why do I not feel its weight? He thought to himself, apologies, Obito, but I must borrow your words to enlighten Kakashi. Although the one who truly needs guidance is Shikaku, it requires Kakashi and me to work together. Hence, I must first enlighten him. He continued to counsel Kakashi. So, Kakashi, Uncle Shikaku is embodying the very will of fire he steadfastly upholds. Uncle Shikaku. He has committed no wrong. Kakashi felt a lump in his throat, tears welling in his eyes. Previously, amidst the villagers' shouts of disdain, he had gradually begun to believe that indeed, his father had erred, causing great harm to Konoha. Yet he was not ready to accept it. At this moment, hearing Hizaki's words, he was filled with fervor. His father was blameless. But why, then, did those villagers? Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Kakashi, do you not realize? There are those who are deliberately inciting the villagers. Uncle Shikaku sacrificed the mission to save his comrades. Yet no one knows what mission he was undertaking. Nor does anyone comprehend the extent of the loss Uncle Shikaku inflicted upon Konoha. Some villagers are merely following the crowd blindly, while others are impersonating villagers, sowing discord in the shadows. Kakashi became increasingly perplexed, his voice rising. Hizaki sneered, a smirk on his lips. Uncle Shikaku is an exceptional ninja with the potential to become the fourth Hokage. Yet there are those who wish to thwart his ascent. Thus, the hidden instigator seeks to utterly destroy Uncle Shikaku during this opportunity. Creak, creak. Through the mask, Kakashi's gritted teeth were audible, his fists clenched tightly. So it is. The despicable and shameless scoundrels. A murderous intent radiated from Kakashi's eyes. At this moment, he was not yet the numb figure from the original storyline, having lost too many loved ones. In regard to his father, Kakashi could not remain calm under any circumstances. Hizaki, thank you. Since you have shared this with me, you must certainly know who is behind this mischief. Please tell me. Kakashi bowed deeply to Hizaki. Not so fast. Hizaki waved his hand. The immediate priority is to persuade Uncle Shikaku, lest he fall into despair. I have a plan, but it requires your cooperation. Chapter 62. When faith crumbles, go watch Gintama. At the Heitake household, the villagers' curses echoed. Shikaku Heitake, you are the sinner of the village. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The vitriol had diminished somewhat, yet it still reached Shikaku's ears with clarity. Shikaku, devoid of any glimmer of life in his eyes, knelt on the ground, his short sword laid before him. Kakashi has now been promoted to Chunin, a ninja capable of standing on his own. He murmured to the portrait of his late wife. Perhaps my death would alleviate some of his burdens. He drew forth his white-toothed dagger. Creak, the sound of a door being opened, the back door of his home. Has Kakashi returned? Shikaku sheathed his short blade. Soon, the bedroom door swung open, revealing a child with white hair and a mask. Indeed, it was Kakashi. He stood before Shikaku, who had risen, and remained silent for a prolonged moment. After a while, Kakashi finally swallowed hard, as if making a monumental decision. He crossed his arms, pressed his palms against his chest, closed his eyes, and began to sway gently. Without my mother, how lonely it must be for Kakashi. If only he did not have to endure the absence of his father. How pitiful he would be. Shikaku thought, bewildered. Kakashi, what are you doing? Kakashi had never behaved in such a manner before. Was he on the brink of death? Was this a vision of the afterlife? Shikaku was utterly perplexed. Kakashi, ignoring Shikaku's queries, continued to sway. Little Kakashi yearns for his father's protection. Without his father's shelter, he would become an emotionless tool. Kakashi would be so pitiable. Upon uttering these thoughts, Kakashi's face, hidden behind the mask, flushed a deep crimson, akin to a boiled crab. How humiliating. I actually believed Hizaki's nonsense. My father is the renowned White Fang of Konoha. How could he possibly consider ending his life? At this moment, Kakashi wished he could vanish into the ground. Observing his son, who stood in shame and confusion, Shikaku felt his heart seize tightly. He stepped forward and embraced Kakashi. I am sorry, Kakashi. Father. Kakashi, still too embarrassed to articulate his thoughts, was suddenly interrupted by the cessation of the insults from outside, followed by a commotion. What are you doing? We are all villagers of Konoha. Why are you apprehending us? Help! The Uchiha guards are using violence. Silence! I suspect there are spies among you, infiltrating the enemy. Come along with us. No, I am not a spy. Do not arrest me. Let me go. I do not wish to go with your Uchiha guards. Run. In a matter of moments, silence fell outside. Shikaku and Kakashi exchanged glances. Knock! Knock! The sound of knocking at the door echoed. It must be Hizaki. Kakashi's eyes lit up, swiftly breaking the awkwardness as he hurried to open the door. Uncle Shikaku, I have come to see you. Hizaki, suppressing the chaos and foul odor at the entrance, held a gift in one hand while knocking on a clean spot on the door with the other. Hizaki, I apologize for the mess. Shikaku stepped out to greet him. Although the villagers who had previously besieged the entrance had been dispersed and apprehended by the Uchiha guards, the remnants of thrown rotten eggs and vegetable scraps remained. He forced a smile, surveying the disorder and stench at his front door. Hizaki was welcomed into the home by Shikaku and Kakashi. Kakashi, may I have a private conversation with Hizaki? Shikaku asked gently, smiling at Kakashi. Of course, father. I will go tidy up outside. With that, Kakashi cast a glance at Hizaki and quietly exited. Shikaku calmly prepared a cup of tea for Hizaki. Is it you who taught Kakashi to do this? Thank you. Heitake Sakamo bowed deeply to Kurosaki, placing him on equal footing with himself. The mannerisms and words Kakashi had just displayed bore a striking resemblance to Kurosaki's style, prompting Sakamo to immediately discern the truth. Uncle Sakamo, you needn't be so formal. Had it not been for your intervention before the third Hokage a month ago, I might still be languishing in Konoha prison. Kurosaki replied with a smile, handing Sakamo a gift. Gintama? A flicker of surprise crossed Sakamo's eyes as he accepted the stack of manga. Those who have seen their dreams shattered and their faith crumble might find solace in Gintama. Perhaps therein lies the answer you seek, Uncle Sakamo, Kurosaki stated candidly. Sakamo lowered his gaze, lost in thought, remaining silent for an extended period. Uncle Sakamo, could you share the details of your mission with me? Kurosaki inquired, noticing Sakamo's silence. The secret S-rank mission that Sakamo had undertaken had now become common knowledge within Konoha. Everyone was aware that this elite jonin had failed in his task to infiltrate, assassinate, and sabotage the facilities of the hidden Mist Village. To save a comrade, he had abandoned the mission and exposed his identity. Yet, the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Even to Kurosaki. Ultimately, it no longer holds significance, Sakamo replied, his expression heavy with melancholy after a prolonged silence. Are you truly willing to resign yourself to this fate? Do you genuinely believe that by ending your own life, Kakashi will fare better? Kurosaki challenged, piercing through Sakamo's intentions. Kakashi has already proven himself as a capable ninja. The third Hokage will take good care of him. Sakamo's eyes were void of emotion, showing no sign of turmoil. Meanwhile, Kakashi, eavesdropping outside, felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Father, are you genuinely considering ending it all? Are you truly prepared to abandon me? Cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead as he murmured, his gaze hollow. Without your protection, can Kakashi truly manage to survive? Would that person allow Kakashi to live? Kurosaki's expression grew contemplative. Sakamo abruptly raised his head, his pupils constricting sharply. Uncle Sakamo, please discard your naivete. While it is true that Kakashi survived in the original narrative, you must understand that Kurosaki could easily leverage Kakashi's life as a means of intimidation. Indeed, Sakamo's expression turned grim. Kurosaki, I never aspired to become the fourth Hokage. Yet you possess the strength, the qualifications, and the renown. Kurosaki's voice resonated with conviction. Sakamo fell silent once more, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. On this mission, I led 3 Jonin to secretly infiltrate the Hidden Mist, tasked with assassinating high-ranking officials and dismantling their infrastructure. However, we soon discovered that our covert movements had been compromised. We had walked into a trap. My assassination mission became nearly impossible. 2 of my comrades assigned to sabotage the facilities were killed outright, while the last was severely injured. Thus, I abandoned the mission to save the sole survivor. Sakamo recounted the details of the mission to Kurosaki. Uncle Sakamo, I understand. Leave it to me. I was quite dissatisfied with what happened with Danzo last time. Kurosaki, what will you do? Do not concern yourself with it. Just promise me you won't succumb to despair. For now, enjoy the manga I sent you at home. Outside, Kakashi clenched his fists tightly. Danzo, Konoha Hospital. Tobimoto Yuushi, I want to know why, after your life was saved at the cost of Sakamo-senpai's peril, you would turn against him and malign your benefactor? Kurosaki, having exited the Heitake residence, made his way directly to Konoha Hospital, seeking the Jonin whom Sakamo had rescued from the land of water. The man was partially bandaged and appeared to be around 30 years old. Who are you? By what right do you question me? Yuushi retorted with a scowl. Kurosaki, well, I suppose I am a friend of Sakamo-senpai, Kurosaki replied after a moment's contemplation. I have said all that needs to be said. Sakamo should not have sacrificed the mission to save me. This traitor of Konoha failed to complete his task and exposed his identity. He has brought immense loss upon Konoha, Yuushi exclaimed in fury. Would abandoning your rescue guarantee the completion of the mission? Kurosaki countered. You must understand, under those circumstances, your mission was doomed from the outset. The moment you set foot in the land of water, you had already been compromised. Kurosaki pulled a chair and sat across from Yuushi, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Yuushi, seated at the edge of his hospital bed, hung his head, avoiding Kurosaki's eyes, and fell silent. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension. Danzo coerced you into this, did he not? Kurosaki suddenly exclaimed. Yuushi's head snapped up, eyes wide with shock. You! Was it Danzo who threatened your family to force you to slander Sakamo-senpai? And no, what are you saying? Yuushi stammered, panic evident in his expression. It seems I struck a nerve. Your family is already in Danzo's clutches. Isn't it? He has likely instructed you not to disclose your dealings with him, lest he eliminate your family. But have you considered that once Sakamo-senpai is gone, you and your family might not have any chance of survival? If I were in your position, I would certainly choose to eliminate any loose ends, Kurosaki declared, crossing his arms and reclining in his chair, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Impossible. How could Sakamo-senpai possibly die? Yuushi exclaimed, rising from his bed in a frenzy. He approached Kurosaki, gripping his clothing tightly. He is merely suffering a tarnished reputation. How could he possibly die? Yuushi could no longer contain his rage and shouted softly at Kurosaki. No, he will die. Danzo is using your voice, the voice of the villagers of Konoha, to shatter Sakamo-senpai's spirit and will, coercing him towards death. Kurosaki remained seated, tilting his head slightly to gaze up at Yuushi, whose eyes were bloodshot. Thud, thud, thud. Yuushi released his grip on Kurosaki's clothing and staggered back a few steps. You are deceiving me, aren't you? You must be lying. His voice trembled, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Fortunately, I discovered this in time and prevented Sakamo-senpai from taking his own life. Kurosaki told a small lie. Kakashi has been watching over his father at home, but I fear it won't last long. The villagers are outside his door, cursing him and wishing for his death. Sakamo-senpai is on the brink of giving in. Upon hearing this, Yuushi's body crumpled to the ground, and he pounded the floor with his fists. How could this happen? How could this happen? I never wanted him to die. What should I do? What should I do? Blood began to seep through the bandages on his body. Do you wish to save him? Only you can rescue him now. Kurosaki rose from his chair and approached Fujimoto Yuushi, pulling him up from the ground. Fujimoto's face was streaked with tears. My son is still in Danzo's hands. He is only 6 years old. What am I to do? A confident expression adorned Kurosaki's face. I will assist you in rescuing your son. When the time comes, you must stand forth to clarify matters for Senior Sakamo and expose Danzo's malevolence. You? Save my son? How could that possibly happen? Fujimoto Yuushi shook his head. He had heard of Kurosaki, a prodigious ninja from Konoha, who had advanced to Chunin at the tender age of 8, on par with Kakashi. But that was the extent of his knowledge. As a civilian ninja, he was completely oblivious to the events of a month prior, when Kurosaki battled the root. Senior Fujimoto, you must have encountered Danzo, have you not? You must have seen that he lost an arm, correct? A faint smile crossed Kurosaki's lips. Danzo did come to see me. I witnessed his severed arm. However, it was my doing. You? How could you? Fujimoto Yuushi's words trailed off as he suddenly fell silent, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before him, Kurosaki's arm had darkened, billowing with inky smoke. The hospital room was instantly shrouded in darkness, as though light itself had been consumed. Senior Fujimoto, you did not witness it, but that day, Danzo was as pathetic as a dog. Kurosaki tilted his head slightly. Thud. Fujimoto Yuushi collapsed to the ground. If you can save my son, I am willing to serve you unto death. His forehead struck the ground heavily. At Konoha's bookstore, Shuido, Kurosaki addressed the proprietor, Goyama. I wish to propose a trade. Oh? Kurosaki, what sort of trade? I wish to exchange a novel for your assistance in printing 100,000 newspapers. 100,000 newspapers? Such a quantity. What do you intend to do? And what is the title of this novel? The title is Tianlong Ninja Chronicles. As for my intentions, once I have gathered the necessary materials, you shall naturally find out. Very well. A pleasant collaboration. With that, it was time for Kurosaki to pay a visit to the root. Danzo, are you prepared? He laughed maniacally as he exited Shuido. Chapter 64. A bold infiltration of the root, a sight to behold. With a series of swift steps, Kurosaki employed the moonwalk technique to traverse the air. He was en route to Danzo's root base. Since the fierce battle with Danzo a month prior, Kurosaki had not been idle. After training each day, he would stealthily ascend into the skies to search for Danzo's whereabouts. Moreover, Kurosaki discovered a fascinating ability. His mastery of observation haki could be combined with chakra, yielding results greater than the sum of their parts. His observation haki evolved to resemble the capabilities of Enel's mantra and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. With this perception, he could distinctly sense entities within a kilometer, accurately locating their positions and discerning their outlines, though he could not hear their conversations. Nevertheless, Kurosaki could interpret their lip movements, allowing him to glean the general subject of their discussions. Consequently, he uncovered 3 root bases belonging to Danzo. First, he flew to the base closest to Konoha, employing his observation haki to scan underground. When he exerted his haki in one direction, its penetrating power intensified. This particular root base was not far from the surface, enabling Kurosaki to easily discern the situation within. The base was expansive, housing numerous independent rooms filled with various materials and documents. More than a dozen root ninjas were active underground. Is Danzo also here? That old fool seems rather pleased with himself. Soon enough, he will no longer have cause for pride. Let me see, is Fujimoto Ichiro present? Fujimoto Ichiro was none other than Fujimoto Yuushi's son. Kurosaki held a photograph of him, provided by Fujimoto Yuushi. As he meticulously scanned the root base, he consistently failed to locate Fujimoto Ichiro. It appears he is not here. Kurosaki shook his head and continued to traverse the skies. With a series of light footsteps, he approached the second root base. Once again, Kurosaki employed his observation haki to penetrate the ground and perceive the conditions within. This base was an experimental facility. He discovered multiple laboratories, where several root ninjas clad in white coats were conducting experiments. Where is Fujimoto Ichiro? He activated his observation haki twice, yet still found no sign of Fujimoto Ichiro. Orochimaru is also present. Kurosaki suddenly recognized a familiar figure. Orochimaru. Have these two joined forces? He mused, referring to Danzo and Orochimaru. Just as Kurosaki was deep in concentration, Orochimaru abruptly lifted his head, gazing in Kurosaki's direction. What the hell? Has Orochimaru sensed me? That can't be. What an unusual phenomenon. Kurosaki hastily retracted his observation haki and flew towards the final root base. Within the base, Orochimaru wore a puzzled expression. Why do I feel as if someone is spying on me? Is it merely an illusion? No, it feels as though someone is perceiving this place. How intriguing. Who could it be? A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's lips, causing cold sweat to bead on the brow of a nearby assistant clad in a white coat. The third root base lay far from Konoha. Moreover, its underground facility was situated at a considerable depth, with thick layers of rock above. Kurosaki's observation haki could not penetrate these barriers, limiting him to sensing only the entrance. Upon perceiving the entrance, he detected multiple layers of seals, intertwined with chakra, blocking his haki from entering. It must be here, since I have not found Fujimoto Ichiro anywhere in Konoha. The likelihood of him being here is the greatest. Kurosaki descended further. Upon lightly landing, he utilized a transformation technique to assume Danzo's appearance. Ah! Old Danzo, I have come to raid your lair. He proceeded towards the entrance of the root base. Who goes there? Halt! It is Lord Danzo. We greet you, Lord Danzo. For masked root ninjas guarded the entrance. Lead the way, Kurosaki commanded in a low, emotionless voice, mimicking Danzo's tone. Lord Danzo, please state the password. Kurosaki replied, wait, Danzo, are you truly this cautious? What secrets are you hiding? He suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. The password is... As Kurosaki stepped forward, he struck with blinding speed, delivering 2 swift chops to the necks of 2 root ninjas. Their heads tilted at unnatural angles as they collapsed, eyes rolling back. Not good, that is not Lord Danzo. Retreat. The 2 remaining root ninjas, realizing the truth, swiftly retreated. Dark water. Kurosaki's palms exuded a tremendous gravitational force, drawing the 2 retreating ninjas helplessly towards him. What is this? Not good. It's Hikai. Clearly, the information about Hikai had already spread among the root ninjas. Bang! Bang! With 2 swift strikes, 2 root ninjas collapsed to the ground. The password was, thief. Ha ha ha! Hikai lifted the masks of the 4 individuals, prying open their mouths. Snap! Snap! He retrieved a camera from his system space and captured several photos of their faces and tongues. He also took a few pictures at the entrance of the base. These might serve as crucial evidence. Hikai proceeded down the tunnel. To his astonishment, there were restrictions within the tunnel which were being guarded. Hikai swiftly incapacitated the guarding root ninja and took a photograph before forcefully breaking through the restrictions. His pace quickened. He knew that by forcefully breaching the restrictions, the inhabitants of this root base would undoubtedly be alerted to the intruder's presence. It was possible that Danzo had already been informed. Although Hikai harbored no fear of the root personnel, he was apprehensive about the potential destruction of evidence and the immediate execution of Ichiro Tobimoto. At Danzo's root base. Not good. The secret base has been infiltrated. Everyone, follow me. Danzo issued an urgent command, leading his subordinates swiftly toward Hikai's location. At Orochimaru's root base. Have we been discovered? This is quite troublesome. Orochimaru's expression darkened, his already grim visage turning even more forbidding. He too hastened toward Hikai's position. Hikai forcefully breached 2 more restrictions and finally descended underground. The scene below left him utterly astounded. Dozens of enormous glass jars filled with a green, transparent liquid loomed before him. Inside each jar floated a child, ranging in age from 1 to 6 years. Each child was connected to numerous tubes, most of them lifeless, their bodies entwined with branches. Only 3 children remained alive, their vital signs flickering weakly. This is Danzo and Orochimaru's would release experiment base. Hikai marveled internally. At that moment, several root ninjas ignited a multitude of explosive tags. Hiss! 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 Chapter 65. Would release experiment. Dark water. Hikai activated the powers of the dark fruit, drawing the burning explosive tags and 2 root ninjas toward him. Dark cavern. The dark matter expanded within a limited radius, consuming the burning explosive tags without triggering a single ripple. The 2 root ninjas were swiftly knocked unconscious. Snap! Snap! Hikai extracted his camera and captured numerous photos of the deceased children within the jars and the incapacitated root ninjas. This was dire. Hikai was horrified to discover that Ichiro Tobimoto, the son of Yuji Tobimoto, was among those trapped in one of the jars. That nefarious Danzo had indeed turned Ichiro into one of his test subjects. He had no intention of sparing the Tobimoto family. Fortunately, Ichiro remained among the 3 children still exhibiting signs of life. Snap! Snap! A faint sound emanated from one jar. Another child opened their eyes, struggling against the confines of the green liquid. Branches erupted from their body, and soon they succumbed to lifelessness. Only Ichiro Tobimoto and a younger child remained alive. Hikai had just finished gathering evidence when he witnessed another child's tragic demise before his eyes. Not good, Hikai exclaimed, swiftly moving to the jar containing Ichiro. He found Ichiro also awakening, beginning to struggle. How can I save him? Although the death of Ichiro would surely incite Yuji Tobimoto's wrath against Danzo, leading him to confront Danzo fiercely, Hikai had boasted to Yuji that he would rescue his son. Bringing back a corpse would be a tremendous embarrassment. Hikai stood before the glass jar, momentarily at a loss. Ichiro's condition worsened, fine branches beginning to pierce his skin. No time to waste, I must get him out. Crack. With a decisive kick, Hikai shattered the glass jar. The green liquid surged forth, and Ichiro fell to the bottom of the jar. Hikai extended his arm, seizing Ichiro and pulling him free, violently tearing away the tubes affixed to him. He laid Ichiro on the ground. I can only hope for a miracle. Within Ichiro's body raged the cells of Hashirama. If he could expel the chakra generated by the Hashirama cells, perhaps their rampant growth could be curtailed? If the Hashirama cells lost their ability to reproduce, would Ichiro stand a chance to suppress them? It was worth a try. Hikai pressed his arm against Ichiro, transforming it into a dark hue as dark matter surged forth, enveloping Ichiro, who was struggling against the branches emerging from his body. After over a month of fruit development, Hikai discovered that his dark fruit not only absorbed the chakra acting upon him but could also directly absorb chakra from within others. The chakra within Ichiro, including the violent chakra produced by the Hashirama cells, was drawn into the dark matter, gradually dissipating within it. Damn it! Hikai furrowed his brow in frustration. He noted that the Hashirama cells within Ichiro had indeed ceased their rampant reproduction. However, Ichiro's life force was also dwindling. Simultaneously losing his own chakra and the chakra of the Hashirama cells caused Ichiro's body to wither. Hikai had no choice but to use his other hand to press against Ichiro. This time, his arm remained untainted by darkness as he transmitted his chakra to the dying Ichiro. Indeed, the child, receiving the chakra, began to show signs of life returning. Yet, the Hashirama cells resumed their insidious activity, consuming the chakra Hikai provided and proliferating once again. These Hashirama cells were truly tyrannical. It was inconceivable that an ordinary person could withstand them. How had Yamato from the original storyline managed to survive? By the way, could that smaller child beside Ichiro be Yamato? That child showed no signs of branch growth so far. As Ichiro's body began to show further signs of collapse, Hikai hastily redirected his focus. The Hashirama cells devoured Hikai's chakra, converting it into their own violent chakra. There was no choice. Hikai once again utilized the powers of the dark fruit to absorb all the chakra from Ichiro's body. Then, he transmitted chakra once more. Absorb, transmit, absorb. Was it truly impossible? Was Ichiro destined to perish? Hikai's expression darkened. He was unaware of how many times he had gone back and forth. The situation remained dire. Time was slipping away, and if Danzo arrived, he would likely be buried alive. With that thought, Hikai clasped the barely conscious Ichiro in one arm. Then, with a swift kick, he shattered another glass jar, yanking out the younger child and tucking them under his other arm. Whether you survive or not, it's in fate's hands. Hikai strained his legs, propelling himself toward the exit at the utmost speed, racing toward the surface. Danzo, the elder, listened with a grim expression as his subordinate reported that these individuals had merely lost consciousness and were not dead. Dispose of these useless beings by casting them into the tunnel. Utilize explosive tags to obliterate this place. Danzo commanded decisively. He was prepared to abandon this location entirely. The secrets buried beneath could not be allowed to surface. Simultaneously, he intended to entomb the intruders alive below, as he sensed that the individuals inside had yet to emerge. Understood, Lord Danzo, the root ninja responded, devoid of any hint of emotion, rising to execute the order. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The four unconscious ninjas, along with a multitude of explosive tags, were tossed into the subterranean entrance. Dark water, dark passage. A voice filled with loathing and fear echoed from below. Indeed, the sound of igniting explosive tags ceased, and they did not detonate. Kurosaki, is that you? You wicked little imp. Tak, do not allow him to escape. Danzo roared at the root ninja. Wind release, wind cutter technique, fire release, earth release. A host of root ninjas began to rapidly form hand seals, unleashing their jutsu toward the underground base's entrance. Danzo also formed seals with one hand, preparing to unleash the wind release, vacuum sphere. Raging gale. A series of slicing waves surged forth from the underground entrance, shattering the jutsu just released by the root ninjas. A violent explosion sent the ninjas flying. Danzo quickly leaped backward, his hand seals interrupted. Meanwhile, at the base entrance, the area began to collapse under the assault of Kurosaki's raging gale and multiple jutsu. Just as Danzo hoped that Kurosaki would be buried alive, several figures burst forth from the underground entrance. 3 Kurosakis, accompanied by 2 children. The foremost Kurosaki wielded a blade, while the 2 behind each cradled a child under their arms. Chapter 66. The Serpent of Darkness. Wicked little imp, Put those individuals down. I shall overlook your actions if you comply. Danzo's right eye remained shrouded in bandages, while his left glimmered with cold malice. He was unaware of how Kurosaki had discovered this place, yet that was of little consequence. If the events here were disclosed, Danzo would face dire repercussions. Ah! Wicked little imp Shimura, your words are as credible as a fly in a latrine. Kurosaki raised his middle finger at Danzo. Vile little brat, you. Though Danzo did not comprehend the significance of Kurosaki's gesture, he felt the sting of mockery in it. All root members, exert every effort to thwart this wicked imp. We must eliminate those 2 experimental subjects. Understood. A dozen root ninjas swiftly surrounded Kurosaki. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique. Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. The root ninjas began to form seals. Water Release. Water Formation Wall. Kurosaki formed seals with his left hand alone. A curtain of water rose around him, swirling violently, intercepting countless shuriken and numerous fire and wind techniques aimed at him. Hiss! The clash of fire and water generated a thick mist. Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. Danzo too formed seals with one hand, hastily dispersing the fog. Where is he? The root ninjas suddenly realized they had lost their target. Kurosaki and the 2 children they had encircled had vanished from sight. Above us, someone shouted, prompting the root ninjas to look up. Hod hod hod. Kurosaki ascended into the sky with the 2 children implanted with Hashirama cells, employing the moonstep technique. Bring them down. Danzo bellowed at his subordinates, releasing a barrage of wind blasts towards the airborne Kurosaki. A multitude of root ninjas pursued Kurosaki into the sky, unleashing their jutsu. Water Release. Water Chaos Wave. Kurosaki unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, crashing downwards. As anticipated, Danzo's and the root ninjas' jutsu and projectiles were all thwarted. Summoning Technique. Dream Taper. Danzo summoned forth his immense spirit beast. Roar. The Dream Taper directed its long nose towards the airborne Kurosaki, opening its maw, a terrifying suction emanating from its mouth. Explosive Flow Slash. A wave of cutting energy surged upward. The 2 Kurosakis soaring into the air were mere shadow clones. The real Kurosaki remained grounded. Roar. The flying slash struck the Dream Taper's chin, causing Danzo's summoned beast to emit a pained roar. The enormous suction it generated ceased instantly. The Dream Taper gazed at the Kurosaki on the ground with fear in its eyes and unilaterally dispelled the summoning technique. Scoundrel! Danzo cursed angrily, unsure whether he was directing his ire at Kurosaki or the Dream Taper. Shadow Clone Technique. Danzo too employed shadow clones. 4 shadow clones surrounded Kurosaki from different directions, each wielding a kunao imbued with wind chakra. Swish! Just as Danzo's 4 shadow clones lunged at Kurosaki, he vanished from sight. Boom! 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 Danzo's shadow clones were suddenly covered in explosive tags. He no longer dared to confront Kurosaki directly. The vanishing Kurosaki reappeared beside Danzo, his blade aimed at Danzo's neck. To Danzo's surprise, he neither dodged nor blocked Kurosaki's strike. Instead, he broke into a triumphant smile. Kurosaki, you have fallen for my ruse. Danzo abruptly flung open his garment, igniting dozens of explosive tags simultaneously. Not only that, the ground trembled, and walls rose high, enclosing Danzo and Kurosaki within. Little imp, let us see how you escape this time. The walls and ground brimmed with ignited explosive tags. A flicker of fear crossed Kurosaki's eyes. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions shook the earth, obliterating the earthen walls and sending flames skyward. Wicked little imp, you cannot defeat me. Hidden amidst the trees, Danzo's true form gleamed with elation. The Danzo that had first appeared was but a shadow clone. Oh, Elder Danzo, when did you begin to harbor the illusion that you had vanquished me? Kurosaki's voice resonated with a devilish timbre from behind Danzo. Impossible. Danzo was plunged into despair, as if engulfed in an icy abyss, his scalp prickling. He brandished a short blade behind him. Swish! Blood splattered into the air. Danzo's remaining arm, still clutching the short blade, was severed. A cold glimmer flashed before Danzo's eyes, and he subsequently fell into darkness. Kurosaki, gripping Hanzo, cleaved through Danzo's left arm, simultaneously slashing at his face, blinding his left eye. MMM! Danzo emitted a pained grunt, leaping backward, the bandages around his forehead falling away. Wicked little imp! How could you perceive my location? Danzo opened his right eye, revealing a Sharingan with 3 tomo. He had meticulously prepared items to disrupt sensory-type ninjas, yet did not anticipate being discovered by Kurosaki. Ah, Danzo, I never expected you possessed a Sharingan. Is it a pair with your previous one? Kurosaki expressed delight. Snap, snap. He retrieved his camera, focusing intently on Danzo's Sharingan, capturing several photographs. This added yet another piece of incriminating evidence against Danzo, more revealing than the previous images taken at the root base. After all, while the villagers of Konoha may not have been aware of the nefarious activities of Root, they were certainly familiar with the Uchiha's Sharingan. At that moment, Danzo's expression soured to an extreme, a visage twisted with sweat and blood. Orochimaru, how long do you intend to watch this spectacle? Danzo bellowed towards a shadowy area of the woods. Black Zetsu also turned his gaze towards the direction of Danzo's furious shout. A figure slowly emerged, exuding a chilling aura, with golden snake-like eyes. It was none other than Orochimaru himself. Remarkable. At merely 9 years of age, you possess such formidable power. I initially thought your bloodline limit was extraordinary, Black Zetsu, yet it seems you yourself are even more exceptional. He clapped his hands together, gazing at Black Zetsu with keen interest. Might I have the honor of witnessing your bloodline limit? Orochimaru rasped to Black Zetsu. Ha ha ha, Uncle Snake. What brings you here? Surely, you don't have any ties to that old fool Danzo, do you? His intelligence is questionable. Associating with him will only diminish your own. Black Zetsu showed no surprise at Orochimaru's appearance, having already sensed his concealed presence. However, he did not detect any intent from Orochimaru to strike. It seemed the Sannin merely wished to observe. Had Danzo not shouted, Black Zetsu suspected Orochimaru would have continued to spectate. Chapter 67. Orochimaru, the Water Dweller, and Danzo, the Agitated. When Black Zetsu forcefully breached the root base's barriers, Orochimaru was the first to take notice. These barriers were of his own design. He had arrived at the scene before Danzo. However, he did not rush to reveal himself. While Danzo and the root ninjas battled Black Zetsu, Orochimaru quietly observed from the shadows until Danzo exposed his hiding place. Black Zetsu, may I inquire how you discovered this location? Might I witness your bloodline limit? This root base was situated far from Konoha, in an exceedingly secretive location. The vicinity was rife with concealment techniques, and at the entrance, a barrier personally crafted by Orochimaru could nullify any sensory ninjutsu. Aside from Danzo and the root, only Orochimaru knew of its existence. Orochimaru was genuinely intrigued as to how Black Zetsu had found this place. It appeared that the one who had previously been surveilling him was indeed Black Zetsu. Such an interesting ability. A glimmer of light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he quickly recalled the faint sensation of being watched earlier. As for Black Zetsu's casual address of Uncle Snake, Orochimaru chose to disregard it. It was well known that Black Zetsu's mind functioned in peculiar ways. Orochimaru prided himself on being able to see through anyone's heart. Yet with Black Zetsu, he found himself utterly perplexed. Orochimaru, what are you dilly-dallying for? Hurry up and take action. If this wicked little brat manages to take the experimental subject away, we are both doomed. Without waiting for Black Zetsu to respond, the flustered Danzo shouted angrily at Orochimaru. His anxiety was palpable, urging Orochimaru to act. The wood release experiments had already claimed far too many lives, particularly among the Senju clan, leaving only a few remnants hidden away. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had long since halted the wood release experiments. This time, it was a conspiracy between him and Orochimaru to clandestinely continue the experiments, using orphans from Konoha and children abducted from outside the village. Ha ha ha, Uncle Snake. Was it truly difficult to uncover this den of Danzo's? The truth is simple. I, Black Zetsu, am the bane of Danzo, Black Zetsu said, pushing his finger against his forehead and then pointing at the exasperated Danzo. As for my bloodline limit, since you have inquired so earnestly, I shall graciously indulge you. In order to prevent the destruction of the ninja world, to safeguard its peace, to uphold love and true justice, I embody a charming and endearing hero. Unveil the true power of the bloodline limit hidden within darkness. I command you to lift the seal. Black Zetsu declared to the increasingly dazed and twitching Orochimaru, simultaneously gathering the power of his fruit abilities into his hands. Uncle Snake, let us see how you fare against this. A colossal sphere of pitch-black energy was raised above Black Zetsu's head. Dark Star. The sphere, composed of dark matter, surged towards Orochimaru and Danzo. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru transformed his arms into dozens of serpents, lunging at Black Zetsu. Danzo, however, turned to flee. Having lost his arms, he could no longer form seals to release ninjutsu. Dozens of snakes opened their mouths, fangs glimmering ominously, crashing against the dark matter hurled by Black Zetsu. Hiss! Hiss! All the snakes were utterly obliterated, their flesh consumed by the dark matter. Orochimaru, too, was caught off guard and engulfed by the dark material. Nonetheless, Black Zetsu's expression remained unmoved. He had already discerned that the Orochimaru emerging was but a shadow clone. The true Orochimaru was still 100 meters away. The dark star hurled by Black Zetsu targeted not only the shadow clone but also aimed at the real Orochimaru in the distance. As the shadow clone was destroyed, Orochimaru's pupils narrowed even further. Fascinating, truly fascinating. What a marvelous ability. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. The real Orochimaru, 100 meters away, bit his finger and pressed his hands to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 colossal metallic gates rose from the earth. The gates bore grotesque carvings of gaping maws and eyes. Danzo, desperately fleeing, nearly found himself catapulted skyward by the Rashomon. Damn you, Orochimaru. Are you attempting to kill me as well? Danzo cursed as he stumbled while escaping. Boom! Black Zetsu's dark star collided with the 3 Rashomon summoned by Orochimaru. The dark matter erupted violently. A powerful, chaotic gravitational force tore at everything in its vicinity. The earth, trees, and creatures alike were distorted and vanished upon contact with the dark material. Creak! The first Rashomon, unable to withstand the immense gravitational pull, began to warp, subsequently disappearing into the darkness. Creak! The second Rashomon was soon consumed by the dark energy. Creak! The third Rashomon began to contort. However, Black Zetsu's dark star was nearly exhausted. Ultimately, the dark matter dissipated, and the Rashomon vanished from their place. The area where the dark star had erupted was left barren and desolate. The inherently wicked little brat has grown stronger. Danzo gasped, his mouth agape, glaring fiercely at Black Zetsu from several hundred meters away. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate to have escaped swiftly, having narrowly avoided being swallowed by the darkness. At that moment, Orochimaru had already prostrated himself on the ground, exaggeratingly opening his disproportionately large mouth. Serpent of thousands, tens of thousands of venomous snakes, thick as rolling pins, spewed forth from Orochimaru's mouth, racing towards Black Zetsu at an alarming speed. Orochimaru's ninjutsu is truly repulsive, Black Zetsu remarked, pressing his darkened hand against the ground. Dark hole. Dark matter was once again released in copious amounts, enveloping the ground. Hiss. 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 Tens of thousands of venomous serpents were instantaneously devoured. The dark matter of Kurosaki did not cease. It continued to spread towards the positions of Orochimaru and Danzo. This is bad. Danzo exhibited a renewed sense of dread. No longer a spectator, he turned to flee for his life. Orochimaru also retreated rapidly into the distance. Within the village of Konoha at the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensed a violent tremor erupting 10 miles southeast of the village, accompanied by a vast expanse of swirling black mist. Just as he stood to investigate, a ninja hurriedly entered to report. Black mist? It's Kurosaki. What does that scoundrel intend to do now? Can he not remain still for even a few days? The third Hokage cursed as he led a group of ninjas towards the battleground of Kurosaki and Orochimaru. Uncle Snake. Danzo, old man. I'm done playing with you. Farewell. Kurosaki waved his hand, stepping into the air and soaring towards Konoha. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Why didn't you intercept our would-release test subjects immediately? Why did you allow this inherently malevolent little brat to escape? Danzo leaped in front of Orochimaru, spitting words in agitation. Orochimaru paid no heed to Danzo's accusations, his eyes gleaming with interest as he watched Kurosaki fly away. Humph! How intriguing! With that, Orochimaru vanished in a flicker, leaving behind a furious Danzo. Damn Orochimaru! Chapter 68. Jireya's Worry and Tsunade's Fury. 8 gates, the 5th gate, open. In mid-air, Kurosaki's true form unleashed the 5th gate of the 8 gates. His speed surged dramatically as he pursued his 2 shadow clones. In no time, Kurosaki caught up with the 2 shadow clones. Wind release. Shuriken. A dozen root ninjas on the ground were desperately trailing behind Kurosaki's shadow clones, unleashing ninjutsu towards the sky. However, none of their techniques could touch Kurosaki. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Kurosaki, hovering directly above them, executed the wind technique. Watch out. Quick. Evade. The root ninjas scattered in all directions. Though no one was injured or killed, the wind technique had blown them apart. It was clear they could no longer catch up with those 2 would-release test subjects. Kurosaki checked on Fujimoto Ichiro's condition. Surprisingly, it had not worsened. Kurosaki felt a flicker of astonishment. The Hashirama cells within Fujimoto Ichiro had ceased their rampant proliferation, maintaining a relatively stable state. Could my previous actions have allowed the Hashirama cells to gradually merge with Ichiro himself? Yet, the situation remained grim. Fujimoto Ichiro's vital signs were weakening. This is beyond my expertise. It must be entrusted to professionals. Kurosaki then examined another younger child. This boy's vital signs are remarkably stable, and the Hashirama cells are not proliferating wildly. Could he be the future Yamato? It seems he is the only one. Indeed, individuals vary greatly. While Fujimoto Ichiro's vital signs are dwindling, this child's are becoming increasingly stable. If it weren't for my earlier use of the dark fruit's powers to absorb the chakra of the Hashirama cells within Fujimoto Ichiro, he would have perished by now. Fujimoto Ichiro cannot hold on much longer. Kurosaki's true form and shadow clones accelerated once more.
Hokage-sama.
There are people in the sky. A Hyuga clan ninja reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was leading a group of ninjas. Hiruzen leaped to the top of a tree, gazing into the sky and the distance. Indeed, it was Kurosaki. The third Hokage spotted Kurosaki's figure. Kurosaki, what are you doing? Come down here. Hiruzen shouted with all his might. Kurosaki, walking mid-air, glanced down. He had indeed noticed the third Hokage's presence, even spotting another familiar figure. However, he had no intention of descending. He planned to quietly return to Konoha. Since he had already been discovered by Hiruzen, he could no longer feign ignorance. Thus, Kurosaki's true form took the Fujimoto Ichiro from his shadow clone and sent the clone down to engage with the third Hokage. His true form, along with another shadow clone, continued flying towards Konoha, carrying the two children.
Hokage-sama.
Kurosaki's shadow clone gently descended and bowed to the third Hokage. Simultaneously, Kurosaki noticed an elderly ninja with a head full of white hair approach, wearing a forehead protector with the character for oil inscribed upon it. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. Kurosaki, what are you doing? The third Hokage questioned. Jiraiya remained silent, observing Kurosaki with a scrutinizing gaze. Kurosaki felt somewhat bewildered under Jiraiya's intense scrutiny. Reporting to Hokage-sama, I discovered that Danzo is once again harming children outside the village. I don't know what he and his root have done, but dozens of children have grotesquely sprouted branches from their bodies, meeting tragic fates. Currently, there are still 2 children alive, and I intend to deliver them to the Konoha hospital. Kurosaki reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, omitting the detail of his discovery of the root base. What? Sprouted branches? Are you certain? And there are 2 children still alive. The third Hokage and Jiraiya were both taken aback. Danzo, I thought I had halted the experiments. Why is he continuing in secret? That scoundrel. The third Hokage's expression darkened. Teacher, it is imperative that we restrain Elder Danzo. He must not be allowed to err further. The 2 surviving children must be saved at all costs. Jiraiya advised his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, he turned to closely observe Kurosaki, who had stirred considerable commotion in Konoha. Could it be him? The prophecy of the great sage Toad. Boundless darkness. The darkness that consumes the ninja world bears a striking resemblance to his abilities. But what does the descent of the Black Dragon signify? Could Kurosaki be the Black Dragon? I have heard that Kurosaki is exceptionally kind to the children in the orphanage and has harmonious relations with his comrades in the village. Is he truly the one destined to engulf the ninja world? Jiraiya gazed at Kurosaki, filled with apprehension. A month prior, he had been informed by the great sage Toad of a shift in the prophecy. The Black Dragon descends, the ninja world will be consumed. For a month, he had tirelessly searched the ninja world for the Black Dragon, yet found nothing, until he returned to Konoha, hearing of Kurosaki's bloodline limit, witnessing the battlefield devoured by Kurosaki. Jiraiya, you take a team to restrain Danzo. Kurosaki, you shall return to Konoha with me to examine those 2 children. The third Hokage issued a direct command. Yes, teacher. Yes, Hokage-sama. At Konoha Hospital, Tsunade was in the head physician's office, studying cases. Suddenly, her gaze turned suspiciously towards the window. Crack! The glass of the director's office shattered into fragments. Tsunade rose, her fist clenched, ready to strike at the intruder. Kurosaki? Tsunade halted her punch, gazing at Kurosaki in bewilderment. Before her stood 2 Kurosakis, each cradling a bare child in their arms. You little brat. Explain yourself. Why did you not use the door but choose to break the hospital's window instead? And what is the meaning of these 2 children? Anger surged within Tsunade, her temples throbbing as she glared fiercely at Kurosaki. Senpai, there are extenuating circumstances. It's an emergency. You must save these two children. They have been subjected to experiments by Danzo, and branches are about to sprout from their bodies. As he spoke, Kurosaki presented Ichiro Tobimoto and another child, who appeared to be Yamato, to Tsunade. What? Branches sprouting from their bodies. Tsunade's complexion darkened at once. She extended her hand to sense the condition within the two children. Indeed, she discovered the cells of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. With a resounding crash, Tsunade's fury erupted as she punched a hole in the desk. Danzo, you wretched dog! You dare to meddle with my grandfather's legacy. Chapter 69. The Gathering of Konoha F4. Konoha Hospital. Senpai Tobimoto, I have rescued Ichiro Tobimoto. Tsunade Senpai is currently providing treatment. Kurosaki returned to the hospital room of Yuushi Tobimoto, informing him of his son's plight and the present situation. He also snapped a photograph, presenting it to Yuushi as proof of his successful rescue of Ichiro. Danzo, that beast. Yuushi gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The image was blurred, but he recognized Ichiro immediately. Upon hearing that his son had been subjected to cruel human experiments by Danzo, Yuushi's eyes widened in rage, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Lord Kurosaki. Thank you. Yuushi knelt once more, prepared to bow his head at Kurosaki's feet. Despite being a jonin and considerably older than Kurosaki, he was utterly humbled in this moment. Kurosaki's efficiency was astonishing. He had rescued a child directly from the clutches of Konoha's higher-ups. Kurosaki halted Yuushi's kneeling gesture, pulling him up from the ground. Senpai Tobimoto, we had an agreement. I rescue your son, and you will stand up for Lord Xiaomo and expose Danzo's heinous deeds. I must restore Lord Xiaomo's honor. Without hesitation, Yuushi agreed. I am truly a wretched being. Lord Xiaomo saved my life, yet I have repaid kindness with enmity. Tears of remorse streamed down Yuushi's face. Lord Kurosaki, may I see my son? He asked, his face a picture of hope. Ichiro Tobimoto had fallen victim to Danzo's malicious hands, and Yuushi's heart raced with anxiety. I am uncertain. Ichiro is still in the intensive care unit. Perhaps you should consult Tsunade Senpai. Kurosaki responded after a moment of contemplation. Thank you, Lord Kurosaki. Yuushi hurriedly exited the hospital room. Kurosaki also departed from Konoha Hospital, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Tsunade, renowned as the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, had not directly intervened to treat the two children Kurosaki had brought. Following the deaths of Kato-dan and Shinjo, Tsunade had developed a severe case of hemophobia. She mobilized all resources of Konoha Hospital, overseeing the situation closely. After an hour of intensive rescue, the medical ninjas of Konoha finally stabilized Ichiro Tobimoto's life. The other child fared significantly better than Ichiro and had already regained consciousness following treatment. Outside the intensive care unit, Yuushi Tobimoto paced anxiously, overwhelmed with emotion upon learning that his son had escaped the clutches of death. He collapsed in tears of joy. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. Bang! The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, returned from Konoha Hospital and slammed his hands forcefully onto the desk. Learning that the two children implanted with Hashirama's cells had survived filled him with both astonishment and fury. Danzo, who permitted you to conduct, would release experiments in secret. Did I not instruct you to cease this endeavor permanently? Across the desk sat Shimura Danzo, who had been apprehended by Jiraiya. Hiruzen, everything I do is for the village. Danzo retorted, his face shadowed, yet defiantly raised in protest. In his current weakened state, with one arm severed by Kurosaki and blood loss taking its toll, he appeared frail. Excuses. Just excuses. And what is the matter with your right eye's Sharingan? Did you not claim it was no longer in your possession? Hiruzen pointed at the three-tomo Sharingan visible in Danzo's right eye, his voice laced with fury. Danzo's left eye, his own, had been blinded by Kurosaki's blade, leaving him with only his right eye to reveal the newly acquired Sharingan. This is inconsequential. Hiruzen, that little brat Kurosaki dared to invade the root and wreak havoc. He is a true menace. This child is inherently evil and must be punished. We are discussing your actions. Hiruzen continued to pound his desk in frustration. I have nothing to say. Danzo scoffed. Danzo, how many children have perished due to your clandestine wood release experiments? Do you comprehend the magnitude of your crimes? Moreover, your Sharingan has been exposed to the Uchiha. They will surely cause a disturbance. Hiruzen, do you think I am the only one conducting wood release experiments? The one personally conducting the experiments is your beloved student, Orochimaru. I merely provided him a venue, Danzo unhesitatingly threw Orochimaru under the bus, shifting the blame entirely. What? Orochimaru? Hiruzen exclaimed, taken aback. Orochimaru was his prized pupil, the one he had intended to pass the Hokage mantle to. How could this be? Jiraiya, who had remained silent until now, widened his eyes in disbelief. Danzo, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Orochimaru conspire with you? Humph. Orochimaru is the most skilled researcher within Konoha. Do you think I alone could control the cells of the first Hokage? Danzo sneered. This left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. Jiraiya, where is Orochimaru? When you apprehended Danzo, did you see Orochimaru? The third Hokage inquired sternly of his disciple. Master, there are indeed traces of Orochimaru having fought someone. Jiraiya replied, his voice tinged with resignation. I see. Go and bring Orochimaru to me. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on as he issued the command to Jiraiya. Master, what about Danzo? Do not concern yourself with that. Master. Jiraiya's voice rose in urgency. Did his teacher intend to let Danzo off the hook again? Master, have you grown old and foolish? Jiraiya's heart raced with anxiety. Hiruzen, we must execute Kurosaki without delay. This inherently evil child is a blight upon Konoha. Danzo pointedly directed his anger at Kurosaki. Danzo, silence. The gravity of your transgressions is too great. You will return and deliver all the records from Root to me. Hiruzen, you once promised not to interfere with my Root affairs. This is a command. Humph. Danzo disdainfully snorted, turning to leave. Boom. As he reached the door, his body was suddenly propelled backward. The door to the Hokage's office suddenly exploded, and a fist struck Danzo squarely in the face. Crack. Danzo shattered Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk and spat out a mouthful of blood. Danzo, you are utterly despicable. To toy with my grandfather's cells and play with life itself is an unforgivable crime. The furious Tsunade strode into the Hokage's office, intent on ending Danzo's life on the spot. Tsunade, you have gone too far. How can you lay your hands on a Konoha elder? Tsunade, you show blatant disrespect and disregard for the laws of Konoha. The third Hokage has been far too lenient with you. The voices of Midogate and Tsurugi Koharu echoed from outside, chastising Tsunade for her actions against Danzo. The two elders of Konoha, having heard of the unfolding events, hastily arrived. Silence, you two old fools. Tsunade, in her wrath, paid no heed to Mido and Koharu. Danzo, perish. She gathered her chakra, preparing to crush Danzo underfoot. Tsunade, stop. Jiraiya, intervene. The third Hokage, covered in wood shavings and in a disheveled state, shouted urgently. Wild Lioness main technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals, his white hair rapidly extending to bind Tsunade's limbs and waist. He too wished for Danzo's demise, yet could not allow Tsunade to enact personal vengeance, tarnishing her reputation. Let go of me. Do you wish to die as well, Jiraiya? Tsunade tugged at Jiraiya's hair in frustration. Calm down, Tsunade. Wait for the teacher to deal with Danzo. Jiraiya forced a wry smile, observing the disheveled and furious third Hokage alongside the motionless Danzo amidst the wood debris. Tsunade's anger began to wane. She refrained from attacking Danzo further. Mido and Koharu had now entered the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, this matter is of great consequence. It must remain confidential. What is the status of the two children who survived the wood release experiments? The third Hokage brushed off the wood shavings, responding naturally, it must be kept secret. As for those two children, Tsunade, what is the condition of those children? The third Hokage inquired, his concern palpable. The wood release of the first Hokage had once suppressed an era. Should Konoha regain this power, it would rise to greatness once more. The two children injected with Hashirama cells had become exceedingly significant. Tsunade suddenly found her teacher's demeanor somewhat unfamiliar. As for Mito, Koharu, and the prone Danzo, she still regarded them with contempt. Both children are out of immediate danger. More astonishingly, my grandfather's cells have begun to integrate with their own. Tsunade paused, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she spoke. What? They survived. The cells of the first Hokage have stabilized within those children? Could Konoha once again give birth to wood release? The third Hokage, Mido, and Koharu's eyes sparkled with joy. All of this is the result of my efforts. Danzo, no longer feigning unconsciousness, struggled to rise. Danzo, mere moments ago you placed all blame on Orochimaru, and now you seek to claim credit for this. You truly are shameless. Jiraiya couldn't hold back his scorn any longer. Danzo ignored Jiraiya's mockery. Hiruzen, entrust those two children to me. I shall forge them into Konoha's sharpest weapons. Danzo began to claim the children as his own. Danzo, not a chance. The matters you've caused remain unresolved. The third Hokage glared at Danzo, agreeing with Jiraiya. Shifting blame to Orochimaru while seeking to claim glory for himself was utterly unacceptable. His friend was increasingly lacking in decorum. By the way, Hiruzen, what of the boy Kurosaki? Tsurugi Koharu inquired. The mention of Kurosaki caused the third Hokage to pause. He had completely forgotten about the instigator. Upon their return to Konoha, before the third Hokage could issue orders regarding Kurosaki, the latter's shadow clone had declared its chakra depleted before dissipating. The third Hokage, preoccupied with Danzo's issues, had not rushed to find Kurosaki. Tsunade, I went to the hospital but did not see Kurosaki. Do you know where he went? The instigator Kurosaki had neither been at the hospital nor reported to the Hokage building promptly. A sense of unease began to creep into Sarutobi's heart. No. He left the hospital long ago. Tsunade replied tersely. Who knows where he went? Oh no. That rascal is up to something. The third Hokage's heart raced. He was all too familiar with Kurosaki's nature. When a reckless troublemaker was silent, it meant he was brewing something significant. At that moment Danzo, too, felt a jolt of alarm, suddenly recalling that Kurosaki had pulled out a camera from somewhere and captured an image of the Sharingan in his right eye. It was likely that Kurosaki had also documented the conditions at his base of operations. Hiruzen, that inherently malevolent boy Kurosaki, took a photo, Danzo hastily warned. However, before he could finish, Tsunade slapped him into unconsciousness. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Tsunade's hand moved instinctively. The third Hokage shot Tsunade a fierce glare. Mito and Koharu also wore grim expressions. The third Hokage then turned to Jiraiya, commanding Jiraiya, do not pursue Orochimaru for now. First, locate Kurosaki and ensure he is brought to me. Furthermore, mobilize all Umbu to find Kurosaki at once. The third Hokage was in a frenzy, stamping his feet in desperation. With his grandson, Namikaze Minato, absent from the village, he lamented that had Minato been present, he would have been the most efficient in tracking down Kurosaki. Koharu. You two take Danzo away for treatment. Be extremely cautious to prevent the Uchiha clan from seeing Danzo's Sharingan. Tsunade, return quickly, and ensure those two children remain safe. This matter must remain confidential. It is all for the sake of the village. The third Hokage issued command after command. TCH. Tsunade scoffed, turning to leave. In Konoha's commercial district, Kurosaki developed the photographs from his camera and made his way to the publishing house. Is the Hokage searching for me? He mused, observing the Umbu ninjas leaping across rooftops in search of him, utilizing transformation techniques. You won't find me so easily. He surmised that the third Hokage wished to suppress the incident. This time he was determined to expose Danzo. Hehehe. Kurosaki chuckled silently as he entered the publishing house. Goodness. Konoha harbors such dark secrets. Rest assured, all machines will work tirelessly for you at once. This is monumental news. The owner of the publishing house exclaimed excitedly to Kurosaki. An hour later, Hokage-sama, we have not located Kurosaki. A group of Umbu ninjas entered to report. That rascal Kurosaki. Where could he have gone? The third Hokage was beside himself with worry. Teacher, look quickly. That rascal, Kurosaki, is throwing newspapers into the sky. A flurry of newspapers. Jiraiya shouted from outside. The third Hokage's heart sank. Chapter 71. Danzo's thunderous revelation, the shift in White Fang's reputation. Look, what is that? Someone pointed at the sky, their voice tinged with alarm. Am I hallucinating from mushroom poisoning? How can I see someone running in the air? Have we all fallen victim to a genjutsu? Indeed. Someone was racing through the sky, tossing something. Could it be that enemies are attacking Konoha? The villagers of Konoha began to panic. No, that person is throwing paper. Newspapers. A keen-eyed individual discerned that what was drifting through the air were sheets of newsprint. Newspapers? What on earth is happening? Soon, the multitude of newspapers hurled by Kurosaki began to descend to the ground. Someone, bold enough, seized a newspaper that floated above their head, bringing it close to scrutinize its contents. Observing that no calamity had befallen them, others followed suit, catching the falling papers and picking them up from the ground. One individual even read aloud from the newspaper. Shocking. The greatest cancer hidden in Konoha, Shimura Danzo. The deranged Danzo has plotted against the ninjas of the village, scheming for the village's bloodshed. Accompanying this was an image of Danzo's right eye, showcasing the three-tomo Sharingan. Oh my! This person possesses the three-tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of retribution from the Uchiha? The common villagers of Konoha were largely uninformed about Danzo. For many, this was their first encounter with his existence through the newspaper. The presence of a 3-tomo Sharingan indicated that an elite jonin might have fallen victim to Danzo's schemes. This Danzo was audacious beyond measure. While the Uchiha were indeed proud, they were still ninjas of the village. How could Danzo dare to? Look, there's more. The crowd turned their attention again. Concealed in the shadows, Danzo has harmed the village's children to fulfill his grand ambitions. Below the statement were several images from Danzo's root base. My heavens! Is this for real? Someone gasped in disbelief. Kurosaki's shadow clones utilized transformation techniques to blend into the crowd, beginning to incite chaos. How could it be false? These images serve as irrefutable evidence. I recognize those curse seals on the tongues of the ninjas. That's the tongue curse eradication technique, a method Danzo employs to enslave his subordinates. Once marked with this curse, a person's life and death lie entirely within Danzo's whims, turning them into mere puppets. How brutal! What if our children are taken away by him? What if we too are secretly branded with that tongue curse eradication technique? The crowd erupted in outrage. This inhumane experiment, the countless children who have perished. Is this Danzo a beast? He is even worse than a beast, with so many vibrant lives at stake. I dread the thought of being branded with that curse. The villagers of Konoha were suddenly engulfed in turmoil. Hokage office. Bang! The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slammed his fist down, shattering the newly replaced desk. He gazed at the content of the newspaper, his complexion darkening. How could that scoundrel Kurosaki allow such information to leak? Doesn't he realize the panic this will incite? How am I to explain this to the villagers of Konoha? Jiraiya, you must retrieve that boy. He cannot continue throwing newspapers. The third Hokage bellowed at Jiraiya, who was engrossed in reading the paper. Teacher, that Kurosaki is flying in the air. I cannot catch him. Furthermore, Elder Danzo has committed numerous atrocities. He indeed deserves his just punishment. Jiraiya tucked away the newspaper, struggling to suppress a laugh. That Kurosaki lad has done splendidly. I, Jiraiya, commend him, he thought to himself, giving Kurosaki an internal thumbs up. Enough chatter. I don't care how you do it. Make sure to bring that boy back to me. The third Hokage crushed his pipe in frustration. All right, I shall go, teacher. Jiraiya replied casually, stepping out of the Hokage office. Ha 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 ha. He could no longer contain his laughter. Hearing Jiraiya's uproarious laughter, the third Hokage's expression darkened further. Exiting the Hokage tower, Jiraiya scanned the area, spotting a beautiful girl before vanishing into thin air. Ha ha ha, Kurosaki. Well done. Inside Konoha Hospital, Tsunade pounded the table, laughing heartily. On the table lay a newspaper exposing Danzo's crimes. Kurosaki, if those 3 old geezers come to hold you accountable, I, Tsunade, shall be the first to protest, she declared with fierce determination. Tsunade-sama, the son of Jonin Fujimoto has awakened, a striking female medical ninja reported as she entered. Oh, I shall go see. Tsunade stood up. By the way, Tsunade-sama, Jonin Fujimoto, upon learning that his son has regained consciousness, disregarded our warnings and ventured out despite his injuries. I understand. On the streets of Konoha. There's more. To eliminate Heitake Sakamo, Danzo leaked mission intel to the Mist, causing Konoha's task force to fall directly into enemy hands. Lord Sakamo saved his severely injured comrades, while Danzo captured the son of that injured ninja. Below this was the testimony of Fujimoto Yuushi alongside his apology to Heitake Sakamo. Most crucially, there were images of Fujimoto Ichiro subjected to human experimentation by Danzo's root. Heitake Sakamo had rendered countless services to Konoha, completing 27 S-rank missions, 123 A-rank missions, 266 B-rank missions, and innumerable C and D-rank missions. Danzo dispatched root ninjas to spread rumors within Konoha. Upon reading this, the villagers of Konoha were unable to continue. Many had previously been among those who vilified Heitake Sakamo. Slap! Someone gave themselves a resounding smack across the face. I am truly despicable. How could I have insulted Lord Sakamo? This vile Danzo colluded with the Mist to frame Lord Sakamo. I always thought Lord Sakamo had contributed immensely to the village, repelling countless formidable foes. How could he suddenly be condemned to death? This is all Danzo's scheme. Wait, I recall the second Hokage also fell victim mysteriously. Could it be? It must be him. This Danzo is a born villain. Perhaps even the grandson of the first Hokage was secretly murdered by him. This Danzo is a high-ranking official appointed by the third Hokage. We must confront the Hokage and demand an explanation. Let us go. Together, incited by Kurosaki's revelations, the villagers of Konoha began to gather, marching towards the Hokage Tower. Chapter 72. Asuma's Rebellion. The happy Danzo in prison. Hey, take household. Father, look. Kakashi, brimming with excitement, burst into his home, clutching a newspaper. Danzo's crimes have been exposed by Kurosaki. Your grievances have been vindicated. The rumors within the village had weighed heavily upon Kakashi. He nearly lost his father. Fortunately, the public perception of his father has now turned around. Heitake Sakamo took the newspaper from Kakashi's hands and perused its contents. As he listened to the distant murmurs of discussion, an indescribable emotion surged within him. Kakashi, our family owes a tremendous debt to Kurosaki. From this moment forth, even at the cost of our lives, we shall repay his kindness. Heitake Sakamo solemnly instructed Kakashi. Yes, father. Kakashi responded, his demeanor unusually serious. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, Asuma Sarutobi, with one foot atop a chair and the other on a table, brandished the newspaper and vociferously proclaimed, Brothers, the third Hokage is incompetent, blind, and has turned a blind eye to the inherently malevolent Chimera Danzo. The time has come to overthrow the tyranny of the third Hokage. Charge with me. Uehai Korone, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, Nara Shikamaru. The rest of the assembly? Asuma, isn't the third Hokage your father? Obito stared incredulously at the frenzied Asuma. That is irrelevant. Asuma forcefully shook his head. What matters is seizing this opportunity to topple the incompetent third Hokage and select the fourth Hokage. Brothers, I will lead the charge. Follow me to liberate the Konoha Ninja Academy. With that, Asuma leapt from the chair and dashed out of the classroom, leaving a dazed group of classmates behind. Korone had already embarrassedly hidden beneath the desk. Bang! The sound of a fist striking a head echoed. Asuma, what do you think you're doing? The homeroom teacher, Yahima Yuhei, shouted from outside the classroom. Teacher, I am going to overthrow the third Hokage. Do not obstruct me. You wretch, the third Hokage is your father. Asuma bellowed back, his voice even louder than Yahima's. From now on, he is not. Yahima exclaimed, his voice faltering. You still have time to repent. Follow me to dethrone that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ha ha ha, Kurosaki. How dare you? Yahima collapsed in a fit of rage. Asuma returned to class. Teacher, please, no. At the Hokage building, the villagers of Konoha surrounded it, demanding answers.
Hokage-sama.
Please come out and explain yourself. Where is Chimera Danzo? Capture him. Do not let him escape. Hokage-sama, Danzo is deranged. He covets the Uchiha's Sharingan and has harmed countless children. He must be punished. Danzo has committed heinous acts, colluding with enemy nations, and framing Lord Sakamo. He must face justice. Indeed, that Danzo is too evil. Leading the charge was Fujimoto Yuushi, bandaged from his recent stay in the Konoha hospital. Everyone, I am Fujimoto Yuushi, the ninja saved by Lord Sakamo. That old dog Danzo kidnapped my only son, threatening me to slander Lord Sakamo. I am ungrateful and unworthy to be human. I cannot believe I was coerced by Danzo to defame Lord Sakamo. However, this heartless Danzo has turned my son into a test subject for inhumane experiments. Now, I have repented. Even at the cost of my life, I will clear Lord Sakamo's name and reveal Danzo's true nature. This inherently evil Chimera Danzo must be punished. Fujimoto raised his fist, shouting passionately. Indeed, Danzo must be held accountable. He has caused the deaths of so many children. He must pay for the lives of those innocent souls. If we do not punish Danzo, we will never find peace again. The crowd echoed his sentiments with fervent shouts. Nearby, Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha clan to the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, Chimera Danzo has harmed the disciple of the second Hokage, Uchiha Kagami. If we do not receive an explanation, the Uchiha will not rest. Members of the Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan. The Hokage's guard, confronted by such a large crowd, trembled under the intense gazes of the determined Uchiha. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was on the verge of pulling out his hair. Jiraiya, you scoundrel! Where have you run off to? Seeing that he could no longer control the situation outside, he reluctantly stood to address the crowd. Damn Danzo! That wretched Kurosaki! Hiruzen muttered under his breath. Everyone, please calm down. I have something to say. The third Hokage raised his hands to quiet the assembly. As they saw him emerge, the crowd gradually silenced, awaiting Hiruzen's words. First and foremost, I must apologize to all of you. It is my failure to recognize the true nature of people, allowing Danzo to attain a position of power within Konoha, leading to the detriment of the village and the suffering of many innocent lives. This is entirely my fault as the third Hokage. Hiruzen bowed deeply before the crowd. Rest assured, Danzo has committed unforgivable crimes. I have him under control and he will no longer endanger Konoha. Danzo will face the consequences of his actions. I guarantee that he will receive the punishment he deserves. After calming the agitated villagers, Hiruzen turned his attention to the Uchiha. Finally, soaked to the skin, Hiruzen managed to pacify the Uchiha clan and sent them away. Take Danzo and imprison him in Konoha's prison. From this moment forward, the root will be disbanded. The weary third Hokage issued his final command. In Konoha prison, Uchiha Shana cackled ominously. Well, isn't this the inherently evil Shimura Danzo? You've finally returned. I've been waiting for you for over a month. Ha. Danzo, stripped of both eyes and arms, merely snorted in response. His remaining Sharingan had been removed and returned to the Uchiha clan. Confined in the same cell as before, Uchiha Shana prepared to unleash his wrath. Uchiha throwing technique. Shana crafted a mud ball from between his toes and launched it swiftly toward Danzo's mouth. Tui. Uchiha throwing technique. Another mud ball struck the ground, bounced up, and lodged itself in Danzo's nostril. The stench assaulted Danzo's senses, nearly overwhelming him. He hurriedly expelled the mud ball, turning his back to Shana.
Uchiha throwing technique.
A third mud ball curved and lodged itself in Danzo's ear. Uchiha Shana. Cease this at once. Danzo twisted his head, attempting to dislodge the mud ball, but it remained firmly packed in his ear canal. He was utterly helpless without his hands. Uchiha throwing technique. Someone. I demand to see Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 73. The storm subsides. Kurosaki was ultimately located by the third Hokage. Bang! Kurosaki. Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused? The third Hokage, exasperated, slammed his hand on the desk within his office. I have no idea, Kurosaki boldly replied. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, trembled as you pointed an accusatory finger at Kurosaki's nose, frustration boiling within you. Lord Hokage, I have merely exposed a rogue element within Konoha. My efforts, though lacking in merit, have not been in vain. Why then am I being blamed? Kurosaki shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. The third Hokage picked up a new pipe, took a few puffs, and slowly exhaled smoke. Why did you intentionally spread this information? Are you not aware of the terror it could sow within Konoha? Those countless newspapers were all prepared in advance by you, were they not? Sarutobi Hiruzen had already discerned Kurosaki's premeditated intentions. He had orchestrated the revelation of Danzo's misdeeds. It was inconceivable that such scandal could circulate so swiftly, making Danzo's infamy common knowledge. Upon having his scheme unveiled, Kurosaki exhibited no surprise, nor did any turmoil stir within him. Lord Hokage, who is in a state of panic? I observe the villagers of Konoha are merely outraged. If this issue were not brought to light, they would gradually be consumed by darkness. Kurosaki turned, retrieving a chair and nonchalantly seated himself opposite the third Hokage. Everything I have done is for Konoha, to steadfastly uphold the will of fire bequeathed by the first Hokage, he asserted with conviction. You could have consulted me first, the third Hokage continued, and then suppressed the matter, allowing Heitake Sakamo to meet his demise? Kurosaki interrupted, casting a meaningful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. What did you say? The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback. I did not wish for Sakamo to die, yet, without exposing Danzo, Uncle Sakamo was certainly doomed. Kurosaki chose to speak plainly with the third Hokage. Danzo has contributed countless merits to the village. However, before the third Hokage could complete his thought, he was once again interrupted by Kurosaki. Does merit grant one the right to harm the village's shinobi? Does it allow one to toy with the lives of children? Uncle Sakamo has also made innumerable contributions. Should he then perish? His achievements and strength qualify him to become the next Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for an extended period, a bitter expression crossing his face. I see, Kurosaki. You support Sakamo as the fourth Hokage? The third Hokage fixed his gaze firmly on Kurosaki. No, Uncle Sakamo is not fit to be Hokage. He is too pure. Oh? This revelation astonished Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then who do you believe is suitable for the position of fourth Hokage? He inquired tentatively. Me. Kurosaki straightened his posture, pointing to himself. You? Aren't you aspiring to be the king of thieves? The pirate king? But that does not preclude me, does it? Who says a pirate king cannot also be Hokage? The third Hokage found himself at a loss for words. You wish to be Hokage? You are far from qualified. This discussion ends here. In the future, you must report to me first regarding any matters. Do not act on your own accord again. I shall let this slide this time. Do not let it happen again. You may leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, dismissing him. Wait, Lord Hokage, after such a significant contribution, is there truly no reward? Kurosaki extended a hand, palm upward. You seek a reward? The third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you desire? I wish to see the Book of Seals. You believe you are deserving? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Kurosaki's audacity. He retrieved a scroll from his drawer and, with a huff, tossed it to Kurosaki. Take it or leave it. Now be gone. Kurosaki opened the scroll, glancing at it. Shadow clone technique. This will suffice. He promptly closed the scroll and tucked it into his ninja tool pouch. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kurosaki rose and departed. As Kurosaki exited the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took another couple of puffs from his pipe. That kid is utterly brazen and cunning, exceptionally talented, powerful, and ruthless. He is indeed a promising prospect. It seems I must arrange for him to have a guiding jonin soon, lest he stray down the wrong path. But who within Konoha is capable of guiding him? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, exhaling a cloud of smoke. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Kurosaki hurried to the Heitake household. From a distance, he noticed that the Heitake residence was surrounded by a throng of people. Uncle Sakamo, I am truly sorry. Apologies, Sakamo-senpai. We were misled by rumors and misunderstood you. Indeed, Uncle Sakamo, please forgive our transgressions. Villagers of Konoha and several shinobi had gathered at the Heitake home to apologize, many bearing gifts of contrition. Fujimoto Yushi even knelt at the entrance of the Heitake residence. Sakamo Heitake emerged with a smile, promptly helping Fujimoto to his feet. He and Kakashi busily declined the gifts brought by the villagers, overwhelmed by their fervent expressions of gratitude. The villagers were excessively enthusiastic, and Kakashi, having never encountered such a scene, was at a loss, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Sakamo Heitake, however, appeared remarkably composed. Observing this, Kurosaki quietly slipped away. As evening fell, Asuma stealthily returned home. Not seeing his Hokage father anywhere, he breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Asuma, I hear you instigated a coup at the Ninja Academy? The third Hokage suddenly appeared behind his son, speaking in a calm yet cold tone. Startled, Asuma shuddered in shock, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Asuma turned around, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Asuma, do you harbor dissatisfaction with me as Hokage? The exhausted Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Asuma swallowed hard, summoning his courage. Indeed, father, you have indulged Danzo, allowing grave injustices against the shinobi and children of the village to transpire. Your actions have brought immeasurable harm to our home. Father, you have decayed. You are no longer fit to serve as Hokage. Asuma's voice grew increasingly louder until he was nearly shouting. Oh, then who do you believe is suitable to be Hokage? I think Uncle Sakamo is quite suited to the role. Asuma's confidence grew as he perceived that his father had no intention to retaliate. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. Let us set this topic aside for now. I have heard that you unilaterally severed our father-son relationship at the Ninja Academy? Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed coldly. That was a misunderstanding. Asuma was drenched in sweat, his back soaked. So it was a misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile widened. Sarutobi Biwako then appeared, brandishing two sticks. A scream echoed through the Sarutobi clan. Asuma once more found himself suspended beneath the eaves, and the two began a round of mixed martial discipline. Chapter 74, Jireya's Test. At Ichiraku Ramen. Hey, Tuki, give me 50 bowls of tonkotsu ramen. In high spirits, Kurosaki lifted the curtain, ready to indulge in a feast. Right away, please wait, Tuki replied, entering the kitchen to prepare. 50 bowls of ramen was no small feat. The last time Kurosaki visited, he had nearly exhausted Tuki. Before long, a steaming bowl, wafting an enticing aroma, was placed before Kurosaki. Let us dig in, he exclaimed, slurping. It was the familiar taste, his favorite flavor. The hand-pulled noodle master of Ichiraku Ramen once again entered the kitchen. Master, please prepare a bowl of miso ramen for me. A familiar voice reached Hizaki's ears, prompting him to turn his head. It was none other than Jiraiya-sensei. You enjoy the ramen here as well? Hizaki exclaimed. Aha! Who in Konoha could possibly resist the hand-pulled noodles? Jiraiya laughed boisterously as he took a seat beside Hizaki. Welcome, Lord Jiraiya. Your ramen will be ready shortly. Please be patient. The noodle master responded with a smile before retreating back into the kitchen. Haha! Young Hizaki, you performed admirably today, truly to my taste. Jiraiya chuckled, giving Hizaki a hearty pat on the shoulder. Slurp. Thank you for your praise, Jiraiya-sensei, Hizaki replied while savoring his noodles. Deep down, he sensed that Jiraiya had come specifically to see him, yet he dismissed the thought. At this moment, enjoying his meal was paramount. Observing Hizaki engrossed in his ramen, Jiraiya smiled, his irritation dissipating. I never expected such a talent to emerge from Konoha. Danzo is utterly no match for you, and even Orochimaru is powerless, Jiraiya whispered, his voice low enough for only Hizaki to hear. Slurp. Jiraiya-sensei, you flatter me. Danzo has long since decayed. Lurking in the shadows, Hizaki continued to devour his noodles. Jiraiya shook his head, falling silent for a moment. My teacher did not impose severe penalties on Orochimaru, he suddenly remarked. Before Hizaki could respond, the noodle master emerged with 2 bowls of ramen. Lord Jiraiya, here is your miso ramen. Enjoy. He then turned to Hizaki. Hizaki, your tonkotsu ramen will be ready shortly. After placing the bowls down, he returned to the kitchen. Hizaki, I imagine you must feel disappointed. Despite Orochimaru's involvement in the experiments, my teacher has let him off the hook, Jiraiya said, gazing down at his bowl of ramen without immediately picking up his chopsticks. Hizaki polished off his bowl, even drinking the broth. The Hokage has grown soft-hearted. If it weren't for me exposing Danzo, perhaps the Hokage would have once again suppressed the matter, allowing Danzo to evade justice. Thus, I employed a few tactics to compel him, Hizaki murmured. Jiraiya-sensei, you see, I accomplished something significant, and the Hokage showed leniency, not overly reprimanding me. Orochimaru-sensei is in a similar situation. He is the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, who is reluctant to impose harsh penalties on him. I anticipated this. However, Orochimaru has indeed become increasingly perilous. He no longer possesses any reverence for life. At that moment, the noodle master returned with 2 more bowls of ramen for Hizaki, smiling as he returned to the kitchen. Reverence for life? Jiraiya pondered deeply. Hizaki, could you share your views on the village and the shinobi world with me? Jiraiya casually inquired as he began to eat. Hizaki felt somewhat perplexed. What is this question about? Nevertheless, he took a moment to reflect before responding softly. The village is a collective entity where individuals band together. I was born in Konoha, where there are people I care for. However, the will of fire passed down in Konoha has gradually warped in the hands of those old folks. As for the shinobi world, in my opinion, it is afflicted with a grave ailment, Hizaki articulated as he continued to eat. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Hizaki, do you ever feel an impulse to annihilate the shinobi world? Jiraiya tentatively asked. Huh? Hizaki looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. No, I have my own issues. Why would I want to destroy the shinobi world? Jiraiya-sensei, have you been licking toads? Jiraiya erupted with laughter, noodles shooting out from his nostrils. I apologize. I misspoke. But why do you say the shinobi world is ailing? Jiraiya pressed further. Hizaki-sensei, may I ask you, why does war exist in the shinobi world? Hizaki countered. It is because people lack mutual understanding. Jiraiya replied without hesitation. Incorrect. It is due to the unequal distribution of resources. Hizaki shook his head. Jiraiya looked at him in astonishment. Hizaki continued, the land of fire and Konoha occupy the most advantageous positions in the shinobi world, abundant in resources. Meanwhile, the land of wind is almost entirely desert, the land of earth consists of vast wastelands, and the land of rain suffers from excessive rainfall, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. These nations aspire to improve the lives of their citizens, thus waging wars to seize resources from others. Among them, the land of fire and Konoha are the most coveted. Listening to Hizaki's perspective, Jiraiya found himself unable to refute it, recognizing the truth in his words. Ninjas possess strength far surpassing that of ordinary people. Those at the pinnacle of the shinobi world wield the power to alter landscapes, even climates. Yet, they do not use their strength to better the lives of the populace. Instead, they employ it for warfare. The wars waged by ninja villages are catastrophic for ordinary people, akin to natural disasters. Thus, the shinobi world is indeed gravely afflicted. Hizaki concluded, returning to his meal. Jiraiya fell silent, taken aback by the insights of the merely 9-year-old Hizaki. However, he also felt a sense of relief, glad that Hizaki had not expressed any intentions of annihilating the shinobi world. Do you possess any methods to eliminate war? Jiraiya eventually inquired after a prolonged silence. Hizaki finished off 2 more bowls of ramen, not looking at Jiraiya but instead staring at the empty bottoms of his bowls. War will never be eradicated. As long as there is selfishness and hunger, conflict will persist. Jiraiya had also finished his ramen, his expression grave, remaining silent for a while. The noodle master once again brought Hizaki 2 bowls of ramen. Indeed, at the core, it still stems from a lack of mutual understanding among people. Jiraiya finally spoke again after a long pause. Hizaki, would you consider becoming my disciple? He looked at Hizaki, who was once again devouring his food, and asked with a smile. This time it was Hizaki who spat out his noodles. What? Jiraiya-sensei, are you serious? If we were to team up, the third Hokage would surely go mad. Hizaki wiped his mouth, incredulous as he gazed at Jiraiya. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Perhaps my teacher would indeed lose his mind. Well, let's leave it to my teacher's discretion. Nonetheless, we seem to share common interests. Even if we cannot become teacher and disciple, we can still be great friends. Hizaki hurriedly shifted to the side, displaying a face of disdain. Who shares your interests? I would never spy on a women's bathhouse. Hizaki, have my dignity. What do you know? That was for research for the sake of art. Jiraiya's expression faltered. You are still young. When you grow a bit older, you will come to cherish my works. Hizaki shot Jiraiya a disdainful glance, retorting, haha, impossible. Your so-called works are nothing more than the fantasies of a morally bankrupt, incompetent old bachelor. Morally bankrupt? Incompetent old bachelor? You little rascal, Jiraiya exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead. Realizing he was at a loss against Kurosaki, he composed himself and shifted the topic. Let us not dwell on this any longer. In truth, Orochimaru did face consequences. He nearly met his demise. Kurosaki looked puzzled. It was Tsunade. She found Orochimaru and left him severely wounded. By the time I arrived, he was barely recognizable as a human, on the brink of death. With that, Jiraiya slowly rose, placing money for the ramen on the table. Alright, it's time for me to head back. Enjoy your meal. He lifted the curtain and exited Ichiraku Ramen. Apologies for the wait. Kurosaki, your noodles. The chef presented 2 bowls of tonkotsu ramen. Kurosaki continued to immerse himself in his meal. As night fell, the sky above Konoha erupted with fireworks. The pyrotechnics illuminated the Uchiha clan's territory, and the distant sounds of jubilant cheers could be heard emanating from the Uchiha clan. Having satisfied his hunger, Kurosaki emerged from Ichiraku Ramen, making his way home. A group of children sprinted past him, one of whom had a bandage wrapped around his head, covering one eye while others chased behind. Danzo, you pathetic weakling with a combat power of merely 5, perish, shouted one child. Kamehameha, you, the man-eating demon Danzo, what do you consider life? Fire goddess dance. Another chimed in. Pirate Danzo, accept the judgment of the righteous navy. One sword style. Death lion song. Unleash. Black rope of divine retribution. My heart spills for you. Armstrong spiral acceleration jet Armstrong cannon. Kurosaki stood aghast. Role-playing? Why does it feel like something bizarre has intruded? The child impersonating Danzo yelled. No, I haven't collected the 7 Dragon Balls yet. I haven't become the ultimate being who can walk in the sun. I haven't become the Pirate King. I haven't stood atop the heavens. I haven't shattered the wall of Maria. In the blink of an eye, the group of children vanished into the crowd. What a chaotic scene. Kurosaki chuckled, shaking his head as he resumed his stride, soon returning home. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, at the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Sakamo, you have arrived. Lord Third. I'm here, Sakamo replied. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, set down his pipe, gazing silently at Heitake Sakamo. After a brief moment of silence, Sakamo finally spoke. Lord Third, I wish to resign from the position of Umbu Captain. Sakamo, you needn't take such drastic measures. Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. No, Lord Third. My decision is final. Sakamo's demeanor was resolute, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither disappointment nor anger. Sakamo, this is all my fault. If I had intervened sooner with Danzo. Hiruzen's face bore a hint of bitterness. No, Lord Third, Sakamo interrupted. I can actually understand your position. After a brief pause, he continued, I simply no longer wish to remain in the Umbu. After years of executing missions, I've grown weary. I wish to take a break. Hiruzen fiddled with his pipe, unable to meet Sakamo's gaze. What do you plan to do next? He inquired. Well, if possible, I would like to open a small shop. I've neglected to spend quality time with Kakashi over the years and missed witnessing his growth. It's time to make amends for my shortcomings as a father. Of course, I could also serve as a guiding jonin and mentor some students, Sakamo expressed, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen remained silent for a long while, the tobacco in his pipe slowly extinguishing. Alright, I approve. You may take some time off. The third Hokage ultimately consented to Sakamo's resignation from the Umbu captain position. A smile spread across Sakamo's face. Relieved to shed the burdens of his former role, he offered a word of thanks to the third Hokage and departed the office. Watching Sakamo's silhouette fade, Hiruzen murmured softly, "I'm sorry, Sakamo." At the bookstore Goyama, "I have arrived," Kurosaki announced as he entered the heart of Konoha's commercial district. "Kurosaki, I've been waiting for you for ages." The cheerful bookstore owner greeted him. "Goyama, as promised, I've brought the new novel." Kurosaki handed over the manuscript for Tianlong Ninja Chronicles, which he had hastily completed the previous night. This work was adapted from Old Jin's Tianlong Babu. The owner treated the manuscript as a treasure, meticulously storing it away. For this novel, he had halted all operations in the printing department, activating all machines to print 100,000 copies of the newspaper, even at the risk of incurring the ire of Konoha's higher-ups. Subsequently, the owner led Kurosaki to the back of the bookstore, where he settled the payment for last month's novel and manga royalties. "Here's 3 million ryo, Kurosaki. Please count it." A neat stack of money lay before him. "Haha, Goyama, with this much money, how long will it take me to count? We've been collaborating for so long. I trust your integrity," Kurosaki remarked as he stored the stack into a sealing scroll. Although transferring funds into his system space would be more convenient and secure, he preferred to avoid revealing his system space to outsiders. With a swagger in his step, Kurosaki exited the bookstore. "Kurosaki, I finally found you," a familiar voice called out. Kurosaki turned around. "Obito, you've skipped class again." "Not at all. I've mastered the shadow clone technique, and my clones are attending class for me," Uchiha Obito declared, brimming with pride. "By the way, Kurosaki, our clan leader has asked me to invite you to visit the Uchiha clan." Obito revealed his purpose. "Oh, I understand. Just a moment," Kurosaki responded, turning back to the bookstore to elegantly wrap a set of comic books. Chapter 76. The Uchiha Invitation. Kurosaki followed Obito to the Uchiha clan. At this time, the Uchiha territory remained centrally located within Konoha, unlike in the original narrative where, after the Ninetales incident, they were relegated to the outskirts of the village. Upon learning of Kurosaki's arrival, Uchiha Fugaku personally came out to greet him, not daring to underestimate the 9-year-old boy who had previously brought the formidable Danzo to his knees, leaving him incapacitated. Fugaku had witnessed Kurosaki's terrifying strength firsthand during his battle with the Root.
Kurosaki-kun, welcome.
Uchiha Fugaku addressed the newly arrived youth with a tone of equality. "Fugaku-san, I apologize for the intrusion. Please just call me Kurosaki." Kurosaki politely presented his gift and then scrutinized the young Uchiha clan leader, who would become the father of Itachi and Sasuke. With a square face, a middle-parted hairstyle, and a resolute demeanor, Fugaku stood before him. "How did you bring about the downfall of the Uchiha clan?" Black Zetsu could not help but silently scorn. Uchiha Fugaku, of course, was oblivious to Black Zetsu's thoughts. Seeing that Black Zetsu not only arrived but also brought gifts, Uchiha Fugaku could not contain his joy. This extraordinary genius seemed to be intent on forging a deep bond with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was well aware that the Uchiha clan's reputation within the village was far from stellar. Apart from Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, there were few who would genuinely accept the Uchiha clan. Now, with Black Zetsu added to the mix, he thought, "Haha, I shall call you my dear brother Black Zetsu. Please, do come in." Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily, gesturing for him to enter. The Uchiha clansmen nearby were taken aback, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Their clan leader, who had always maintained a stern demeanor, had never laughed so unabashedly before. Even when Danzo was thrown into the Konoha prison, their leader had not shown such delight. Thus, the traditionally proud Uchiha ninjas began to regard Black Zetsu with newfound respect. Earlier, Uchiha Fugaku had warned that anyone who dared to provoke Black Zetsu would face dire consequences. Obito, standing behind Black Zetsu, was bewildered. Why was the clan leader placing such importance on Black Zetsu? Why were the clansmen showing him such reverence? Obito was unaware of the significant events Black Zetsu had recently undertaken. Fugaku had not divulged this information to him. Following the orders of the third Hokage, very few in the Uchiha clan knew about Black Zetsu's confrontation with the Root organization, and they remained unaware that he had brought down Danzo. Only a select few with higher status were acquainted with Black Zetsu. "Senior Fugaku, please." Black Zetsu followed Uchiha Fugaku into the Uchiha territory. The Uchiha clan's abode was vast, with an intricately designed interior. It was fitting for the mightiest clan in the ninja world, Despite years of oppression from the second Hokage, the third Hokage, and Danzo, their clan remained affluent. Accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku, Black Zetsu and Obito arrived at Fugaku's residence. "Welcome, Black Zetsukuin, Obito." A woman with a gently rounded belly and a delicate appearance greeted them at the door. "My apologies for the intrusion, Senior Mikoto," Black Zetsu politely responded. Obito, feeling somewhat flustered, greeted Uchiha Mikoto as well. It was his first time visiting the clan leader's home and meeting the clan leader's wife. Black Zetsu cast a fleeting glance at Mikoto's slightly protruding belly. Was she expecting? This meant that in a few months, Uchiha Itachi, the beloved son of the Uchiha clan, would soon be born. However, this time with Danzo utterly incapacitated, Uchiha Shisui should be safe, but would Uchiha Itachi still be able to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan? A flicker of doubt crossed Black Zetsu's mind. Entering Uchiha Fugaku's home, he was struck by the impressive exterior. Inside, the atmosphere exuded opulence. The decorations appeared simple yet were crafted from incredibly expensive materials. The overall ambience radiated a refined elegance that balanced simplicity with luxury. "I must return home and renovate my house." Black Zetsu felt an impulse to embark on a home makeover immediately. Following Uchiha Fugaku, Black Zetsu and Obito entered a tatami room, while Mikoto went to prepare the meal. Black Zetsu sat down confidently, while Obito appeared unusually reserved. "Brother Black Zetsu, indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. Your talent, strength, and intellect have greatly impressed Fugaku. Even the influential and cunning Danzo is no match for you. By exposing this scourge, you have brought immense relief to the villagers of Konoha and to the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fugaku poured fragrant tea for Black Zetsu and Obito, showering Black Zetsu with praise. "Senior Fugaku, you flatter me. I must extend my gratitude to the Uchiha clan for their assistance. Otherwise, I would have found myself quite at a loss." The Uchiha guard force was indeed formidable. Whenever Black Zetsu called upon them, they swiftly mobilized to apprehend those who slandered Kakashi's father. For this, the third Hokage reprimanded them time and again, yet they remained unfazed. It was no wonder the original storyline depicted the Uchiha clan's annihilation. These Uchiha were both proud and straightforward. Not at all. It is brother Black Zetsu's extraordinary prowess that prevails. No, it is largely thanks to Senior Fugaku's support. Black Zetsu and Uchiha Fugaku engaged in mutual flattery. Meanwhile, Obito sat in stunned silence, absorbing the astonishing revelations. What had he just heard? That the Uchiha guard force had apprehended a large number of those who insulted Kakashi's father? That Black Zetsu had completely outmatched the influential and formidable Danzo? That Black Zetsu had infiltrated Danzo's root headquarters to gather evidence and expose him? Until yesterday, Obito had been unaware of Danzo's existence. It was only after Asuma's rebellion that he realized the depths of treachery lurking within Konoha. Why was Black Zetsu so exceptional despite being in the same class? Possessing the strength of a jonin at just 9 years old, was that even achievable by mere mortals? Obito began to question his own efforts, feeling the chasm of disparity only widening. "Brother Black Zetsu, I trust you are aware of the Uchiha clan situation in Konoha. Do you have any insights on how we might improve our relationship with the village?" After much mutual flattery, Uchiha Fugaku finally redirected the conversation to its core. He felt hopeful that this extraordinary young man, who could manipulate Danzo as he pleased, might possess valuable solutions. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head, humbly seeking counsel from Black Zetsu. Chapter 77. The Uchiha's Predicament and Path Forward. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's humble demeanor, Black Zetsu paused for a moment in contemplation. "Senior Fugaku, do you understand why the villagers of Konoha harbor animosity towards the Uchiha clan?" He gazed into Uchiha Fugaku's eyes as he posed the question. "Brother Black Zetsu, please enlighten me," Uchiha Fugaku implored once more, his tone even more deferential. Black Zetsu lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. "Senior Fugaku, you must know that the policies targeting the Uchiha clan by the higher echelons of Konoha have their roots in the second Hokage's era. The conditions for awakening the Sharingan are exceedingly harsh, requiring immense psychological trauma, such as witnessing the death of loved ones or friends. It is rare for someone like Obito to awaken the Sharingan." Black Zetsu set down his teacup and continued. "Thus, those Uchiha ninjas who have awakened the Sharingan often face psychological issues to varying degrees. The stronger the Uchiha, the more tomo they possess, the more extreme their mental state tends to become." Black Zetsu's words were devoid of any delicacy, directly exposing the Uchiha's plight. "Brother Black Zetsu, I never anticipated you had such profound knowledge of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fugaku was astonished, his expression reflecting his surprise. In Konoha, Very few knew the conditions for awakening the Sharingan. Only a handful of high-ranking officials and those within the Uchiha clan were aware. The ordinary villagers of Konoha, along with the common members of the Uchiha clan, remain blissfully unaware of the underlying truth. Uchiha Fugaku finds himself lost in contemplation. How did Kurosaki come to know the conditions for awakening the Sharingan? Could it be that Obito informed him? No, that cannot be. Despite having activated the Sharingan, Obito has yet to grasp this matter, and none from the Uchiha clan have disclosed such truths to him. Could it be the higher-ups in Konoha? Again, that seems implausible. Kurosaki had no direct vested interest in our Uchiha clan previously, nor has he become a trusted confidant of the Hokage or a disciple of the Sunin or Minato Namikaze. In fact, he even disregarded the dignity of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, by taking action against Danzo Shimura on 2 occasions. The upper echelons of Konoha have no reason to divulge this information to him. So how does Kurosaki possess such profound understanding of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku is left perplexed. Kurosaki, noticing the confusion within Fugaku's heart, pays it no mind and continues. The Uchiha ninja who awaken the Sharingan experience a remarkable surge in power, yet simultaneously, they become increasingly cold and haughty. A select few among the Uchiha, whose personalities are particularly extreme, may even resort to rebellion and insurrection, wreaking havoc. Take for instance Uchiha Shisui, who remains imprisoned within Konoha's confines. This has led to the Uchiha clan's ninjas struggling to gain the acceptance of other families and the civilian ninjas within Konoha. The second Hokage and the third Hokage, along with several other high-ranking officials in Konoha, have persistently suppressed the Uchiha clan, which they cannot fully control. As Fugaku listens in silence, his expression darkens. He is not incensed by Kurosaki's words, but rather he realizes that their pride in the Sharingan has brought about such significant disadvantages for their clan. Is it true, then, that the discord between our Uchiha clan and the village stems from our Sharingan? The Sharingan is, after all, the foundation upon which the Uchiha clan has established its status in the ninja world, allowing them to become the foremost clan therein. To abandon the Sharingan in order to fully integrate into Konoha is something that Uchiha Fugaku could never accept, nor could nearly every member of the Uchiha clan. No, it is not entirely so, or perhaps, this is not the primary reason. After a moment of silence, Kurosaki suddenly exclaims, "What a jest! There are numerous individuals in the ninja world who possess flawed characters, not just our Uchiha clan. Those who have been to war, who have stained their hands with blood and lost loved ones, are bound to have psychological scars. This distorted world has given rise to untold tragedies and birthed countless souls steeped in despair and madness." Upon hearing Kurosaki assert that their Sharingan is not the main cause, Uchiha Fugaku abruptly raises his head. Then what is the principal reason? It is the Uchiha police force, Kurosaki declares decisively. The Uchiha police force? What troubles could arise from that? Fugaku inquires, puzzled. The establishment of the Uchiha police force by the second Hokage appears to bestow upon you great authority. Yet, in truth, your entire clan has fallen into the trap set by the second Hokage. A trap? Fugaku's confusion deepens. Indeed, the duty of the Uchiha police force is to maintain order within Konoha. The police force possesses the authority to apprehend and interrogate. However, this line of work is highly offensive. The forceful tactics and arrogant demeanor of the Uchiha police force have engendered hatred among the villagers of Konoha. Humans are inherently selfish. Regardless of who is entrusted with this role, be it the Hyuga, Sarutobi, Inyazuka, or even civilian ninjas, the perception of fairness or unfairness in enforcement will inevitably provoke discontent among the villagers. And yet, this unpopular task has been assigned to your Uchiha clan by the second Hokage. As Kurosaki elucidates, Fugaku's complexion darkens to a shade of iron. He finally comprehends the crux of the issue. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, has skillfully employed this conspiracy, or perhaps even a blatant scheme, to incite animosity towards the Uchiha among all villagers in Konoha, thereby obstructing the Uchiha from ascending to the upper echelons of Konoha and preventing them from becoming Hokage. Overwhelmed by this astonishing revelation, Uchiha Fugaku subconsciously activates his 3-tomo Sharingan. Kurosaki, what should we do to? Before Fugaku can finish his inquiry, Kurosaki provides a prompt answer. Rename the Uchiha police force simply as the police force, relinquish most of the Uchiha police force's authority, and allow other families and civilian ninjas within Konoha to share this role. Uchiha Fugaku replies with hesitation, but relinquishing power and positions will result in many members of our clan losing their livelihoods. The clan will never agree to this. That is precisely the matter you, as the clan leader, should contemplate. Kurosaki interjects. Consider how to extricate the Uchiha clan from this vortex, how to dispel the village's prejudice against the Uchiha, and how to enhance the income of your Uchiha clansmen. After conveying these thoughts, Kurosaki falls silent, feeling he has spoken enough. He genuinely wishes to forge a bond with the Uchiha clan. A person's energy is finite, and he intends to rally the Uchiha clan as his allies. However, if the Uchiha clan remains unable to forsake their power and relinquish their pride, then they are destined for extinction. Uchiha Fugaku bows his head once more, sinking into contemplation. Chapter 78. Uchiha Kurosaki? Listening to the conversation between Kurosaki and Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Obito stands there in a daze. Is the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village so fraught? Why has he never sensed it? Clearly, Fugaku, the clan leader, is a commendable person, and Rin and Kurosaki have treated him well, despite the presence of two rather disagreeable individuals, Kakashi and Hinata Hayashi. Why can't everyone coexist peacefully? Obito ponders this repeatedly, yet he fails to find clarity. Uchiha Fugaku remains deep in thought, while Kurosaki lifts his teacup and drinks it down in one gulp. I understand. Obito suddenly exclaims, rising to his feet with fervor. What have you understood, Obito? Fugaku, lost in his musings, is interrupted by Obito's exuberance and looks at him quizzically. Kurosaki also turns his gaze towards Obito. Clan leader, Kurosaki. I've grasped it. This entire situation arises from the fact that our Uchiha clan has never produced a Hokage. Clan leader, I, Uchiha Obito, shall surely become Hokage. Obito clenches his fists, raising them to his chest, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. Once I become Hokage, the tensions between our Uchiha clan and the village will undoubtedly ease. Kurosaki, am I not correct? You will support my bid for Hokage, won't you? Obito gazes at Kurosaki with hope. Kurosaki's lips twitch slightly. By the time you become Hokage, the vegetables will have wilted. Nevertheless, it is true that if a new Hokage were to be appointed, one who harbors less animosity toward the Uchiha, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha would naturally improve. In the original narrative, after Minato Namikaze ascended to the position of Hokage, he and Uchiha Fugaku indeed managed to mend many of the rifts between the village and the Uchiha clan. The hardliners within the Uchiha clan ceased their disturbances. It was not until the Nine-Tails incident occurred, resulting in the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife, that the relationship between the Uchiha and the village plummeted to an all-time low. Obito, I have faith in you. You will undoubtedly become Hokage, Kurosaki encourages, giving him a thumbs up. Uchiha Fugaku can only shake his head with a bitter smile. He is well aware that should the Uchiha clan ascend to the position of Hokage, the strained relationship between their family and the village would be irrevocably mended. Yet, alas, the Uchiha clan is destined to remain outside the Hokage lineage. The Hokage faction shall never permit an Uchiha to claim that title. Obito, please take a seat. The future of our clan rests upon your shoulders, Uchiha Fugaku declared to Obito. Fugaku was not jesting. He genuinely placed his hopes upon Obito. The innocent Obito Uchiha did not undergo a transformation in temperament upon awakening his Sharingan, unlike many of his kin. He remained as passionate as ever, devoted to the village, and frequently extended a helping hand to others. In Obito, Fugaku discerned the shadow of Uchiha Kagami, once acknowledged by the second Hokage. Moreover, Obito shared a close bond with Kakashi. Given Kakashi's prodigious talents, he might very well evolve into a new god of ninjas in the future. Subsequently, Kakashi and Fugaku refrained from discussing matters concerning the village or their Uchiha clan. After a brief period of idle chatter, Uchiha Mikoto prepared a sumptuous feast. Kakashi and Obito wasted no time, diving into the meal with gusto. As the table lay bare, Fugaku finally witnessed the legendary appetite of Kakashi. Perhaps it is true that those endowed with great power possess appetites that far exceed the ordinary. Once my child is born, I shall nurture him to possess Kakashi's appetite. Fugaku mused inwardly. As for Obito, he was on the verge of bursting from overindulgence. Then, Uchiha Fugaku insisted on taking Kakashi to their clan's treasury. Kakashi, feel free to choose whatever catches your eye. Though Kakashi repeatedly declined, he could not withstand Fugaku's resolute insistence. Thus, Kakashi followed Fugaku through the winding paths of the Uchiha compound, arriving at the heavily guarded Uchiha treasury. The Uchiha clan, renowned as the foremost clan in the ninja world, remained affluent even after years of suppression from the Hokage faction. They possessed hundreds of jutsu across various elements, with a majority being fire-style techniques, including forbidden techniques exclusive to the Uchiha clan. There were dozens of weapons capable of channeling chakra, which are exceedingly valuable. A single weapon of this kind could fetch hundreds of thousands, even millions of ryo. Additionally, several pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan were preserved in nutrient solutions. Kakashi, how about this weapon? It would suit your aggressive fighting style perfectly. Fugaku selected a large sword from a pile of ninja tools. Senior Fugaku, I already possess a suitable weapon. Kakashi politely declined. He had within his system space a fine blade, the Gokai katanas of Wajaho, which was also a rare treasure, sufficient for his current needs. What if you were to exchange for a pair of our Uchiha's Sharingan instead? I see your chakra reserves are immense. Combined with our Sharingan, your prowess could ascend to new heights. Fugaku lifted a jar containing a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. Are you, the robust and spirited Uchiha Fugaku, attempting to have me adopt the Uchiha name? Uchiha Kakashi? Senior Fugaku, I am not a member of the Uchiha clan. Would it not be inappropriate to don the Sharingan? Bloodline clans in the ninja world typically hold their Kekkei Genkai in high regard, vigilantly guarding against any potential loss of their bloodline. The Hyuga clan, for instance, has developed the caged bird seal to prevent their Byakugan from falling into the wrong hands. Although the caged bird seal has evolved over time, it undeniably protects nearly all branch family members from the covetous eyes of outsiders. The Uchiha clan is no different. In the original storyline, when Kakashi acquired Obito's Sharingan, the Uchiha clan sought to reclaim it with great fervor. Had it not been for the pressure from the Hokage faction and the fact that Obito willingly offered it, coupled with the need to consider Minato's reputation, Kakashi might have struggled to retain that Sharingan. This time, Uchiha Fugaku was truly generous, even offering him a Mangekyō Sharingan. There is no need to hesitate. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, I am well within my rights to make such decisions. Kakashi, you are our most esteemed guest, having rendered great service to our clan. A mere Sharingan is a trifling matter. Uchiha Fugaku graciously extended the jar towards Kakashi. Senior Fugaku, I must decline once more. The Sharingan would not significantly benefit me and may even exacerbate my chakra consumption. Kakashi reiterated his refusal. The Sharingan held little utility for him. Even the Mangekyō Sharingan did not entice him. With his system and the dark fruit at his disposal, he anticipated the possibility of acquiring other devil fruits in the future, rendering the Sharingan with its side effects far less appealing. Ultimately, Kakashi could not resist Uchiha Fugaku's insistence and selected a B-rank fire-style jutsu, the Great Fire Annihilation, in the Hokage office. Are you saying that Kakashi has been in the Uchiha clan for quite some time now? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, inquired of the Umbu ninja who had just reported. Indeed, Hokage-sama, the Umbu ninja affirmed once more. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Yes. The Umbu ninja turned to depart. It seems I must act swiftly. The third Hokage picked up his pipe, quietly exhaling clouds of smoke. Chapter 79. Another graduation season approaches. The turmoil between Kakashi Hatake and Danzo Shimura gradually subsided, and peace returned to Konoha. The wildly popular series Demon Slayer and Attack on Titan reached their conclusions. The tragic ending of Demon Slayer, along with Aaron's sacrifice for his comrades in Attack on Titan, proved too much for fans to bear. The Sekido bookstore nearly fell victim to flames as a result. As for the renowned manga artist Akira Toriyama, the number of shurikens and kunao sent to his home could easily stock a ninja tool shop. New series such as Fairy Tail and Inuyasha began serialization. Boom! The ground shook violently. Having concluded his training, Kakashi hurled a massive barbell to the ground. He opened his system panel. Host. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Bounty. 200 million berries. Devil fruit. Dark fruit. Armament haki. Half-mastered. Observation haki. Beginner. Conqueror's haki. None. Skills. Navy 6 styles. Proficient. It's taken me this long to reach half-mastery of armament haki. This is utterly absurd. Why is it so difficult to train? Kakashi shook his head and closed the system panel. He then reviewed all the ninjutsu he had mastered. The first techniques he learned, the body replacement technique and the shadow clone technique, had lost their utility, though the transformation technique still proved somewhat useful. The explosive flow technique, a jutsu he developed himself, had significant potential for upgrade, particularly with the integration of lightning release chakra. As for the Raiznon, it no longer served him well and did not align with his combat style. Perhaps he could consider upgrading it. The upgraded version of the shadow clone technique. The multi-shadow clone technique was relatively easy to learn and had already been mastered. Currently, he had mastered 5 elemental jutsu, Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Water release. Water formation wall. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Water release. Water chaos wave. And earth release. Earth flow wall. Among them, his proficiency in fire release and water release was the highest. Moreover, he was on the verge of unlocking the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Upon returning from the Uchiha clan, Kurosaka swiftly mastered the Great Fire Extinguishing Technique, and subsequently learned the Earth Flow Wall Technique from Kakashi Heitake. After a brief respite, Kurosaki resumed his rigorous training. In the Ninja Academy, Obito, are you certain you wish to apply for early graduation? Yahima Yohei inquired, observing the spirited Uchiha Obito at the center of the training ground. Yahima-sensei, I'm absolutely certain. My kunao are eagerly awaiting action. Ha ha ha, Obito exclaimed, crossing his arms and laughing heartily towards the sky. Yahima felt a vain pulse on his forehead as he endured that infuriating laugh, reminiscent of Kurosaka's obnoxious antics, as irksome as Marshall D. Teach from the manga One Piece. He couldn't help but wonder how that rascal Kurosaki was faring at the moment. Wait a minute. Why did Kurosaki and the character from the manga share such a laugh? Could it be that Kurosaki had penned One Piece? Yahima suddenly felt he had stumbled upon a revelation. During Kurosaka's year of graduation, he accomplished several significant feats, yet within Konoha, aside from the higher-ups and elite families, the majority remained blissfully unaware. Only Obito and Asuma within the academy grasped a fraction of the truth, both dutifully adhering to the requests of Uchiha Fugaku and the Third Hokage, refraining from spreading the news. Not dwelling further on these thoughts, Yahima announced, the assessment will last 3 minutes. The evaluation begins. The same duration as Kurosaka's? I must truly be a genius, Obito proclaimed, his face devoid of fear, only swelling with pride. Go for it, Obito, cheered Nohara Rin from the sidelines. Oh, I'm fired up. Hearing encouragement from his beloved, Obito felt a desire to roll on the ground in delight. Yahima-sensei, bring it on. He struck a pose for the duel. Obito took a step back, swiftly forming hand seals and initiated his attack. Fire style. Fire dragon roar. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from Obito, charging towards Yahima. What? That's Natsu's signature move. Did Obito acquire the dragon crystal? Exclaimed dragon character, astonished. No, he must have received instruction from the fire dragon king Igneel. No wonder his power has surged. How infuriating. Dragon character be retorted, clenching his fists in envy, his teeth grinding. You two fools. That's merely a manga. How could there be such things as the Dragon Crystal and the Fire Dragon King? Nara Shikamaru interjected, exasperated by the lack of intelligence exhibited by his classmates. Obito is simply employing the fire style, Dragon Fire technique, Asuma stated, stepping forward with a dismissive tone. TCH. I knew Obito couldn't possibly use magic. It was all just bluster. It's merely a comic, and some people actually believe it. However, I feel my kunao, which I have wielded for years, is on the verge of awakening. What nonsense are you spouting? A mere kunao awakening? At least a Zanpakuto is required. Yet I would prefer to possess Tetsu Saiga. That's all fiction. You idiots. Only the breathing technique is real. I feel I am close to mastering it. Just one deep breath, and my stomach rumbles, as if something is about to erupt. Then you better hurry to the restroom. Another chimed in. I plan to collect all 7 Dragon Balls and wish for an endless supply of chips. Akimichi Koji said quietly while munching on chips. Oh my, this world is utterly mad. I wish to create a realm I can comprehend. Nara Shikamaru moaned in despair, crouching down with his head in his hands. As Yahima observed, he distanced himself from the crowd, muttering, Obito, not bad. However, that is still insufficient. Within the training ground, Yahima swiftly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall erupted from the ground, shielding Yahima. Boom! The dragon fire technique collided with the earth flow wall, the flames failing to breach Yahima's earthen defense. Shadow clone technique. Obito formed seals again, summoning 2 shadow clones. One clone leapt atop the wall while the others flanked it, preparing to launch a 3-pronged assault on Yahima. Fire style. Fireball technique. The 3 Obitos unleashed the fire style simultaneously, sending 3 enormous fireballs crashing toward Yahima's earth flow wall. Earth style. Heart-piercing technique. Struck by the 3 fireballs, Yahima transformed into a cloud of smoke. Simultaneously, beneath the feet of the 2 clones, hands emerged from the ground, grasping their ankles and dragging them downwards. Several shuriken flew toward the Obito standing atop the earth wall. Chapter 80. A remarkably talented cohort. Obito, congratulations, you have passed, Yahima declared, both he and Obito halting their actions as 3 minutes elapsed. Yahima gazed at his student with mild astonishment. Just 2 years prior, he had been a laggard. Now, he required Yahima's earnest attention. Another genius like Kurosaki and Kakashi, Yahima mused inwardly. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Obito joyfully dispelled his Sharingan. Hooray! He exclaimed, leaping on the spot. From this day forth, you are a ninja of Konoha. I hope you remain true to your roots and strive to grow stronger. With that, Yahima produced a headband and handed it to Obito. Yahima-sensei, I will undoubtedly continue to grow stronger. I will become the mightiest ninja in Konoha, and I shall become Hokage, Obito declared, unable to contain his laughter. Smack! Yahima delivered a swift slap to Obito's head. You little rascal. Refrain from laughing like that. Unfazed, Obito donned the headband on his forehead and gleefully approached Nohara-rin to share his joy, while some classmates congratulated him, and others wore displeased expressions. Yahima sighed, shaking his head in resignation. That troublesome rascal Kurosaki had led all his students astray. He longed to find Kurosaki and deliver a sound thrashing. Next, Sarutobi Asuma. Yahima called out to Asuma among the crowd. It's my turn. Asuma cracked his knuckles, leaping to the center of the training ground before Yahima. Asuma, are you certain you wish to apply for early graduation? Yahima inquired, mirroring his earlier question. Asuma paused momentarily, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with an air of nonchalance. Yahima-sensei, I am certain. From this day forth, I shall stand atop the heavens, he proclaimed, laughter spilling from his lips. Yahima felt exasperation boiling within him. Assessment time. 3 minutes. The evaluation begins. Both quickly formed their hand seals. Yahima-sensei, bring it on. Today, you shall witness the prowess of Sarutobi Asuma. Before he could finish his sentence, Yahima vanished in an instant. Smack! A sharp sound rang out from the center of the training ground. The smug Asuma was sent flying by Yahima's swift slap. Asuma felt a wave of numbness wash over his face, and then the world began to spin. After being hurled into the air, he revolved several dozen times before crashing heavily to the ground, continuing to roll and spin on the surface. A cloud of dust erupted beneath him. Cough, cough, cough. Spitting out a mouthful of blood and a half-burnt cigarette, Asuma finally came to a halt, exhaling smoke from his nostrils. No, Yashima-sensei. Do you harbor a grudge against me? Were you truly intent on killing me just now? Struggling against the dizziness, Asuma sat up, his gaze filled with horror as he looked at Yashima-yohei, unable to feel the left side of his face. Speaking was a Herculean effort, his tongue uncooperative. When he touched his face, it felt round and scalding, followed by a sharp pain that surged into his brain. You little brat, Asuma, I have tolerated you for far too long. Get up quickly. The assessment has only just begun. Yashima-yohei glared at him through gritted teeth. Asuma managed to rise, momentarily blinded by darkness. Sensei, why does it feel like my graduation assessment is different from the others? Isn't this difficulty a bit excessive? He inquired, cupping his cheek. Ha! But you are Asuma, the prodigious genius, either rebelling or smoking. Your assessment must be distinctive. Yashima snapped his fingers. You bastard teacher. You nearly killed me just now. You almost took out the son of the Hokage. Asuma roared. Hey, didn't you unilaterally declare the end of your father-son relationship with the third Hokage? Rest assured. If I were to kill you during this graduation assessment, the Hokage would not hold me accountable. Stop rambling. I'm gonna strike again, Yashima declared, beginning to form hand seals, while contemplating, you little rascal Asuma. This is an order from the Hokage to teach you a severe lesson. I initially intended to go easy on you, but then you had the audacity to smoke in front of me. I will show no mercy. Remember this lesson well. No. Please, bastard teacher. I realize my mistake. Asuma pleaded, frantically fleeing across the training ground, occasionally countering with fire release techniques when cornered. The onlookers were left stunned, some trembling in disbelief. Hey, is this difficulty even surmountable? Why is the teacher so merciless towards Asuma? Yashima-sensei, I didn't provoke you. Please don't treat me like this. I really might die. 2 minutes later. Humph. Asuma lay on the ground, bruised and battered, groaning in pain. You little brat, though you still have a long way to go in terms of strength, your proficiency in fire release techniques and physical skills is commendable. I hereby grant you permission to graduate. With that, Yashima-yohei pulled Asuma up from the ground and handed him his forehead protector. At that moment, Yashima felt an unusual sense of elation. The sensation was delightful. Asuma limped away from the training ground. In a rush, Yui-Korone and Nohara Rin approached to assist with his injuries. Next, Yashima called out again. The students of this cohort were of exceptionally high quality. Previously, there had been Kakashi, Might Guy, and others who graduated early, and this time 20 more had done so. However, for the remaining applicants, the assessment was not so arduous. The assessment duration was merely 1 minute, and most passed successfully. Those whose names were called were to come to my office tomorrow to collect their graduation certificates and class assignments. Yashima announced loudly before the crowd. Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, Sarutobi Asuma, Yui-Korone, Shizen, Ebisu, Nara Shikamaru, Hayaga Takuma, Yamashiro Aoi, Inyazuka Kiba, Akim Ichi Koji, and Marino Ibiki. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chatter. I wonder who I will be grouped with. I hope to be assigned to a strong leading teacher. It would be perfect to team up with Rin, Obito exclaimed, filled with hope. I want to enter the Konoha hospital and train under Lady Tsunade. Shizen murmured softly. Chapter 81. Class Assignments and Changes. The following day at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Now, I will announce the class assignments. Yashima distributed graduation certificates to everyone and then prepared to announce the classes. Class 1, Nohara Rin. Class 2, Sarutobi Asuma, Yui-Korone, Ebisu. Class 3, Shishui, Hayabusa, Dekaraku. Class 4, Yamashiro Aoi, Inyazuka Kiba, Akim Ichi Koji. Class 5, Marino Ibiki, Tsukigamai Jiraiya, Daogakuro. Class 6, Nara Shikamaru, Akim Ichi Chuji Yamashiro Aoi. Class 7, Uchiha Obito Nohara Rin. Class 8, Hayaga Takuma, Inyazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino. Shizen, you are to report to the Konoha hospital to meet Lady Tsunade. Alright, class assignments are complete. Does anyone have any questions? Yashima inquired, addressing the array of students with varied expressions. Yashima-sensei, everyone else is in groups of 3, why am I the only one alone? Nohara Rin finally mustered the courage to voice her curiosity. Rin, you will also have 2 teammates, but they are from another squad, and I do not yet know who they are. Shortly, each class's leading jonin will arrive. But you will need to personally go to Training Field 3 to meet your 2 teammates and the leading jonin, Yashima explained to Nohara Rin. I see, thank you sensei. Rin replied, chewing on a stick of dango as she quietly departed. Shizen happily left for the Konoha hospital. Hey Yashima-sensei, do Rin and I have a 3rd teammate? Obito eagerly jumped forward to ask. Upon discovering he was assigned to the same class as Nohara Rin, he nearly activated his Sharingan in excitement. Indeed, Obito. Shortly, a leading jonin will come to take you 2 to meet the 3rd member, Yashima affirmed, just as a striking young man with golden hair entered the room. Yashima-senpai, I've arrived. The golden-haired youth greeted politely. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Jonin Minato, you are incredibly swift. Yashima responded with a hint of respect as he stood to welcome him. Although he was older than Minato, the latter was an elite jonin of Konoha and a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. His strength was formidable, and his lineage was impeccable. Yashima dared not show any disrespect. Yashima-senpai, you can just call me Minato. Minato replied with a gentle smile, his expression radiating warmth. Many of the freshly graduated children were entranced by his charm. Yui-Korone, Nohara Rin, and Shizen were especially captivated, their hearts racing. Obito, standing beside Rin, felt a surge of irritation. Hey, this guy is so full of himself. Is he a leading jonin? I wonder who he is assigned to. Obito muttered softly. Minato, having overheard Obito's quiet complaint, chose to ignore it. Class 7. I will be your leading jonin. Please follow me, he said, smiling at Obito and Rin. Lin's heart leapt with surprise, and as she observed this reaction, Obito's body stiffened. How could this arrogant fellow have become our leading jonin alongside Lin? Hey, who are you? You don't seem much older than us. Do you truly possess the strength to lead us? Obito exclaimed defiantly. With Kakashi and Hizen absent, Obito had become the most formidable among this cohort of students, and at this moment, he felt a surge of arrogance. You scoundrel Obito! Yahima Yohei erupted in fury. Swiftly, he executed a body flicker technique, delivering a punch to Obito's head. You little brat, Minato is a disciple of Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and is among the elite jonin of Konoha. If Minato is to be your guiding instructor and leading jonin, you should be grateful and not speak so foolishly. Obito was struck so hard that stars danced before his eyes, a large bump forming on his head. Teacher, I'm sorry. Minato-sensei, I apologize. Obito quickly bent down to express his contrition. He had not anticipated that his and Lin's mentor would be an elite jonin of such special standing. How could he have been so reckless with his words? Now he had offended his guiding teacher. This was a disaster. At that moment Obito felt like crying, wishing he could slap himself for his own foolishness. Minato, unfazed, smiled and extended a hand to help Obito up. It's all right, Obito. I am indeed quite young and have my shortcomings. Let us work hard together from now on. I look forward to your support. Minato spoke gently. Obito raised his head, staring blankly at Minato, feeling as if he were gazing upon a radiant sun. Minato-sensei, he said, tears welling in his eyes from the surge of emotion. What have I done? I spoke ill of Minato-sensei. I am such a fool. Obito chastised himself internally. Afterwards, Obito and Nohara-rin followed Minato as they departed. The other children were on the verge of tears from envy. Cursed Obito, how could he be so fortunate? He is a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. I've heard that Jonin Minato is extremely powerful. Why am I not his student? Class 2. I am your guiding Jonin. Follow me. Shortly thereafter, a white-haired ninja with a short blade on his back entered and announced. No way. Can't be. It's Kakashi Hatake-senpai? Am I hallucinating? Kakashi-senpai is here to be a guiding Jonin? For Asuma and the others? The children waiting for their guiding Jonin erupted with excitement upon seeing Kakashi. Ha ha ha. Asuma, with a bruised face, laughed heartily. His greatest admiration was for the Leaf's white fang, Kakashi Hatake. They never anticipated that their guiding Jonin would be their idol. Yui Korone was equally exhilarated. Although her father was also a Jonin, there exists a significant difference among Jonin. Kakashi Hatake was undeniably far superior to her father, Yui Junhong. Hibiki, wearing sunglasses, trembled with excitement. Good heavens! My guiding Jonin is none other than the renowned Leaf's white fang. Am I dreaming? Hibiki struggled to comprehend. He was merely a common ninja, yet here he was, destined to be a subordinate of the illustrious White Fang. Kakashi had not succumbed to rumors and despair. After Danzo's capture, his reputation within the village had only flourished. Now all eyes turned away from Obito, replaced by envy directed towards Asuma, Korone, and Hibiki. After all, Kakashi's renown eclipsed that of Minato and even surpassed the legendary Sunin. Before long, Asuma and the others eagerly followed Kakashi. Class 3. I am Yamashiro Aki, your guiding Jonin. Follow me. Class 4. I am Nara Shikaku, your guiding Jonin. Yamanaka Shimai. Class 5. Follow me. Class 6. I am Akim Ichi Choza. After Kakashi's departure, one by one, the Jonin of Konoha arrived to escort this group of exceptionally talented children. Chapter 82. The Arrival of Kakashi. Who will be my teammate and guiding Jonin? With a deep blue headband tied around his forehead and a kunao in his mouth, the enigmatic Shiranui Genma arrived at the third training ground, filled with questions. 997, 998, 999. A faint sound reached Shiranui Genma's ears, and in the distance, he spotted a green figure performing push-ups. Guy, is that you? Shiranui Genma excitedly called out and dashed towards that green figure. Having completed 1,000 push-ups, Might Guy rose, wiping the sweat from his brow. Genma, you graduated too. Could it be that we are teammates? Guy exclaimed, equally thrilled to see his classmate after a year apart. There was a high chance they would be teammates, but he wondered who their other teammate and guiding Jonin would be. Guy, have you seen anyone else here? Shiranui Genma inquired. I haven't seen anyone. I received the Hokage's notice early on to wait here. Guy replied candidly. Genma, since they haven't arrived yet, why don't we sweat it out together in our youth? Guy extended a thumbs up, displaying his bright canines, inviting Shiranui Genma to join him. Let us do 1,000 squats together. No, no. Shiranui Genma hastily interrupted. If he trained like Guy, he might very well drop dead from exhaustion. Subsequently, Guy began doing squats alone. Shiranui Genma, with a kunao clenched in his mouth, scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, at the fourth training ground, Minato led Uchiha Obito and Nohara-rin to their designated area. My guiding Jonin is a disciple of Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sunin. I must be considered a grand disciple of Lord Jiraiya as well. Obito thought gleefully. Ha ha ha. Arrogant Kakashi. Just you wait. With Minato-sensei's training, I will surely grow stronger. Next time, I will defeat you. The fire of determination ignited in Obito's eyes. Hey Minato-sensei, who is our other teammate? Obito inquired, smiling as he leaned closer to Minato. Are you that eager to meet your teammate, Obito? You are familiar with that person as well. Minato pointed towards a tree. Obito and Rin followed Minato's finger and beheld a masked figure with dead fish eyes and messy white hair. Arrogant Kakashi? Obito's eyes widened in shock. His hair standing on end like a startled cat, jumping in place. It's Kakashi. Rin clasped her hands over her chest, her eyes sparkling. Minato-sensei, Rin, and that fool. You were so slow. Kakashi leaped down from the tree, tucking away his manga. It seems you are indeed quite familiar with each other. Minato chuckled. Who is familiar with that arrogant idiot? Obito exclaimed, jumping up in indignation. I wouldn't be acquainted with that fool unless my brain were stuffed with mayonnaise. Kakashi cast a disdainful glance. Neither of the two yielded to the other, their eyes clashing like roosters, igniting sparks. Minato Namikaze interrupted their fiery standoff. He produced 2 bells and waved them in front of Obito, Kakashi, and Rin. Though you have graduated, there remains one final assessment. Approach this challenge with the resolve to defeat me and seize the bells from my grasp. At the 3rd training ground, Might Guy was still engaged in his exercises. Suddenly, Kakashi felt a familiar presence. The figure was he recognized the silhouette. It had white hair, donned a red coat, and wore wooden clogs. Most notably, the forehead protector bore the kanji for oil. Could it be Jiraiya-sama? What brings him here? Our guiding jonin cannot possibly be Jiraiya-sama. Could he? Kakashi's heart raced unexpectedly. Even though he was usually calm and composed, he could not suppress the excitement surging within him. After all, he was one of the legendary 3, the esteemed disciple of the Hokage, Jiraiya-sama. Would a mere civilian ninja like him truly have the opportunity to receive guidance from one of the legendary 3? As Jiraiya drew nearer, Kakashi's heartbeat quickened, and Might Guy ceased his training. Hey there, I am your guiding jonin, the illustrious Jiraiya-sama, he proclaimed, striking a pose. It was indeed Jiraiya-sama. Such is the essence of youth. Kakashi and Might Guy could not help but cheer in excitement. The name of the legendary 3 resonated loudly within Konoha. Noticing only the 2 of them and the absence of a 3rd, Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. Why are there only the 2 of you? What about that dark figure? However, before he could finish, an unusual sound echoed from the sky. Quick! Take cover! A familiar voice warned, reaching the ears of Jiraiya, Might Guy, and Kakashi. They looked up just in time to see a figure plummeting from the heavens like a meteor. It crashed directly onto the unsuspecting Jiraiya. Boom! The earth trembled violently, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A massive cloud of dust and shockwave erupted, sending Might Guy and Kakashi flying. Cough, cough. What was that? An enemy attack? They exclaimed, quickly rising to their feet. Kakashi utilized a wind release technique to disperse the dust. Before them lay a large crater, its edges marred with spiderweb-like cracks. In the center stood a familiar figure, brushing off the dust from his attire. Akatsuki? Cried Might Guy and Kakashi in unison. Hey, Guy, Kakashi, long time no see. From now on, the 3 of us will form a team. Ha ha ha. Akatsuki laughed heartily. By the way, where's our guiding jonin? Why isn't he here? Jiraiya-sama is right beneath your feet. Kakashi swallowed hard, pointing at Akatsuki's feet. Looking down, Akatsuki saw a white-haired, disheveled man twitching in the crater, with his feet resting on Jiraiya's back. Oh, when did this happen? Why is Jiraiya-senpai under me? Akatsuki jumped out of the crater in astonishment. When did it happen, you ask? Weren't you just shouting to take cover? You did that on purpose, didn't you, Jiraiya-sama? Kakashi's frustration boiled over. Akatsuki, what are you doing? Why did you fall from the sky and land on Jiraiya-sama? Kakashi's mind was on the verge of collapse. After finally waiting for Jiraiya to become their guiding jonin, now he was nearly crushed by Akatsuki. Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, Akatsuki stroked his chin in thought. What am I doing? I'm training. I first flew up high, and then descended at the fastest speed, using my body to strike the ground and strengthen my physique. Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that a training method? I understand now. Truly remarkable, Akatsuki. I must try it too. Meanwhile, Kakashi was utterly exasperated. Akatsuki, is that even human language? I can understand the individual words, but when combined it makes no sense. And you, Guy, what did you understand? Why is the world becoming so abstract? Jiraiya-sama? Are you still alive? Chapter 83. Diverging plotlines. Might Guy and Kakashi lifted the rolling-eyed Jiraiya from the crater. Akatsuki, by the way, didn't you already become a Chunin? Why are you still teaming up with us? Kakashi asked. Who knows? Akatsuki shrugged. Yesterday, the Hokage sent word that I was assigned to a task force and to meet my teammates and guiding Jonin here today. Since there are only the two of you, it seems my teammates must be you. Akatsuki glanced at Jiraiya, slightly surprised. Our guiding Jonin is Jiraiya-senpai, isn't it? The Umbu ninja who informed Akatsuki had not mentioned who his teammates or guiding Jonin would be. Indeed, it is Jiraiya-sama, Guy confirmed. With Guy's affirmation, Akatsuki felt a rush of excitement. Everything had become chaotic. With his interference, Might Guy had emerged as a prominent figure ahead of schedule and was now a Jonin in Konoha. Shikaku Nara had not perished, and Danzo had ended up imprisoned instead. The division of classes among the students at the Ninja Academy had also shifted. In the original storyline, Guy's teammates were Kakashi and Ebisu, with their guiding Jonin being Asuma Sarutobi. Now, Ebisu had vanished, and Akatsuki had joined them, with Jiraiya as their guiding Jonin. The third Hokage really dares to pair me with Jiraiya. I wonder if anyone else has undergone changes, Akatsuki mused. Kakashi poked Jiraiya's nose with his finger. Great, he's still alive. Jiraiya-sama, please wake up. He shook Jiraiya's body. As expected of Jiraiya-sama, his life force is as resilient as a cockroach. Guy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Kakashi, what a peculiar metaphor, Kakashi remarked, seeing Jiraiya still rolling his eyes. He shook him again. This isn't good. Jiraiya-sama has completely lost consciousness. It seems he needs to be taken to Konoha Hospital. Wait, no. Kakashi suddenly looked up, shock written across his face. Akatsuki, Jiraiya-sama has passed out. Yet you seem completely unscathed. Are you truly Akatsuki? Kakashi's demeanor shifted to caution. Kakashi, this is Akatsuki, the real deal. Guy explained to Kakashi. How can that be? Kakashi's mouth fell agape, his shuriken slipping from his fingers. I know Akatsuki is a genius, but Jiraiya-sama has fainted. Could it be that Akatsuki is even stronger than Jiraiya-sama? Or perhaps this unconscious person isn't really Jiraiya-sama? Kakashi stuttered, overwhelmed with confusion. Guy also looked perplexed at the unconscious Jiraiya. I can vouch for you. He is indeed one of the legendary three Jiraiya. Hisuke shrugged nonchalantly. It's not you, it's me. I'm just a bit confused. Suddenly, Shiranui Genma felt as if his brain was about to burst. Ahem. Well, here's the thing. Hisuke cleared his throat, attempting to elucidate the situation to Genma and Guy. Elder Jiraiya, despite his illustrious reputation, is actually quite the lecheair. Once this man succumbs to the allure of women, both his will and body become utterly compromised. The current state of Elder Jiraiya is quite pitiful. His muscles have weakened, his bones are brittle, and even his chakra has dwindled. It is said that he can no longer lift his third leg, Hisuke explained, punctuating his point with a fist against his palm. Ah! Guy recoiled a few steps away from Jiraiya. So that's how terrifying the allure of women is. I must steer clear of such temptations in the future. Is that so? Shiranui Genma gazed blankly at Hisuke, then glanced at Jiraiya. Indeed, whispers of Jiraiya's indiscretions occasionally circulated within the village. But what should they do now? Fear not. Leave it to me. Hisuke took a step closer, crouching beside Jiraiya. Tsunade is arriving in a bikini with drinks. Hisuke shouted into Jiraiya's ear at the top of his lungs. Guy and Genma were left in a state of disbelief as Jiraiya's body twitched as if electrified. Tsunade. In a bikini. Jiraiya's eyes rolled back, the black irises and pupils turning inside out. With a sudden burst of strength, he defied the laws of physics and stood bolt upright, his head swiveling as he desperately searched for something. Guy and Genma's jaws nearly dropped to the floor. This is unscientific. This defies the principles of a ninja. Ultimately, finding nothing, Jiraiya's gaze fixated on Hisuke. You little brat, are you toying with me? Jiraiya glared at Hisuke, his teeth clenched. Hisuke, casting his eyes skyward, began to whistle nonchalantly. You scoundrel! You knocked me out, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you play tricks on me? Jiraiya was furious, ready to strike, but Hisuke swiftly turned and fled. Meanwhile, at the fourth training ground, the four members of Team 7 had commenced a fierce battle for the bells. After much bickering, Obito and Kakashi finally began to unite against Minato, spurred on by Rin's encouragement. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito swiftly performed hand seals, launching a massive fireball toward Minato. Not bad, Obito. However, this level is insufficient to deal with me. The heat wave from the fireball scorched Minato's face, but he merely smiled, his form vanishing in an instant. Clang! Kakashi appeared behind Obito, blocking Minato's kunai with his short blade. When did that happen? How is this possible? Obito exclaimed in shock as he turned around. Idiot Obito. Don't let your guard down, Kakashi admonished, his expression grave. Minato-sensei is the fastest ninja in the world. If he wishes, he can appear anywhere within the ninja realm in an instant. Kakashi had previously learned about his supervising Jonin from Shikaku, gathering information about Minato, instantaneously appearing anywhere in the ninja realm. Obito's face gradually displayed disbelief. Isn't that cheating? Our supervising Jonin is that powerful? Then, the three of them began to work together to seize the bells from Minato's waist. Kakashi engaged Minato in close combat with his short blade, while Obito transformed into a mobile artillery unit, unleashing a barrage of fire techniques. Rin stood nearby, providing support to both Obito and Kakashi. At the second training ground, Shikaku wielded a branch, putting Asuma, Kurone, and Ebisu through their paces.
Chapter 84, Alliance.
At the third training ground, Jiraiya halted his pursuit, relinquishing the chase. Hisoka also ceased running, and the two exchanged intense stares. The Hokage must be out of his mind to pair us together. Konoha is doomed. Indeed. He may have been kicked in the head by Danzo. Not far away, Shiranui Genma and Guy began to whisper among themselves. Hey Guy, what are those two discussing? I don't know. I can't understand them, but it sounds impressive. Time rewound to a day prior. In the Hokage's office at the Hokage building, Jiraiya was addressed with a task. Jiraiya, I have a mission for you. You are to serve as Hisoka's supervising Jonin. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, removed his pipe and instructed Jiraiya. Sensei, I must have misheard you. You want me to be Hisoka's supervising Jonin? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Is my message unclear? The third Hokage countered. No, Sensei. Surely someone else could handle this. Besides, that little brat Hisoka is absurdly powerful. He hardly needs a supervising Jonin. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. The third Hokage's expression grew serious as he fell silent for a moment. No, this matter must be entrusted to you. Sensei. Jiraiya was eager to protest, but the third Hokage interrupted. Jiraiya, Hisoka is growing increasingly close to the Uchiha clan. Suppressing the Uchiha is a policy handed down from the second Hokage. A prodigious talent like Hisoka must not be swayed by the Uchiha, especially given his terrifying bloodline limit. The third Hokage spoke with a grave expression. Sensei, why must we suppress the Uchiha clan? They have done nothing wrong. Jiraiya's brow furrowed tightly. That is not your concern. Your task is to secure Hisoka firmly within our Hokage lineage. The third Hokage placed the pipe in his mouth, inhaling deeply before exhaling a thick plume of smoke. He continued, Hisoka has developed a close relationship with Might Dai and shares a strong bond with Shikaku. He has unknowingly gathered two of Konoha's top combatants under his wing. We must not allow Hisoka to side with the Uchiha, for the consequences could be beyond our imagination. Hiruzen Sarutobi's demeanor was profoundly serious, and after finishing his statement, he pressed his lips together, silently observing Jiraiya. In his mind, two figures flashed before him. One had white hair and carried a short blade on his back. The other was clad in a green jumpsuit, sporting unkempt facial hair. Konoha Whitefang, Heitake Sakamo, had long established a formidable reputation, mastering the Heitake blade technique, with strength that even surpassed that of the legendary Sunin. During the time when Danzo and the Root sought to tarnish Sakamo's name, it was Hisoka who turned the tide, restoring Sakamo's reputation while simultaneously crippling Danzo. This debt of gratitude was not something Sakamo would easily forget. Might Dai, once the subject of ridicule as a perpetually low-ranking ninja, had surprisingly attained the prowess of an elite Jonin. Since his promotion to Special Jonin, his living conditions had improved, and his physique had grown stronger. Having mastered Hisoka's self-developed Rokushiki martial arts, Might Dai's strength surged once more. Now, with the ability to open the seventh gate of the 8 gates, his might was no less than that of the Sunin or Konoha Whitefang. Rumor had it that he had even learned to open the 8th gate, the Death Gate. It is imperative that Kakashi Heitake and Might Guy do not align with Ichigo Kurosaki and turn towards the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Listening to his mentor's words, Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation. This child, not yet 10 years old, possessed skills and strength that were nothing short of demonic. With elite warriors like Kakashi Heitake and Might Guy gathering around him, the Uchiha clan was also making fervent attempts to recruit. However, he bore other responsibilities. Jiraiya swallowed hard and said to his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a sense of helplessness. Master, I have other missions. I must seek the world-destroying black dragon foretold by the great sage frog. Perhaps I could also suggest that Tsunade and Orochimaru serve as guiding Jonin for Ichigo. Upon finishing his statement, Jiraiya took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Jiraiya, your quest for that so-called world-destroying black dragon does not conflict with your role as Ichigo's guiding Jonin. You may bring Ichigo along in your search. Sarutobi sighed. As for Tsunade, alas, she has grown somewhat discontent with the Hokage lineage, not to mention her affliction. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, reflected upon Tsunade's hemophobia and the countless Senju clan villagers who had perished due to the misguided policies he and Danzo had enforced. And what of Orochimaru? Jiraiya attempted to mention his friend. Orochimaru is even less suitable. I find myself increasingly unable to see through him. Sarutobi swiftly rejected the idea. This task is one only you can fulfill, and I will not permit you to refuse. This is an order, he commanded, rapping his pipe against the table. Furthermore, I will entrust Might Guy's son, Might Guy, to your guidance as well. Initially, I intended to assign Kakashi Hatake to you, but after Shikamaru learned of it, he outright refused. Therefore, I have passed Kakashi into the capable hands of your disciple, Minato Namikaze. There is also a child named Shiranui Genma, who possesses considerable talent. You should mentor him too, as it conveniently completes a trio. Kakashi Hatake had resigned from his position as the leader of the Umbu, and I designated him to guide the children. I have entrusted Asuma to Shikamaru for his instruction. The third Hokage continued to elaborate. Jiraiya listened intently, pondering in his heart. Assigning that child, Might Guy, to me is an attempt to win over Might Guy. Having Shikamaru teach Asuma is likely a strategy to ease the tension between him and the Hokage lineage. Isn't it? Master, your arrangements are indeed meticulous, he mused. The outright refusal to let me mentor Kakashi. Shikamaru, you are truly heartless. I would not lead Kakashi astray, Jiraiya thought with a wry smile. Nevertheless, having Minato teach Kakashi is indeed a commendable choice. Thus, Jiraiya accepted the role of guiding Jonin. You should all know me. I shall refrain from self-introduction. Now, you three, please introduce yourselves. Jiraiya addressed Ichigo, Might Guy, and Shiranui Genma. I shall go first, Guy exclaimed eagerly. I am Might Guy, proficient in taijutsu. I aspire to follow in my father's footsteps and become a formidable taijutsu ninja. Excellent, excellent. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, encouraging him. Your hard work and sweat shall not betray your youth. I am Ichigo, and I aim to become the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. Ichigo laughed heartily. Though I don't quite understand. I support you, Jiraiya said, his lips twitching slightly. I am Shiranui Genma, he introduced, and I never expected to. Chapter 85. Jiraiya's Guidance. Jiraiya-sensei, I'm ready to begin, Genma declared, assuming a stance to launch an assault on Jiraiya. Just as Ichigo, Might Guy, and Shiranui Genma finished introducing themselves, Jiraiya prepared to assess Might Guy's and Shiranui Genma's abilities. Genma was designated to go first. At Jiraiya's request, Ichigo, Might Guy, and Shiranui Genma began referring to him as sensei, fostering a deeper bond. Genma was particularly elated, while Guy was in high spirits. As for Ichigo, he remained indifferent. Genma, unleash all your skills and attack me with all your might. Jiraiya smiled at Genma. He did not follow the customary procedure of having his three students compete for bells. Given Ichigo's overwhelming strength, training their cooperative combat abilities would be futile. Might Guy and Genma could not possibly synchronize with Ichigo. Indeed, should Ichigo unleash his full power, the other two would struggle to escape. Ichigo and Guy retreated to the side. Guy began doing push-ups while Ichigo curiously observed Genma, recalling some information about him. In the original storyline, the adult Genma became one of Konoha's elite jonin, frequently serving as the captain of the Hokage's guard. Since Minato Namikaze ascended to the position of 4th Hokage, Genma had been appointed as the captain of the Hokage's guard. He later served as captain under the 5th and 6th Hokages as well. He had received guidance from Minato and could coordinate with the likes of Tsun and Shuhei, performing the Flying Thunder God technique together. Under Ichigo's watchful gaze, Genma sprang into action. He retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, flicked his wrist, and sent them hurtling toward Jiraiya. Body double technique. Genma swiftly formed hand seals, executing the technique he had learned at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair grew long and voluminous, allowing him to effortlessly block the incoming shuriken without moving his feet. Genma was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a jutsu before. Truly, Jiraiya-sensei is remarkable. He marveled inwardly. Genma quickly readjusted his strategy, intertwining his real body and shadow clones, maneuvering to flank Jiraiya on both sides. using shadow clones to divert the target's attention? A commendable strategy, Jiraiya praised. Then he charged toward Genma on his left. You've fallen for it, Genma thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he prepared to strike from behind. Swish! He released the senbon from his mouth, aiming for Jiraiya's back. Did I hit? No way. Genma blinked in disbelief. The senbon had indeed struck true, embedding itself in Jiraiya's shoulder. Genma, the body double technique is merely an illusion. Against someone stronger than yourself, it is easily seen through and exploited. Jiraiya's voice resonated from behind Genma. The Jiraiya he believed to have been struck had transformed into a wooden substitute. Panic surged through Genma. Oh no, it was a substitution technique. When did he? He rolled away from Jiraiya, distancing himself, and quickly formed hand seals. Wind release. Wind dust technique. A gust of wind erupted from Genma's mouth, whipping up a storm of dust and debris from the ground. This was a D-rank wind release technique. Genma, you are already dead. Jiraiya's voice once again came from behind Genma. He held a senbon poised against Genma's neck. Genma's mouth fell open in shock, frozen in place. It turned out Jiraiya had not utilized a substitution technique but rather a transformation technique. In a split second, he had seized Genma's released senbon and transformed into a piece of wood. At times, adversaries may lurk in the shadows or masquerade as inanimate objects, biding their time for the perfect opportunity. Jiraiya scrutinized the teeth of Shiranui Genma, then deftly inserted the 1,000 blades he held between Genma's teeth. The rightful item returns to its owner, the treasured blade sheathed once more. Jiraiya patted Genma's shoulder. However, do not be disheartened, Genma. Your talent is commendable, and your foundation is solid. In the future, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable ninja. Jiraiya encouraged the still figure of Shiranui Genma. Even the onlooking Kakashi nodded slightly in agreement. Although Genma had yet to master any devastating ninjutsu, his fundamentals were remarkably strong. Whether it be in physical techniques, the speed of hand seals or reaction times, he far surpassed his peers. It is no wonder that, in the original storyline, he served as the captain of the Hokage's personal guard. It is no surprise that in this timeline, he is placed under Jiraiya's command. As for powerful ninjutsu, now that he is a disciple of Jiraiya, he will certainly not lack in such skills. Genma's potential will only exceed that of the original timeline. Perhaps he will even learn to wield the Flying Thunder God technique independently. Now it's your turn, Guy. Jiraiya turned to Might Guy, calling out to him. Oh, this is youth. Flames ignited in Guy's eyes. Kakashi, I have grown considerably stronger. I will surely catch up with you. Guy flashed his gleaming tiger teeth at Kakashi. Jiraiya-sensei, I am coming. Might Guy performed a somersault and landed before Jiraiya. Guy, you can certainly do it. Genma gave a thumbs up to Might Guy. He had long acknowledged this classmate, who, despite lacking innate ninjutsu talent, had surpassed many through sheer diligence. Now all that filled his heart was admiration. Genma approached Kakashi. Kakashi, just how strong are you and Guy now? He looked at Kakashi, who was a year younger but towered over him by half a meter. With a resolute and handsome face, and a muscular build, Kakashi was a sight to behold. Presently, Kakashi was nearly 10 years old, Genma was 11, and Guy was approaching 9. In the last Chunin exam, Kakashi had defeated the prodigy Kakashi, clinching the championship with overwhelming force. Genma had an inkling that during the Chunin exam, Kakashi hadn't exerted his full strength. Why has Kakashi grown so tall? How is he so strong? Genma pondered in confusion. Guy, he may already possess the strength to defeat some Chunin. Kakashi spoke uncertainly. As for me, I am still far from it. I am a long way from matching the likes of the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara, and the Ten Tails, Kakashi silently mused. Genma's expression contorted in disbelief. You're already a Chunin, yet you say you're far from it. What does that make me? Have a heart and leave some room for others. At this moment, Might Guy and Jiraiya had already begun their sparring. 8 gates, open the first gate, release. Open the second gate, release. Open the third gate, release. Open the fourth gate, release. Chapter 86. The Shock of Shiranui Genma. Boom! The ground of the third training field was pounded into 2 massive craters. Might Guy removed the weights from his legs and cast them to the ground. Jiraiya-sensei, I am going all out. A fierce determination ignited in Guy's eyes. Bring it on. Guy! Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. 8 gates, open the first gate, release. Open the second gate, release. Open the third gate, release. Open the fourth gate, release. Guy directly activated the fourth gate of the 8 gates. A visible torrent of chakra surged around him. His body began to radiate a vibrant green energy. The veins on his face bulged, and his skin flushed red. Body flicker technique. Boom! The ground beneath Guy shattered as he vanished in an instant. Next to Kakashi, Genma gaped in astonishment, his jaw nearly dislocating. Stay calm. It's just standard procedure. Kakashi extended a hand to support Genma's chin, pushing it upward. Finally, Genma managed to close his mouth. In truth, Kakashi himself was not as composed internally as he appeared. He was filled with astonishment. Guy has actually mastered the body flicker technique. I wonder if he has learned any other skills. In the training ground, Might Guy appeared behind Jiraiya. Konoha whirlwind. He unleashed a fierce kick aimed at Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya pivoted, blocking with his arm. Bang! Guy's calf collided with Jiraiya's arm, producing a dull thud. Jiraiya stepped back a few paces, and Guy's figure vanished once more. Raging Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair grew immensely, enveloping him completely. Konoha whirlwind. Guy reappeared, delivering a kick to the spherical mass of Jiraiya's hair. Bang! 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 Guy kicked again and again, sending the hair-formed sphere soaring into the sky. Yet, he still could not breach Jiraiya's Raging Lion's main technique. The defensive prowess of this ninjutsu was indeed formidable. Rising Lotus. Might Guy continued his relentless assault, ultimately appearing above Jiraiya, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The cocoon encasing Jiraiya plummeted to the ground at an alarming speed, causing the earth to tremble violently and crack, erupting in a cloud of dust. At this moment, Genma was utterly stunned. Is this truly Guy? Has he become this strong? Is it really possible to achieve such feats with physical techniques? Genma was left dumbfounded, repeating his questions in disbelief. But it doesn't end there. Gaia's father, Might Due, you must have heard of him as well. He is a figure who, relying solely on physical techniques, stands shoulder to shoulder with the legendary Three and the White Fang of Konoha. Kakashi remarked, his gaze fixed on Might Guy, addressing Genma beside him. Perhaps I wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Guy. Genma found it hard to accept, muttering to himself. Guy, is that truly all there is? In the large crater, Jiraiya withdrew his chakra, his hair returning to its original state. Might Guy also descended from the air, as expected of Jiraiya-sensei. Even with nearly all my strength, I could not inflict any harm upon you. However, I will not give up. I have one last move, my strongest technique that I currently possess. Jiraiya-sensei, I am about to unleash it. Breathing heavily, Guy's eyes ignited with renewed fervor. The fourth gate of the 8 gates had begun to inflict damage upon his body. It could not be opened for long. This was to be his final technique. A surge of chakra flowed into Guy's right leg, his waist and leg muscles tensing. Wind scythe, Guy's right leg swept out horizontally. A slicing wave surged forth, striking towards Jiraiya with lightning speed. Jiraiya's pupils constricted in alarm. The strike was too swift. There was no time to employ ninjutsu to block it. Jiraiya hastily bent his knees, lowering his body to evade. The immense slicing wave passed over Jiraiya's head, causing his scalp to tingle and a chill to run down his spine. Crack, crack, crack. The towering trees behind Jiraiya were severed, one by one, as they toppled to the ground. Even the colossal stones in the forest were penetrated by the slicing wave. Nohara Genin once again opened his mouth wide, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. What is this? Wind release? Could Guy possibly wield such technique? The sheer power is cleaving through stone. Nohara Genin gasped in disbelief. No, this is not wind release. Kurosaki refuted Nohara Genin's conjecture. This is taijutsu. Taijutsu? How can that be? Nohara Genin swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with terror. Meanwhile, Kurosaki had already begun to clap his thighs, laughing heartily at Jiraiya. After executing a kick, Might Guy exhausted all his chakra, exiting the 8-gate state. Kurosaki's father 6 styles are notoriously difficult to master. Thus far, he could only perform the techniques of shave, paper drawing, and gale foot. The gale foot, however, requires the opening of the 4th gate of the 8 gates, demanding immense chakra and physical stamina. After employing this technique, he could no longer continue fighting, his muscles having sustained extensive strains. Guy felt his body swaying slightly. Emerging from the large pit, Jiraiya scratched his head. My hair is gone. He discovered that the top of his head was completely bald, with only tufts on the sides and the back, along with long white hair remaining. Turning around, he saw his once glorious long hair dancing in the wind. No! Jiraiya knelt on the ground, clutching his head, and howled towards the heavens. However, he did not remain disheartened for long. Utilizing the hair growth technique, He rapidly sprouted a copious amount of hair, restoring himself to his previous appearance. This time, he refrained from offering too many suggestions to Might Guy. Guy was the straightforward type, saying too much might not yield beneficial results. As long as Guy perseveres, one day he will catch up to his father, might die, or even surpass him. This was Jireya's conviction. Excellent. I have come to understand you all. Let us indulge in some barbecue. Jireya proposed with a hearty laugh. Teacher Jireya, have you forgotten about Kurosaki? He hasn't fought you yet. Nohara Genin pointed at Kurosaki. Addressing Jireya, he wished to witness Kurosaki's strength, to gauge the disparity between himself and Kurosaki. The endeavors Kurosaki had engaged in over the past year were shrouded in secrecy, leaving Nohara Genin entirely unaware that Kurosaki's power had far surpassed his imagination. Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. He too longed to see the battle between Kurosaki and teacher Jireya. Ha ha ha, that simply won't do. Jireya laughed heartily. If Kurosaki were to unleash his full potential, this place would be utterly obliterated. The Hokage might very well throw us both into prison. As a jest, do you too comprehend the terrifying nature of Kurosaki's bloodline limit? Moreover, what if I cannot contend with that lad? I would be utterly humiliated. Jireya discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, mulling over his thoughts. Guy, however, displayed an expression of regret. Nohara Genin? At this moment, his heart was in turmoil.